It is said that in a remote corner of the continent, there exists a sect known as the Celestial Immortal Sect. Here, there are mentors of astonishing strength. Here, one can find an abundance of cultivation resources. Here, the physique and bloodline services are comprehensive, ensuring your ascension to divinity. In that sect, there are miracles beyond your wildest imagination that can manifest. Countless powerful emperors flock to this place, yearning to join the Celestial Immortal Sect, yet they can do nothing but humbly kneel at the mountain gate, awaiting their summons. Chapter 1. The Master of the Celestial Immortal Sect. On the Xianxiaaudiobooks continent, within the Radiant Sun Empire, lies the Starry Mountain Range. As the largest mountain range in the Radiant Sun Empire, the Starry Mountain Range is home to various demonic beasts. It is also rife with countless coveted spiritual herbs, drawing innumerable cultivators to seek treasures within. According to legend, it harbors countless mysterious ancient relics. Young man, I observe your extraordinary bone structure. You are a once-in-a-millennium cultivation genius. Would you be willing to join my Celestial Immortal Sect? Under the tutelage of the Celestial Immortal Sect, your future achievements are destined to be extraordinary. In a valley of the Starry Mountain Range, Wang Feng smiled broadly as he addressed the rotund figure before him, whose appearance was strikingly remarkable, with features as finely chiseled as if crafted by a master sculptor. Any woman who beheld him would surely gasp in astonishment. Are you trying to swindle me out of my money? The rotund man, known as Li Qing, clutched the bundle in his hands with a wary expression, eyeing Wang Feng with suspicion. Young man, do not insult this sect master. As the dignified leader of a sect, would I concern myself with your meager finances? Upon hearing these words, Li Qing's wariness diminished slightly. He thought to himself that indeed, a sect master had no need to deceive him for such trifling wealth. However, the joining fee cannot be overlooked. Just as Li Qing contemplated whether to join, a voice echoed once more in his ears. Are you still claiming you do not wish to deceive me for money? Li Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, glaring fiercely at Wang Feng, ready to defend his wealth with all his might. Let me ask you, did you come to the Starry Mountain Range seeking a sect to join? Wang Feng paid no heed to Li Qing's apprehensions and continued speaking. Indeed, my mother said that only through cultivation can one secure a future and find a wife. Isn't that so? As long as one possesses formidable strength, who would fear the absence of a wife? Thus, here I stand before you, with the sect master personally extending an invitation. What more hesitation do you have? Money is but a trivial matter. Is having a wife not more significant? Is becoming stronger through cultivation not paramount? Wang Feng clapped his hands, expressing his frustration at Li Qing's indecision. His demeanor suggested that failing to join his sect would result in a monumental loss. Could you first provide some information about your sect? Li Qing asked timidly. Under ordinary circumstances, the prospect of a sect willing to accept him would leave Li Qing beaming with joy, for he is but a mere mortal. However, the individual before him was quite peculiar. A dignified sect leader personally recruiting a commoner like him was a scenario that Li Qing could only dream of. The sect I established is named the Celestial Sect, and as the name implies, once you join us, you shall receive comprehensive support, ensuring your ascension to divinity. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Wang Feng's enthusiasm surged, and he spoke with a broad smile. Is that truly the case? Li Qing inquired skeptically, casting a doubtful gaze at Wang Feng. Although he was an ordinary man, he understood that cultivation was no simple feat. Such claims seemed overly simplistic. Absolutely true. Should you fail to attain divinity, our sect will refund you double your investment and allow you to leave, seeking another path. What say you? Wang Feng reassured him, thumping his chest with sincerity. Well then, very well. With Wang Feng's assurances in mind, Li Qing concluded that he had little to lose and decided to give the Celestial Sect a try. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple, thereby activating the ultimate sect system and earning one summoning opportunity and one lottery chance. As Li Qing's words faded, a serene voice echoed in Wang Feng's mind, alleviating the heavy burden that had weighed upon him. Alas, this survival system had transported him to this world without granting him invincible powers, and now it demanded he accept a disciple within 3 days to activate the system or face immediate obliteration. Had it not been for this gullible fool, he would have been doomed. Wang Feng felt a lingering sense of trepidation. This survival system was quick to threaten annihilation, lacking the qualities one would expect of a golden finger. Sect leader, here, this is all I possess. Li Qing reluctantly offered Wang Feng a tightly held bundle, his heart heavy with the loss. Fear not. I assure you that our sect will transform you into the most brilliant genius in this realm. Wang Feng replied with a warm smile as he accepted the package from Li Qing. Sect leader, where is our sect's residence located? Li Qing asked with hopeful anticipation, never imagining he could so easily join a cultivation sect. In the Xianlan continent, although cultivators were numerous, they remained rare compared to mortals. Every mortal yearns to become a cultivator, yet such aspirations are not easily fulfilled. Otherwise, he would not have toiled so hard, carrying all his belongings to seek enlightenment in the starry mountain range. Follow me to our sect. Wang Feng gestured, turning to stride into the valley, prompting Li Qing to hastily follow suit. Master, is this truly the residence of our sect? Li Qing gazed incredulously at the thatched cottage before him, exclaiming in astonishment. He felt a distinct sense of being deceived by Wang Feng. Indeed, he had been tricked. Hearing Li Qing's exclamation, Wang Feng's lips curled in a wry smile. Just a day prior, having traversed into this world, he was compelled by the system to fulfill the disciple-collecting task. Lacking a proper sect residence, he had hastily constructed a thatched hut to serve as their base. Throughout the day, he had encountered other mortals seeking enlightenment in the starry mountain range, yet most fled upon seeing this residence, snatching his money and bolting away. Li Qing was the sole individual who did not run away upon sighting the thatched cottage. Great concealment often lies within the forest. My friend, one must not judge by appearances. Wang Feng stood with a composed demeanor, exuding an air of profundity. As long as our sect can teach you cultivation, that is all that matters. Why concern oneself with the residence? Indeed, I trust the sect leader. Li Qing nodded earnestly, his expression earnest. How could one be so easily deceived by this hefty fellow? Witnessing Li Qing's unwavering belief, Wang Feng was somewhat incredulous. He himself was still a mortal, utterly ignorant of cultivation. So how could he teach? Your journey to the starry mountain range has not been easy. You should rest now. Wang Feng decided it was best to cease the charade, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, sect leader. System, display the attributes of our sect. As he observed Li Qing's retreating figure, Wang Feng silently commanded. Ding. Host attribute panel as follows. Host. Wang Feng. Cultivation level. None. Constitution. None. Bloodline. None. Established sect. Celestial sect. Sect disciple. Li Qing. Gazing at his attribute panel, Wang Feng felt akin to a product devoid of any qualities. How could he claim the title of master? Ding. Congratulations, host, on activating the task. Recruit 10 disciples. Reward. 5 summoning opportunities and 5 lottery chances. Upon hearing the chilling voice resonate in his mind, Wang Feng's lips curled slightly in a sardonic grin. Goodness, if it takes him half a lifetime to recruit a single disciple, how long will it be to gather 10? By the way, system, what is the purpose of the summoning opportunity and the lottery chance? Recalling the reward for accepting a disciple, Wang Feng hastily inquired. Previously, although the system had manifested, it had not disclosed its functions, merely instructing him to establish a sect and accept a disciple to activate it. The summoning opportunity allows one to call forth formidable beings from myriad realms, who will join the sect created by the host to assist in teaching disciples. The lottery chance enables the host to draw prizes, which may include the physical attributes, bloodlines, and cultivation levels of the summoned beings. Once acquired, these can be utilized by the disciples of the sect or by the host himself. Is it truly that powerful? Wang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, his entire being trembling with excitement. Goodness, if the summoned beings are potent enough, and he draws their bloodline attributes, nurturing disciples or utilizing them himself would be nothing short of extraordinary. System, summon forth a powerful being at once. Ideally, an invincible one. Wang Feng proclaimed eagerly, his posture straightening with anticipation. Goodness, It is beyond comprehension how terrified he felt upon arriving in the Starry Mountain Range. Had it not been for the relative safety of the periphery, devoid of numerous demonic beasts, he would have surely perished. In his mortal form, encountering even the weakest of the beasts within the Starry Mountain Range would likely render him mere fodder. Moreover, having finally accepted a disciple and boasted about it, it would be imperative to summon a formidable ally to bolster their standing and safeguard his own life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the Lord of Baiyun City, Yi Guqing. Would you like to view his attribute panel? Let me see. Wang Feng replied hastily, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. How could he be unaware of the illustrious name of Yi Guqing? He never imagined his luck would allow him to summon such a swordsmanship maestro. However, Wang Feng remained oblivious to the extent of Yi Guqing's power, uncertain of the level of cultivators he could rival in this world. Ding! Yi Guqing's attribute panel is as follows. Name: Yi Guqing. Cultivation: Peak of the Marquis Realm. Mystic Technique: Celestial Flight, Peak of Heavenly Grade. Mystic Weapon: Flying Rainbow, Peak of Heavenly Grade. Incredible! Truly worthy of the name Yi Guqing. Upon observing Yi Guqing's attribute panel, Wang Feng felt invigorated. Though he was unaware of the true capabilities of the Marquis Realm, it was undoubtedly superior to his own mortal state, and the mere mention of it implied extraordinary prowess. System: Where is Yi Guqing? Wang Feng scanned his surroundings, urgency evident in his tone. Yi Guqing will arrive shortly. A reminder to the host. The summoned beings share a causal relationship with the host and typically will not betray them or the sect. However, should the host compel them to act against their principles, the likelihood of betrayal increases significantly. Please be mindful. Every summoned being is a living individual, and the host is urged to treat them with respect. Isn't that a given? As a model citizen, I would never impose upon others. Besides, do you truly believe my humble stature could compel Yi Guqing to undertake tasks against his will? Wang Feng rolled his eyes at the system's admonition, exuding a sense of exasperation. He was not foolish enough to act in such a manner. Chapter 2. The Enclave of the Little World Sect. Buzz. In the valley, Wang Feng, who awaited the arrival of Yi Guqing, suddenly sensed a tremor in the fabric of space, causing him to hastily conceal himself behind a tree, peering cautiously in the direction of the disturbance. Under Wang Feng's astonished gaze, a figure emerged from the void, clad in garments as white as snow, with long, flowing hair. Even at a distance of 10 meters, Wang Feng could perceive an air of aloofness and a formidable sword intent bearing down upon him. On this moonlit night, atop the pinnacle of the purple forbidden city, a sword descends from the west, like an immortal descending from the heavens. Gazing at the slowly descending figure, Wang Feng couldn't help but recall those words. The immortal descending from the heavens referred to Yi Guqing, not only because he embodied such celestial grace, but also due to his signature move, immortal from beyond the heavens. A technique of unparalleled purity and brilliance, striking from above with an awe-inspiring swiftness that was profoundly mysterious. Yi Guqing, I have met the sect master. As soon as the figure in white landed, he turned his gaze toward Wang Feng's direction, offering a slight bow while softly speaking. There is no need for excessive courtesy. With Yi Guqing joining the Immortal Sect, our ascension is assured. Wang Feng quickly stepped out from behind the tree, addressing Yi Guqing with a smile that radiated satisfaction. Yi Guqing stood silently, revealing no excitement in response to Wang Feng's words. His solitary pride was laid bare at that moment. Observing this, Wang Feng did not ponder further. He understood that Yi Guqing was inherently proud. In his realm, the only person worthy of his acknowledgement was none other than Xianxiaaudiobooks. System. Isn't there still a chance for a lottery draw? Let me have one too. Wang Feng thought to himself, eagerly anticipating the results of the lottery, hoping it would bring him the same satisfaction. Noticing Wang Feng lost in contemplation, Yi Guqing gradually moved to stand behind him, quietly holding his sword, resembling a loyal guardian. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10% of Yi Guqing's cultivation. Please choose whether to utilize it yourself or bestow it upon a disciple of the sect. The cold voice resonating in Wang Feng's mind sent waves of exhilaration through him, causing his entire being to tremble. Heavenly mercy, I can finally become a cultivator. He had instinctively filtered out the latter part of the system's message, thinking, what use is it to elevate a mere mortal sect master? I should enhance my own cultivation. System, how far can 10% of Yi Guqing's cultivation elevate me? Wang Feng inquired inwardly. It can elevate the host to the initial stage of the entry phase. The voice in his mind clarified, leaving Wang Feng puzzled. He remained unaware of the specific tiers of cultivation in this world. He pressed on. System. How is the cultivation hierarchy in this realm delineated? The Xianlan continent enhances one's self through the cultivation of profound energy, categorized as Foundation Establishment, Profound Meridians, Spirit Communication, Profound General, Entry Phase, Prince, Profound Emperor, etc. Each tier is further divided into 4 substages: early, mid, late, and peak. I see. Wang Feng nodded, his excitement surging as he realized that with the 10% cultivation from Yi Guqing, he could ascend directly from a mere mortal to the entry phase. A remarkable leap indeed. System, extract the cultivation. Upon uttering these words, a formidable force surged within Wang Feng, relentlessly refining his body, transforming his meridians, and sculpting him into a being worthy of the entry phase. Buzz. After a prolonged moment, the power gradually subsided, and Wang Feng had vaulted from an ordinary mortal to a top-tier expert of the entry phase. At that moment, he felt invigorated, especially as he became aware of the tremendous strength coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the might of a cultivator. He was no longer a wastrel. Heaven knows the tumult of emotions surging within Wang Feng at this instant. Ding. The system offers a hidden cultivation feature. Does the host wish to conceal their cultivation? Conceal. Wang Feng affirmed without hesitation. Though he had ascended to the entry phase and stood alongside Yi Guqing, a peak prince-level powerhouse, he understood the depths of this world's complexities. There were always stronger individuals out there, and the truth of playing the fool to catch the tiger was paramount. Sectmaster, who is this? Just then, a tremulous voice broke the air, drawing Wang Feng's attention. He turned to see Li Qing staring at Yi Guqing in utter dread. At that moment, Li Qing perceived Yi Guqing as a sword radiating a piercing sword intent, sending tremors through his very soul with a mere glance. This is Elder Yi Guqing of our Immortal Sect. Wang Feng replied nonchalantly, fully aware of Li Qing's apprehension. Although Yi Guqing emitted no discernible aura, he was far beyond what a mere mortal like Li Qing could dare to confront. Disciple Li Qing pays respects to Elder Yi. Li Qing exclaimed, hastily bowing to Yi Guqing, who, in contrast to Wang Feng, emanated the essence of a true cultivator. In response to Li Qing's reverence, Yi Guqing offered a cold nod. Observing this, Li Qing dared not utter another word, standing obediently to the side. Earlier, he had returned to the thatched hut for rest, growing increasingly uneasy. No sect, regardless of its status, would settle for a mere thatched cottage as their base. Thus, the more he contemplated, the more he felt deceived by Wang Feng. He had intended to confront Wang Feng with his grievances when he unexpectedly encountered a figure of such stature as Yi Guqing, instantly quelling all his doubts. Sectmaster. Someone approaches. At this moment, a glint of sharpness flickered in Yi Guqing's eyes as he addressed Wang Feng. Let us observe first. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, waving a hand dismissively. Following Yi Guqing's words, he too sensed a presence approaching and recognized that the visitor's cultivation was not formidable, leading him to remain composed. He would not forget that the system had tasked him with recruiting 10 disciples, and thus far, he had only succeeded in bringing one into the fold. Under the current circumstances, anyone could be a potential candidate for his sect. Behind the two, Li Qing's eyes flickered with envy as he thought to himself, this must be the cultivator's intuition of perceiving distant threats. I never expected our seemingly ordinary sect master to possess such strength. Joining the Immortal Sect truly proves to be a fortuitous choice. Before long, Wang Feng and the others beheld a young woman clad in a white gauzy dress, bloodied and staggering toward them, her appearance indicative of having just survived a fierce battle. Should I escape today, I shall soar and eradicate you vile villains. As she pressed her hand to her wound, she silently vowed, her beautiful eyes flashing with an extraordinary hatred, incongruous with her ethereal demeanor. This young lady appears distressed. You must have encountered formidable foes. Join our Immortal Sect, and you shall find safety. Just then, a voice called out, causing the fleeing girl to pause momentarily. She turned to see 3 figures approaching her. The leader was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura that commanded respect without a hint of menace. Beside him stood the snow-clad swordsman, evoking the sensation of confronting a razor-sharp divine sword, sending a shiver down her spine. Despite the imminent threat, for reasons unknown, the sight of Wang Feng and his companions instilled in her an inexplicable sense of security, as though being with them would help her evade danger. Since escape is not guaranteed, I might as well take a chance. Gritting her teeth, she halted her flight, bowed to Wang Feng and the others, and said, Greetings. Esteemed seniors, may I inquire about your identities? Upon hearing Fei Wu's words, Wang Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. He had never anticipated that this woman would be so engrossed in her escape that she failed to notice their presence. Just as he contemplated letting it go, He found himself unexpectedly activating a system task, prompting him to speak and retain Fei Wu. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated a task. Recruit this woman into the sect, and you shall be rewarded with a small world sect residence. Wang Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance as he declared, I am the sect master of the Immortal Sect. The name Immortal Sect? A flicker of doubt flashed in Fei Wu's eyes. Although she could not claim to know every sect in the entire Xianlan continent, she was at least familiar with the sects in the Radiant Sun Empire. Yet, she had never heard of the Immortal Sect. Could it be a lesser-known sect? Fei Wu mused, but as soon as that thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. The sword-bearing man beside Wang Feng gave off an aura too remarkable for her to believe he belonged to a minor sect. Is what the sect master just said true? Fei Wu's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Wang Feng as she inquired. Knowing she could no longer evade her pursuers, she was left with no choice but to gamble, hoping that these few individuals could truly aid her against her formidable enemies. Indeed, it is true. Join my Immortal Sect, and I shall ensure your safety, Wang Feng replied, casting a glance at Fei Wu. With his current cultivation level, he could easily discern that this woman before him had reached the pinnacle of the spirit communication realm, a significant improvement compared to the mortal Li Qing. Even without the System S task, Wang Feng would have invited her into the sect simply based on her talents. Given her age of merely 18 or 19, yet already at such a level, she was undoubtedly a prodigy of legend. Very well, I, Fei Wu, am willing to join the Immortal Sect. I implore the sect master to protect me. Fei Wu gritted her teeth, bowing respectfully to Wang Feng. She was uncertain if he could withstand her pursuers, but at that moment, she had no other options and could only place her hopes in Wang Feng and his companions. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted Fei Wu and completed the system task. Reward, small world sect residence. As soon as Fei Wu agreed, the cool voice of the system echoed in Wang Feng's mind. Chapter 3. The Young Lord of the Long Lin Marquiate. System, what is a small world sect residence? Are you saying I am being gifted a sect residence? Wang Feng pondered inwardly. Yes, host. The small world sect residence includes a complete palace necessary for a sect, situated within a small world created by the system. This small world has been positioned above the Xianlan continent. Please choose the location for the entrance to the small world. The cool voice resonating in his mind caused a glimmer of excitement to flash in Wang Feng's eyes. Truly, the system was deeply attuned to his desires. Just as he lamented the modesty of his sect's residence, the system provided him with a solution. Let us set the entrance within that thatched cottage, Wang Feng mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The cottage, though humble, was a structure he had built with his own hands, and despite its simplicity, it held sentimental value for him since arriving in this world. Furthermore, its unassuming nature aligned perfectly with his low-key disposition. After establishing the entrance to the sect residence, Wang Feng turned to Fei Wu and said, Now, please share your story. As Fei Wu had now become a disciple of his Immortal Sect, it was his duty as the sect master to look after her affairs. Neglecting them would only dishearten his disciple. Yes, sect master, Fei Wu replied respectfully, bowing again before she gritted her teeth in anger. My full name is Ling Fei Wu, the eldest daughter of the Ling family in Yaofeng City, Radiant Sun Empire. During an outing for training, I encountered Lin Yunyi, the young lord of the Long Lin Marquiate. I had assumed that as a young lord, he would be a gentleman, but to my horror, he sought to take advantage of me and attempted to assault me. I fought with all my strength and barely managed to escape his clutches. Upon returning home, I thought the matter had ended, but the following day, Lin Yunyi arrived at my family's residence with powerful allies, slaughtering my entire family for my refusal. Had it not been for my father's desperate protection, I would not have survived to see this day. Even now, I am being hunted by Lin Yunyi and his powerful followers for miles, all to drag me back. Not a single member of the Ling family remains alive. I do not ask the sect master to avenge my family. I only wish for your protection, so I am not subjected to the humiliation of this villain. If possible, I will personally avenge this blood feud in the future. Rest assured, you are now a disciple of my Immortal Sect. As long as this sect exists, no one shall dare to oppress you. Wang Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity as he spoke calmly. At that moment, a surge of fury welled up within Wang Feng. He had not anticipated that such scum existed in the cultivation world. In his mind, Lin Yunyi, the so-called young lord of the Long Lin Marquiate, was already a dead man. He understood that the cultivation world was brutally merciless, where the strong preyed upon the weak. Had he not come across this situation, he would have likely turned a blind eye, but since it involved one of his disciples, he would not let anyone go unpunished. Otherwise, how could he face the mantle of sect master? Previously, as a mere mortal, he had to tread carefully, but now, with the power of the system behind him, he knew he must remain low-key. However, the adage rang true. If one does not betray me, I shall not betray them. But if they betray me, then I shall eradicate all who wrong me." Hearing Wang Feng's words, Ling Fei Wu silently breathed a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear was that Wang Feng would be intimidated by the name of the Long Lin Marquiate and would hesitate to protect her. However, Wang Feng's demeanor now brought her complete reassurance. Unbeknownst to Ling Fei Wu, however, Wang Feng had no idea what the Long Lin Marquiate represented within the Radiant Sun Empire. Whoosh, whoosh. Moments later, several piercing sounds echoed in Wang Feng's ears, followed by a sinister laugh. "Fei Wu, do you think you can escape my grasp? Come back with me, and I may spare your life." Suddenly, 7 figures radiating a powerful aura descended into the valley. Their eyes filled with disdain and mockery as they gazed at Ling Fei Wu. "Lin Yunyi, I have joined the Immortal Sect. The sect master is here. How dare you act recklessly?" Ling Fei Wu stepped forward and shouted in anger, her gaze at Lin Yunyi filled with hatred. Had it not been for him, she would still be the beloved daughter of the Ling family, cherished by her father and mother. How had she fallen to such depths? Upon hearing Ling Fei Wu's furious shout, the 7 individuals finally noticed the presence of Wang Feng and the others. However, a single glance revealed their contempt. Not a hint of cultivation energy emanated from them. How could they claim to be a sect master? I must admit, I did not expect you to be so beautiful and cunning. However, do you think you can frighten me with these 3 insignificant ants? Lin Yunyi sneered. If it were anyone else, they might have been intimidated by Ling Fei Wu's bravado. But who was he? He was the young lord of the Long Lin Marquiate, a figure who could not be trifled with in the Radiant Sun Empire, at least not by anyone other than the most powerful individuals. Moreover, he had sent his subordinates to investigate thoroughly. None of the 3 possessed a trace of mystical energy, clearly mere mortals that Ling Fei Wu had recruited from somewhere. If you do not wish for these 3 ants to meet their demise because of you, then obediently return with me, and perhaps I might grant you the title of concubine." Lin Yunyi looked down at Ling Fei Wu with a sneer of arrogance. Faced with this, Ling Fei Wu turned her gaze towards Wang Feng, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She knew not how strong Wang Feng was nor whether he could withstand Lin Yunyi, but at that moment, he was her only hope. Wang Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound and enigmatic, exuding an air of an extraordinary individual. Yet, he remained utterly motionless, contemplating whether he should personally engage and test his newly attained prowess of the Transcendence realm, or allow Yi Guqing to take action. The 7 adversaries before him had all reached the level of Xinjiang, with the strongest among them even standing at the pinnacle of this realm. Just moments ago, he had transitioned from an ordinary mortal to the Transcendence realm, although the system had assured him there were no adverse effects. He had never practiced before and could not fully harness his current power. Were it not for the presence of Ling Fei Wu and his 2 newly recruited disciples, Wang Feng would undoubtedly have allowed Yi Guqing to maintain the defense while he sparred with these 7 individuals. However, as the leader of his sect, engaging in a back-and-forth struggle with mere Xinjiang practitioners would diminish his stature. As Wang Feng pondered, Lin Yunyi became increasingly convinced that Wang Feng and his companions were nothing more than mere mortals hastily gathered by Ling Fei Wu. A few insignificant insects, unaware of the celestial might, shall be exterminated, and Ling Fei Wu shall be captured. Lin Yunyi sneered, his words laced with a chilling intent to kill. His patience had reached its limit, and he no longer wished to indulge in a cat-and-mouse game with Ling Fei Wu. To dare offend the young lord is to court death. In your next life, you should learn to open your eyes. Some existences are beyond your reach. A figure emerged from behind Lin Yunyi, hovering in midair before Wang Feng and the others, and bellowed, "Today, let you mere mortals witness the might of the strong." Immediately, an incredibly fierce aura emanated from him, shaking the very fabric of the void. With a swift motion, he appeared before Wang Feng, striking down with the intention of turning Wang Feng into a mere pulp. Guqing. Sensing the intensity of the opponent's aura, Wang Feng remained remarkably composed, not even glancing at the assailant, and simply uttered a single word. Buzz. As Wang Feng's voice echoed, the sword in Yi Guqing's grasp trembled violently, followed by a blinding flash of light that compelled everyone present to instinctively shut their eyes. When Lin Yunyi and the others reopened their eyes, they beheld that the assailant remained poised to strike Wang Feng, while Wang Feng and his companions remained unchanged. Lin Yunyi furrowed his brow and barked, "What are you dawdling for? Finish off this insect." Bang! As Lin Yunyi's reprimand rang out, the assailant was instantly torn asunder. His body cleaved with surgical precision, not a drop of blood spilled. Hiss! Upon witnessing such an inexplicable scene, Lin Yunyi and his companions gasped in shock, nearly petrified with fear. A Xinjiang warrior had been inexplicably slain? Such a feat was likely beyond even those at the Transcendence realm. Could it be the work of a Wang lord? Lin Yunyi's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling with terror as he gazed at Wang Feng. His eyes filled with dread. Only a Wang Lord could effortlessly and unobtrusively eliminate a Xinjiang powerhouse. Yet that was a Wang Lord, a figure of unparalleled strength within the entire Radiant Sun Empire. Even his father, the Changlin Marquis, was merely at that same level. At this moment, Lin Yuni wished he could slap himself. The existence of a Wang Lord was not something even his father would dare provoke lightly. Yet here he was, encountering a master of the Wang Lord realm. Senior, I have been blind to your greatness. Upon my departure, I shall ensure my father, the Changlin Marquis of the Radiant Sun Empire, prepares a grand gift for you. Lin Yuni bowed deeply, his voice trembling. Lin Yuni's sudden display of deference left both Ling Feiwu and Li Qing bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been brazenly arrogant, as if he were the unrivaled ruler of the world. How had he become so meek? Ling Feiwu was only slightly taken aback by Lin Yuni's transformation, but she could understand why he reacted this way. Even she was engulfed in tumultuous emotions at this moment. Though she had placed her hopes in Wang Feng, she had not anticipated that he could so effortlessly slay a Xinjiang warrior with such astonishing means. Strength may be lacking, but cunning abounds. That mere Changlin Marquis is but an insect in my eyes. Wang Feng's gaze was devoid of warmth, his words dripping with confidence. He then gestured to Yi Guqing, signaling him to subdue the remaining adversaries. Before Lin Yuni could even gather his wits, he and his subordinates felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the figure clad in white like snow, descending upon them with an oppressive weight that made it difficult to breathe. Wait, senior, I meant no offense. Please spare me this time. Lin Yuni was genuinely terrified. This terrifying pressure nearly suffocated him. He had never experienced such formidable force before. He had always relied on his father's name to dominate, yet before this individual, the name seemed utterly ineffective. Feiwu, come here. Wang Feng cast a detached glance at Lin Yuni, ignoring him as he beckoned Ling Feiwu forward. You shall handle Lin Yuni's extermination of your family. Consider it a means of collecting interest. In the future, I shall accompany you to the Changlin Marquis' estate to seek justice. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Feiwu's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, her entire being trembling slightly as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Yuni and his companions. The vendetta for her clan's annihilation ran as deep as the Blood Sea. If this grudge were not avenged, she would be unworthy of her status as the eldest lady of the Ling family. Meanwhile, Lin Yuni and his companions turned pale as paper, their bodies trembling uncontrollably with fear as they desperately attempted to muster their strength to escape the terrifying pressure, but their efforts were in vain. The pressure held them firmly in place, rendering their bodies as if they had lost all control. Lin Yuni, you obliterated my Ling family. Did you ever consider this day? You, perched high above, believing that your title as the young lord of the Changlin Marquis' estate grants you the right to act with impunity. Did you ever think of today? You pursued me for thousands of miles, treating me like a mere mouse in your game, mocking me with your words. Did you ever think this day would come? Ling Feiwu roared, her once melodious voice now tinged with hoarseness, her entire form radiating an astonishing intent to kill. Were it not for Lin Yuni's deliberate torment and amusement, she would have long been captured by him. Now, with their roles reversed, it was a cycle of karma, a retribution served. With a sharp motion, Ling Feiwu seized a branch from the ground and plunged it into Lin Yuni's heart, withdrawing it only to thrust it back in again, blood gushing forth and staining his garments. In that moment, she appeared devoid of the grace expected of a lady, instead resembling a frenzied being, wildly swinging the branch as if to unleash the pent-up rage and hatred within her. This scene startled Li Qing, who stood behind Wang Feng. He had never anticipated that this ethereal beauty would exhibit such madness. Let her vent her emotions. Wang Feng sighed, retracting his earlier intention to intervene. Gradually, Lin Yuni's gaze lost its focus, and he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Ling Feiwu withdrew the branch and, under the terrified gazes of Lin Yuni's subordinates, proceeded to slay them one by one. These once formidable figures, capable of instilling fear in the smaller cities of the Radiant Sun Empire, were now as insignificant as insects. Effortlessly dispatched. After vanquishing Lin Yuni and his cohorts, Ling Feiwu took a moment to steady her emotions before kneeling before Wang Feng and Yi Guqing, expressing her gratitude with utmost reverence. I am profoundly grateful to the sect master and Elder Yi for aiding me in avenging this blood feud. I have no regrets in dedicating my life to the Celestial Sect. In life, I am a member of the Celestial Sect, and in death, I shall embody its spirit. Ling Feiwu had merely hoped to escape with her life, never daring to dream of exacting vengeance. Yet, to her astonishment, upon her recent induction into the Celestial Sect, the sect master had directly avenged her by eliminating the principal villain. She was confident that as long as she remained in the Celestial Sect and diligently honed her skills, one day she would exact a bloody retribution upon the Changlin Marquis' residence for her family. Although Lin Yuni was the primary antagonist, He would not have dared to eradicate the well-respected Ling family without the backing of the Chonglin Marquis estate. Father, mother, esteemed uncles and aunts, I am blessed to have encountered Sect Master Wang Feng and to have joined the Celestial Sect. I hope your spirits endure, granting me the strength to train diligently and avenge this blood feud. Observing the kneeling Fei Wu, Wang Feng sighed softly and extended his hand to assist her. This young girl should not have to bear such a profound grudge at her tender age. Having encountered her misfortune, how could he stand idly by? Ding. Congratulations to Disciple Ling Feiwu for slaying a powerful Xinjiang realm warrior, earning 300 sect points. Ding. Congratulations to Disciple Ling Feiwu for slaying a powerful Xinjiang realm warrior, earning 300 sect points. Ding. After Ling Feiwu's victory over Lin Yuni and others, the cold voice of the system echoed in Wang Feng's mind. Yet he chose to momentarily disregard it, focusing instead on Ling Feiwu, speaking earnestly. The Celestial Sect can provide you with an excellent platform for cultivation, but whether you become a true powerhouse ultimately depends on your own efforts. However, remember this, having joined the Celestial Sect, your back is protected by us. Your reliance is upon us. We fear no adversary. Should there be a blood feud, even the mightiest must face swift retribution. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Fei Wu remained silent. Yet a warm current surged within her heart. After the annihilation of her family, this newly joined sect, and the sect master she had only just met, instilled in her a profound sense of belonging and dependence. You are to cultivate the path of the sword. At this moment, the aloof Yi Guqing, resembling an icy mountain, spoke, his piercing gaze fixed upon Fei Wu. Yes, Elder Yi. Ling Fei Wu responded promptly, not daring to hesitate. Compared to Wang Feng's approachable demeanor, the haughty Yi Guqing instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Nonetheless, her feelings leaned more towards respect than fear. Without Elder Yi's assistance, she could not have easily dispatched Lin Yuni and his associates. Would you care to become my disciple? The moment Yi Guqing's voice rang out, both Ling Feiwu and Wang Feng were taken aback. Wang Feng had summoned Yi Guqing with delight, but did not expect him to actively seek to cultivate disciples for the Celestial Sect, given Yi Guqing's notorious pride. Yet now, this proud figure was extending an invitation to take on a disciple. Seeing Fei Wu still in a daze, Wang Feng felt an urgent need to prompt her. What are you hesitating for? It is a rare opportunity for someone like Yi Guqing to take on a disciple. It is akin to flowers blooming from stone. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Ling Feiwu knelt and bowed her head, performing the formalities of apprenticeship, fearing that Yi Guqing might refuse. Yi Guqing nodded slightly, gently waving his hand. A soft force enveloped Ling Feiwu, lifting her to her feet. This scene evoked deep envy in Li Qing, who stood behind Wang Feng, having witnessed Yi Guqing's tremendous power firsthand. Although he did not fully grasp the significance of Lin Yuni and his cohort in the cultivation world, subduing 7 practitioners with such ease was, in Li Qing's eyes, an extraordinary feat. How could he help but envy this girl, who had joined under such a powerful master? Follow me. I shall tend to your wounds. Yi Guqing then glanced at the battered Ling Feiwu and spoke, not waiting for her response before turning towards the thatched cottage. Upon seeing this, Ling Feiwu glanced at Wang Feng, and after receiving his nod of approval, she painfully followed in Yi Guqing's wake. Watching their retreating figures, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction, eagerly anticipating how far Ling Feiwu might grow under the tutelage of the sword god. Sect Master, may I take my leave as well? A simple-minded voice interrupted Wang Feng's thoughts. He glanced at Li Qing and waved his hand, saying, with that physique, you ought to shed a few pounds. Go. Tidy up the area around the thatched cottage. It is the residence of our Celestial Sect. Yes, Li Qing replied with a wry smile, feeling somewhat neglected since Ling Feiwu's arrival. Previously, the sect master had lavished him with praise to recruit him, treating him like a treasure. Yet now he was being dismissed to clean. System, what is the purpose of sect points? After Li Qing departed, Wang Feng's eyes glimmered as he inquired, having intended to ask during the earlier commotion but finding it an inappropriate moment. Now, he finally had the opportunity for a thorough understanding, sensing that these sect points might be pivotal for the advancement of the Celestial Sect. Ding. Sect points can be exchanged for lottery opportunities. 1,000 sect points grants 1 lottery chance. Additionally, sect points can be used to upgrade the system. 10,000 sect points will elevate the system to level 2, which will also automatically enhance the sect's level to 2. Upon hearing the cold voice in his mind, Wang Feng nodded and continued. What benefits does upgrading the system level and sect level confer? Ding. Upgrading the system level allows the host to summon stronger beings and divine treasures, among other advantages. Furthermore, elevating the sect level will unlock the capacity to accommodate more disciples, and the host will gain access to the Celestial Sect's attribute panel. Examine the Celestial Sect's attribute panel. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Wang Feng expressed no hesitation having not anticipated the existence of such a panel. Ding. The Celestial Sect's attribute panel is as follows. Sect, Celestial Sect, Sect Level, Level 1, Sect Master, Unique Wang Feng, in the Realm of Enlightenment. Elders, maximum of 5 Yi Guqing, Peak of Marquis Realm. Disciples, maximum of 10 Li Qing, Mortal, Ling Fei Wu, Peak of Spiritual Connection Realm. Sect Residents, Small World. System. If the sect level is not elevated, can we surpass the limits? Upon seeing the Celestial Sect's attribute panel, Wang Feng's brow furrowed in inquiry. No. The host is urged to strive to acquire sect points to enhance both the system and sect levels. The cold voice resonating in his mind left Wang Feng with a sense of helplessness. With such constraints, he must persistently accumulate sect points. Chapter 5. The Tortoise Spirit, Xianxian Body. Wang Feng's eyes flickered as he privately pondered. What methods are there to acquire sect points? Whether for summoning stronger beings or for expanding the Celestial Sect, he needed to continually amass sect points. Wang Feng believed that one day he would transform the Celestial Sect into a sanctuary amidst the cultivation realm, a place that all other sects would revere. Ding. Method of acquiring sect points 1. Complete tasks issued by the system to randomly gain sect points. The greater the task's difficulty, the more sect points rewarded. Method of acquiring sect points 2. Slay incoming foes. The stronger the enemy defeated, the more sect points earned. Method of acquiring sect points 3. Recruit top-tier prodigies or exceptional beings with unique abilities to join the Celestial Sect, which also grants sect points. The stronger the recruited individuals, the more sect points earned. A chilling voice resonated in Wang Feng's mind, awakening a sudden realization within him. He had not anticipated the multitude of methods available for acquiring sect value. However, he pondered, system, how can it be that Ling Fei Wu, having cultivated to the pinnacle of the spirit communication realm at merely 18 or 19 years of age, does not qualify as a top-tier prodigy? Abruptly, something struck Wang Feng's mind, prompting him to voice his thoughts. Though he had only recently arrived in this world and possessed limited understanding of cultivation, he was nonetheless aware of the immense difficulty in reaching such heights at such a tender age. In the realm of cultivation, most individuals typically establish their foundations by the age of 10 before embarking on their practices, even if Ling Fei Wu were the eldest daughter of the Ling family. Achieving the pinnacle of the spirit communication realm after merely 14 or 15 years of cultivation would be considered extraordinary, marking her as a genius among geniuses. Ding. While Ling Fei Wu possesses commendable talent, she lacks a special constitution and has not comprehended any profound insights, thereby failing to attain the status of a top-tier prodigy. The chilling voice echoed in Wang Feng's mind, causing him to shudder. So Ling Fei Wu does not even qualify as a top-tier prodigy? Goodness. Is the threshold for such an accolade set so high? System, tell me, does this host qualify as a top-tier prodigy? Wang Feng emphasized the word host, as he was indeed in the resonance realm and barely around 20 years of age. Surely, at this age, he could be considered an unparalleled genius, even if his cultivation had been hastily elevated. Just barely. What does just barely mean? Wang Feng's expression shifted slightly as he spoke in a low voice. The host's inherent talent is ordinary, yet due to being the system's master, he can be regarded as a top-tier prodigy. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was left utterly perplexed. Was this meant to be a compliment? After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, and what of Li Qing's aptitude? Though Li Qing was currently an ordinary mortal, he was the first disciple of the Immortal Sect and pivotal to its reputation. Wang Feng needed to thoroughly understand his capabilities to devise a plan for Li Qing's enhancement. Otherwise, if the sect's eldest brother were to step out and appear weaker than disciples from other sects, how could the Immortal Sect command respect from the great sects of the world? Ding. To assess Li Qing's aptitude, it will require 100 sect points. Does the host wish to proceed? What a ripoff. 100 sect points just to investigate an ordinary person? Proceed. Despite the pinch in his wallet, Wang Feng resolutely replied. Ding. Disciple Li Qing ranks among the topmost prodigies. No way. Are you kidding me? That chubby fellow who can barely walk without gasping for breath is considered a top prodigy? Wang Feng was utterly incredulous, shock coursing through him, prompting an expletive to escape his lips. This system does not err. Disciple Li Qing possesses the mystical tortoise immortal body, though it has yet to be activated. Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback. The first disciple he had reluctantly accepted, whom he had merely intended to count among his ranks, turned out to be a hidden gem? What is the mystical tortoise immortal body? The mystical tortoise immortal body is a supreme special constitution in the world, endowed with absolute defense and eternal lifespan. When fully developed, the mystical tortoise immortal body ensures that as long as its bearer is not killed, they will remain ageless as the heavens grow old, enduring while all else withers. Their lifespan is boundless, and their defensive capabilities are formidable. Even amidst the collapse of the universe, they can roam freely. Gasp. The voice of the system caused Wang Feng to inhale sharply, his pupils widening in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Li Qing possessed such a terrifying constitution. Should he cultivate the mystical tortoise immortal body to completion, it would render him nearly immortal. The only drawback is the potential for death, but with such formidable defenses, safety is almost assured. While his offensive capabilities may not be as potent, his boundless lifespan allows him to overpower any adversary through sheer perseverance. System. What is the method to activate Li Qing's mystical tortoise immortal body? Wang Feng inquired, suppressing his excitement. He had resolved to cultivate Li Qing, and at this moment, he gazed at Li Qing, diligently sweeping the ground in the distance, filled with fervor. Endurance training. The straightforward voice echoed in Wang Feng's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. To activate the mystical tortoise immortal body, one must endure relentless external strikes, continuously stimulating the bloodline within to awaken it completely. With this explanation, Wang Feng couldn't help but smile. While it might be challenging to seek out an extraordinary treasure to activate Li Qing's body, enduring strikes, that was a simple task. Wang Feng had already devised a series of plans to activate Li Qing's constitution, such as having Ling Feiwu spar with him or utilizing him as a training dummy to hone his own strength. As long as he didn't accidentally kill Li Qing, given the latter's terrifying constitution, he would likely emerge unscathed, right? Li Qing, sweeping in front of the thatched cottage, tightened his clothing. For some reason, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Shuddering, he quickened his pace to alleviate the cold enveloping him. Excellent, excellent. Wang Feng glanced at Li Qing from afar, nodding in satisfaction. He had initially worried that Li Qing, as the sect's eldest brother, might not be able to bear the weight of the title. However, it seemed his concerns were unfounded. With Li Qing's formidable constitution, combined with his guidance, Wang Feng could already envision the tremendous upheaval Li Qing would create in the immortal realm. Just then, as Wang Feng reveled in his thoughts, the surrounding void began to tremble, causing him to furrow his brow and abruptly gaze toward the thatched cottage, his eyes lighting up. Though his knowledge of cultivation was limited, he was now a skilled practitioner in the resonance realm. How could he fail to perceive that the current anomaly was a result of what was transpiring? He had not anticipated that Yi Guqing, while aiding Ling Feiwu in her recovery, would also facilitate her breakthrough. At that moment, the entire thatched cottage became the epicenter, with the surrounding mystical energies converging furiously towards it, forming a swirling vortex of energy above. Startled, Li Qing, who had been sweeping nearby, rushed to Wang Feng's side in fear, exclaiming, "Sect Master, what is happening? Do not fret. Your fellow disciple Feiwu is breaking through and is currently in a state of ascension." Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt his fear dissipate. Yet, a glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes. Since joining the Immortal Sect, his junior sister had not only gained a peerless master in Elder Yi, but had also achieved a breakthrough, while he remained an ordinary mortal. This thought darkened Li Qing's expression. He feared that if this continued, he might lose his status as the sect's eldest brother. There is no need for despondency. Tomorrow, I shall instruct you in cultivation. Given time, surpassing your junior sister is not impossible, provided you can endure. Wang Feng regarded Li Qing with a knowing gaze, murmuring, "Thank you, Sect Master. Rest assured, Li Qing can endure." Hearing Wang Feng's words, Li Qing's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he quickly patted his chest in assurance. Observing Li Qing's spirited demeanor, Wang Feng smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for Li Qing's future performance. As Wang Feng conversed with Li Qing, a terrifying storm of mystical energy had already formed above the thatched cottage, shaking the surrounding void, a sign of the impending breakthrough to the mystic general realm. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of cultivation, Wang Feng was unaware that such tremors could readily be sensed by formidable practitioners during a breakthrough. While Wang Feng and Li Qing awaited Ling Feiwu's successful ascension, a flash of light suddenly flickered 500 miles away in the valley. A streak of luminous light descended upon a gentle hillside, revealing the imposing figure of a robust middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe. A mysterious pattern etched upon his face accentuated his fearsome visage. "Humph. I never anticipated that upon my awakening, I would be graced with a morsel of the profound general realm. It has been ages since I savored such delectable sustenance. I am truly eager." A sinister smile curled upon the lips of this middle-aged man, who had slumbered for centuries. Now, with a meal delivered right to his doorstep, fortune seemed to favor him splendidly. Let us await this individual's breakthrough. Then, the feast shall be truly exquisite. A mere profound general realm, to become my sustenance, is indeed an honor for you, he remarked with a faint smile, his blood-red eyes gazing toward the valley. Bang! As his words fell, the blood-robed man stamped his foot, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed toward the valley. The small hill beneath him erupted violently, showering debris in all directions. The blood-robed man, filled with exuberance, could hardly contain his eagerness to indulge in this enticing meal. As a grand demon, he felt no trepidation. Should that profound general dare to resist, he would surely demonstrate the might of a true demon. In the man's eyes, the soon-to-be breaking profound general was already a delectable dish, one that no one could snatch away from him. Those who dared to challenge him would only find themselves on the path to demise. He even relished the thought of someone attempting to obstruct him, for that would merely provide him with additional sustenance. Chapter 6. The Great Demon of Xianxia. While waiting for Ling Feiwu to achieve her breakthrough, Wang Feng was not idle. He quietly declared, "System, I wish to spend 1,000 sect points for a lottery draw." Initially, Ling Feiwu's defeat of Lin Yuan and the other 7 had earned him a total of 1,200 sect points. After spending 100 points to probe Li Qing's qualifications, he was left with 1,100 points, perfectly suited for the lottery. Now, as his immortal sect lay in a state of disarray, despite having the pinnacle power of Yi Guqing, relying solely on him was insufficient. Thus, he decided to take a chance on the lottery, hoping to acquire some treasures, or perhaps Yi Guqing's martial arts to bolster his own strength. Ding! The host has spent 1,000 sect points for a lottery draw. Congratulations, the host has received one random summoning opportunity. Upon hearing the cool voice echoing in his mind, Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, before a smile of delight spread across his face. What fortunate luck to have drawn a summoning opportunity. He promptly instructed, "System, utilize the summoning opportunity." Ding! Congratulations, the host has summoned the sword god, xianxiaaudiobooks. Would the host like to view xianxiaaudiobooks' attribute panel? View. The cool voice echoed again, sending a shiver of excitement through Wang Feng. He never imagined that he would summon xianxiaaudiobooks, the one true rival of Yi Guqing. If Yi Guqing was the immortal of swords, then xianxiaaudiobooks was the deity of swords. Both were utterly devoted to the sword, having reached a state of singularity with their craft. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the martial arts world, the swordsmanship qualifications of Yi Guqing and xianxiaaudiobooks would surely transcend their current limits. Wang Feng found himself eager to see how far these two sword immortals could ascend in this realm that allowed for unrestrained growth. Ding! xianxiaaudiobooks' attribute panel is as follows. Name: xianxiaaudiobooks cultivation. Mid-stage Xianhuang realm mystical technique. Hualing sword path, pinnacle royal grade. Mystical weapon, black sheath, pinnacle royal grade. Upon observing xianxiaaudiobooks' attribute panel, Wang Feng was taken aback. In his view, xianxiaaudiobooks was on par with Yi Guqing, if not slightly inferior. After all, during their fateful battle atop the Purple Forbidden City, Yi Guqing's celestial strike could have slain xianxiaaudiobooks. The reason xianxiaaudiobooks emerged victorious was that Yi Guqing had embraced the notion of death, entrusting his swordsmanship glory to xianxiaaudiobooks, which birthed the legend of the sword god vanquishing the sword immortal on that fateful night. Puzzled, Wang Feng inquired, "System, logically, Yi Guqing should be stronger than xianxiaaudiobooks, correct?" Ding! The xianxiaaudiobooks summoned this time is the embodiment of true swordsmanship mastery following the battle atop the Purple Forbidden City. After that confrontation, xianxiaaudiobooks' sword technique ascended to new heights, reaching a state where he has no sword in his heart. His very being is a sword. As long as he exists, all things in heaven and earth may serve as his sword. He has comprehended the true essence of the sword path, truly attaining the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Wang Feng suddenly understood. If that were the case, it was indeed justifiable. Excellent. Now, my immortal sect boasts a master of the Xianhuang realm. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. A master of the Xianhuang realm was an unparalleled entity within the entire Radiant Sun Empire, with few existing aside from the imperial family. Buzz. At that moment, the once tumultuous aura hovering above the thatched roof began to settle. The immense vortex of Xianqi surged violently into the thatched roof, and shortly thereafter, a profound general aura emanated from within. Sensing this aura, Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction. From the sheer essence, it was evident that Ling Feiwu's foundation was exceedingly robust. Ding! Congratulations, the sect disciple Ling Feiwu has broken through to the profound general realm. Reward, 1,000 sect points. What a boon. The voice in his mind intensified the smile on Wang Feng's face. At this moment of exhilaration, Yi Guqing appeared before Wang Feng alongside Ling Feiwu. The latter, brimming with excitement, approached Wang Feng and respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, sect master, for granting me this opportunity. Without you, without Yi Guqing, and without the Immortal Sect, I would have perished long ago. How could I have attained my current profound general realm cultivation? At this moment, I have wholeheartedly embraced the Immortal Sect as my family. I shall dedicate my life to its glory." having believed that her heart had perished with the fall of the Ling family. She was astonished to find that the Immortal Sect, its master, and her mentor had reignited her spirit, filling her future with hope. Follow Elder Yi closely. I hope you can elevate the name of our Immortal Sect. Wang Feng nodded approvingly at Ling Feiwu's demeanor. Yes, Sect Master. Guqing, shortly. An old friend of yours shall arrive. Wang Feng remarked with a knowing glance at Yi Guqing, speaking softly. Buzz. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the once proud glimmer in Yi Guqing's eyes ignited, his sword trembling in his hand, exuding a palpable battle intent. Humph. I initially thought there was only one profound general morsel. It appears there are a few more ants, which will do in a pinch. At that moment, an extremely arrogant and sinister voice echoed throughout the valley, causing Wang Feng's brow to furrow as he turned to investigate. Beside him, Yi Guqing stood firm, his sword held tightly, its tremor palpable. Before their eyes, a towering figure clad in a blood-red robe suddenly materialized above the valley, emanating an aura of brazen defiance. Even without any visible display of power, he still exerted immense pressure upon Wang Feng. He could sense an incredibly terrifying force residing within this man, as if, upon unleashing it, he could be reduced to mere pulp. This realization made Wang Feng apprehensive. System, probe this individual. Ding. To merely probe his cultivation requires 10 sect points. To investigate his complete origins will require 100 sect points. The cool voice echoed in Wang Feng's mind, causing him to hesitate briefly before resolutely declaring. Spend 100 sect points to investigate his complete origins. As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. The immense pressure from this individual left Wang Feng feeling apprehensive. He even doubted whether Yi Guqing could triumph over such a formidable foe. Therefore, it was prudent to gather comprehensive knowledge. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in his mind, revealing that this man was the infamous Xianxia demon, a malevolent force that had ravaged the Radiant Empire a millennium ago. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm. However, after a fierce battle with the Emperor of the Radiant Empire, he was defeated and severely wounded. Although he did not perish, he was sealed by the Emperor, and he had only just broken free, now possessing the strength of a peak marquis. The icy voice resonating in his mind caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down Wang Feng's brow. He had not anticipated encountering such a terrifying being. Fortunately, this demon was not at his zenith. Otherwise, even the likes of Shimin Chui Shui would struggle to withstand him. The pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm was indeed a figure at the apex of the hierarchy within the Radiant Empire. At this moment, while Wang Feng felt a tinge of anxiety, he remained composed. Although the peak marquis was powerful, Yi Guqing by his side could hold his own against him. Furthermore, with the imminent arrival of Shimin Chui Shui, subduing this demon would be more than sufficient. And Wang Feng relished the idea of delivering a crushing blow to a fallen foe. Who dares to trespass upon my divine immortal sect? Depart at once, or Elder Yi of the divine immortal sect shall ensure you find no grave. At that moment, Li Qing stepped forward, confronting the Xianxia demon with a fierce shout. He exuded an air of arrogance, even more so than the demon himself. Unbeknownst to him, the true power of the Xianxia demon was beyond his comprehension. He believed that since Yi Guqing had vanquished the previous 7 formidable opponents, this demon would be no different. Thus, he felt it was his moment to shine. After all, he was the eldest disciple of the divine immortal sect and could not allow his junior sister to steal the spotlight. Despite still being a mere mortal, he excelled at verbal sparring. However, what Li Qing did not realize was that as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Feng, the sect leader, was left utterly astonished. Wang Feng looked at Li Qing in disbelief, realizing that his first disciple possessed such audacity to berate a peak marquis with nothing but the flesh of a mere mortal. Even Yi Guqing cast a glance of surprise at Li Qing. Sensing the gazes of Wang Feng and Yi Guqing upon him, Li Qing felt a surge of pride. He interpreted their attention as recognition from the sect leader and Elder Yi. Emboldened, he shouted again, "You insignificant insect, daring to cause a ruckus in my divine immortal sect. You truly know not the meaning of life. Kneel and accept your demise." Remarkably, despite being a mere mortal, the momentum Li Qing exhibited was quite formidable. Brother, this man's aura is not inferior to our master. Ling Feiwu could no longer remain silent. She gently tugged at Li Qing's sleeve and whispered, having reached the Xinjiang realm. She may not have been able to discern the full extent of the Xianxia demon's power, but she could still make comparisons. She sensed that this demon was likely on par with her master. Her master was a peak marquis. Thus, this demon must at least be of the marquis realm, perhaps even at its pinnacle. Ling Feiwu could feel a distinct shift in Yi Guqing's aura since the demon's arrival, one that suggested he was facing a formidable adversary. What do you mean? Li Qing, bewildered, turned his head and asked in a low voice. This man is at least of the marquis realm. possibly even of the same caliber as our master. Upon hearing Ling Feiwu's words, Li Qing's legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall. Had Ling Feiwu not caught him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Oh no, did I just insult a being of at least the Marquis realm? Huh, the divine Immortal Sect? What pitiful sect is this? I have never even heard of it. However, you, little insect, are quite amusing. Though you are but an insect, your audacity is worth savoring. Despite being scolded by Li Qing, the Xianxia demon did not display anger. Instead, he regarded Li Qing with a mocking expression. After being sealed for so long, toying with an insignificant insect was a source of amusement for him. Wang Feng, I advise you to retreat. Breaking free from my seal was not easy. Do not provoke forces beyond your comprehension. Wang Feng disregarded Li Qing and narrowed his eyes at the Xianxia demon, speaking in a grave tone. Oh, you recognize me? The Xianxia demon's attention shifted to Wang Feng, a look of surprise crossing his face. He had not anticipated that, after being sealed for a millennium, someone would still know him. The Xianxia demon, who wreaked havoc upon the Radiant Empire a millennium ago. How could my sect remain unaware? Wang Feng replied with a slight smile, his demeanor exuding an ethereal grace that even caught the Xianxia demon's notice. As soon as Wang Feng's words fell, Ling Feiwu, who was holding Li Qing, trembled, her eyes filled with terror. She might not have been deeply familiar with the Xianxia demon's reputation, but she knew that within the Radiant Empire, no cultivator was ignorant of his name. A millennium ago, the Xianxia demon plunged the entire Radiant Empire into darkness. And had it not been for the Emperor's decisive intervention to seal him away, the Empire might not have survived. Ling Feiwu had not anticipated that this great demon had broken free from the Emperor's seal and appeared within their divine Immortal Sect. She glanced at Yi Guqing, a flicker of worry crossing her mind, uncertain if her master could withstand such a terrifying force. She knew well that the Xianxia demon was a being of the pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm, a whole realm above her master. Even if weakened by his seal, he was not to be trifled with by an ordinary marquis. Since you know of me, are you not afraid? The Xianxia demon's face twisted into a sinister smile, the demonic markings crossing his visage shimmering ominously, instilling a sense of dread. What do we have to fear? Should you dare to strike, we shall ensure you once more experience the sensation of being crushed. Wang Feng replied, grinning defiantly, his calm demeanor belying the audacious aura he exuded. Ha ha ha, laughable. An insect unaware of its own insignificance, daring to challenge the heavens. Let me show you what true power that rivals the heavens looks like. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the Xianxia demon let out a thunderous laugh, his chilling and eerie mirth resonating throughout the realm. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Wang Feng, his eyes flashing with ferocity, and from his towering frame erupted a terrifying might, akin to the awakening of a monstrous beast. Boom! The dreadful force unleashed by the Xianxia demon swept across the land in an instant, a violent tempest that shattered nearby trees and filled the atmosphere with dust and debris. A colossal pressure descended upon Wang Feng and the others. Just as the overwhelming force was about to engulf Wang Feng, Yi Guqing appeared before him in a flash. In that moment, a terrifying sword intent surged forth, as if it sought to cleave the very heavens, slicing through the Xianxia demon's oppressive might in twain. The razor-sharp sword energy caused the Xianxia demon's pupils to constrict in surprise. A peak marquis. Even the Xianxia demon was astonished. He had not expected that within this remote valley, a peak marquis was concealed. What he had assumed were mere insects turned out to be a lion in disguise. Moreover, the great demon Xianxia could distinctly sense that Yi Guqing was not merely an ordinary pinnacle royal realm powerhouse. The terrifying sword intent radiating from him was enough to send shivers down even his spine. Despite this, it would not deter the demon. Yet the strength of this insignificant little sect did indeed astonish him. Suppressing his internal turmoil, the great demon Xianxia glanced at Wang Feng and said with a mocking tone, after all, he was a formidable being at the peak of the Xianhuang realm. Even if his current cultivation was diminished to only the pinnacle of the royal realm, he would not fear Yi Guqing. Boom! As the words of the great demon Xianxia faded, a thick, inky mist erupted from his body, instantly forming into a colossal claw that lunged towards Yi Guqing. The terrifying claw blotted out the sun, casting a shadow over the entire valley, and the overwhelming pressure distorted the very fabric of the void in a visible manner. Although he sensed Yi Guqing's formidable strength, the great demon Xianxia still chose to test the waters. Only by truly understanding Yi Guqing's capabilities could he determine his attitude towards this small sect. At this moment, having just broken free from his seal, any excessive commotion might alert his sworn enemy, which would place him in an unfavorable situation. Buzz. Faced with the great demon Xianxia's fearsome claw, Yi Guqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and a surge of soaring sword intent erupted from his entire being. ethereal, yet exuding an unparalleled sharpness. He deftly drew his sword, and a flash of sword light sliced through the air like a comet, cleaving towards the massive claw. Its sharp brilliance tearing through the void and revealing slender fissures in space. Bang! Under the tense gazes of Ling Feiwu and Li Qing, the two formidable forces collided instantaneously, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that swept in all directions, reducing everything in the valley to rubble, even causing the mountain itself to crack. The only structure remaining intact was the thatched cottage built by Wang Feng, which, though seemingly ordinary, had been safeguarded by the protective enchantments of the Small World Sect, since Wang Feng had established the entrance to the sect's premises within it. Not even the battle of two pinnacle royal realm powerhouses could disturb it, let alone a stronger presence. However, the great demon Xianxia failed to notice these subtle details. His crimson eyes were fixed on the sword light, his heart shaken. In that instant, the sword light pierced through his attack and sped towards him. Although the power of the sword light had diminished after breaking through his strike, and it appeared almost non-existent by the time it reached him, it still left the great demon Xianxia astonished. That previous attack, while not his full strength, had at least constituted 80% of it. Such power would have been insurmountable for an ordinary pinnacle royal realm cultivator, even for one marginally stronger. Yet Yi Guqing had effortlessly shattered it, indicating that his prowess was likely unmatched beneath the Xianhuang realm. The great demon Xianxia had not anticipated that such a figure would be concealed within this small valley. After failing to land his attack, he withdrew his hand, his crimson gaze fixed intently on Yi Guqing as he spoke in a deep voice. While he still possessed stronger methods at his disposal, even the capability to slay Yi Guqing, he refrained from unleashing his full power. Should he do so, that old adversary would undoubtedly sense his emergence from the seal, leaving him with no choice but to flee. It was not worth risking such great danger over a few rations. Yi Guqing remained silent, standing with his sword embraced, exuding an unparalleled arrogance akin to a divine sword transcending the mortal realm, cold yet proud, its sharpness unmistakable. In contrast, Wang Feng, standing beside Yi Guqing, displayed a glimmer of determination in his eyes and whispered to Yi Guqing, asking if he could hold off the demon for a while. From the words of the great demon Xianxia, Wang Feng had discerned a hint of retreat in the demon's intent. Yet he did not wish to let the great demon Xianxia escape so easily. Now that they had engaged, they could only ensure his capture. He was unconcerned about the consequences for the divine Immortal Sect or himself. Rather, he feared that the disciples of the divine Immortal Sect would face retaliation during their future training excursions, and it was prudent to eliminate the threat entirely. As long as they could delay until Shimin Shui Shui arrived, with his cultivation and formidable combat prowess, subduing this demon would be a mere formality. Buzz. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Yi Guqing did not respond, yet the sword intent emanating from him grew increasingly fierce and terrifying. As if he had transformed into a divine sword, its brilliance overwhelming. Boom. Just as Yi Guqing prepared to confront the great demon Xianxia, a chilling sword intent suddenly manifested from the void, descending with such speed that, in the astonished gaze of the great demon Xianxia, it pierced through his body. At that moment, a figure clad in white robes, bearing an intricately designed black scabbard and long sword, abruptly appeared in the void. As this person materialized, the entire world became suffused with a profound sense of solitude. His fingers converged into a sword, a droplet of blood suspended at his fingertip with a gentle flick. The droplet seeped into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Following this motion, his face, pale as paper, was revealed, and his eyes reflected boundless loneliness. Upon his arrival, a surge of fierce battle intent erupted within Yi Guqing, causing his sword to tremble incessantly as he fixed his gaze upon the figure. In that moment, to Yi Guqing, the world around him faded away, leaving only that solitary figure in focus. Wait until you break through to the Xianhuang realm, and then we shall fight. The figure, sensing Yi Guqing's sword intent, revealed a glimmer of light in his previously desolate eyes as he spoke softly. Once his words fell, the tempestuous sword intent radiating from Yi Guqing immediately subsided. He cast a deep glance at the figure before falling into silence. I have met the sect master. Shimin has arrived late. The figure then moved gracefully, appearing before Wang Feng, nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 8. A Year-S Appointment. At this moment, Ling Feiwu, standing behind Wang Feng, gazed in shock at the figure before Wang Feng, her cherry-red lips slightly parted, her face etched with disbelief. A being who was at least a pinnacle royal realm cultivator, and at his peak, a powerhouse of the Xianhuang realm, had been so effortlessly pierced? What kind of divine sect had she inadvertently joined? The divine Immortal Sect truly lived up to its name. Amidst her overwhelming astonishment, Ling Feiwu's heart surged with excitement. She had unwittingly become part of a hidden, formidable sect, Wang Feng looked at xianxiaaudiobooks, who had appeared before him, and a smile broke across his face as he exclaimed, "Elder Shaman, your arrival is most fortuitous." Wang Feng himself had not anticipated xianxiaaudiobooks' might. He had barely registered the previous sword light, yet xianxiaaudiobooks was indeed the sword god. How could this be? How could a Xianhuang realm powerhouse appear in this place? Murmured the great demon Xianxia, clutching his chest wound in disbelief. At this moment, he no longer bore the arrogance he once had. The blood staining his chest rendered him a pitiful sight. The great demon Xianxia had initially deemed it extraordinary for a pinnacle royal realm cultivator to appear in this locale. Never did he expect a being of the Xianhuang realm, and one so powerful at that. The previous strike from xianxiaaudiobooks had left even him, a former pinnacle Xianhuang realm powerhouse, unable to react. Or perhaps he had sensed it, but was simply unable to withstand it. The great demon Xianxia felt that even at his peak, he might not have been able to overcome xianxiaaudiobooks had he unwittingly provoked an ancient, hidden sect. Otherwise, how could a formidable being of the celestial sovereign realm possibly emerge from the fringes of the starry mountain range? My sect offers you two choices. First, join our divine immortal sect. Second, allow Elder Shaman and Elder Yi to besiege you. Upon the appearance of xianxiaaudiobooks, Wang Feng immediately straightened his posture, casting a glance at the ever-fluctuating expression of the Xianxia great demon, and spoke with indifference. Wang Feng had always held disdain for the dichotomy of righteousness and malevolence in the cultivation world. There is no absolute good or absolute evil. Some individuals, who outwardly appear righteous, are often more malevolent than demons in secret, while others, who seem to embody malevolence, possess an unwavering conviction within. The Xianxia great demon, seemingly arrogant, behaved within the bounds of decorum, exhibiting no particularly transgressive conduct, though it could also be that he simply failed to perceive the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, Wang Feng remained unconcerned. Should this Xianxia great demon truly be the embodiment of wrath and malice, he could accumulate sect value from his recruitment into the divine immortal sect and eliminate him thereafter. If not, acquiring a former peak celestial sovereign as a formidable ally would be most advantageous. You are shameless. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the Xianxia great demon's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze burning with fury as he glared at Wang Feng, his crimson eyes fixated upon him, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him. The esteemed Xianxia great demon, who had once instilled fear across the entire Radiant Sun Empire a millennium ago, had never been forced into such a predicament. Even his perennial rival, the Emperor of the Radiant Sun Empire, had never possessed such capability. In that moment, the Xianxia great demon felt akin to a tiger fallen to the plains, beset by hounds, questioning when it had become acceptable to speak so brazenly about an ambush. Although the cultivation world operates on the principle of the strong preying on the weak, there are still certain unwritten rules, unless compelled by insurmountable force. The principles of cultivation are generally upheld. Yet, here stood Wang Feng, a sect leader, behaving in such an unprincipled manner. In response, Wang Feng merely smiled and remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the Xianxia great demon, exuding an air of unconcern. Flanking him on either side were two formidable sword gods, each emanating a distinct and piercing sword intent that resonated through the void, shaking the very core of the Xianxia great demon's being. Observing the ferocious sword energy unleashed by Wang Feng's companions, the Xianxia great demon trembled with rage, though he held a measure of caution towards Yi Gucheng. It was xianxiaaudiobooks who truly instilled fear within him. The sharpness of xianxiaaudiobooks' blade was unparalleled, its form elusive and intangible. Even he could not discern the origin of xianxiaaudiobooks' swordplay. The earlier thrust that pierced him had made it abundantly clear that xianxiaaudiobooks had achieved the state of a sword in hand, yet a sword in heart, where all things can become a sword, an understanding only attainable by those who have surpassed the celestial sovereign realm. This level of mastery, acquired while still at the peak of the celestial sovereign realm, rendered his combat prowess virtually invincible among his peers. Even at his zenith, the Xianxia great demon would have struggled to contend with xianxiaaudiobooks, let alone now. Should he be besieged by both xianxiaaudiobooks and Yi Gucheng, his demise would be inevitable, especially given that Yi Gucheng was no ordinary peak noble. Yet, the thought of simply acquiescing to join the divine immortal sect left him discontented, particularly under the duress imposed by Wang Feng. As the Xianxia great demon began to exude an aura of resolute defiance, Wang Feng's eyes flickered slightly, prompting him to speak once more. I understand your pride. So let us propose this. Join our divine immortal sect for 1 year. If, after 1 year, our sect has failed to earn your willing allegiance, you may depart at any time. At this juncture, Wang Feng's primary objective was to persuade the Xianxia great demon to join the divine immortal sect. thereby accruing sect value from recruiting a powerful entity. Secondly, he sought to ascertain whether the Xianxia Great Demon was indeed malevolent. If so, he would eliminate him. As for the one-year agreement, Wang Feng was indifferent. Should the Xianxia Great Demon prove to be genuinely wicked, he would not last a year, and if not, Wang Feng was confident in his ability to make the Xianxia Great Demon willingly remain within the sect over the course of a year. After all, he was a man endowed with a system. Upon hearing Wang Feng's proposal, the Xianxia Great Demon felt the resolve within him weighing, his expression shifting as he contemplated the situation. While Shimen Shui was indeed formidable, he had once stood at the peak of the celestial sovereign realm. If he were to unleash his full potential, the possibility of injuring himself and escaping was still considerable. However, even if he managed to evade death at the hands of Shimen Shui, he would undoubtedly be sensed by his old rival, and in his weakened state, he would be unable to withstand the wrath of that adversary, leading to an even grimmer fate than joining the divine Immortal Sect. Moreover, the prospect of merely committing to a year seemed somewhat palatable. It would provide him a sanctuary to recuperate and regain his former strength. Having stated my terms, if you remain unwilling, then let us fight. Wang Feng cast a sidelong glance at the Xianxia Great Demon and declared coolly. As Wang Feng's words fell, an explosive aura radiated from Yi Gucheng and Shimen Shui, their swords quivering as though eager to be drawn and taste blood. Upon hearing Wang Feng's ultimatum and sensing the terrifying sword intent from Shimen Shui and his companion, the Xianxia Great Demon gritted his teeth, seemingly intent on crushing the indignation within him, before turning to Wang Feng with a resigned expression. This demon agrees to join your divine Immortal Sect for 1 year. Just 1 year was a concession he could accept. However, regarding Wang Feng's assertion that the sect would make him willingly stay, the Xianxia Great Demon scoffed at the notion. What a farce. He, the illustrious Xianxia Great Demon, a peak celestial sovereign, a being who had once struck terror into the hearts of all within the Radiant Sun Empire. How could he lack such ambition? Very well, having joined our divine Immortal Sect, you shall comply with any directives I issue during this year, provided they fall within your capabilities. Of course, should your old rival detect your presence, our sect can assist in shielding you during this year. Wang Feng replied with satisfaction upon hearing the Xianxia Great Demon's acceptance, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the demon, speaking in a firm tone. The Xianxia Great Demon nodded. This arrangement felt akin to a transaction, one he could accept. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting the Great Demon Xianxia. You have earned 10,000 sect value and 1 random summoning opportunity. At that moment, the cool voice echoing in Wang Feng's mind caused him to shudder, a look of delight illuminating his face. He had not anticipated such a generous reward for recruiting the Xianxia Great Demon. It seemed that, moving forward, he should seek to recruit powerful beings whenever possible. Of course, Wang Feng understood that the system evaluated the qualifications for recruitment, not merely cultivation level. At present, the Xianxia Great Demon was at the peak of the noble realm. Yet his previous status as a peak celestial sovereign endowed him with insights and capabilities far surpassing those of the average noble. The combat prowess he possessed was not something an ordinary noble could rival. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Feng temporarily set aside thoughts of the reward and turned his gaze to the Xianxia Great Demon, asking nonchalantly, "What did you mean by your earlier mention of rations?" Now that the rewards had been secured, it was time to clarify matters. If this demon truly posed a threat to humankind, then Wang Feng would ensure that today he would eliminate a demon. Ahem, this is merely a peculiar habit of mine. It's just a form of verbal intimidation, nothing more. Though I may be a demon, I have yet to descend into madness to that extent. Besides, with my qualifications, I have no need to cultivate such dark arts. The Xianxia Great Demon replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he spoke softly. System, is what Xianxia said true? Wang Feng, naturally, could not take the Xianxia Great Demon at his word, and thus discreetly inquired of the system. Indeed, the cool voice resonating in his mind caused Wang Feng's lips to twitch. He cast a bemused glance at the Xianxia Great Demon, pondering, for heaven's sake, you are a dignified great demon, once a peak celestial sovereign. Yet you require engaging in intimidation to satiate your own whims? What kind of audacity must one possess to commit such acts? Sensing Wang Feng's peculiar gaze, Xianxia endeavored to maintain his composure, striving to uphold his identity as a great demon. Were it not for the fear that Wang Feng might take umbrage at the matter of sustenance and eliminate him on the spot, he would resolutely refuse to divulge the truth. Meanwhile, as Wang Feng engaged in conversation with the great demon Xianxia, Ling Feiwu and Li Qing stood behind him, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed upon Wang Feng. With just a few words, he had managed to persuade a being of the royal realm like Xianxia to join the Immortal Sect. What sorcery was this? At that moment, In the hearts of Ling Feiwu and Li Qing, Wang Feng's figure loomed larger than life. They even believed him to be the true powerhouse of the sect. Chapter 9. The Unparalleled Beauty of the World. After a brief understanding of the great demon Xianxia, Wang Feng did not intend to delve any deeper. Excess can be as detrimental as deficiency, and after all, there remained a year. A year may seem brief, yet it can stretch infinitely. Should Xianxia genuinely harbor malevolence, it would soon come to light. Wang Feng harbored no concerns about subduing Xianxia, even if the great demon were to regain his peak strength within that year. Wang Feng was confident it would only serve to fortify the Immortal Sect further. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Wang Feng declared, "Let us depart." To where? Sectmaster? Ling Feiwu and Li Qing inquired in unison, perplexed, as the only structure in sight was the humble thatched cottage before them. "I shall take you to the true residence of my Immortal Sect," Wang Feng replied, casting a proud glance at Li Qing and Ling Feiwu. "My Immortal Sect is hardly a meager establishment, it merely prefers to remain low-key." At his words, both Li Qing and Ling Feiwu were immediately filled with astonishment, their eyes alight with anticipation. Were they finally to witness the true splendor of the Immortal Sect? Xianxia, too, felt a sense of expectation rising within him. Indeed, he had inadvertently entangled himself with an ancient and reclusive sect. After all, how could such a humble cottage be the abode of both Xian Huang and Royal Realm powerhouses? With that, Wang Feng led the group into the thatched cottage, which was soon filled to capacity. Ling Feiwu, Li Qing, and the great demon Xianxia all gazed at Wang Feng with eager anticipation. Open. Under the expectant gazes of the three, Wang Feng's expression grew serious as he bellowed, producing a purple gold token adorned with an intricate array of mysterious symbols. The front bore the inscription Immortal, while the back displayed the words Sect Master S token. Buzz. As the token materialized, the air within the cottage trembled violently. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the three, a spatial gateway manifested within the thatched cottage. What manner of sect was the Immortal Sect? Its residence lay within a secret realm. Upon witnessing the spatial gateway, a look of shock spread across Xianxia's face as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. A secret realm, indeed. To establish a sect's residence within such a domain spoke of an immensely formidable hidden power. Secret realms were exceedingly rare in the Xianlan continent, accessible only to those of the Xian Emperor realm and above. The emergence of a secret realm always heralded chaos, for they often contained treasures or legacies left behind by Xian Emperor powerhouses. This could incite madness among any cultivator. Yet Xianxia had not anticipated that the Immortal Sect had outright claimed a secret realm for itself. This implied that the Immortal Sect was founded by at least Xian Emperor realm cultivators and possessed legacies from the same. In that moment, Xianxia's heart raced. He suddenly perceived his joining the Immortal Sect not as a humiliation, but rather as an opportunity. The legacy of a Xian Emperor realm powerhouse, if he could obtain it. Then as the spatial gateway opened, Wang Feng stepped through first, followed closely by Yi Guqing and Shimin Shueishui. The three, still in shock, quickly followed suit. Upon entering the spatial gateway, Wang Feng felt the landscape shift, and he and Yi Guqing soon found themselves standing on a vast plain. Wang Feng raised his gaze and was immediately struck with awe. The three behind him, Xianxia included, were equally dumbfounded. Before them, standing several dozen meters away, was an imposing stone gate, towering hundreds of meters high, adorned with swirling clouds and inscribed with the three characters Immortal Sect in purple gold, magnificent and imposing. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Beyond the stone gate lay a series of white jade steps, suspended in the air, each step rising higher than the last. Following the steps, one could see a magnificent palace complex hidden amidst the clouds, breathtakingly splendid. At first glance, it resembled an abode of celestial beings, and a mere glance was sufficient to leave one utterly astounded. Standing beneath the stone gate, even the once-peak Xian Huang great demon felt like an ant, gazing at the Immortal Sect's residence, which resembled a fairyland, and he could not help but exclaim, "The Immortal Sect, the name is truly fitting." Among those present, only Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui remained unfazed. In their eyes, which were solely focused on the sword, everything else was mere illusion. After a brief moment, Wang Feng furrowed his brow. Though the sect's residence appeared immensely splendid, he sensed something was amiss. Ah, yes, it was the xianxi. It lacked xianxi, logically. The xianxi in this small world should be denser than that of the outside realm. However, Wang Feng felt that the xianxi within this sect's residence was exceedingly sparse, even less concentrated than that found in ordinary places outside. System. What is the matter with the xianxi concentration within this small world sect residence? Wang Feng inquired, frowning. As cultivators primarily relied on absorbing xianxi to strengthen themselves, The concentration of xianxia was of paramount importance. If the concentration in this small world sect residence was so low, how could he rapidly develop the Immortal Sect? Ding! The voice of the system echoed in his mind. This small world sect residence was created by the system and does not contain Xian veins. In the Xianlan continent, secret realms are typically established by Xian Emperor realm powerhouses, who usually seize Xian veins to enhance the xianxia concentration within their created secret realms. If the host wishes to increase the xianxia concentration of the sect residence, they may do so after breaking through to the Xian Emperor realm by capturing Xian veins or obtaining them through lottery draws to infuse into the sect residence. The cold voice resonating in his mind made Wang Feng roll his eyes in exasperation. Given his current state, breaking through to the Xian Emperor realm was no simple task. This meant he would have to rely on constant lottery draws to acquire Xian veins and enhance the xianxia concentration of the sect residence. Damn it! This system is relentless in squeezing out the sect's resources, one pitfall after another, treating me like a mere puppet. Wang Feng shook his head, momentarily setting aside the issue of xianxia concentration in the sect residence. He could only hope for fortuitous luck in the upcoming lottery draws to acquire Xian veins. Xian veins, born of the natural evolution of heaven and earth, embody the essence of xianxia, containing boundless xianxia. Once integrated into a location, they could significantly amplify the xianxia concentration there. Thus, in the Xianlan continent, the more powerful the sect, the more and higher quality Xian veins it possessed. Xian veins are the very foundation of a sect. With that, Wang Feng led the group forward, slowly ascending the white jade steps toward the sect's residence. As they stepped upon the white jade stairs, Ling Feiwu and Li Qing were filled with excitement, their expressions solemn, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Even the formidable demon Xianxia felt a sense of restraint as he ascended the pristine white jade steps, as if he were approaching a realm inhabited by immortals. The higher he climbed, the more he sensed an invisible pressure that compelled even this capricious demon to temper his demeanor. Moments later, a grand hall loomed before Wang Feng and his companions, soaring nearly 1,000 meters into the sky, entirely constructed from white jade. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings of unknown divine beasts, evoking an immediate sense of reverence upon mere glance. Surrounding this magnificent palace were various pavilions, standing tall yet not quite as awe-inspiring as the hall itself, yet they too exuded an air of ancient mystery. You may choose any of those pavilions for your residence. After settling in, feel free to explore our sect's domain, but do refrain from trespassing into restricted areas. Wang Feng gestured toward the pavilions, addressing Xianxia and the others. At this moment, with the sect comprising so few members, the vast space allowed for a sense of ease, but once the sect flourished, regulations would undoubtedly be enforced. Yes, Sect Master. Xianxia, along with Ling Feiwu and Li Qing, promptly bowed in response. After witnessing the formidable presence of the Immortal Sect, Xianxia had transitioned from initial reluctance to gradually accepting, albeit subconsciously, his integration into this esteemed sect. The very sight of this residence made it evident that it had been constructed by an exceedingly powerful entity. How could Xianxia dare to entertain other thoughts? Subsequently, Wang Feng strode directly toward the colossal palace. Upon entering, Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui vanished in a flash, reappearing within the two closest pavilions, one on each side, forming a protective circle around the great hall where Wang Feng resided. Xianxia and the others, filled with excitement, began selecting their own pavilions. As Wang Feng pushed open the grand doors of the hall, an ancient and profound aura enveloped him. He surveyed the interior and spotted an exquisite throne at the highest point, accompanied by 20 chairs arranged in 2 rows of 10. Despite their substantial size, these chairs occupied less than 1/10 of the hall's vast space. Wang Feng stepped forward to take his place upon the resplendent throne, surveying the magnificent hall with burgeoning ambition, envisioning a day when it would be filled with powerful beings of the Xian Emperor realm. System, activate the random summoning opportunity. Wang Feng silently commanded. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the master of Yihua Palace, Yao Yu. Would you like to view her attributes? A cool voice resonated in Wang Feng's mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He had not anticipated summoning such an otherworldly beauty, a being described as both divine and ghostly. Wang Feng recalled a man's evaluation of Yao Yu. She is a goddess. A specter, but certainly not human. Though he understood that characters summoned from the system posed no threat to him, he felt a twinge of trepidation before Yao Yu. Chapter 10, Senior Brother, I Apologize. Overall, Wang Feng was quite pleased with the summoning of Yao Yu. As his Immortal Sect continued to grow, effective management would become crucial, and Yao Yu's capability in overseeing the vast Yihua Palace was beyond question. Though her demeanor was cold and aloof, Wang Feng was confident that with the system's constraints, he could still maintain control over her. View Yao Yu's attributes. Wang Feng commanded without hesitation. Yao Yu's attributes are as follows. Name, Yao Yu. Title, the world's first beauty. Master of Yihua Palace cultivation level. Early Xian Emperor realm Xian techniques. Mingyu skill, Yihua Ju, peak royal grade. Xian weapon, bloodlight illuminating the canvas, peak royal grade. Upon examining Yao Yu's attributes, Wang Feng felt a jolt of realization. She was indeed the foremost female expert of her time, undeniably powerful. Most importantly, he recognized that the combat strength of characters summoned from the system could not simply be gauged by their cultivation level. Both Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui possessed battle prowess that far surpassed their cultivation realms, and Yao Yu was likely no exception. Just as Wang Feng pondered this, the air within the hall suddenly quivered, and a figure clad in white descended gracefully from the void. Her garments billowed as if caught in the wind. She was dressed in snow-white attire, her long hair cascading like clouds, and her elegance resembled that of an ethereal fairy. Upon witnessing her visage, Wang Feng was momentarily struck dumb, rendered speechless by Yao Yu's beauty, which seemed to possess an innate, captivating allure. Greetings, Sect Master. A melodic and ethereal voice resonated throughout the hall as Yao Yu bowed her head in deference. Wang Feng felt a surge of pride swell within him at this moment. There is no need for excessive formality. You shall serve beside me from now on. Wang Feng replied, nodding at Yao Yu. Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui were infatuated with their swords, and their blood-soaked paths rendered them unsuitable companions for Wang Feng. While Xianxia seemed a fitting ally, Wang Feng was still wary. His slight frame was no match for the might of the demon Xianxia. Yes, Sect Master. Yao Yu responded respectfully, her expression remaining as cold and unyielding as ever. Listening to Yao Yu's voice, Wang Feng felt a mix of admiration and introspection. Her tone was devoid of warmth, yet possessed a gentle beauty. Had she not been so frigid, so unrelenting, her captivating presence and enchanting voice would surely draw the attention of countless men. However, if she were to lose that edge, she would no longer be Yao Yu. You may retire for now. When I need to venture out, you shall accompany me, Wang Feng instructed, though he found her beauty chilling. Understood. Yao Yu replied with a respectful bow before vanishing without a trace. As he watched her depart, Wang Feng settled into contemplation, beginning to probe his own cultivation and familiarize himself with the powers within him. Meanwhile, upon exiting the main hall, Yao Yu casually selected a pavilion for her residence, just as Xianxia emerged from a nearby pavilion. How peculiar. Is this Immortal Sect truly an ancient hidden sect? Why are there only a handful of powerful beings? Where are the others? By rights, an ancient hidden sect should not consist of so few individuals, Xianxia murmured, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Wang Feng had allowed them to choose their own pavilions, and Xianxia took full advantage, ostensibly selecting a dwelling while actually probing the depths of the Immortal Sect. To his surprise, he found all the pavilions eerily vacant, with even some halls echoing emptiness. If the Immortal Sect were indeed a hidden sect, it could not possibly host such a small number of members. Either the sect was merely a facade with only these few individuals, or the remaining powerful figures were still in slumber, yet to awaken fully. Xianxia possessed a modicum of understanding regarding hidden sects. Typically, true hidden sects would seclude themselves, with their members entering deep slumber to conserve their lifespans, awaiting the arrival of a glorious era to awaken. Those that merely appeared hidden while still active within the continent could hardly be considered true hidden sections. In Xuancha's eyes, the Immortal Sect indeed felt like a genuine hidden sect, leading him to lean toward the latter possibility, as it imparted an extraordinary impression upon him. As he pondered, the great demon Xianxia made his way towards the loft where Yao Yu resided. With his head bowed in contemplation, he gradually approached the loft, presuming it to be devoid of occupants, just like the previous one. Without a second thought, he intended to push open the door and enter. Boom. Just as Xuancha's hand brushed against the door of the loft, a terrifying aura erupted from within, causing the door to swing open of its own accord. Following this, a radiant handprint surged forth, striking towards him with relentless ferocity, eliciting a look of sheer terror in Xuancha's eyes. Bang! Caught completely off guard, Xianxia was violently hurled backward by the dreadful handprint, crashing onto the distant floor, which shattered into countless fragments, sending tremors through the earth. Dare to intrude again, and you shall perish. A chilling, ethereal voice echoed from the loft, resonating ominously in Xuancha's ears, before the loft door closed automatically, restoring an eerie calmness as if nothing had transpired. Puff! Another formidable being at the Xianhuang realm? Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen. Yet, at that moment, he paid no heed to his own injuries, staring aghast at the loft, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. The doubts he harbored were obliterated in an instant. It seemed that, as he suspected, The powers of the Immortal Sect were in a deep slumber, yet to awaken fully. This particular being had likely just been disturbed from their rest. Realizing this, cold sweat broke out on Xianxia's forehead. He felt that his previous explorations of those lofts were akin to courting death. At this moment, he harbored a genuine reverence for the Immortal Sect. With Xianhuang realm experts appearing so frequently, it was indeed prudent for him to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, should he rouse an even stronger entity, he feared he might not even comprehend the manner of his demise. In such a brief span, the Immortal Sect had unveiled 2 Xianhuang realm experts. The notion that there were Xuanzuan realm powers surpassing Xianhuang within the sect was now entirely credible to Xianxia. He gazed at his own grievously injured form, a bitter smile crossing his face. At this moment, he bore a sword wound on his left side and a handprint on his right. Here was the illustrious great demon Xianxia, who had been unceremoniously crushed to the ground upon his emergence. How utterly humiliating. The key was that he dared not retaliate. He could only sulk in a small corner, tending to his wounds in silence. With such thoughts, Xianxia's spirits plummeted, and he no longer dared to investigate the lofts, instead opting for a vacant one to take refuge in. The following day, within the main hall of the Immortal Sect, Wang Feng summoned Ling Feiwu. Speaking with an air of significance, Feiwu, having just breached the Xinjiang realm, your cultivation has yet to solidify, correct? Indeed, Sect Master. However, my master has devised a comprehensive plan for me to consolidate my cultivation. Ling Feiwu replied, her gaze filled with admiration for Wang Feng. Very well. But the reason I have summoned you is to entrust you with a task. Wang Feng nodded, his mind momentarily astonished, as it appeared that Yi Guqing genuinely wished to take Ling Feiwu as a disciple. The typically aloof and proud Yi Guqing was surprisingly devoted to her. Please, Sect Master, I am at your service. Ling Feiwu responded earnestly, her expression turning serious. It is not so grave. I wish for you to assist your senior brother Li Qing in his training. Wang Feng gestured dismissively. Excuse me, Sect Master? How can I, still merely at the Xinjiang realm, instruct senior brother Li Qing in his cultivation? Ling Feiwu inquired, bewildered. I desire for you to engage in sparring with Li Qing, ideally. You should incapacitate him without killing him. Any means will suffice, as long as he remains alive. Initially, Ling Feiwu was inclined to agree, but the more she listened, the more it felt amiss. A chill ran through her entire being. Was the Sect Master truly so harsh with his disciples? Did he possess a tendency towards cruelty? Observing the tremors coursing through Ling Feiwu's form, her face pale, Wang Feng realized she had misconstrued his words and quickly clarified. Though your senior brother Li Qing is an ordinary person, his physique is extraordinary. It simply remains dormant. Once awakened, it shall astonish the world. To activate your senior brother's physique, external stimulation is essential. Upon hearing Wang Feng's explanation, Ling Feiwu nodded in understanding, though she remained somewhat skeptical. What manner of physique required torment to awaken? If you doubt it, you may attempt it yourself. As long as you do not kill your senior brother Li Qing, even severe injuries will not hinder him from bouncing back to life. Yes, Sect Master, I shall assist senior brother Li Qing. Without further hesitation, Ling Feiwu respectfully bowed to Wang Feng and exited the hall in search of Li Qing. She held an unwavering trust in Wang Feng's words. However, the situation was peculiar. Thus, she resolved to test it first. If it transpired as the Sect Master claimed, she, as his junior sister, would surely exert every effort to help Li Qing awaken his physique. Watching Ling Feiwu's departing figure, Wang Feng's gaze flickered with depth as he murmured, Li Qing, I hope you can withstand this. Only upon activating the Turtle Spirit Xian Immortal Physique will you be worthy of securing the position of the Immortal Sect's eldest senior brother. What brings you here, Feiwu? Li Qing, in his loft, looked at Ling Feiwu with a puzzled expression. Senior brother, I must apologize. Without answering his question, Ling Feiwu clasped her hands together and spoke softly. Then, with a surge of profound energy, her delicate hands shot out towards Li Qing with great force. Chapter 11, Lingyun Sect. Caught entirely off guard by Ling Feiwu's strike, Li Qing had no time to react. Even if he had, he would have been unable to withstand it. He was sent flying, crashing to the ground, causing the entire loft to tremble. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staring incredulously at Ling Feiwu. Junior sister Yu. Li Qing could hardly believe that Ling Feiwu would attack him. Did she covet the position of eldest senior brother? Was she attempting to eliminate him to seize his place? Unbeknownst to him, Ling Feiwu was even more shaken. She did not respond to Li Qing, but murmured, the Sect Master did not deceive me. Senior brother truly possesses an incredible physique. Though Ling Feiwu had not dared to unleash her full strength, she had exerted 1/10 of her power. Now a Xinjiang realm expert, even 1/10 of her strength was sufficient to easily slay a mere mortal. Under her careful control, it was enough to incapacitate him without causing severe harm. Yet Li Qing, merely spitting blood, staggered back to his feet. Although injured, he was not gravely wounded. "Senior brother, this is for your own good." Ling Feiwu observed Li Qing's expression of indignation and sorrow, a playful smile flickering across her face as she winked. "You strike me, and it's for my own good? Junior sister, you must not realize that the plump are quite astute. Your demeanor clearly suggests that you covet the position of eldest senior brother, intending to eliminate me." Li Qing regarded Ling Feiwu with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty, contemplating how to navigate the current predicament. Absent recourse to the sect master, he found no other option. Yet, as an ordinary person, how could he escape from his junior sister's grasp? "Senior brother, the sect master says you possess an unparalleled physique and wishes for us to spar. As long as you do not die, any level of injury is acceptable." Seeing Li Qing still filled with doubt, Ling Feiwu hastily reassured him. "Unparalleled physique? How could I, Li Qing, be unaware of such a thing? Have I offended the sect master in some way?" Li Qing glanced at Ling Feiwu, speaking cautiously. "You truly possess an unparalleled physique." Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Ling Feiwu found herself in a state of bemusement, her expression shifting to one of utmost seriousness as she addressed him. "Is it truly so?" "Absolutely, without a doubt. Could it be that I am indeed a prodigious genius?" Observing the intense sincerity in Ling Feiwu's demeanor, Li Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue, silently pondering. "Then why do I remain an ordinary mortal? Shouldn't a prodigious genius cultivate as effortlessly as one drinks water?" "Because your physique has yet to be activated," she replied. "How does one activate it?" "By being struck." If it were not for Ling Feiwu's grave expression, Li Qing might have suspected she was jesting or perhaps seeking a legitimate excuse to strike him. Indeed, was the junior sister still coveting the position of the senior brother? Bang! As Li Qing contemplated these matters, Ling Feiwu, undeterred by his musings, swiftly moved with grace, appearing before him in an instant, and struck down with her palm. Li Qing was once again sent flying, crashing onto the distant ground. "Junior sister, would it not be better to summon the sect master?" Li Qing felt that if this continued, he might very well be beaten to death by his junior sister. "The sect master fears that an accidental strike might end your life. Hence I have come to refine you first." Ling Feiwu replied playfully, her voice soft and melodic. Ignoring the surging energy in her hands, her sweet smile and gentle tone were enough to captivate Li Qing. "Ah, junior sister, be gentle, have mercy. Please cease the assault." A cacophony of wails erupted from the loft where Li Qing resided, enough to bring tears to the eyes of listeners and stir their hearts. Coincidentally, Wang Feng, who had arrived at Li Qing's loft to assess whether Ling Feiwu was putting forth her utmost effort, wore a satisfied smile upon hearing this lamentation. With such a devoted junior sister assisting him, Li Qing would undoubtedly activate his physique and achieve the status of an unparalleled genius. Content: Wang Feng turned back towards his own masteress hall. Less than 1,000 miles from the valley where the Immortal Sect resided, stood the towering Lingxiao Peak. Atop Lingxiao Peak lay a cluster of distinct palaces, and anyone who set foot there would surely exclaim in awe at the celestial ambience. This cluster of palaces was the esteemed abode of the Lingyun sect, renowned throughout the surrounding starry mountain range. Though it may not be widely recognized across the entire Radiant Sun Empire, within the vicinity of the Starry Mountains, it was a prominent and formidable sect. At this moment, Chen Feng, the sect master of Lingyun sect, who had reached the realm of manifestation, sat sternly upon the throne, gazing intently at the multitude of elders gathered below. "Sect master, the demon sealing conference is about to commence, yet Xianxian has yet to break through to the Xian general realm. This time, it seems our Lingyun sect will be unable to enter the demon sealing rankings." The Grand Elder Qiu Wanfeng stated gravely, his voice echoing throughout the Grand Hall. Upon hearing Qiu Wanfeng's words, the faces of the Lingyun sect elders turned solemn. "The Demon Sealing Conference is of utmost importance. Our Lingyun sect must contend for a position. The Demon Sealing rankings are crucial for admission to the Radiant Sun Academy. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity." Chen Feng surveyed the elders and spoke with conviction. However, this time, the decree states that only the younger generation of disciples may participate, which is a departure from the norm. Within our Lingyun sect, aside from Xianxian, who has reached the pinnacle of the spirit connection realm, there are no other disciples of comparable strength to contend with the prodigies of other sects, Qiu Wanfeng remarked, anxiety flickering across his face. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Lingyun sect elders, including Chen Feng, grew grave, their eyes reflecting a weighty concern. Xianxian, the son of Chen Feng, had reached the pinnacle of the spirit connection realm at the tender age of 19. Making him the foremost among the younger generation of Lingyun sect. While he appeared remarkably gifted, he could hardly be regarded as a top-tier prodigy within the vast landscape of the Radiant Sun Empire. "Have there been any recent occurrences in the vicinity of the Starry Mountain Range?" Chen Feng inquired, his brow furrowing as he sought a potential solution. The Ling family of Yaofeng City was annihilated by the Longlin Marquis estate, and the young lady of the Ling family fled to the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range, pursued by the young Marquis of the Longlin estate. The outcome remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, Grand Elder Qiu Wanfeng's expression shifted. The affairs of the Ling family involve high-level power struggles within the Radiant Sun Empire, which are beyond our reach. As for the young lady of the Ling family, she is akin to a plague. Whoever engages with her invites misfortune. Our Lingyun sect must not become entangled with her. Chun Feng's eyes narrowed as he solemnly stated. Every marquis within the Radiant Sun Empire is at least a formidable figure of the King Realm, far beyond what our ordinary sect can provoke. A King Realm expert could easily obliterate our Lingyun sect. Indeed, I understand, Qiu Wanfeng responded. When the young lady of the Ling family fled to the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range, I had instructed the disciples of Lingyun's sect to investigate. However, upon the appearance of the young Marquis of the Longlin estate, I withdrew our disciples to avoid provoking him. Well done. Though the young Marquis is a bit of a wastrel, he is favored by the Longlin Marquis. His temperament is unpredictable, and once provoked, it is like being gnawed at by a bone-eating worm, impossible to escape. Chen Feng nodded and replied, aside from this, are there any other matters? There is one peculiar incident. Oh, pray elaborate. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he focused intently on Qiu Wanfeng. Within a small valley less than 1,000 miles from our Lingyun sect, a presence of the Xian general realm was detected yesterday. According to the sect's disciples who investigated, this aura may have recently emerged from a breakthrough. Qiu Wanfeng spoke hastily. Could it be that a young wandering cultivator has obtained an opportunity in the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range, thus breaking through to the Xian general realm? Chun Feng's body quivered, his eyes shining with excitement as he spoke. Aside from wandering cultivators, it is virtually unheard of for disciples from major sects to break through in the wild. After all, reaching the Xian general realm is critical. One misstep, and they risk being interrupted, losing their chance at advancement. Thus, any disciple from a major sect, upon sensing an impending breakthrough, would invariably return to their sect for protection, ensuring their breakthrough is uninterrupted. Unfortunately, the disciple at that time did not dare to approach and investigate closely. They only sensed the aura from a distance. Grand Elder Qiu Wanfeng shook his head and replied, such a talent appearing within the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range presents an opportunity for our Lingyun sect. Given Chun Xian's aptitude, even with our full support, he is unlikely to break through to the Xian general realm in a short time. Perhaps we could have this unknown genius represent our Lingyun sect at the Demon Sealing Conference, thereby securing a position for us. Suddenly, Chen Feng rose, his eyes sparkling with determination, his voice resonating with fervor. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the elders of Lingyun's sect also experienced a jolt of excitement, their eyes alight with hope. Sectmaster, this plan is feasible. Indeed, while the young generation of Xian general realm may not be top-tier prodigies, they still stand a chance at securing a place in the Demon Sealing rankings. Exactly, it is a fortuitous opportunity for our Lingyun sect. The elders present engaged in animated discussion, as if the young individual who had broken through to the Xian general realm was already among their own disciples. Sectmaster, what if that individual already belongs to a sect? Grand Elder Qiu Wanfeng, however, was not as optimistic as the other elders, his expression serious as he inquired. If they belong to a major sect, then that is that. If they are from a minor sect, we shall bring them back and then annihilate their sect, ensuring they remain with our Lingyun sect. Upon hearing Grand Elder Qiu Wanfeng's words, a fierce glint flashed in Chun Feng's eyes as he solemnly stated, in this ruthless cultivation world, one must be resolute to establish oneself. Indeed, Grand Elder Qiu Wanfeng clasped his hands respectfully, his demeanor devoid of discomfort, embodying an air of inevitability. Such occurrences are exceedingly common in the realm of Xianlan. At times, the emergence of prodigious disciples from minor sects is not a boon, but rather a harbinger of calamity. You shall personally handle this matter. Chen Feng cast a sidelong glance at Qiu Wanfeng, his eyes narrowing slightly as he issued his directive. Chapter 12. Our sect, the most resplendent of the Immortal Sect. System, expend 10,000 sect points for 10 draws. Within the main hall of the Immortal Sect, Wang Feng sat upon the throne of the sect master, contemplating inwardly. At present, he possessed over 11,000 sect points, intending to reserve a little over 1,000 while utilizing 10,000 points to fortify the sect's power. Ding. Congratulations, host, for drawing 1/10 of Yao Yu's cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Yi Guqing's self-created sword technique, Heavenly Flight. Ding. Congratulations, host, for drawing 1/5 of Shimin Chui Shue's cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Shimin Chui Shue's profound technique, Radiant Sword Art. Ding. Congratulations, host, for drawing 2/10 of Yao Yu's cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Yao Yu's profound technique, Ming Yu skill. Immediately following Wang Feng's words, the system's cold voice resonated continuously in his mind, further amplifying the smile upon his face. Among the 10 draws, aside from the second, fourth, and sixth which yielded profound techniques from the 3 individuals, the remainder provided him with their respective cultivation levels. Feeling somewhat inadequate in his own cultivation, Wang Feng was elated to have drawn the prowess of 3 individuals who were at least at the pinnacle of the King realm, which would undoubtedly aid him in a significant elevation of his own cultivation. All in all, the expenditure of 10,000 sect points was indeed worthwhile. System. Infuse the drawn cultivation levels into the host. Wang Feng mused silently, having no intention of bestowing these newly acquired cultivation levels upon Ling Feiwu or Li Qing. As the sect master, he was still not sufficiently powerful. How could he possibly impart his cultivation to his disciples? Only when the drawn cultivation could no longer enhance his standing as sect master would Wang Feng consider sharing it with his disciples. After all, he was the most formidable asset of the Immortal Sect. Boom. As Wang Feng's words fell, a terrifying force suddenly materialized from the void, surging into his being, causing his entire body to shudder. This incomprehensibly immense power coursed through Wang Feng, refining his physique. Ding. Congratulations, host, for elevating to the King realm, rewarded with 1,000 sect points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for ascending to the initial stage of the profound Emperor realm, rewarded with 5,000 sect points. The successive cold notifications echoed in Wang Feng's mind, and in that instant, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, radiating an aura befitting a sovereign. Excellent. Our sect now boasts a master of the profound Emperor realm. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction, feeling the overwhelming power within him. Although he had been elated by summoning figures like Yi Guqing, his status as sect master was diminished by his prior cultivation at the earthly realm. Now, having attained the profound Emperor realm, he felt worthy of his title. System. Endow the drawn profound techniques upon the host. Wang Feng declared again. Though he had reached the initial stage of the profound Emperor realm, he was still the weakest among them, possessing the cultivation level but lacking the profound techniques and combat experience to match it. With the techniques acquired from Yi Guqing and others, Wang Feng could finally embody the identity of a profound Emperor realm expert. Boom. As Wang Feng's voice faded, a multitude of memories surged within his mind, overwhelming him with their magnitude and causing his entire being to tremble. A faint sword intent began to emanate from him. In this moment, visions of Yi Guqing's self-created heavenly flight, Shimen Shui Shui's practice of the radiant sword art, and Yao Yu's training of the Ming Yu skill flooded Wang Feng's consciousness. These 3 vivid scenes felt as if they were forcibly etched into his memory, inducing an excruciating headache. Even as a profound Emperor realm expert, he struggled to bear the weight of this substantial influx of memories. Whether it was heavenly flight, radiant sword art, or Ming Yu skill, all reached the pinnacle of royal quality. Assimilating 3 such techniques simultaneously was no trivial matter. This highlighted Wang Feng's relative inexperience with cultivation, as his elevation had been akin to a divine revelation. Otherwise, he would not dare to absorb these profound techniques so recklessly. Time passed, and eventually, Wang Feng managed to calm himself. The sword intent he had conjured coalesced into a distinct form. Were it not for the system's shielding, the sword intent would have been immediately perceived by Yi Guqing and the others. Phew, that was close. Wang Feng exhaled, still shaken by the ordeal. The painful experience lingered in his mind, prompting him to vow never to engage in such folly again. Despite the immense suffering, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction, as the 3 profound techniques were now indelibly inscribed in his mind, as if he had practiced them for countless ages. Even though he had never wielded them, he felt he grasped their essence entirely. With these 3 profound techniques, coupled with the solid foundation of his cultivation, Wang Feng was confident he could contend against mid-tier profound Emperor realm experts. After spending several hours familiarizing himself with his newfound power, he summoned Yao Yu and the great demon Xianxia. This marked the great demon Xianxia's inaugural entry into the main hall of the Immortal Sect. Observing Wang Feng seated majestically upon the throne, an unexpected reverence surged within him. Although Wang Feng's aura was subdued, it exuded an inscrutable depth, enhanced by the opulent throne, rendering him akin to an exalted celestial king, radiating authority. Xianxia pondered, given that the Immortal Sect was an ancient and reclusive power, with even the elders being at the profound Emperor realm, one could only imagine the terrifying prowess of the sect master overseeing it all. Perhaps, despite his youth, this sect master was the most formidable figure concealed within the Immortal Sect. Salutations, sect master. He finally bowed respectfully, unwilling to show any disrespect. No need for such formalities. Take a seat, Wang Feng replied, pleased by Xianxia's demeanor, gesturing towards the seat beneath him. Thank you, Sectmaster. Xianxia responded, not hesitating to sit down. Despite his newfound respect for Wang Feng, he had once been a pinnacle expert of the profound Emperor realm, and thus was not inclined to act subserviently. Buzz. Just as the great demon Xianxia settled into his seat, Yao Yu's ethereal figure glided in, sending a chill coursing through him, causing his entire body to shudder involuntarily. He dared not meet her gaze, fully aware of the formidable presence she embodied. In just a fleeting glance, Xianxia recognized this celestial beauty, renowned for having easily cast him out with a single strike. Despite her breathtaking allure, he refrained from looking longer, cognizant of her cold demeanor and ruthless nature. He recalled how, before he could even step onto the staircase, she had effortlessly sent him flying, and they were of the same sect. Greetings, Sectmaster. After Yao Yu bowed respectfully to Wang Feng, she wasted no time and seated herself directly across from the grand demon Xianxia. Although Xianxia was aware that Yao Yu's gaze was not fixed upon him, he still felt a profound discomfort. The presence of this unparalleled beauty was overwhelmingly daunting. Even for him, it was perplexing, for he knew that her cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Xian Emperor realm, weaker than his own peak state. Despite her extraordinary combat prowess, she could never withstand his former might, yet he inexplicably felt a sense of trepidation in her presence. I have summoned the two of you to accompany me on a journey, Wang Feng declared without hesitation after Yao Yu took her seat. He was acutely aware of his obligation to recruit 10 disciples. Having only gathered 2 thus far, he was still 8 short. Furthermore, to expand the divine Immortal Sect, the inclusion of disciples was indispensable. With Li Qing's physique activated, and with Ling Fei Wu currently sufficient for the task, he felt reassured given the presence of Yi Gucheng and Shi Min Shui Shui, 2 formidable swordmasters, allowing him to venture forth and seek disciples. Yes, Sectmaster. Xianxia and Yao Yu responded in unison upon hearing Wang Feng's words. However, the thought of following Wang Feng alongside Yao Yu made Xianxia feel increasingly uneasy. While Yi Gucheng and Shi Min Shui Shui exuded a cold and aloof demeanor, they did not instill fear in him. Only Yao Yu, despite her lower cultivation than Shi Min Shui Shui, struck an inexplicable fear into his heart. At the same time, as Wang Feng led Xianxia and Yao Yu out of the small world sect's residence and into the thatched cottage, Xiao Wanfeng, the grand elder of Lingyun's sect, also appeared in the valley where the cottage was located. Indeed, this valley is unmistakable. It bears the aura of a practitioner at the initial stage of the Xian general realm. Standing atop a massive boulder, Xiao Wanfeng surveyed the entire valley. After a moment of careful sensing, a glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he murmured. As a practitioner of the anomaly realm, even after a day or two, he could still perceive the residual aura lingering in this place, though he was oblivious to the existence of presences surpassing his own cultivation. What is that thatched cottage doing in this valley? At that moment, Xiao Wanfeng noticed the existence of the cottage, a look of skepticism crossing his face. He swiftly moved and gracefully descended before the thatched dwelling, scrutinizing its entirety. Divine Immortal Sect? He gazed at the 3 crooked characters inscribed above the cottage, a smirk of derision forming on his lips as he shook his head. In this day and age, it seems even the most insignificant creatures dare to establish sections. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well, ridiculously unaware of their own limitations. Chapter 13. The Demon Sealing Conference. At this moment, Xiao Wanfeng regarded the thatched cottage with a derisive expression, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. As the largest sect on the periphery of the Xianxiao mountain range, Lingyun sect had never dared to name itself after the divine. How audacious it was for this humble thatched cottage to assume such a grand title, truly ignorant of the consequences. However, just then, a chilling sense surged through Xiao Wanfeng, as if he felt an overwhelmingly terrifying gaze fixed upon him, accompanied by the sensation of teetering on the brink of hell. Boom. In the next instant, under the horrified gaze of Xiao Wanfeng, a palm imprint shot forth from the thatched cottage, striking him at a terrifying speed before he could even react. Bang! A tremendous force coursed through him, sending Xiao Wanfeng hurtling backward, crashing into the ground, which immediately fractured, sending debris flying and leaving a massive pit in his wake. Cough! Cough! Blood trickled from Xiao Wanfeng's lips as he struggled to rise from the pit, his face reflecting sheer shock. He looked up to see 3 figures slowly stepping out from the thatched cottage. At the forefront stood a young man clad in resplendent attire. To his left was an enchanting beauty, and to his right loomed a burly man whose face bore a menacing black mark. These 3 were none other than Wang Feng, Yao Yu, and Xianxia. Wang Feng observed the battered and injured Xiao Wanfeng, shaking his head with a sigh. This was the first time he had encountered someone so oblivious to danger. Upon their arrival at the thatched cottage, they were met with Qiu Wanfeng's scathing remarks. And before Wang Feng could voice his displeasure, Yao Yu had already struck, resulting in the current scene. Wang Feng bore no ill will toward Yao Yu. After all, for someone as audacious as Qiu Wanfeng, any form of retribution was justified. Even if Yao Yu had not acted, Wang Feng himself would have intervened. He could not tolerate anyone daring to insult the sect he had established. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood beside Wang Feng. His eyes filled with an icy resolve as he cast a cold glare at Qiu Wanfeng. Had Yao Yu refrained from acting, he would have surely taken matters into his own hands. Though he had only temporarily joined the divine Immortal Sect for a year, he was determined that as long as he remained, no one would insult the sect. As his time with the divine Immortal Sect extended, and as he delved deeper into its secrets, Xianxia found himself increasingly inclined to stay permanently. Even now, he was still unaware of the sect's true depth, but he felt that a hidden sect like the divine Immortal Sect was worth his allegiance. Who are you? Why have you attacked me? Qiu Wanfeng gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain coursing through his body and the tremors of fear within his heart, fixing his gaze on Wang Feng and the others as he demanded an answer. Despite being severely injured by Yao Yu's strike, he had not sensed the true depth of her cultivation, leading him to believe he had been ambushed. Naturally, Qiu Wanfeng was enraged. As a grand elder of Lingyun's sect, being ambushed and injured was a matter of disgrace. How could he possibly retain his dignity if word spread? Moreover, as a grand elder, he believed it was unacceptable for these individuals to dare to attack him, as if they thought Lingyun's sect was merely a plaything. Yet, while Qiu Wanfeng believed he had been ambushed, he recognized that those capable of inflicting such a severe injury were no ordinary adversaries. Thus, despite his indignation, his tone was somewhat tempered. Were it not for the backing of Lingyun's sect, he would have been forced to concede, for he was grievously injured and outnumbered. It was indeed wise for a hero not to seek revenge in the moment of defeat. He could plan his vengeance later. However, he was a grand elder of Lingyun's sect, and the sect itself was the dominant force in the Xianxiao mountain range, bolstering Qiu Wanfeng's confidence. He believed that once he invoked the name of Lingyun's sect, these individuals would undoubtedly hesitate to confront him. This one, a mere practitioner of the anomaly realm, dares to refer to himself as this one? Humph, I never thought that in this age there would be someone more arrogant than I was back in my day. Xianxia scoffed at Qiu Wanfeng's words, standing beside Wang Feng. Wang Feng waved a hand, silencing Xianxia, who then straightened his expression and stood respectfully beside him. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, looking down at Qiu Wanfeng, and spoke in a deep voice. What is your name? Why do you insult my divine Immortal Sect? Divine Immortal Sect? You hail from this insignificant sect? Qiu Wanfeng's expression faltered, instinctively exclaiming. He had never anticipated that the one capable of severely injuring him with a single strike would belong to a sect he had previously dismissed as inconsequential. How is that possible? How could a sect operating from a thatched cottage possess such formidable power? The one who injured me with a single blow must be at least at the peak of the Xian general realm, or perhaps even a practitioner of the anomaly realm. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that even at this juncture, this individual still had the audacity to speak disrespectfully. Truly, he was deserving of a reprimand. Yes, sect master. Humph. How dare he insult my immortal sect in front of the sect master, utterly oblivious to the consequences. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the grand demon Xuancha's expression turned frosty, and he turned to Qiu Wanfeng with a sinister grin, cracking his knuckles as he strode toward him with purpose. What do you intend to do? How dare you? I am the grand elder of the Lingyun sect. Qiu Wanfeng exclaimed. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my Lingyun sect will ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. However, the grand demon Xianxia paid no heed to Qiu Wanfeng's bluster. Standing over 2 meters tall, he lifted the severely wounded Qiu Wanfeng as though he were a mere chick, dragging him 10 meters away. Lingyun sect? Never heard of it. Such a trivial sect dares to mock my immortal sect? They are not worth the effort. As Qiu Wanfeng felt the grand demon Xuancha's massive hand reach for him, he frantically channeled his internal energy in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet, in an instant, his expression changed drastically. He realized that the power he summoned was akin to a drop in the ocean upon contact with the grand demon's hand, creating not even the slightest ripple. Bang, bang, bang. Within moments, the valley echoed with the sounds of fists connecting with flesh, accompanied by faint cries of anguish. Stop, stop, I'll talk. The barely audible plea reached Wang Feng's ears, prompting him to gesture for the grand demon to cease his onslaught. Seeing this, the grand demon Xianxia dragged Qiu Wanfeng back to Wang Feng's presence, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Wang Feng glanced at Qiu Wanfeng, who resembled a pig's head, and felt a twinge of pity. He sighed. Had I known it would come to this, why not just comply with the sect's inquiries? Why endure such suffering? Truly a foolish creature. Did you give me a chance to speak? I merely reacted instinctively, and look at what I've become. What more can I say? Xiao Wanfeng seethed internally, but with his face swollen to grotesque proportions, he found himself unable to voice his grievances. The sect master demands your response. Do not dawdle. The Grand Demon Xuanxia's eyes widened as he struck Xiao Wanfeng's head with a resounding slap, granting him a fleeting moment to catch his breath. This slap was not merely punitive. It also channeled a surge of pure energy, slightly healing Xiao Wanfeng's injuries. For in his current state, he would have struggled to articulate anything. I am Xiao Wanfeng, the Grand Elder of the Lingyun Sect, the largest sect on the outskirts of the Xingyao mountain range. I came here to investigate the aura of the Xian general that has recently appeared in this valley. What is your purpose in investigating the aura of the Xian general? Wang Feng inquired, his eyes narrowing. He realized that this aura was likely related to Ling Fei Wu, who had recently broken through to the Xian general realm. Wang Feng had not anticipated that what he initially deemed an impulsive act of bravado would be connected to a disciple of his Immortal Sect, thus increasing his concern. With the upcoming Demon Sealing Conference, my Lingyun Sect lacks any disciples at the Xian general level and cannot compete for a ranking on the Demon Sealing list. Therefore, we must seek out talented disciples from outside to bring back to our sect. Faced with Wang Feng's inquiry, Xiao Wanfeng did not dare to conceal the truth and spoke candidly. He was thoroughly intimidated by the Grand Demon Xianxia. Those punches not only struck his body but seemed to hammer at his very soul, leaving him utterly tormented. The Demon Sealing Conference? The Demon Sealing List? What are those? Wang Feng asked, his expression one of astonishment. You don't know? Xiao Wanfeng was taken aback, but upon reflection, he understood. It was hardly surprising for such a brash and impudent minor sect to be unaware of the Demon Sealing Conference. Speak. The Grand Demon Xuanxia's glare sent shivers down Xiao Wanfeng's spine, prompting him to quickly respond. The Demon Sealing Conference, led by the royal family of the Daylight Empire, is an event that encompasses all sects within the empire, held once every decade. The conference aims to suppress and seal the Grand Demon Xianxia, who wreaked havoc throughout the Daylight Empire a millennium ago. Despite being sealed, his terrifying magical energy continues to seep out, contaminating the areas surrounding the seal. The conference gathers the strongest sects within the empire to eradicate the demonic beasts tainted by this magic, thereby weakening the Grand Demon's power. However, this time, the decree only permits the younger generation to participate, prompting all sects to fervently cultivate their disciples and seek out talents from the wild to secure the top position at the Demon Sealing Conference. Upon hearing Xiao Wanfeng's revelation, a glimmer of intrigue sparked within Wang Feng's eyes as he regarded the trembling Grand Demon Xianxia with newfound interest. Chapter 14. The Wrath of Lord Chonglin. This old fellow remains as cautious as ever after all these years. The Grand Demon Xianxia chuckled coldly beside Wang Feng, yet the flicker of coldness in his gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. How did you escape the seal of the Daylight Emperor? Wang Feng glanced at the Grand Demon Xianxia and quietly inquired. Wang Feng was surprised to discover the Daylight Emperor's palpable trepidation toward the Grand Demon after sealing him. The Emperor even organized the Demon Sealing Conference to weaken the Grand Demon's might. However, the irony of the situation was not lost on Wang Feng. The true master of the ongoing Demon Sealing Conference was absent, which made him want to laugh. It seemed that while the Grand Demon Xianxia appeared docile within his Immortal Sect, he was far from simple. Wang Feng regarded the Grand Demon with a knowing look, contemplating that a being capable of instilling such fear in the ruler of a vast empire must possess far greater depth than met the eye. That old fool has no idea that all these years, I have not dedicated my efforts to healing, but rather to creating a technique for manifesting avatars. The entity he sealed away is merely one of my creations. The Grand Demon Xianxia's lips curled into a derisive smirk as he spoke disdainfully. When he was originally sealed by the Daylight Emperor, the Grand Demon understood that due to the Emperor's ruthless nature, he would not rest until he was annihilated. Thus, he refrained from healing himself or frantically attempting to break free, as that would only provoke the Emperor's vigilance further, potentially leading to his demise. Instead, he remained in a weakened state to lower the Emperor's guard while secretly devising a method to escape the seal. Eventually, he succeeded in creating the Avatar technique and successfully freed himself from the Daylight Emperor's grasp a few days prior. Wang Feng was not surprised by the Grand Demon's success. When a peak Xian Emperor cultivator dedicates nearly a millennium to mastering a singular pursuit, success is inevitable. After all, what kind of ordinary individual could break through to the Xian Emperor realm? However, Wang Feng was curious about the Grand Demon Xuanxia's capabilities that warranted such fear from the Daylight Emperor. The Emperor, who ruled over the vast Daylight Empire, must possess unfathomable strength, likely at least at the peak of the Xian Emperor realm, if not even stronger. among those at the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor realm. Some are remarkably powerful, while others may falter against an equal opponent. In the expansive territory of the Daylight Empire, it was implausible that the Daylight Emperor was the only peak Xian Emperor. Yet, all these powerful beings were thoroughly suppressed by the Daylight Emperor, illustrating just how formidable he truly was. However, his profound apprehension towards the Grand Demon Xianxia piqued Wang Feng's curiosity. At least until now, he could not discern what truly set the Grand Demon apart. Yet, despite his intrigue, Wang Feng refrained from further inquiries. As long as the Grand Demon did not contravene his principles, the Grand Demon would remain a part of his celestial sect. As the esteemed sect leader, he deemed it inappropriate to pry into the private matters of those within his fold. And what of the demon sealing list? Wang Feng turned to Qiu Wanfeng, continuing his questioning. The demon sealing list is a roster from the Demon Sealing Conference, ranking individuals based on the number of demonized beasts they have slain. The higher the rank, the more treasures bestowed by the Sun Emperor, along with immense prestige, potentially leading to positions within the Sun Empire. Historically, the list has primarily showcased the achievements of the older generation, but this time, it pertains solely to the younger generation, with no elder participants in this conference. Qiu Wanfeng spoke earnestly, not daring to be lax. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's eyes glimmered with a spark of excitement. A competition among the younger disciples? This spectacle was one the celestial sect could not afford to miss. Indeed, Wang Feng's true intention was to allow Ling Feiwu and Li Qing to gain experience, simultaneously elevating the reputation of the celestial sect. Thus, he would no longer have to personally venture out to recruit disciples. As a prominent sect leader, he must maintain a sense of decorum. Once or twice was acceptable, but if this were to persist, even if the celestial sect remained powerful, it would eventually be looked down upon. A truly great sect only needs a single word to incite frenzy among the young prodigies throughout the Sun Empire. The celestial sect would inevitably reach that pinnacle. How much time remains until the Demon Sealing Conference? Wang Feng inquired, glancing at Qiu Wanfeng. Less than a month. Less than a month, is it? That should suffice. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed, murmuring to himself. Your Excellency, you have learned what you needed to know. May I take my leave? Qiu Wanfeng looked at Wang Feng with trepidation, his voice trembling. He had never anticipated that one day he, the esteemed elder of Lingyun's sect, would find himself in such a predicament. At this moment, a tempest of hatred and murderous intent surged within Qiu Wanfeng, yet he dared not express it, fearful of being beaten by the Grand Demon Xianxia once more. I ask you, if you were to encounter a young prodigy of the Xinjiang realm, what would you do? Wang Feng's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Qiu Wanfeng, his tone grave. Bring them back to the sect. And then, Qiu Wanfeng fell silent, stammering, unwilling to speak. Speak. A sharp command reverberated, causing Qiu Wanfeng to tremble. He muttered, if it were someone from a lesser sect, I would annihilate their sect and sever their escape routes. Huh. Such is the virtue of the great sects in the Sun Empire, more demonic than even I. The Grand Demon Xianxia scoffed at this, a mocking expression gracing his features. Though he was a demon, he prided himself on never having crossed the bounds of morality. The so-called demons of the world were merely the consequences faced by the defeated. Execute him. Wang Feng turned away from Qiu Wanfeng, striding off with Yao Yu. However, a particularly cold statement lingered in the air for the Grand Demon Xianxia to hear. No. Upon hearing Wang Feng's command, a sinister smile crept across the Grand Demon Xuanxia's face as he approached Qiu Wanfeng, who gazed back in despair before delivering a crushing blow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for having the Grand Demon Xianxia eliminate a formidable opponent, earning 500 sect points. After dispatching Qiu Wanfeng, the Grand Demon Xianxia hastened to catch up with Wang Feng, whispering in his ear, sect leader, having already incurred enmity with Lingyun's sect, why not directly invade their territory? Very well, let us see. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Feng responded, a sect that commits such tyrannical acts is not to be trifled with. Furthermore, should they discover that I have slain an elder of Lingyun's sect, my celestial sect will undoubtedly face relentless trouble. Rooting out the problem is fundamental to survival in this ruthless cultivation world. With that, Wang Feng, accompanied by the Grand Demon Xianxia and Yao Yu, set off towards Lingyun's sect. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Sun Empire, within the Longlin Marquisate, the robust and imposing Longlin Marquis Lin Tianxiong sat upon his throne, with the old steward Wang Lao standing beneath him. Wang Lao, why has that child Uni not returned yet? Hasn't he been tasked with eliminating the remnants of the Ling family for quite some time? Lin Tianxiong furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. With the Demon Sealing Conference imminent, he sought to exploit this time to harness Lin Yuni's potential, ensuring the Longlin Marquisate would shine. My lord, I have already dispatched someone to inform young Master Uni. It seems he may have become distracted and is likely on his way back, the old steward replied respectfully. Humph. It appears I have been too indulgent with him. How many young scions within the marquisites of the Sun Empire lack ambition like him? Lin Tianxiong scoffed, his face betraying his discontent. Were it not for the fact that Lin Yuni was his only son, he would have considered starting anew. Please do not be angered, my lord. Young Master Yuni is merely enjoying himself. His talents are quite extraordinary, and it is only a matter of time before he understands your intentions and strives for greatness. The old steward said with a gentle smile. Relying on this boy to achieve anything? I do not know when that day will come. Lin Tianxiong's words, though filled with frustration towards Lin Yuni, also revealed an underlying affection. Ah, my lord, news has just arrived, likely from young Master Yuni, as he fears you may be worried. Just then, the old steward noticed a tremor within his robes, promptly producing a token while addressing the Long Lin Marquis with a smile. Well, at least this boy has some conscience, knowing I am concerned for him. Lin Tianxiong replied with a proud grin, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fondness. Quickly, let us see what the message says. Of course, when the old steward Wang Lao's consciousness delved into the message token, his entire body trembled violently, a flicker of terror flashing in his aged eyes. His hand, clutching the token, shook uncontrollably as he knelt before the Long Lin Marquis, his voice quaking. What has caused such alarm? Has that boy done something foolish? Noticing the old steward's state, Lin Tianxiong furrowed his brow, speaking in a serious tone. He had followed the Long Lin Marquis for hundreds of years and understood him well. Only matters of great significance could incite such panic. Yuni has died. The old steward stammered, his voice filled with dread. He was acutely aware of how dearly the Long Lin Marquis cherished his only son, making Lin Yuni his greatest vulnerability and an unassailable taboo. Boom. As the old steward's words fell, an overwhelming aura emanated from Lin Tianxiong, shaking the entire hall. His eyes narrowed, and although he displayed no overt fury, the temperature within the hall plummeted, causing the old steward to shiver involuntarily. Chapter 15. Arrival at Lingyun Sect. What transpired? Lin Tianxiong inquired, his gaze devoid of emotion as he scrutinized the old steward, his voice stern. That cold, unfeeling demeanor made the old steward tremble uncontrollably. In all the years he had served the Long Lin Marquis, he had never witnessed such a display of emotion. He knew this was the Marquis in a state of absolute fury. During the pursuit of the Ling family's young lady, young Master Yuni was killed on the outskirts of the Xingyao mountain range. Only his remains were discovered there. Who was it? At present, it remains unclear. Aside from the lifeless body of young Master Yuni, there are 6 attendants who accompanied him. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the young lady from the Ling family have yet to be discovered, although the old steward did not articulate it explicitly. How could Lin Tianxiong be oblivious to the implications of the steward's words? His eyes narrowed, a glimmer of coldness flickering within. He had never anticipated that the mere annihilation of a single Ling family would result in the tragic demise of his only son. Summon the Changlin army. I shall personally retrieve Yun Yi and ensure that those who murdered him pay with their lives, Lin Tianxiong declared in a chilling tone. Upon hearing Lin Tianxiong's command, the old steward trembled, casting a bewildered glance at him. He hastily responded, My lord, without the emperor's decree, the Changlin army cannot be mobilized. As the old steward who had served Lin Tianxiong for countless years, he was well aware that although the Changlin army appeared to be under the command of the Changlin Marquis, its true allegiance lay with the emperor himself. Without the emperor's support, how could the Changlin Marquis have cultivated the army to such formidable heights? While the Changlin army might not rank among the top forces of the entire Radiant Sun Empire, it was nonetheless a renowned military entity, comprising 500 soldiers. Each one was a master at the Xian general level, complemented by 10 commanding officers at the ministerial rank, boasting strength comparable to some of the mid-tier sects within the empire. My only concern is gone. What more do I have to fear? Lin Tianxiong retorted coldly, casting a glance at the old steward, his eyes radiating an unparalleled chill that caused the steward to shudder. Without further delay, he proceeded to mobilize the Changlin army. Moments later, the old steward appeared at the Changlin Marquis' residence, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers clad in crimson-scaled armor. As this formidable assembly made their entrance, an intense aura of lethality enveloped the entire Marquis' estate. We pay our respects to the Marquis. A voice resonated powerfully, shaking the very foundations of the residence. Follow me, Lin Tianxiong commanded. Yes. The Changlin army wasted no time and ascended into the air alongside him. Observing this spectacle, the old steward sighed, My lord, I fear you may have provoked the emperor's ire this time. Even with just cause, upon your return, you may find it difficult to escape punishment. As the old steward lamented, the dignitaries of the Radiant Sun Empire surrounding the Changlin Marquis' estate were equally stirred by his unusual actions. What has transpired? How dare the Changlin Marquis mobilize the Changlin army without permission? Investigate this matter. What significant event could compel the Changlin Marquis to commit such an unforgivable transgression? After this incident, the Marquis would undoubtedly face severe consequences. At the gates of Radiant Sun City, Commander Li Qingchun, a master of the Marquis realm overseeing the Imperial Guards, surveyed the bustling city as he had done countless times before. Standing atop the gates, he gazed upon the thriving metropolis of the Radiant Sun Empire. A sense of reverence swelling within him. Under the leadership of the Supreme Emperor, the empire had flourished remarkably over the years. Suddenly, a piercing sound of air being sliced interrupted Li Qingchun's contemplations. He focused his gaze, startled, and swiftly levitated into the air, sternly proclaiming, "Changlin Marquis, your unauthorized mobilization of the Changlin army constitutes an unpardonable crime. Do not dare to step outside the Imperial City. Withdraw at once." The figure approaching was none other than the enraged Changlin Marquis, accompanied by the Changlin army. "Commander Li, I have pressing matters to attend to. Step aside, and I shall owe you a favor." Lin Tianxiong repressed the surging tide of vengeance within him, addressing Li Qingchun with a facade of calmness. "Under normal circumstances, I would gladly accept a favor from the Changlin Marquis, but at this moment, I cannot comply," Li Qingchun replied sternly. He could not comprehend why the Marquis dared to mobilize the army without imperial consent, especially when such actions could be construed as treason. The nobles of the Radiant Sun Empire were free to enter and exit the Imperial City, yet doing so with an army required the Emperor's decree. Otherwise, it was tantamount to rebellion, and the Marquis's actions were a grave offense. "My only son lies dead. If I cannot bring him back in glory, how can I call myself a father? If I cannot avenge him and make those responsible suffer a fate worse than death, how can I claim to be a father?" "Li Qingchun, you too are a father. Surely you can empathize with my plight. If your son were slain, would you remain so composed, standing here and conversing with me?" Lin Tianxiong's face reflected profound grief as he bellowed at Li Qingchun, his voice echoing through the city gates, capturing the attention of all present. "Is it true? Someone dared to kill the son of the Changlin Marquis? No wonder he has become so frenzied. Indeed, who in the entire Imperial City does not know that Lin Yun-yi is the only taboo of the Changlin Marquis? Who could possess such audacity? Fools. They thought to take Lin Yun-yi hostage, but killing him will only drive the Marquis to madness." The powerful figures gathered at the city gates were taken aback by the furious outcry of the Changlin Marquis, engaging in hushed discussions amongst themselves. Commander Li Qingchun, upon hearing the Marquis's anguished roar, was equally astonished. He had not anticipated such madness from the Marquis, spurred by the death of Lin Yunyi. He fell silent, for as Lin Tianxiong had articulated, he too was a father, and he could comprehend the near madness that consumed Lin Tianxiong. Should anyone dare harm his son, he would likely respond with equal fervor. In the realm of cultivation, familial bonds were both precious and fragile. Some regarded their kin as sacred, and should they be harmed, it would drive them to madness, while others treated family as inconsequential, even inflicting harm upon them. Both he and the Changlin Marquis belonged to the former category. "Do not force my hand," the Changlin Marquis warned as he noticed Li Qingchun's continued silence, his demeanor indifferent. No one could obstruct his quest to reclaim his son. Let him pass. The death of his child has rendered him irrational. Though it is an offense, it is understandable. He may seek me out upon his return. Just as Li Qingchun wavered, a voice of great authority resonated in his ears, causing him to tremble and bow respectfully toward the Radiant Sun Palace. Witnessing Li Qingchun's reaction, the Changlin Marquis felt a similar tremor coursing through him, his eyes reflecting a flicker of anxiety. There was no one else capable of eliciting such a response from Li Qingchun but the Emperor himself. "Go now, and upon your return, seek the Emperor to plead your case," Li Qingchun directed, stepping aside to grant passage. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Tianxiong is at fault. Upon retrieving my son, I shall stand before the Emperor to accept punishment. I shall willingly bear any consequences." Lin Tianxiong responded with a sigh of relief, bowing respectfully towards the Radiant Sun Palace, murmuring, "As for Yun-yi, though I have not known him well, I have watched him grow. Ensure that he is presented with dignity upon his return, and do not allow him to lose face." Observing Lin Tianxiong's demeanor, Li Qingchun sighed softly. "Thank you." Lin Tianxiong nodded, then with a grand gesture, led the Changlin army out of the Imperial City, charging fiercely toward the Starry Mountain Range. A storm of bloodshed and vengeance was inevitable. Li Qingchun gazed after the departing figures of the Changlin Marquis and his entourage, shaking his head and sighing softly. Meanwhile, Wang Feng, who had arrived at Lingyun's sect, was blissfully unaware that the Changlin Marquis was furiously racing toward the Starry Mountain Range. Even if he had known, Wang Feng would remain unperturbed. He surveyed the towering Lingxiao Peak, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. While Lingxiao Peak was indeed grand, it paled in comparison to the sanctum of his own Immortal Sect. Wang Feng did not arrive at Ling Yun's sect like a fool, bellowing as if he desired the entire sect to know of his provocation. Alongside the formidable Xianxia demon and the enigmatic Yao Yu, he concealed his aura and descended upon the foot of Lingshao Peak, advancing with measured steps. This marked Wang Feng's inaugural encounter with a sect in this world since his arrival, and naturally, he was filled with immense curiosity. Moreover, having recently established his own immortal sect, he was keen to observe how others managed their sections. Suddenly, a frown creased Wang Feng's brow as he turned his gaze toward the direction of a whip's crack, emanating from a cluster of unadorned houses. After a moment's contemplation, he led Xianxia demon and Yao Yu towards that direction. It was not that Wang Feng sought to meddle, but rather he wished to gain a deeper understanding of whether Ling Yun's sect truly exhibited such tyranny. While he comprehended the principle of eradicating threats at their root, he recognized that a sect comprised of so many individuals warranted a measure of compassion, especially as someone who had traversed from Blue Star. And he could not simply condone the slaughter of so many. The trio arrived before a dwelling, its door ajar, allowing them to witness the unfolding events within the courtyard. Even had the door been closed, their cultivation levels would have permitted them to perceive the happenings clearly. In the courtyard stood a young man clad in simple Taoist robes, mercilessly lashing a frail figure curled on the ground. The brutal scene caused Wang Feng's brow to furrow deeply. The young man had attained the Xianmai realm, while the beaten figure was merely at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. How could he withstand such brutal punishment? If this continued, the frail figure was doomed to perish. Li He, you truly are something. I instructed you to deliver a pill to Senior Brother Yi, and you managed to lose it? Do you even know who Senior Brother Yi is? He is the foremost expert among the outer disciples of our Ling Yun sect. Have you any idea the consequences of delaying his breakthrough? The young man berated, continuing to whip the cowering figure. Do you know that because of you, I was scolded by Senior Brother Yi? Damn it, a mere disciple is still just a mere disciple, utterly useless. With each strike, the whip cracked audibly against the frail body, leaving it bloodied and mangled, a sight that made Wang Feng's heart ache. Was it merely a trivial matter to warrant such brutal punishment? Had the disciples of the sect lost their humanity? This was Wang Feng's first true glimpse of the ruthless nature of the cultivation world, where the strong preyed upon the weak. Indeed, it was not mere rhetoric. Although Wang Feng felt a profound sorrow for the frail individual, he did not intend to intervene. He was not a bleeding heart. There were countless tragic figures in the world, and if he were to assist every one of them, he would surely be overwhelmed. His sole purpose in approaching was to ascertain the situation, yet he stumbled upon this brutal scene, revealing the audacity of even the outer disciples, shedding light on the true nature of Ling Yun's sect. Just as Wang Feng shook his head, preparing to leave with Xianxia and Yao Yu, a chilling voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for discovering an unparalleled genius. Startled, Wang Feng halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. System. Where is this unparalleled genius? His gaze swept around. Aside from the two individuals in the courtyard, only the three of them remained. Could it be that one of them was the so-called genius? Ding. This unparalleled genius is none other than Li He, the outer disciple of Ling Yun's sect. The voice continued, igniting an ember of intrigue within Wang Feng. He turned his attention sharply toward the battered Li He, his expression one of astonishment. This is the unparalleled genius? Wang Feng mused, struggling to discern any extraordinary traits in Li He. How could a genius be so brutally bullied by an outer disciple of Ling Yun's sect? System. Why is Li He deemed an unparalleled genius? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ding. To investigate Li He's background will require 1,000 sect points. The voice echoed, causing Wang Feng's mouth to twitch in exasperation. Damn it. This system is becoming increasingly exploitative. Investigate. Wang Feng gritted his teeth resolutely. If the system recognized Li He as an unparalleled genius, he must possess something extraordinary. A mere 1,000 sect points was trivial. Once he brought Li He into the fold of his sect, all would be restored. It was known that even someone like Ling Feiwu could not be acknowledged by the system as an unparalleled genius, so the difficulty of reaching such a status was evident. In the presence of this potential genius, Wang Feng could not afford to let the opportunity slip away. Yet, he needed to understand why Li He was regarded as an unparalleled genius. He could not perceive what set Li He apart, and given the humiliation he endured without retaliation, it spoke volumes about his character. If one's character was lacking, even unparalleled talent would not suffice for Wang Feng's immortal sect, which he did not wish to see plagued by treachery or ingratitude. Ding. Li He, originally named Li Changgong, was a peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm. After an unfortunate demise, a fragment of his residual soul merged with the supreme treasure, allowing him to be reborn as the current Li He. The reason he endures such humiliation without retaliation is twofold. Firstly, to conceal the secret of his reincarnation and avoid drawing attention from powerful figures who might discover his secret. Secondly, do you truly believe that Li He is incapable of retaliating? A dignified reincarnated Xian emperor would not allow themselves to be trampled upon without consequence. Those who have wronged Li He mysteriously vanish the next day, with the entire Lingyun sect none the wiser. The voice's explanation sent a tremor through Wang Feng, who regarded Li He with newfound understanding. Damn it, I was too naive. One cannot judge a book by its cover. I only witnessed Li He's humiliation without recognizing the ferocity lurking within. At that moment, Wang Feng was astounded. He had not anticipated that the individual before him, Li He, was a reincarnated peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm. Such power was formidable, yet here he was, being treated like an ant, easily extinguishable. Furthermore, the system's revelations about Li He's character resonated with Wang Feng's own ideals. To maintain his secret, the once mighty Li He endured the indignities inflicted by an insignificant outer disciple, biding his time for retribution while safeguarding his mystery. Such restraint, coupled with the capacity for vengeance, garnered Wang Feng's admiration. Ding. Following his reincarnation and the merging of his residual soul with the supreme treasure, Li He's aptitude has skyrocketed, surpassing even his previous capabilities before reincarnation. Since the awakening of his residual soul, he has advanced to the aspect realm within just a year. The voice rang out again, and Wang Feng's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Truly, he was a former peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm. It was no wonder he had not perceived Li He's current prowess. Had it not been for the system's investigation, he might have mistaken Li He for merely a foundation establishment realm cultivator. With the strength of the aspect realm, Li He's power surpassed even that of the strongest disciple within Lingyun sect. The ability to remain so composed in the face of such humiliation was indeed terrifying. Befitting a former peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm, having once reached the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor realm and now experiencing a resurgence in his aptitude, Li He's future potential was unfathomable. It was no surprise that the system hailed him as an unparalleled genius. At that moment, Wang Feng resolved to bring Li He into his fold. Only within his Immortal Sect could this latent dragon truly thrive. Upon contemplating this, Wang Feng did not hesitate. He directly led the formidable Xianxia demon and Yaoyue towards the courtyard. Who are you? The young man who was mercilessly beating Li He furrowed his brow upon seeing Wang Feng and the others, and he bellowed in reprimand. However, as soon as his words fell, he trembled all over, a flash of brilliance igniting in his eyes, as if he were entranced. At that moment, the breathtakingly beautiful figure before him filled the heart of this outer disciple of Lingyun's sect entirely. It was as though he had glimpsed the most exquisite existence in the world, his soul captivated beyond measure. Wang Feng paid no heed to the disciple's outburst and walked straight to Li He, looking down upon the curled-up figure of Li He with an indifferent air. "Come with me," he stated calmly. The mere utterance of these words resonated in Li He's ears, causing him to jerk his head up, his body shaking violently. Who is this person? Even with my imperial thoughts, I cannot discern any information about him. Realizing this, Li He refrained from responding to Wang Feng. He merely glanced at him before hastily lowering his head again, curling up, his expression betraying an overwhelming fear. "Stop pretending. I am aware of your origins. Come with me, and I shall ensure your safety." The dispassionate voice echoed once more, sending a jolt through Li He. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards Wang Feng, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. The terror that had previously consumed him vanished in an instant, replaced by an enigmatic aura that engulfed him, reminiscent of an awakened ferocious beast. The sharpness of this aura caused both Xianxia demon and Yaoyue, standing beside Wang Feng, to tense up, their eyes glinting with intrigue. Yet, this aura from Li He was fleeting. He turned his gaze back to Wang Feng, his eyes deep and dark, akin to a black hole that could ensnare one's very soul. "What qualifications do you possess?" A voice escaped Li He's lips. Although he was in a pitiful state, bloodied and battered, an extraordinary bearing radiated from him that was profoundly moving. "Just the fact that I know your background is enough, Li Changgong," Wang Feng replied, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Boom. As soon as Wang Feng's words fell, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted violently from Li He, bearing down upon Wang Feng. This fearsome might seem overwhelming, as if it could envelop the entire heavens and earth, yet it was solely directed at Wang Feng, leaving the others untouched by its dreadful force. However, within moments, Li He's pupils constricted. Wang Feng had withstood his oppressive aura without so much as a flinch, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Very well. Li He regarded Wang Feng with a deep, contemplative gaze and nodded. He may not have understood who Wang Feng was, but the mere fact that Wang Feng could endure a fragment of his emperor-level might and was knowledgeable of his background was sufficient for Li He to consider following him. If he did not ascertain Wang Feng's intentions, Li He feared he would be restless. Will you handle this yourself, or shall I assist you? Wang Feng inquired, casting a glance at the infatuated outer disciple of Lingyun's sect who was staring at Yao Yue. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Li He remained silent. He suddenly appeared in front of the outer disciple, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. Li He, you have quite the audacity. The disciple, now caught in Li He's grasp, turned crimson and struggled desperately, but no matter how he writhed, he remained firmly held. Crack! A glint of ferocity flashed in Li He's eyes, and with a decisive motion, a sharp sound rang out in the courtyard. The head of the Lingyun sect outer disciple drooped limply, and with a thud, Li He discarded the lifeless body onto the ground. Wang Feng cast an insightful glance at Li He, but said nothing. He turned and departed with Yao Yue and Xianxia demon. The system had yet to provide a prompt, indicating that Li He had not yet truly joined his immortal sect. It seemed that further measures were necessary to incorporate this reincarnator into his ranks. Chapter 17. Teasing Yao Yue. Death is the true release. Observing the retreating figures of Wang Feng and his companions, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Li He's profound eyes, and he silently trailed behind them. Sensing Li He's follow, Wang Feng smirked, not rushing to recruit him. He planned to deal with matters concerning Lingyun's sect before slowly conversing with Li He. Today, Xianxian was in a foul mood. As the chief senior brother of Lingyun's sect, he had been reprimanded by his father in front of numerous elders, accused of lacking diligence for failing to break through to the Xian general realm, thereby placing Lingyun's sect in a precarious position as the impending demon sealing conference approached. Without any disciples to take the lead, Xianxian, flanked by several sycophants, strode along the main path of Lingyun's sect, emanating a sinister aura that caused many disciples to steer clear of him. It was evident to all that Xianxian was in a volatile state, and none dared to provoke his ire. Senior brother. At that moment, an incoherent remark from a disciple further inflamed Xianxian's already irritable mood. He slapped the disciple on the head, scolding, "Useless, speak clearly." The chastised disciple, fearful of retaliation, pointed ahead and said, "Senior brother, look. Bah, what does it matter? Who in Lingyun's sect is worthy of my attention?" Xianxian struck the disciple again, rebuking him. However, despite his words, he still turned his gaze in the direction indicated by the disciple. Upon doing so, Xianxian was momentarily stunned, a wicked glimmer igniting in his eyes as his entire body trembled with excitement. Is there truly such beauty in this world? He murmured, entranced by the swaying figure ahead, which seemed to capture all of his focus. Beneath that extraordinarily beautiful form, his eyes could accommodate no other. At that moment, he yearned only to embrace the enchanting maiden. He adjusted his robes, smoothed his face, and donned a self-proclaimed warm and approachable smile as he strode confidently towards the captivating figure. Might I inquire where this esteemed junior sister is headed? I am the chief senior brother of Lingyun's sect. Should you require assistance, please feel free to confide in me. I can resolve any matter within the sect. Wang Feng regarded the pompous Xianxian before him, an amused smirk playing on his lips. How bold must one be to dare provoke Yao Yue? The Xianxia demon beside Wang Feng looked on with pity, as if to say that the poor child had no inkling of the formidable person he was confronting. Slap. Xianxian's eyes were fixed intently on Yao Yue, his gaze burning with an intensity that was almost unbearable. Yet, to his astonishment, beneath his warm smile, the very woman who had ensnared his heart raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. Boom. Xianxian was sent flying by the force of the blow, crashing to the ground some distance away, causing the earth to shatter and debris to scatter. The once handsome Xianxian was left with a swollen visage, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. Senior brother, how dare you harm the senior brother of Lingyun's sect? You seek death. The sudden turn of events caught Xianxian's sycophants off guard. Two rushed to his side to assist him, while several others glared at Yao Yue, their energies surging, ready to subdue her at Xianxian's command. Dare to touch this young master? Do you not know your place? The furious Xianxian, supported by two disciples, glared at Yao Yue with rage, his words barely intelligible. Within the confines of Lingyun's sect, his word was law. None dared to contradict him. Yet, this woman had the audacity to defy him, a clear invitation to her own demise. He had initially intended to engage her with the grace of a dapper gentleman. But given her insolence, he would not be held accountable for his actions. Seize her, he commanded, his voice dripping with menace. I shall make her wish for life, but find none, and long for death, yet be denied. Xianxian struggled to articulate these words, his gaze fixed intently upon Yao Yue. The thought of subduing such a stunning beauty sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him, even as pain throbbed in his cheeks. Yes, master brother. His sycophants responded eagerly, their faces contorting into malicious grins as they encircled Yao Yue. Unable to contain himself, Wang Feng shivered involuntarily as an icy aura emanated from Yao Yu. These fools are courting death. They have only themselves to blame, he mused, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even he, the esteemed leader of the divine sect, dared not toy with Yao Yu. How reckless were these men to provoke her? With a thunderous boom, Wang Feng's words hung in the air, and an overwhelming frost radiated from Yao Yu, plunging the temperature around them to freezing levels, forcing all present to shiver uncontrollably. In an elegant motion, Yao Yu brought her delicate fingers together, tracing swift lines in the air, unleashing a flurry of blinding light. The disciples who had dared to surround her halted in their tracks, their eyes widening as a gentle breeze swept through, and several heads tumbled to the ground. Bang! Xianxian, who had been brimming with excitement, was instantly petrified by the sight, collapsing onto the ground with a heavy thud, trembling not from exhilaration, but from sheer terror. How could mere disciples of the Lingyun sect, albeit in the early stages of spiritual awareness, be dispatched so effortlessly? The realization of their demise left him in a state of panic. You dare to slay my fellow disciples of Lingyun sect? His voice trembled, the fear erasing the pain from his lips. But before his words could fully escape, a flash of light severed his throat, blood gushing forth as his eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined he would meet his end on his own turf, especially as the chief disciple of Lingyun sect. With a bright future ahead, how could this be? Alas, regret came too late, and his consciousness faded into darkness. How could Qin Shixiang be killed? Gasped the onlookers, their shock palpable. This woman is utterly brazen. To slay our chief disciple within Lingyun sect? This is catastrophic. Xianxia's death will surely incite the wrath of the sect leader. The disciples watching from a distance were torn between fury and fear. Some were outraged by Yao Yu's audacity, while others trembled, knowing that this death would surely bring turmoil to the entire sect. Yet, a few among them bore expressions of satisfaction, their gazes filled with loathing as they regarded Xianxia's lifeless form. Among the crowd, several figures trembled and fled in terror. In stark contrast to the chaos around them, Wang Feng and the formidable Xianxia remained remarkably composed. To provoke Yao Yu was merely to invite death. Wang Feng understood well the ferocity she possessed. Behind them, Li He was equally astonished, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he observed Yao Yu. What an extraordinary individual has emerged from the periphery of the Xingyao mountain range, accompanied by a formidable expert at the Xianhuang level. Li He's keen gaze remained fixed on Wang Feng, his mind racing with speculation. Until now, Yao Yu had concealed her aura, obscuring her true power from him. However, her effortless annihilation of Xianxian and the others had finally revealed her formidable prowess, piquing Li He's curiosity about Wang Feng's origins. Having lurked in Lingyun sect for so long, he knew well that no Xianhuang experts resided in this region. In such a small place, a Xianhuang master could dominate the surroundings. Even the Daylight Empire would treat one with deference. Yet now, such a figure was respectfully attending Wang Feng. This peculiar situation left even Li He feeling unsettled. Could this man be a scion of an ancient lineage? Just then, a roar that shook the very heavens resounded, echoing across the land. Moments later, several figures descended from the sky, landing directly before Wang Feng and his companions. Xianxian, my son, Qin Feng, the sect leader of Lingyun, arrived and was struck by the sight of his son lying motionless on the ground, his entire being convulsed with grief, tears glistening in his fierce eyes as he approached Xianxian, gently caressing his cheek. He had only one son. Though he had scolded him that morning due to the pressures of the Demon Sealing Conference, it was merely irritation. He was generally pleased with Xianxian's progress. Yet, in an instant, he found himself separated from his child by a chasm of death. It was you who killed my son. Qin Feng's head snapped up, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as they locked onto Yao Yu. His robust frame radiated an overwhelming force, causing the very air around him to quiver. Like a furious lion, Qin Feng evoked fear in the hearts of the Lingyun disciples, who had never witnessed their leader in such a frenzied state. His scarlet eyes seemed to devour souls, rendering them unable to meet his gaze. In the face of Qin Feng's accusations and lethal aura, Yao Yu remained unfazed, her demeanor indifferent as she stood beside Wang Feng, arms crossed, seeking death. Qin Feng's fury ignited further at her blatant disregard, erupting into a whirlwind of ferocious power. Chapter 18. The End of Lingyun Sect. The ferocious might of a cultivator at the pinnacle of the initial realm surged from Qin Feng, sweeping over Lingyun Sect, shaking its very foundations. Every disciple felt the terrifying fury that emanated from their leader. What has transpired? Why has the sect leader erupted in such wrath? Don't you know? Master Brother Xianxian has been slain within our Lingyun sect. What? How could this happen? Who dares to act so brazenly? The disciples of Lingyun's sect buzzed with chatter, some seething with anger. Their sect was a mighty force in the periphery of the Xingyao mountain range, How dare anyone challenge them? Though many among them disapproved of Chun Xian, at that moment, nearly all the disciples united in their outrage toward the individual bold enough to provoke their sect. Death. Chun Feng's crimson eyes were fixed on Yao Yu, and in that instant, her beauty faded before him. She was no longer a stunning maiden, but rather the embodiment of his vengeance for his slain son. He let out a low growl, suddenly extending his hand. Upon his broad palm, a formidable surge of profound energy coalesced, its terrifying fluctuations causing the very air to twist visibly. A resplendent radiance burst forth from his entire hand. Boom! As Chen Feng struck out with his palm, a fearsome wave of power surged forth, akin to a tumultuous tide, sweeping towards Yao Yu. The overwhelming profound energy condensed into a colossal palm imprint in the void, crashing forward with unmatched might. Witnessing Chen Feng unleash such a terrifying force, a sense of pride flickered across the faces of many disciples from Lingyun Sect, for this was their sect's leader, a renowned powerhouse in the periphery of the Xingyao mountain range. Alongside their pride, however, their gazes towards Yao Yu were tinged with regret. They had never anticipated that such an extraordinary beauty would commit such a foolish act as to offend their Lingyun Sect, leading to her imminent demise. From the moment they laid eyes on Yao Yu, all the disciples of Lingyun Sect were captivated. Even some of the female disciples were enthralled. Yet now, this stunning woman was on the verge of meeting her end at the hands of their sect leader. A tragic irony indeed. A woman of Yao Yu's caliber, akin to a fleeting bloom, was indelibly etched into their memories. Even as she faced death, they would likely never forget her exquisite visage throughout their lives. Among the crowd, only Wang Feng, the grand demon Xianxia, and Li He maintained their composure. A cold smile even graced the faces of Xianxia and Li He, as they deemed it foolish for someone at the pinnacle of the early phase of the entry realm to dare confront a master of the profound emperor realm. Buzz. Just as Chen Feng's terrifying palm imprint was about to descend upon Yao Yu's delicate form, a chilling brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes. A fierce aura radiated from her, shaking the very fabric of the surrounding world. This piercing and formidable energy transformed into an exquisite long sword, cleaving toward the immense palm imprint. Boom! The terrifying palm imprint, capable of shaking any expert at the entry realm, crumbled like paper upon encountering that fierce energy. The overwhelming profound energy dissipated into countless sparkling motes, scattering throughout the heavens and earth. The once tumultuous world fell silent in an instant. How is this possible? As this scene unfolded, Chun Feng's pupils widened in disbelief. His face a mask of incredulity, his exclamation echoing throughout the area. The numerous disciples and elders of Lingyun Sect were likewise struck dumb, rubbing their eyes to confirm they were not dreaming. Hiss. Subsequently, a collective intake of breath echoed from the disciples and elders, as their hearts surged with tumultuous waves. Just a moment ago, they had mourned the impending demise of such an extraordinary beauty, yet in the next instant, it seemed as if fate were mocking them. Their sect leader, a pinnacle master of the early phase of the entry realm, renowned throughout the periphery of the Xingyao mountain range, had his wrathful strike effortlessly extinguished by this stunning woman, who had not even lifted a finger. Only a strand of energy had sufficed to obliterate his furious attack. What a terrifying revelation. Who on earth are you? After a moment of shock, Chen Feng forcefully suppressed the rage boiling within him. His eyes fixed intently on Yao Yu as he inquired. Yao Yu's formidable strength rendered him hesitant to act rashly. He understood that his previous strike had held nothing back, yet it had still been effortlessly countered by Yao Yu's mere aura. Such a power was beyond his capacity to contend with. The pain of losing a son nearly drove him to madness. Yet Yao Yu's terrifying power restored a sliver of his rationality. However, Yao Yu paid no heed to Chen Feng, remaining quietly by Wang Feng's side, utterly unmoved, her cold and proud demeanor fully revealed at that moment. In truth, Yao Yu was merely awaiting Wang Feng's command. Until he made a clear decision to eliminate Chen Feng, she dared not act independently, though she was cold and ruthless. She understood that Wang Feng was an unparalleled existence who held her fate in his hands. In the past, she had never feared anyone, but now, Wang Feng had become the sole individual she feared. I refuse to believe that you are truly this powerful. Chen Feng's fury was ignited by Yao Yu's aloofness. He even convinced himself that her strength was not as formidable as it appeared, merely a facade. Boom. He erupted once more with a fierce aura, channeling all his power into his palm, causing it to radiate a blinding light. He struck out violently, conjuring an even more terrifying palm imprint that surged towards Yao Yu. Kill him. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's renewed assault, Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, speaking indifferently. He had initially entertained the thought of keeping Chen Feng alive to glean information about the Xingyao mountain range and the entire Radiant Sun Empire. But given his blatant lack of awareness, What purpose did he serve? With the vastness of Lingyun's sect, there was no shortage of individuals to inquire of, albeit none as knowledgeable as Chen Feng. Upon hearing Wang Feng's command, a chilling aura erupted from Yao Yu's exquisite form. The terrifying coldness manifested as icy crystals in the air, their pointed tips glimmering ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. Then, Yao Yu extended her delicate hand and lightly clapped. In an instant, the ice crystals shot forth, their unparalleled sharpness tearing through the void, creating numerous minute fissures in the air. Boom! Before the watchful eyes of all, those ice crystals collided violently with Chen Feng's palm strike, their terrifying edge shattering his attack into fragments. They surged forth with unrelenting momentum towards Chen Feng, the fearsome brilliance piercing his skin even from a great distance. As Chen Feng beheld the oncoming ice crystals, his countenance changed dramatically, fear reflecting in his eyes. He frantically summoned his power to envelop himself, retreating in an attempt to escape the encroaching icy prison. Yet, his struggles proved futile. The ice crystals, moving with lightning speed, pierced through his body, easily breaking his hastily erected protective barrier. Puff! Chen Feng's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked down at the bloodied holes in his chest, extending a blood-soaked finger towards Yao Yu, attempting to utter something. However, before he could voice a word, his consciousness plunged into darkness, collapsing straight to the ground. Bang! A thunderous crash resonated as Chen Feng fell, the ground beneath him fracturing into pieces. Debris scattering in all directions. In the air, ice crystal petals floated gently, as if bidding farewell to the fallen leader of Lingyun's sect, a top-tier powerhouse in the periphery of the Xinxiao mountain range. The sect leader is dead. What should we do? As the disciples and elders of Lingyun's sect beheld the collapse of their pillar of support, fear washed over their faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably with dread. They all took several steps back, trying to alleviate their inner turmoil. At this moment, Yao Yu's breathtaking beauty only instilled fear in them, devoid of any prior allure. Their sect leader is a formidable master at the pinnacle of the early stage of the Prime Minister realm, yet he was effortlessly slain by this enchanting woman. It is astonishing that their leader showed not a hint of resistance. To what extraordinary strength must this exquisite woman possess to achieve such a feat? Their greater concern, however, lies in the possibility that Yao Yu, after dispatching Chen Feng, may seek further trouble with them. If even the sect leader could not withstand this alluring woman, how could they hope to defend themselves? Sect leader, you dare to slay the leader of the Lingyun sect? The thousands of lives within the Lingyun sect will surely not spare you. At this moment of eerie silence, an elder from the Lingyun sect suddenly lunged at Chen Feng. Growling fiercely, his eyes glinted with an astonishing hatred, as if he wished to devour Yao Yu whole. Kill him. Wang Feng cast a cold glance at the elder and spoke again. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu pointed her finger, and a flash of cold light appeared. Instantly, a hollow formed in the elder's forehead, piercing through his entire skull. Blood gushed forth, and he collapsed directly onto Chen Feng. The Lingyun sect is hereby disbanded. From this moment forth, there shall be no Lingyun sect within the Sunlit Empire. Should you desire vengeance against our sect, you are always welcome. Wang Feng surveyed the surrounding disciples and elders of the Lingyun sect, speaking with an icy detachment. His words, devoid of any emotion, sent shivers through the spines of the Lingyun sect disciples. The sight of the two bloodied corpses greatly amplified the intimidation of Wang Feng's words, causing all Lingyun sect disciples present to tremble in fear. Even those among them, including some elders, who were fiercely unwilling to see the Lingyun sect disband, dared not utter a word of dissent. Wang Feng's indifferent gaze swept over the many Lingyun sect disciples. He had initially intended to annihilate the entire sect, but upon reflecting that there were some inherently good-hearted disciples among them, he deemed it too cruel to slay them all. Moreover, with a mere sect like Lingyun, they posed no significant threat to his divine Immortal Sect. Wang Feng remained confident in this regard. Should they ever pose a threat, he would not hesitate to eradicate them entirely. He did not wish to jeopardize his disciples due to a fleeting moment of compassion. Subsequently, Wang Feng chose not to linger any longer within the Lingyun sect and departed with Yao Yu, the dark demon Xianxia, and Li He. If our sect discovers that the Lingyun sect has not disbanded, it will be akin to this stone. A cold, merciless voice reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Following this, a flash of cold light streaked past, shattering a massive stone within the Lingyun sect into countless pieces. The explosion of debris caused the Lingyun sect disciples present to quake in terror, their eyes betraying their fright. If their sect leader could not contend with this individual, how could they possibly defy Wang Feng's command? Are we truly to disband just like this? An elder from the Lingyun sect exclaimed, his face twisted with resentment, dark malice flickering in his eyes. Previously, when Wang Feng was present, he dared not utter a word, But now that Wang Feng was absent, his thoughts were racing. Could it be that the Lingyun sect would dissolve merely at this person's word? The reputation they had on the outskirts of the Xingyao mountain range would be utterly tarnished. Moreover, it was worth noting that this elder, aside from the sect leader Chen Feng and the Grand Elder, was the strongest within the Lingyun sect. With both of those figures absent, he stood a good chance of becoming the new sect leader if the Lingyun sect remained intact. But what if we don't disband? With such a ruthless individual, if we continue to maintain the Lingyun sect, we will inevitably face his retribution, leaving us with no escape. Another elder from the Lingyun sect remarked, his expression grave. As elders of the Lingyun sect, none wished to see their sect dissolved. The status of being an elder of a somewhat renowned sect was far too different. Otherwise, their cultivation at the Xinjiang realm would seem negligible throughout the Sunlit Empire. And only in the outskirts of the Xingyao mountain range could they wield any semblance of authority. After the elders' words fell, the Lingyun sect elders fell into silence. Indeed, what could they do, no matter how unwilling they were? They could not stand against that figure. Should they choose to maintain the Lingyun sect, they would face certain doom when he came to settle accounts. Esteemed elders, until we meet again. In this moment of silence, several Lingyun sect disciples bowed to the elders and spoke. The weight of Wang Feng's final words had become unbearable, and in their eyes, with that individual's threat looming, the disbandment of the Lingyun sect was inevitable. Remaining would only be a waste of time. As these disciples spoke, some Lingyun sect disciples present began to waver, gradually nurturing the thought of departing the sect. Is it that you all so readily abandon the Lingyun sect? That individual merely threatened you, and you wish to leave already? The strongest elder of the Lingyun sect glared at the hasty disciples, his eyes flashing with cold light as he scoffed. If we do not leave, what purpose is there in staying? With that individual's threat, the Lingyun sect is doomed to disband. A brave disciple responded boldly. Now that the Lingyun sect had become akin to an extinguished lineage, the elders had lost much of their authority, emboldening the departing disciples. Boldness! How dare you question me? An elder? Enraged, the elder, already simmering with anger from Wang Feng's threat, unleashed his fury. A violent surge of xuanxi coalesced into a fist imprint, hurtling toward the disciple. The overwhelming force instantly subdued the disciple, the fist imprint piercing through his body. When the terrifying power erupted, the disciple's form was obliterated, his flesh scattering, as if it were raining blood in that area. This sudden turn of events terrified the other disciples who had intended to leave, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, retreating several steps before collapsing to the ground, their faces pale. Where's Chen Feng? Just as the elder prepared to speak further, a voice like a resonant bell echoed above the entire Lingxiao Peak. Following this, a swarm of dark figures descended upon Lingxiao Peak, filling the air. As soon as these figures landed, a pressure akin to a colossal mountain enveloped the entire Lingxiao Peak, subduing the Lingyun sect disciples, making them tremble uncontrollably. The eyes of several Lingyun sect elders widened in shock, fear gripping their hearts. Through their perception, they realized that the group consisted mostly of formidable beings at the Xinjiang realm and above. The leader among them, however, was unfathomable. A mere glance sent their very souls quaking. Predecessors, may I inquire why you have descended upon the Lingyun sect? The strongest elder of the Lingyun sect respectfully bowed to the imposing man at the forefront, his voice trembling. His demeanor was now a far cry from the ruthlessness he had shown towards his own sect's disciples. Are you Chen Feng? Long Lin Ho Lin Tianxiong cast a dispassionate glance at the elder and spoke in a deep voice. The group that had descended upon the Lingyun sect was none other than Long Lin Ho Lin Tianxiong and his Long Lin army, come seeking vengeance for his son. As a noble lord of the Sunlit Empire, Long Lin Ho seldom ventured into the Xingyao mountain range. Yet he was well aware that to find the murderer of his son, he could only seek out the local overlords within this mountain range. And no, our sect leader Chen Feng is dead. The lofty demeanor of Long Lin Ho instilled even more reverence in the elder, who quickly responded. May I inquire, do you know who has slain my son? Upon hearing the news of the demise of the Lingyun sect's leader, the Marquis of Changlin inquired without the slightest alteration in his expression. The mere Lingyun sect was beneath his notice. What was a mere sect leader to him? Before the Marquis of Changlin, they were as insignificant as ants. At this moment, he was solely preoccupied with discovering the identity of his son's murderer. I am unaware of the identity of the elder's son. I am the Marquis of Changlin from the Radiant Sun Empire, and my son is Lin Yuni. What? A gasp escaped the lips of the elder and the disciples of the Lingyun sect present, as they stared at the Marquis of Changlin in astonishment. They had never anticipated that a noble from the Radiant Sun Empire would grace their Lingyun sect with his presence, while they appeared to dominate the Starry Mountain range. In the eyes of the higher echelons of the Radiant Sun Empire, they were no more than ants. Even a single marquis could easily obliterate their sect. What instilled in them even greater terror was the audacity of someone to slay the son of the Marquis of Chonglin. Who could possess such brazen courage to strike against the offspring of a noble? After a moment of shock, the elder's face shifted between shades of uncertainty and resolve, and he clenched his teeth, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "My lord, I know who has slain your son." He respectfully bowed to the Marquis of Chonglin and declared loudly, his entire body trembling with tension. "Speak." A voice, imbued with boundless murderous intent, erupted like thunder, shaking the very core of their beings. Our Lingyun sect had previously learned of the arrival of the young Marquis Uni into the Starry Mountain Range. Yet we dared not disturb him. However, we did not foresee that he would fall victim to that individual, who is truly heinous. This person had recently visited our Lingyun sect and directly killed our sect leader. In this Starry Mountain Range, only he possesses the audacity and capability to slay the young Marquis Uni. The elder nearly bowed low enough to touch the ground, forcing himself to suppress the turmoil within. As he spoke, "Who is this person?" The Marquis of Chonglin's eyes turned icy, his voice sharp with inquiry. He could easily perceive the elder's agitation and understood that the elder likely sought to exploit him for vengeance against the sect leader. Yet he cared not. His singular aim was to uncover the murderer of his beloved son. As the elder had articulated, throughout the periphery of the Starry Mountain Range, the Lingyun sect dominated. And the one bold enough to directly slay their leader must possess the strength to have also slain his son. Thus, this individual was the prime suspect. The Marquis of Chonglin preferred to err in judgment rather than overlook any potential assailant of his son. Naturally, should this individual prove innocent, the elder of the Lingyun sect, and indeed the entire sect, would bear the brunt of his wrath. This individual has not disclosed a name, shrouded in utmost mystery. We have never encountered him in the periphery of the Starry Mountain Range. However, before departing, he commanded our Lingyun sect to disband. Should we fail to comply and instead act with ostentation, we will surely draw him out. Upon hearing the Marquis of Chonglin's words, a flicker of joy crossed the elder's downcast face, as he struggled to contain his excitement and expressed, "I can already envision the success of my scheme. Should it succeed, not only could he eliminate that individual through the Marquis of Chonglin's might, but he could also ascend to greater heights alongside the Marquis." Yet, just as he indulged in such fanciful thoughts, he felt as if his own head had been severed from his body, crashing heavily to the ground. With no chance for a final breath, "An ant dares to scheme against me." Observing the severed corpse of the Lingyun sect elder, the Marquis of Chonglin sneered softly. If the elder merely sought to use him to exact revenge on the sect leader's slayer, then his eagerness for vengeance could be overlooked. However, the elder's ambition to restore the Lingyun sect with his backing was nothing short of delusional. Witnessing the elder's fate, the remaining Lingyun sect elders and disciples trembled in fear, their eyes wide with terror, scarcely daring to breathe lest they provoke the Marquis of Chonglin's ire. Previously, the incident involving Yayue's slaying of the sect leader had instilled considerable dread, but it paled in comparison to the fear now emanating from the Marquis of Chonglin. After all, his esteemed reputation as a powerful figure in the Radiant Sun Empire was deeply ingrained in the public consciousness. "You," he said, casually pointing to a Lingyun sect elder, "will do as previously instructed and draw that individual out." "Yes, my lord. I shall exert every effort to lure him out." The elder, upon being singled out, momentarily froze before elation surged within him. He had not anticipated such fortune to fall upon him. He quickly bowed respectfully to the Marquis of Chonglin, his voice trembling with excitement. Seeing this, the Marquis of Chonglin uttered no further words, directly leading his forces to seize control of the Lingyun sect's main hall. The Lingyun sect elders present did not harbor any resentment towards the Marquis's actions. Instead, they were filled with joy. To have the Marquis of Chonglin gracing their sect was a privilege, especially to host him within their midst. "Everyone, have you heard the Marquis's decree?" The elder appointed by the Marquis surveyed the assembly of Lingyun sect elders and disciples with an air of arrogance, speaking in a commanding tone. "Whatever you instruct, Elder Lin, we shall dutifully abide by the Marquis's will." Although they found the elder's demeanor distasteful, the Lingyun sect elders still responded with respect. The disciples who had previously contemplated departing the Lingyun sect now chose to remain, for with the Marquis of Chonglin's protection, their sect would not only survive, but thrive. "Very well," announced the re-establishment of our Lingyun sect. "Let our disciples fervently proclaim the revival throughout the Starry Mountain Range, drawing that individual out." A cold smile adorned Elder Lin's face as he proclaimed loudly. With the Marquis of Chonglin as their backing, the fear instilled by Wang Feng and his cohort dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming desire for vengeance against them. In their eyes, with such a formidable ally, Wang Feng and his companions would undoubtedly meet their demise. In the face of the Empire's elite, even the mightiest individual was but an ant. Yes, the disciples of the Lingyun sect responded in unison, their spirits invigorated by Elder Lin's declaration. At that moment, both the disciples and elders of the Lingyun sect felt a surge of exhilaration, envisioning a prosperous future for their sect. Simultaneously, Wang Feng had returned to the straw hut alongside Yao Yue and the others. Upon landing, he turned to Li He, a playful smile gracing his lips. Have you considered my offer? Are you willing to join my divine immortal sect? Divine immortal sect? Li Hei's eyes flickered with intrigue upon hearing Wang Feng's words, puzzled as he had never encountered such a sect even in his previous life. Yet, a hint of scorn welled up within him. Even as a peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm, he had never dared to claim the title of immortal for his own sect. How audacious for this humble sect in a remote area to adopt such a name, utterly absurd. Instantly, Li Hei's regard for Wang Feng and the divine immortal sect plummeted. Indeed, by joining my divine immortal sect, we can restore you to your former glory, perhaps even surpass it, Wang Feng affirmed, his voice brimming with unwavering confidence. Humph. How could a mere sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? Li He sneered coldly, his expression rife with disdain. Boy, I advise you to speak respectfully to your sect master. Otherwise, you shall witness what true suffering entails. Upon witnessing Li Hei's demeanor, the formidable Xianxia demon standing beside Wang Feng could not help but narrow his eyes, voicing his disapproval in a deep, resonant tone. However, to Xianxia's astonishment, as he uttered those words, Li Hei's gaze suddenly enveloped him, instilling within him a profound sense of terror, as if he were being scrutinized by an incomprehensibly formidable entity. His very soul quivered, causing his previously fierce countenance to falter, and he bowed his head in silence. Even if you once stood at the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor realm in your past life, you are now, at best, a mere figure in the entry-level realm. Should my sect truly wish to eliminate you, unless you recklessly disregard all consequences, you shall never escape. As for that precious artifact you possess, my sect is equally aware of its significance. If we harbored ulterior motives, we need only to disseminate the knowledge of your artifact, and you would surely find yourself without a resting place. Upon hearing Li Hei's scathingly sarcastic remarks, Wang Feng did not exhibit anger. Rather, he regarded Li Hei with a half-smile, his expression enigmatic. Wang Feng's words not only resonated deeply with Li Hei, but also sent shivers through Xianxia and Yao Yue. The latter became entirely vigilant, her delicate form radiating an aura as frigid as the icy depths of the netherworld, standing resolutely by Wang Feng's side. A reincarnation of a peak Xian Emperor realm expert? Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable Li Hei bore such a terrifying identity. No wonder a mere glance had sent tremors through his spirit. A peak Xian Emperor realm expert, even at his zenith. Facing such a being felt akin to confronting an ant, utterly devoid of any power to resist. Even now, though Li Hei had lost that level of cultivation, Xianxia remained exceedingly wary. Who could ascertain what trump cards Li Hei had retained from his past life? The trump cards of a peak Xian Emperor realm expert would likely intimidate even genuine Xian Emperor realm cultivators. Who exactly are you? Li Hei's profound gaze fixated on Wang Feng, an indescribable terror emanating from his frail figure. The valley was suddenly engulfed in a tempest, the oppressive atmosphere sending waves of anxiety through Xianxia and Yao Yue. I am the leader of the Immortal Sect. Perhaps my sect's reputation is presently feeble, but given time, we shall undoubtedly command respect across the heavens. Wang Feng proclaimed with an air of pride, his entire being suffused with a compelling aura. As his words echoed in the air, Wang Feng fixed his intense gaze upon Li Hei, stating solemnly, "My sect has but one objective for you, to join the Immortal Sect. As for that treasured artifact you carry, it holds no allure for us." While the artifact might compel others to risk their lives for it, to Wang Feng, it was of little consequence. The system in his possession was the true treasure of this realm. And if I refused to join? Li Hei's eyes narrowed, his tone grave. At that moment, he found himself perplexed by Wang Feng's true nature. If Wang Feng were merely a buffoon, how could he possess such extensive knowledge of Li Hei's background, including the very artifact he bore? This was not information a mere jester could acquire. Since his reincarnation, Li Hei had believed he had concealed his identity well. Even those closest to him in his past life presumed he had perished rather than reincarnated. Yet Wang Feng, a complete stranger, seemed to know him intimately, which left Li Hei unable to muster his anger. As Wang Feng had articulated, unless Li Hei was willing to forsake everything and unleash the trump cards from his past life, he could not be certain of besting Wang Feng and his companions. Merely contending with that Xian Emperor realm expert would require significant effort, and should he recklessly employ his trump cards or fail to subdue Wang Feng, the repercussions would be beyond his capacity to bear. My sect shall not harm you. However, I cannot guarantee your secrets will remain safe with us. Wang Feng remarked with a smirk. Although his tone bore no hint of threat, his words posed the gravest threat to Li He. Li Hei's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Wang Feng, an overwhelming aura of terror radiating from him. At that moment, Wang Feng felt as if a dreadful gaze were fixed upon him, akin to the grim reaper beckoning him forth. Nevertheless, beneath Li Hei's intense scrutiny, Wang Feng maintained an air of calm, displaying no signs of distress. I shall join your immortal sect for a decade. After 10 years, I shall depart. And you shall not divulge my departure. Should you refuse, let us both perish together, Li He stated, deeply scrutinizing Wang Feng. Wang Feng's tranquil demeanor dissuaded Li He from making any rash moves. He had just exerted a modicum of Xian Emperor realm pressure. Even that slight exertion was beyond the tolerance of ordinary individuals, yet Wang Feng remained unfazed. This indicated much. Furthermore, with the downfall of Ling Yun's sect, he required a tranquil place to restore his strength. 10 years would suffice for his recovery, at which point, he would return to avenge the indignities he currently endured. Very well, my sect agrees to your terms. Upon hearing Li Hei's words, Wang Feng nodded in affirmation. He remained oblivious to Li Hei's intentions, even if he were aware. He would dismiss them. In 10 years, he could not fathom the heights to which the Immortal Sect would ascend. Perhaps by then, even Xian Emperor realm experts would not qualify to join his sect. Congratulations, host, on recruiting an extraordinary genius. Reward, 30,000 sect points, and 1 random summoning opportunity. As Wang Feng's words lingered in the air, a cool voice resonated in his mind, causing him to shudder with exhilaration, a satisfied smile gracing his face. His risk of confronting a reincarnated peak Xian Emperor realm expert had borne fruit. This reward was the most bountiful he had received to date. It seemed that in the future, when recruiting disciples for the Immortal Sect, he should aim for those of exceptional talent, as that would foster the sect's growth and yield even greater rewards. Chapter 21. A Sword's Light Cold as the 19 states. Xianxia, you shall remain here for the time being and gather intelligence for the Immortal Sect. Wang Feng, suppressing his desire to draw rewards and summon, instructed Xianxia. Currently, the Immortal Sect's base resided within a small world. Without external agents, they would inevitably become isolated from information, much like the Demon Sealing Conference. Had it not been for the serendipitous arrival of Ling Yun's sect's elder, he would have remained unaware of such a grand event, causing the Immortal Sect to miss numerous opportunities. Though the system ensured the strength of his disciples, seizing opportunities remained paramount. Yes, sect leader, Xianxia replied promptly, showing no signs of negligence. Seeing Xianxia's attitude, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. After spending time with Xianxia, he found it hard to reconcile the demon's reputation for wreaking havoc upon the Radiant Empire. He appeared quite amiable, respectful, and far from arrogant. Subsequently, Wang Feng, along with Yao Yu and Li He, entered the Immortal Sect's base within the small world. Upon witnessing the vastness of the small world housing the Immortal Sect, Li He was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Especially as he truly felt the immense scale of the small world, waves of awe surged within him. Although Xian Emperor realm experts could create small worlds, Li He was certain that even in his past life, as a peak Xian Emperor realm expert, he could never have fashioned such a grand and intricate small world. In an instant, Li He was profoundly impressed by the Immortal Sect's depth. His previous underestimation of the sect dissipated entirely. Perhaps, this was an ancient hidden sect that had eluded public knowledge. Li He mused, his perception of Wang Feng subtly shifting. To ascend to the position of an elusive grandmaster, Wang Feng is undoubtedly a figure far more complex than he initially appears. Coupled with his profound understanding of the enigmatic Li He, who stands at the zenith of the Xian Di realm as a reincarnator, Wang Feng has become an inscrutable presence in Li Hei's mind. You are free to choose any loft for your residence. There is also a senior brother and a senior sister above you. I will subsequently introduce you to them, Wang Feng said, gesturing towards the loft shrouded in mist. Addressing Li He nodded in silence, having accepted the reality of his induction into the divine Immortal Sect. The extraordinary nature of this sect ignited a profound curiosity within him. Observing this, Wang Feng chose not to dwell on Li He any longer and proceeded toward the main hall of the divine Immortal Sect. Meanwhile, Yao Yu cast a fleeting glance at Li He before vanishing in an instant. The divine Immortal Sect? To dare to bear the name of immortals, I must ascertain the mysteries that lie within. Watching Wang Feng depart, Li He narrowed his eyes and murmured. With that, he too moved, ascending the seemingly sacred staircase towards the interior of the divine Immortal Sect. Upon entering the main hall, Wang Feng could hardly contain his eagerness. System. Display the attributes panel of this sect's master. Ding. The attributes panel of the host is as follows. Host. Wang Feng cultivation. early stage of Xian Huang realm physique, Nun bloodline, Nun Xian techniques, celestial flight, Mingyu skill. Huaguang sword art established sect, divine immortal sect value, 43, 800 incomplete tasks, recruit 10 disciples, for 10. Gazing at his attributes panel, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction before stating, show me the attributes panel of the divine immortal sect. Ding. The attributes panel of the divine immortal sect is as follows. Sect, divine immortal sect level, level 1 sovereign, unique Wang Feng, early stage of Xian Huang realm, elders, limit of 5 Yi Gucheng, peak of marquee. Shi Min Shui Shui, mid stage of Xian Huang, Yao Yu, early stage of Xian Huang, disciples, limit of 10 Li Qing, bearer of the turtle spirit Xian immortal body. Ling Fei Wu, early stage of Xian general, Li He, reincarnated Xian emperor, Xianxiadrama sect residence, small world. Upon examining the attributes panel of the divine immortal sect, Wang Feng's heart quivered with urgency. It was evident he needed to swiftly recruit more disciples to elevate the sect to the second level. Otherwise, even if he obtained summoning opportunities, he would be unable to summon formidable beings. However, he was no longer the disheveled newcomer he had been upon entering this world. He could now afford to be selective in whom he invited to join the divine immortal sect. Although the current number of members was few, their strength was undeniably formidable, capable of shaking the very foundations of the Radiant Sun Empire if unleashed. Thus, Wang Feng became discerning, no longer casually recruiting disciples. While he possessed the capability to draw lots and improve the qualifications of his disciples through bloodlines and physiques, his resources were not to be squandered. For Wang Feng, the foremost criterion in recruiting disciples was their character, followed closely by their aptitude. Among the 3 disciples he had taken in, he could not claim their aptitudes were unrivaled in the world, but their characters were undoubtedly among the finest. Only his eldest disciple, Li Qing, required further refinement in his aptitude. As for the likes of Ling Fei Wu and Li He, they were individuals of resolute character. Concerning the 4th disciple, the system had currently classified Xianxiadrama as such, but in reality, Wang Feng had no intention of treating Xianxiadrama as a disciple of the divine immortal sect. He merely had not yet decided on a suitable position for Xianxiadrama, hence allowing him to fill a gap. Moreover, within the divine immortal sect, the only position available was that of elder, a role of utmost significance. Wang Feng would only allocate this title to summon strong individuals. Although Xianxiadrama possessed the requisite qualifications, he had yet to earn Wang Feng's complete trust. It seemed that establishing the sect's residence within this small world presented certain limitations. Wang Feng mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Not to mention that the spiritual energy in this small world was currently feeble, rendering it an inadequate environment for cultivation. The isolation of information regarding the sect's residence further displeased Wang Feng. After considering his options, he resolved to establish another residence for the divine immortal sect within the valley where the thatched cottage was located. Once the sect had fully developed, the residence within this small world could serve as the inner sect, while the valley surrounding the thatched cottage would represent the outer sect. Previously, he had entered the small world with great enthusiasm, neglecting to consider these factors. Now, as the divine immortal sect continued to thrive, it was only natural for Wang Feng to meticulously contemplate the future blueprint of his sect. His ambition was to elevate the divine immortal sect to the pinnacle among the myriad realms. How could he afford to be reckless? With this thought, Wang Feng did not hesitate to summon Yao Yu, instructing her to inform Xianxiadrama to establish the sect's residence in the valley. Only in this manner could the divine immortal sect gain widespread recognition. Otherwise, while hidden within this small world, it remained obscure, impeding its development. Receiving Wang Feng's directive, Yao Yu complied and promptly departed from the sovereign hall. Watching Yao Yu's retreating figure, Wang Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation regarding the kind of sect residence Xianxiadrama would establish. In the entirety of the sect, aside from Xianxiadrama, Wang Feng struggled to conceive of anyone more suitable for the task. Relying on Yi Gucheng and Shi Min Shui Shui, both of whom were sword enthusiasts, was virtually out of the question. While Yao Yu might have been a viable option, Wang Feng harbored concerns that her aloof disposition could lead to an unsatisfactory outcome for the sect's residents. After much deliberation, Wang Feng concluded that Xianxiadrama was indeed the most fitting choice, given his extensive experience and knowledge of how to appropriately establish a sect's residence. Furthermore, Xianxiadrama's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the marquee level, though he might not possess the power to overturn the heavens. He certainly had the means to create a sect's residence. System utilized the random summoning opportunity. Wang Feng declared inwardly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned Yin Shi San. Would you like to view his attributes panel? The cool voice resonating in Wang Feng's mind sent a shiver down his spine. This sword demon was renowned, associated with 4 legendary sword masters: Sword God Shimin Shui Shui, Sword Immortal Yi Gucheng, Sword Emperor Xie Xiaofeng, and Sword Demon Yin San. Now, having summoned 3 of the 4, Wang Feng eagerly awaited the day when the divine Immortal Sect could gather all 4 sword masters, allowing their names to resonate across this other world. Show me. Wang Feng nodded without hesitation. Ding. Yin San's attributes panel is as follows. Name: Yin San cultivation. Pinnacle of Xian Huang realm Xian technique. Fatal 15 swords. Respectable. Xian weapon. 13 pearl sword. Respectable. Gazing at Yin San's attributes panel, Wang Feng felt a surge of excitement, his mind echoing the words. Sword energy spans 30,000 miles. A single sword's light chills 19 provinces. In Wang Feng's heart, Yin San ranked as the strongest among the 4 sword masters, a man wholly devoted to martial prowess, obsessed with the art of the sword, bordering on madness. In truth, the fates of Sword Demon Yin San and Sword Emperor Xie Xiaofeng were quite akin to those of Sword God Shimin Shui Shui and Sword Immortal Yi Gucheng, both having engaged in magnificently splendid peak battles, regarded as the most glorious contests among swordsmen. Similar to Yi Gucheng, when Yin San unleashed his 15th sword, he could have slain Xie Xiaofeng, but chose instead to sever his own throat, harboring a sense of benevolence and seeking to destroy that dreadful sword. Wang Feng was uncertain as to whether Yin San's Sword 15 or Yi Gucheng's ultimate manifestation of the celestial sword arts was superior. However, he was unequivocally confident that Yin San's arrival in this otherworldly realm would no longer necessitate the sacrifice of his life to unleash the terrifying Sword 15. He could even envision the possibility of Yin San creating Sword 16 and Sword 17. Wang Feng harbored no doubts regarding Yin San's aptitude for the sword. At that moment of contemplation, a tremor coursed through the void within the Master Hall, and suddenly, a figure clad in black emerged from the ether, materializing within the sanctum. Upon the appearance of this figure, Wang Feng was immediately enveloped by an aura of solitude and nobility. It felt as if he was not merely beholding a person, but rather an aloof sword. This figure exuded an ingrained coldness and weariness, yet simultaneously radiated an intimidating murderous intent that sent a shiver down Wang Feng's spine. Yin San's chill was distinct from that of Yi Gucheng and Shimin Shui Shui. It bore the essence of someone whose heart had grown cold after taking countless lives. Yin San, at your service, came the hoarse and icy voice from Yin San. When his gaze fell upon Wang Feng, it felt as though a sword brimming with lethal intent was aimed at him, causing an involuntary tremor. There is no need for formalities. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, nodding in satisfaction. With his words, Yin San stood silently, refraining from further discourse. Observing Yin San's demeanor, Wang Feng's lips twitched slightly. Although he was elated to have summoned Yin San and Shimin Shui Shui, these sword enthusiasts were either cold or proud. He felt it might be a challenge to expect them to teach the disciples of the Immortal Sect. It would be ideal if Shimin Shui Shui and Yin San could actively take on disciples, but alas, Wang Feng shook his head. He wondered how long it would take for that aspiration to come to fruition. There are 2 other sword masters within the sect. You may seek them out. Wang Feng murmured, glancing at the still Yin San. He found himself anticipating the clash between Yin San, Yi Gucheng, and Shimin Shui Shui. Understood, master, Yin San replied, his eyes glinting with a spark of brilliance. With that, he vanished from the master hall in a mere instant. I wonder how Li Qing is faring now? Wang Feng mused, stroking his chin and wearing a playful smile. He held Li Qing in high regard. Once Li Qing's physique was thoroughly awakened, he believed that even Li He, the reincarnated Xian Emperor, would pale in comparison to him in terms of talent. After some contemplation, Wang Feng decided to check on how Li Qing was faring under Ling Feiwu's tutelage. Boom. At that moment, a resounding explosion erupted, making Wang Feng's eyelids twitch and a bitter smile to form on his face. He knew something would go awry, but he had not anticipated it happening so swiftly. Wang Feng swiftly exited the master hall, following the sound. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a sight that made his lips twitch. Yin San and Shimin Shui Shui were suspended in midair, their gazes locked onto each other, each emanating a formidable sword intent that illuminated the entire small world, as if 2 distinct divine swords were vying for supremacy. Nearby stood Yi Gucheng, radiating his own fierce sword intent, his eyes fixed intently on Yin San. Excitement flickered in his haughty eyes as the long sword in his grasp trembled slightly, a testament to the thrill of encountering a worthy opponent. Below them stood Li He and Yao Yu. Yao Yu remained expressionless, while Li Hei's face reflected a profound shock. His gaze fixated on the 2 figures above, resembling divine swords. If they were merely at the Xian Emperor realm, Li He would not have displayed such a reaction. However, both Yan Shisan and Shimin Shui imparted an indescribable sensation that even he, a former peak Xian Emperor, could not ignore. What manner of sect is the Immortal Sect? To possess such sword masters? Li He pondered, his eyes flickering between the two figures above and the equally formidable Yi Guqing nearby. The sword is an ancient sacred artifact, supreme and invaluable, revered by both mortals and deities alike. While some practitioners with a modicum of talent can dabble in the sword arts, mastering it to its zenith is an arduous endeavor. Even Xian Emperor realm experts, unless utterly devoted to the sword, find it challenging to attain the pinnacle of sword mastery. Yan Shisan and Shimin Shui, as well as Yi Guqing, give Li He the impression of having fully realized the essence of the sword arts. Perhaps their current cultivation is merely at the Xian Emperor realm, but once they ascend to greater heights, their swordsmanship will truly unveil a brilliance that captivates the world. At that moment, the previously motionless Shimin Shui and Yan Shisan simultaneously drew their swords, causing the void to tremble violently. Two unparalleled beams of sword light shot forth, instantly tearing through the fabric of space, colliding fiercely in the sky. Initially, these two extraordinary sword lights were at an impasse, but soon, they erupted into an explosion, unleashing an endless torrent of sword energy that cleaved the ground, leaving deep fissures in its wake and sending debris flying, forcing Li He to hastily evade. Buzz. In the wake of the sword energy's onslaught, a glimmer passed through, severing a strand of Shimin Shui's hair. After this strike, the two did not continue their assault, but instead sheathed their swords, standing in mutual contemplation. Wang Feng, observing this scene from a distance, felt a jolt of awe. Although he had never practiced the sword arts, he had absorbed the essence of Yi Guqing's and Shimin Shui's ultimate techniques, granting him some understanding of the sword path. The clash between Yan Shisan and Shimin Shui imparted a remarkably profound sensation, as if their swords encapsulated the very principles of swordsmanship. Moments later, as Wang Feng lost himself in thought, both Shimin Shui and Yan Shisan vanished, as did Yi Guqing, leaving only the myriad of sword scars behind. Wang Feng, unfazed by their disappearance, recognized that although they had exchanged but a single strike, it epitomized the profound truths of their swordsmanship. While Shimin Shui may have lost in terms of cultivation, he did not falter in the realm of sword arts. Indeed, Wang Feng was more curious to witness a duel between Yan Shisan and Yi Guqing. Both possessed extraordinarily brilliant sword techniques, and their confrontation could yield greater benefits for both. After a brief glance at Li He, who remained silent, Wang Feng's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic glimmer. In an instant, he disappeared, leaving Li He alone in the arena. Once the others had departed, Li He examined the fissures in the ground, feeling the unparalleled sharpness emanating from within. His heart trembled, even in his previous life. He had never encountered such supreme sword masters. He had initially assumed the Immortal Sect to be a small and arrogant faction, yet it continuously defied his expectations, inciting a growing curiosity within him regarding this sect. Upon returning to the Master Hall, Wang Feng smacked his forehead, realizing that he had been so distracted by the arrival of Shimin Shui and Yan Shisan that he had completely forgotten his intention to check on Li Qing. Ah well, with Fei Wu around, Li Qing should be fine, he reasoned, stroking his chin. At his mortal level, he is not yet suited for more intense challenges. Let Fei Wu hone him for a while longer. Turning his thoughts, Wang Feng declared, "System, utilize 10,000 sect points to exchange for 10 lottery chances. Begin the drawing." With over 40,000 sect points at his disposal, he felt ready to indulge. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1/10 of Yan Shisan's cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Yan Shisan's profound technique, the 15 deadly swords. Ding. As Wang Feng's words faded, a series of chilling sounds echoed in his mind, emanating from the system. A satisfied smile graced Wang Feng's lips. Another surge of power awaited him, this time in his 10 consecutive draws. Aside from acquiring Yan Shisan's 15 deadly swords, the remainder consisted of ascensions in Yan Shisan's cultivation or that of others. System, bestow the 15 deadly swords upon this host. Wang Feng commanded without hesitation. As his words resonated, a vast and terrifying memory surged within his consciousness. Visions of Yan Shisan during his cultivation of the 13 deadly swords, alongside the memories of Yan Shisan evolving the 13th into the 14th and 15th variations. After a considerable time, Wang Feng finally opened his eyes, a glint of fierce brilliance flashing within, a brilliance that seemed capable of tearing through the void. An ethereal sword intent flickered around him, a testament to Yan Shisan's unparalleled prowess. Indeed, Yan Shisan is extraordinary. Wang Feng exhaled softly, marveling at how, after absorbing Yan Shisan's 15 deadly swords. He truly comprehended the extent of Yan Shisan's obsession with the sword. At that moment, Wang Feng emanated the aura of a genuine swordsman, bolstered by the extraordinary techniques of 3 sword masters. While he may not have possessed the terrifying swordsmanship of Yi Guqing and his ilk, he undeniably stood as a formidable swordsman in his own right. Bestow further cultivation, he continued. Once again, as his command rang out, a terrifying force emerged from the void, surging into Wang Feng's body, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor realm in an instant. System, bestow the remaining cultivation upon Yi Guqing, he declared, feeling pleased with his meteoric rise. With this latest enhancement, Wang Feng had swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor realm with only a few draws left, which he chose to allocate to Yi Guqing. As Wang Feng's voice fell silent, Yi Guqing, who was in the loft contemplating the swordplay of Shiman Chui Shui and Yan Shisan, suddenly trembled, hastily channeling his inner energy. Moments later, Yi Guqing's cultivation also reached the initial stage of the Xian Emperor realm. Ding! Yi Guqing's cultivation has been elevated to the initial stage of the Xian Emperor realm. The cold voice resonating in his mind prompted a nod of satisfaction from Wang Feng. Thus, all 4 elders of the Immortal Sect had achieved mastery at the Xian Emperor realm. Subsequently, Wang Feng refrained from further draws, opting instead to solidify and refine his newfound cultivation. Excessive elevation could lead to instability in one's foundation. While Wang Feng was engrossed in enhancing his cultivation, outside the main hall of the Lingyun sect, Elder Lin, appointed by Marquis Changlin, stood with a respectful demeanor, awaiting the Marquis's summons. Enter. A dispassionate voice emanated from within the hall, causing Elder Lin to shudder. He adjusted his robe, his expression solemn, and entered the hall as if on a sacred pilgrimage. Greetings, Marquis. Upon stepping into the hall, Elder Lin dared not meet the gaze of the imposing figure and bowed deeply in greeting. What is the matter? Our disciples of the Lingyun sect have discovered a magnificent pavilion emerging from a valley, belonging to a sect known as the Immortal Sect. Notably, the location where young Marquis Yuan Yi last appeared is also within that valley. However, when young Marquis Yuan Yi manifested, the Immortal Sect was not yet known. Upon hearing the words of Marquis Changlin, Elder Lin lowered his head further, not daring to delay, and hurriedly replied, Are you certain? Hearing Elder Lin's words, Marquis Changlin abruptly stood, his voice deep and commanding, a heavy pressure radiating from his robust frame that rendered the air in the hall still, causing Elder Lin to tremble with fear. Absolutely certain, Elder Lin responded, trembling slightly. Linny. Marquis Changlin's eyes turned cold as he called out, At your service. A shadowy figure appeared in the hall, bowing to Marquis Changlin, exuding a powerful aura at the peak of the Ingress realm. Rally the Changlin army. Accompany me to eradicate that audacious entity, Marquis Changlin declared, enveloped in a relentless aura of killing intent. Yes, the figure vanished in an instant. Lead the way. If that individual is indeed the murderer of my son, I shall ensure the Lingyun sect thrives eternally. Marquis Changlin cast a glance at Elder Lin, speaking indifferently. Your will shall be done, Marquis. Upon hearing Marquis Changlin's words, excitement illuminated Elder Lin's countenance, his entire being trembling with anticipation as he bowed deeply. With the Marquis's assurance, the Lingyun sect's rise seemed all but guaranteed, and those who dared to humiliate them would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. As Marquis Changlin stepped out of the hall, Elder Lin quickly shook off his fantasies and followed closely. Upon exiting the hall, Elder Lin beheld the Changlin army standing in perfect formation before the hall, an overwhelming aura emanating from them, leaving Elder Lin deeply shaken. His cultivation was merely at the Xian general realm, while each soldier of the Changlin army was at the same level, truly a formidable imperial legion. Greetings, Marquis. Upon seeing Marquis Changlin, the entire Changlin army bowed in unison, their fearsome presence reverberating throughout the Lingxiao Peak, startling all disciples of the Lingyun sect, who gazed enviously at the soldiers of the Changlin army. Though they were sect disciples, elevated above ordinary cultivators, they felt insignificant compared to the Imperial Legion. Let us depart. Marquis Changlin surveyed the soldiers of the Changlin army and, with a wave of his hand, proclaimed loudly. With that, he led the Changlin army toward the valley where the Immortal Sect resided, while Elder Lin followed closely, guiding the way for them. At that very moment, Wang Feng was accompanying Yao Yu in surveying the stronghold established by the Grand Demon of Xianxia, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, entrusting this task to the Grand Demon of Xianxia was wise. Before him lay a transformed valley, where the Grand Demon of Xianxia had erected an imposing main hall at the very center, previously the site of a thatched cottage, now serving as the main hall of the Immortal Sect. Flanking the main hall were numerous pavilions, and a grand pathway made entirely of jade stones led from the main hall to the valley's entrance. Before the main hall was an expansive square, with stone stairways carved into the surrounding mountains, each leading to a pavilion. At the valley's mouth stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters of the Immortal Sect, the entire stronghold. While perhaps lacking the ethereal aura of the Little World stronghold, was nonetheless magnificent. Wang Feng felt it far surpassed the supposed grandeur of the Lingyun Sect stronghold, noble yet unassuming, understated yet radiating a subtle brilliance. As Wang Feng praised the transformation, the grand demon of Xianxia beamed with pride, a growing sense of belonging to the Immortal Sect swelling within him. Suddenly, Wang Feng furrowed his brow, casting a sharp gaze into the distance, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Moments later, Yao Yu and the grand demon of Xianxia sensed the change, both turning to the direction Wang Feng was fixated on, their expressions turning icy. Sect Master, those individuals approach with hostility. Shall we send disciples to intercept them? The grand demon of Xianxia suggested. Let us see what they want. Wang Feng replied. Wang Feng waved his hand, his voice low and resolute. Leading the way out of the valley, the Xianxia great demon and Yao Yu followed closely behind him. As they approached the mouth of the valley, a group of figures descended before them, the leader clad in blood-red armor, exuding a menacing aura. Upon their arrival, the entire forest fell silent. All the beasts scurried far away, fearful of incurring the wrath of these terrifying humans. Lord Marquis, it is he. Upon seeing Wang Feng's visage, the elder Lin from Lingyun Sect, standing beside Lord Changlin, gasped in shock. His gaze toward Wang Feng flickered with a frenzied, murderous intent, and a sinister smile crept across his face. In the elder's eyes, with Lord Changlin's appearance, Wang Feng and his companions were surely doomed. Thus, he believed he would avenge the sect master of Lingyun and secure his own ascension to the position. As Elder Lin cried out, Wang Feng noticed him and his eyes turned icy. Although he had not scrutinized Lingyun Sect's members closely, he could still recall several elders. He never anticipated that his one act of kindness would not be met with gratitude, but rather provoke retaliation. Noticing Wang Feng's gaze, Elder Lin wore a triumphant smile, lightly brushing his hand across his neck, conveying a clear message of impending doom. How dare this insignificant ant claim the name of a celestial? I ask you, did you not slay my son? Hearing Elder Lin's words, Lord Changlin's expression darkened, and he turned to Wang Feng, speaking coldly, his demeanor radiating an unmistakable superiority. Given that Lin Yunyi's last known whereabouts was this valley, and that the celestial sect possessed sufficient strength to eliminate his son, an overwhelming desire for vengeance surged within Lord Changlin. In his eyes, the so-called celestial sect bore the greatest suspicion. If there is suspicion, there must be death. Pray tell, who is your son? Wang Feng replied coolly, discerning from Lord Changlin's posture that confrontation was inevitable. I am Lord Changlin, and my son is Lin Yunyi. Upon hearing this revelation, Wang Feng's countenance shifted, for he had not anticipated that the Lingyun sect would inadvertently lead Lord Changlin to the murderer of Lin Yunyi. How could Wang Feng forget Lin Yunyi? He was the one whom Ling Feiwu had personally slain. Indeed, you vile scoundrel, you dare to kill my son. I shall have your body torn asunder. Wang Feng's silence instantly convinced Lord Changlin that he was the murderer of his beloved son. His eyes turned a furious crimson, emanating an icy killing intent as he roared. The bone-chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the temperature to plummet. Elder Lin, standing next to Lord Changlin, involuntarily shivered. Changlin army, assemble, follow me, and leave no trace of this scoundrel-esque sect. Lord Changlin commanded, pointing his hand. Charge! As Lord Changlin's command resonated, the Changlin army roared in unison, unleashing a terrifying momentum that reverberated through the air. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the army filled the atmosphere with a heavy, oppressive aura, akin to a colossal mountain bearing down upon them, nearly suffocating. Clang! The soldiers of the Changlin army swiftly drew their swords, unleashing fierce auras. In that moment, the entire army resembled a legendary beast poised to devour the world, radiating an unfathomable terror. Elder Lin, beside Lord Changlin, held his breath, too fearful to exhale, as both the enraged lord and the formidable army instilled a deep dread within him. This sect did not foresee that the Lingyun sect would unwittingly lead you to our doorstep. Indeed, we did slay Lin Yunyi. Even in the face of Lord Changlin's wrath and the predatory gazes of the Changlin army, Wang Feng remained unfazed, responding with an air of nonchalance, as if he were discussing the demise of an insignificant insect. You seek death. Upon Wang Feng's admission, Lord Changlin's fury surged to new heights, consuming his reason in flames of wrath. He could no longer contain himself, unleashing a formidable power that altered the very fabric of heaven and earth. The power of a mid-level marquis burst forth without restraint, shaking the surroundings. Boom! Lord Changlin extended a hand, his internal force surging violently. drawing in the ethereal energies from the surrounding environment, which converged upon his palm, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Bang! Without hesitation, Lord Changlin struck out. The immense ethereal force coalescing into a colossal palm print that blotted out the sky, crashing toward Wang Feng, poised to crush him without mercy. As the palm print descended, cracks appeared in the void, and the atmosphere stirred violently, dimming as only the luminous palm print remained, pressing inexorably toward Wang Feng. Lord Changlin intended to prolong Wang Feng's suffering, tormenting his mind before ushering in his demise, for how could he face his deceased son otherwise? Observing the enormous palm print descending upon Wang Feng, Elder Lin's face lit up with satisfaction. This scoundrel was finally meeting his end. The Lingyun sect would no longer be threatened by him, and he owed his gratitude to this villain for eliminating the former sect master. Otherwise, how could he ascend to the position of sect master and align himself with Lord Changlin? Chapter 24, The Shintai Demon Staff. Absurd. Just as the gigantic palm print was about to descend upon Wang Feng, a thunderous voice erupted, followed by a terrifying force suddenly emanating from beside Wang Feng, none other than the Xianxia Great Demon. His face contorted with anger, he swiftly extended his hand, gathering a tremendous surge of ethereal energy, and struck out with a single palm. The overwhelming force shattered the colossal palm print into countless scintillating fragments that dispersed into the air, resembling a stunning display of fireworks. However, this scene caused Lord Changlin's pupils to constrict, disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, "A peak marquee level." Lord Changlin could scarcely fathom that a peak marquee level powerhouse lay hidden within this minor sect on the outskirts of the Xingyao mountain range, and moreover, this very individual was the slayer of his beloved son. The imposing aura emanating from the Changlin army faltered, leaving the soldiers in stunned silence. As soldiers of the Daybreak Empire, though the Changlin army's many commanders might possess only the strength of Xian general, their experience far surpassed that of ordinary Xian generals. They understood the significance of a peak marquee level powerhouse. Such an individual was comparable to the most esteemed lords of the Daybreak Empire. While Lord Changlin held considerable status within the Daybreak Empire, he was far from being part of the true elite. Only the top-tier marquises held such rank, representing the pinnacle of power. Typically, only the most prominent sects within the Daybreak Empire could boast such formidable strength. Yet now, this seemingly insignificant sect on the fringes of the Xingyao mountain range possessed such a terrifying powerhouse, leaving the Changlin soldiers utterly astounded. Beside Lord Changlin, Elder Lin trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom that those who had dared to insult his Lingyun sect were backed by such a terrifying presence at the pinnacle of the Prince realm. Had he known this beforehand, he would have never dared to provoke Wang Feng and his companions. Even Lord Changlin himself was merely at the mid-stage of the Prince realm. What of the peak of the Prince realm? If one dared to slay my beloved son, I shall spare no effort to ensure you pay the price. After the initial shock, a ruthless glint flickered in Lord Changlin's eyes as he gritted his teeth and declared with a deep, furious voice, "The grudge of slaying my son is one that cannot be forgiven." Despite the formidable cultivation displayed by the Xianxia demon, which instilled fear in Lord Changlin, he was not alone. He had the entire Changlin army and the full might of the Radiant Sun Empire behind him. Changlin army, join me in exterminating this fiend. With a powerful call, Lord Changlin unleashed a tremendous aura, the majesty of the Imperial Lord permeating the heavens and earth, causing the very void to tremble. Indeed, the numerous members of the Changlin army echoed in unison, their voices reverberating across a 100-mile radius as they exerted their utmost strength, unleashing a fierce might that enveloped the entire realm. At this moment, Lord Changlin and the Changlin army appeared as a singular entity, their terrifying might seemingly capable of contending with the power exuded by the Xianxia demon. Yet, faced with the overwhelming force of Lord Changlin and his army, the Xianxia demon displayed no hint of fear, instead sporting a sinister smile, his murderous intent surging forth. However, he refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead casting a glance at Wang Feng, awaiting his command. As a demon that had once terrorized the Radiant Sun Empire a millennium ago, the Xianxia demon was well aware of the Empire's might and its formidable foundation. Had he not underestimated the Radiant Sun Empire's strength a millennium prior, he would not have been suppressed. He understood the dire consequences of slaying an Imperial Lord. Even though Lord Changlin might not be the most formidable lord in the Radiant Sun Empire, the assassination of Lord Changlin would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Empire, inciting fury in his old adversary. The Xianxia demon knew his old foe well, stingy and prideful. If Lord Changlin were to perish here, he was certain that soon the outskirts of the Xingyao mountain range would be besieged by the Empire's forces. Moreover, the Immortal Sect would encounter incessant troubles, which is why the Xianxia demon dared not make unilateral decisions. Nevertheless, he held great confidence in the Immortal Sect's strength. It would not be an easy feat for the Radiant Sun Empire to extinguish the Immortal Sect. In fact, the Xianxia demon harbored an unsettling intuition that if the Radiant Sun Empire dared to oppose the Immortal Sect, it would be the empire that met its demise. This feeling grew increasingly potent, as the ancient, reclusive sect of the Immortal Sect was indeed fearsome, its strength unfathomable, leaving no one capable of gauging its true might. Kill. Noticing the Xianxia demon's inquiring gaze, a ruthless expression flickered across Wang Feng's face as he replied indifferently, "When the decisive moment is at hand, hesitation leads to chaos." Wang Feng had no desire to repeat the mistakes that led to the downfall of the Lingyun sect. Had he obliterated the Lingyun sect from the outset, Lord Changlin would have found it exceedingly difficult to track him down. Moreover, the animosity between him and Lord Changlin was insurmountable. Releasing Lord Changlin would only be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains, inviting greater trouble. To eliminate him outright might also bring complications, but they would not arise immediately. "Yes, Sect Master." Upon hearing Wang Feng's indifferent command, a sinister smile spread across the Xianxia demon's face as he responded. Subsequently, the Xianxia demon turned sharply towards Lord Changlin, a chilling murderous intent emanating from his entire being, causing Lord Changlin to shudder. Boom! The Xianxia demon extended his hand, and in an instant, a massive iron staff, inscribed with an intricate array of runes, materialized from the void. As the Xianxia demon grasped the staff, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming ferocious and fierce, akin to a predatory beast. The transformation of the Xianxia demon drew Wang Feng's attention, prompting him to regard the staff with keen interest. His instincts warned him that this weapon was anything but ordinary. The Xian Iron Demon Staff. "You are the Xian." Upon witnessing the staff in the Xianxia demon's grip, Lord Changlin's expression shifted drastically, shock evident in his voice. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt the terrifying onslaught from the Xianxia demon surging towards him. With the Xianxia demon wielding the iron staff, an overwhelming force surged into the weapon, causing it to tremble violently, radiating a dark, ominous glow. Bang! The Xianxia demon swung the staff violently, unleashing a terrifying force that cleaved the void in half. The overwhelming power of the strike hurtling towards Lord Changlin and his entourage. Attacked together. Faced with the Xianxia demon's cataclysmic strike, Lord Changlin swiftly suppressed his fears and bellowed. A tremendous force erupted from his body, a potent wave of power manifesting in his hands. Simultaneously, the Changlin army behind him unleashed their own formidable energies, channeling them into Lord Changlin. At this moment, Lord Changlin and the Changlin army coalesced into a singular force, empowered by the entire Changlin army. The aura emanating from Lord Changlin grew increasingly formidable, surpassing his own cultivation level, even reaching a level that could rival the Xianxia demon. Bolstered by such strength, Lord Changlin's confidence surged as he concentrated his energy into an immense surge of dark energy, the powerful waves distorting the surrounding void visibly. In the nick of time, he struck out, unleashing two formidable punches. Boom! The two punches collided with the terrifying force, resulting in a deafening explosion that resonated throughout the realm, followed by an unfathomable force that swept outward, obliterating towering trees and shattering the earth into deep, gaping fissures. Furthermore, the fearsome energy sought to surge towards the valley where the Immortal Sect resided, only to be thwarted by an inexplicable force, unable to advance even a fraction. This terrifying power also sent Elder Lin flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, shattering it into pieces, his eyes filled with terror as he dragged his injured body far away. Fearing further repercussions, should he be caught in the aftermath once more, he feared he would not survive. Cough. After a considerable time, the overwhelming force gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Lord Changlin and the Xianxia demon. At this moment, blood trickled from the corner of Lord Changlin's mouth, his complexion pale, while the members of the Changlin army behind him also appeared ashen and trembling. Although the Xianxia demon bore no injuries, his hand gripping the staff trembled slightly. This was not due to an inability to defeat Lord Changlin and his forces, but rather a reluctance to unleash his full might, especially when wielding this staff. Should he unleash his full power, it would undoubtedly alert his old adversary. Consequently, the power he had just unleashed was, in reality, only half of his true capabilities at the peak of the Prince Realm. Had it not been for the support of the Changlin army, that strike would have undoubtedly annihilated Lord Changlin. However, with the backing of 500 formidable Xian General Realm warriors, Lord Changlin was barely able to muster a strength comparable to that of the Xianxia demon's recent attack. Step back, allow this elder to take over. As the thoughts of the formidable Xianxia demon surfaced in his mind, determined to execute Wang Feng's orders despite the risk of alerting his old adversaries, a voice enchanting yet frigid, suddenly reached his ears. Turning around, he beheld the breathtaking beauty who sent tremors through his heart. He hastily nodded, stowing away his dark iron staff and retreating. With her involvement, the fate of Changlin Marquis and his men was undoubtedly sealed. At that moment, Yao Yu's delicate figure surged into the void, her exquisite eyes flashing with a chilling glint, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from her alluring form. One that could incite envy in men across the world. Chapter 25, The Onset of Hostile Missions. As Yao Yu's stunning visage was unveiled before Changlin Marquis and his troops, even the Marquis himself found himself momentarily entranced. 100% of the Changlin army likewise entranced, their imposing presence momentarily suspended. Particularly, the blend of her cold nobility and tender beauty captivated them all, even evoking admiration from the Marquis, who marveled at such ethereal beauty existing in the world. The mesmerizing allure of Yao Yu's countenance and beguiling form rendered the Changlin Marquis and his army oblivious to the lethal intent radiating from her. Boom. In the instant that Changlin Marquis and his men were lost in reverie, a frigid glint flickered in Yao Yu's beautiful eyes, and then her slender hand extended. In an instant, immense profound energy coalesced into a colossal palm that blotted out the sun, ferociously descending upon the Changlin Marquis and his men. As the giant palm manifested, the heavens and earth trembled, the sky suddenly darkening. When that enormous palm bore down upon the Changlin forces, the space above them could not withstand the dreadful pressure, fracturing inch by inch. The ferocity of the onslaught jolted Changlin Marquis and his men from their stupor, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hastily summoned all their strength to resist Yao Yu's strike. They had never anticipated such a terrifying power could emanate from her delicate form. However, to their horror, just as they began to muster their strength, the terrifying palm came crashing down. No. Changlin Marquis could only emit a cry of despair before he and his men were engulfed by the overwhelming force of that colossal palm. Boom. As the palm struck the ground, the earth quaked violently, splitting asunder, debris flying, a horrifying palm-shaped pit emerging amidst the forest. Elder Lin, hiding at a distance, was seized by terror at the sight. His body trembled, his eyes wide with fear as he stealthily turned to flee from this place that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, the moment he turned, a cold flash cut through the air, and his body was swiftly cleaved in two, blood gushing forth, staining the ground crimson. Simultaneously, as the dust settled, the horrific scene within the palm-shaped pit caused even Wang Feng to avert his gaze. Inside the pit, remnants of limbs and flesh lay strewn about, a layer of fresh blood flowing throughout, a thick stench of blood permeating the air, enveloping the entire forest. In that instant, silence descended upon the woodland, interrupted only by the sound of the blood river crashing against the pit's walls. Cough, cough. In this stillness, a faint, weak cough emerged, followed by a pair of bloodied hands reaching out from the pit, a figure drenched in blood laboriously crawling out. It was none other than the once mighty Changlin Marquis. He had not perished, yet he was perilously close to death. Wang Feng approached slowly, accompanied by the Xianxia demon and Yao Yu, looking down upon the Marquis with an expression devoid of warmth. Upon sensing their gaze, the Marquis managed a feeble smile, fully aware of his grim fate. Yet, he felt an insatiable bitterness. The vengeance for his son remained unavenged, and now he was to perish at the hands of this fiend. How he loathed it. Cough. If you slay me, you shall not escape your own demise. The Emperor will avenge me. Changlin Marquis raised his head to meet Wang Feng's indifferent gaze, his smile grim. Fortunately, he understood the Emperor's disposition. Upon his demise, whether for reasons of pride or to placate the Empire's elite, the Emperor would undoubtedly seek retribution. The thought of the Emperor's intervention somewhat alleviated the Marquis's bitterness. Ants cannot fathom the might of dragons. Had I feared, your fate would not be as it is now. Wang Feng retorted with a disdainful smile upon hearing the Marquis's words. Now, tell me, why was the Ling family annihilated? Did you capture Ling Feiwu? Upon hearing Wang Feng's inquiry, the Changlin Marquis's eyes widened in realization, exclaiming, Indeed, Feiwu has become a disciple of my sect. If you answer my questions satisfactorily, I may grant you the mercy of a complete corpse. Wang Feng nodded, speaking with indifference. Ha! You are doomed. To have taken in Ling Feiwu, you and your entire sect are destined for annihilation. That one will spare no effort to eliminate you. At Wang Feng's words, the Changlin Marquis erupted into a wild, deranged laughter, a look of satisfaction creeping onto his bloodied face, as though envisioning Wang Feng's tragic end. The Marquis's words caused Wang Feng's eyes to narrow slightly. Just as he suspected, the destruction of the Ling family was not a simple matter. However, observing the Marquis's demeanor, it seemed improbable to extract the secrets of the Ling family's downfall from him. With this thought, Wang Feng flicked his finger, A glimmer of cold light manifesting, and a blood hole appeared in the Marquis's brow, plunging him into an eternal darkness. Yao, you take care of this. Casting a glance at the blood pit and the lifeless form of the Changlin Marquis, Wang Feng frowned and commanded. The overpowering stench of blood, if left unaddressed, would attract attention and potentially summon many beasts. Though Wang Feng was unafraid, he wished to avoid complications. Upon hearing this, Yao nodded, extending her delicate hand to grasp the air. A nearby small hill was drawn toward her, and she pressed it down over the giant pit, restoring the ground to a level state, leaving only a small mound, significantly diminishing the foul odor. Master, the Ling family you mentioned, is it the one from Yaofeng City? As Yao Yu worked to conceal the scene, Xianxia demon, beside Wang Feng, inquired with a glimmer of insight in his eyes. You know? Wang Feng cast a surprised glance at Xianxia demon. Realizing that he was indeed a legendary figure who had roamed the Yao Sun Empire a millennium ago and had even clashed with the Ling family. Perhaps he held some knowledge of the underlying truths. If the Ling family you speak of is indeed from Yaofeng City, then I possess some knowledge. Speak. Upon Wang Feng's prompt, Xianxia demon quickly replied. The Ling family of Yaofeng City may not rank among the top-tier families within the Yao Sun Empire, yet they are a lineage steeped in history, boasting nearly 5 millennia of heritage, making them one of the oldest families in the empire. It is said that the Ling family's inability to truly flourish stems from a treasured heirloom they possess, which can only be activated by those of pure bloodline within the Ling family. Once activated, the entire family would undergo a profound transformation, easily ascending to the ranks of the world's elite families. Of course, this is merely a legend. Yet I believe the inexplicable obliteration of the Ling family may be deeply intertwined with this tale. A flicker of brilliance shone in Xianxia demon's eyes as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's eyes narrowed. Treasures have the power to stir the heart. The analysis provided by Xianxia demon bore significant weight, even approaching certainty. However, the specifics required further investigation. Having accepted Ling Feiwu as a disciple, Wang Feng naturally felt compelled to safeguard the interests of his sect. The likes of Changlin Ho and his associates were merely the beginning. None who had a hand in the downfall of the Ling family would escape retribution. This matter should not be disclosed to Feiwu. Let her focus on her cultivation, and once she has matured in her skills, the sect will allow her to exact her vengeance. Wang Feng then cast a glance at the Xianxia demon, asserting with undeniable authority, indeed, sect master. The Xianxia demon promptly replied, Sect master, since Ling Yun's sect dares to retaliate, shall I send disciples to eradicate them? The Xianxia demon inquired again. He was eager to exact vengeance on the audacious Ling Yun sect. Not for now. Sometimes, mere survival is the greatest torment. Moreover, without them, how could our immortal sect elevate its reputation to celestial heights? Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, murmuring softly. His words sent a shiver down the spine of the Xianxia demon, although there was no trace of malice in Wang Feng's voice. His expression bore an icy indifference that chilled to the bone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying Changlin Ho and the Changlin army. This marks the host's first victory over a noble realm expert and an entire legion, granting the host 1 random summoning opportunity and 30,000 sect points as a reward. Additionally, due to the host's actions against Changlin Ho, the Sun Emperor has developed a grudge against the host, activating the adversarial task. Would the host like to spend 10,000 sect points to fully unlock the adversarial task system? The cold voice resonating in Wang Feng's mind jolted him. He had not anticipated such bountiful rewards for vanquishing Changlin Ho and the Changlin army, equivalent to the reward for accepting an extraordinary talent into the sect. Furthermore, it had activated an adversarial task system. What exactly is this adversarial task? Wang Feng pondered silently. Ding! The adversarial task has been activated, automatically confirming the Sun Empire as a hostile force. The first adversarial task has been issued. Lead the disciples of the sect to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference hosted by the Sun Empire, striving to secure first place and claim the top position on the Demon Sealing rankings. Special task requirements. During the conference, endeavor to recruit exceptionally talented disciples from other sects into the Immortal Sect or eliminate them to seize their fortune. Moreover, after securing first place, provoke the Sun Emperor. Task rewards. 5 random summoning opportunities and the establishment of a task hall within the sect. The task hall is a place where adversarial tasks issued by hostile forces can be claimed by sect disciples, allowing the host to select and display adversarial tasks for disciples to choose from. Additionally, for every talented disciple recruited or eliminated, a certain amount of sect points will be awarded, depending on their potential. As Wang Feng's words came to an end, a series of cold notifications echoed in his mind, causing him to tremble with excitement, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. This system truly enjoys stirring up trouble. Wang Feng smirked, feeling somewhat helpless. provoking the Sun Emperor? If this were anyone else, they would surely be courting death. Nevertheless, he relished the idea of undermining rival sections. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he contemplated the intricacies involved in executing such a plan. System, how does one seize fortune? Wang Feng meticulously examined the details of the first adversarial task, curious. When the host or sect disciples eliminate a talented disciple, the system will automatically seize their fortune without requiring the host's direct intervention. The cold voice in his mind elicited a satisfied nod from Wang Feng. This was indeed convenient. With only a few days remaining until the Demon Sealing Conference, Wang Feng contemplated the implications. The Sun Empire likely had not yet discovered the demise of Changlin Ho, as few would presume that someone would dare to commit such an audacious act against an imperial noble. This afforded him the opportunity to lead his disciples into the conference. Otherwise, should the Sun Empire learn of Changlin Ho's death, they would undoubtedly dispatch their forces to besiege the Immortal Sect, making participation in the conference exceedingly difficult. However, considering the current strength of the Immortal Sect disciples, claiming victory at the conference seemed precarious. The strongest disciple, Li He, had only attained the realm of an incarnation, a formidable level, but among the elites of the Sun Empire, it was likely that many would be on par or stronger. Wang Feng mused that he would need to engage in more draws to enhance the cultivation of his disciples. As Wang Feng pondered, the Xianxia demon and Yao Yu stood silently by his side, not daring to disturb his thoughts. Which esteemed expert of the Xian Emperor realm is present? This junior, Mu Yunfei, has sensed your presence and has come to pay my respects. At that moment, a robust voice echoed from afar, accompanied by an aura of noble realm cultivation. The sound roused Wang Feng from his reverie. Following the voice, he beheld a dark figure flickering in the distance, which soon descended before them, a handsome youth clad in simple robes. Upon the arrival of this striking youth, the Xianxia demon and Yao Yu exchanged a glance, their eyes narrowing, exuding an aura of coldness that enveloped the surroundings, making Mu Yunfei involuntarily shudder. I was unaware that 3 esteemed Xian Emperor experts were present. My apologies for the intrusion. Upon seeing Wang Feng and his companions, Mu Yunfei's expression faltered, and he promptly bowed in greeting, feeling an overwhelming sense of depth and complexity emanating from them, which left him no room for arrogance. As his gaze fell upon Wang Feng and his companions, he also noticed Yao Yu's breathtaking beauty, momentarily losing himself. Yet, after a brief pause, he regained his composure, lowering his head and refraining from further glances at Yao Yu. Wang Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Mu Yunfei's demeanor. It was the first time he had witnessed an outsider recover their composure so swiftly upon encountering Yao Yu's ethereal beauty. How did you ascertain that we 3 are Xian Emperor realm experts? Wang Feng inquired with a bemused smile. He found this Mu Yunfei rather intriguing for approaching them despite recognizing their strength. There was an eruption of Xian Emperor realm energy in this vicinity, and as fate would have it, I was here to cultivate and sense that aura, prompting me to visit. Mu Yunfei hastily explained upon hearing Wang Feng's question. Observing this respectful yet unassuming Mu Yunfei, Wang Feng's interest was piqued even further. At such a tender age, attaining the rank of a noble, you must possess an extraordinary background, Wang Feng observed as he appraised Mu Yunfei, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Mu Yunfei, barely in his 20s, had already reached the realm of nobility. Such cultivation is not easily achieved, even for the most gifted of wandering cultivators. Only those with substantial backing can attain such prowess at this age. I am but a humble citizen of the Divine Wind Empire, Mu Yunfei replied, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. Unbeknownst to Wang Feng, Mu Yunfei harbored significant interest in him. Although he could not discern the cultivation levels of Wang Feng and his companions, he sensed the terrifying presence of the 2 individuals, Xianxiadrama and Yao Yu, clearly led by Wang Feng. What was particularly remarkable was that Wang Feng emitted no aura of cultivation whatsoever. Not a single ripple of power could be felt. A stark contrast to the palpable intimidation he felt from Xianxiadrama and Yao Yu. Yet, as the leader, it was evident that this seemingly youthful individual was far from ordinary. Upon hearing Mu Yunfei's words, Wang Feng's profound gaze sparkled with intrigue. He was no longer a novice newly arrived in this world. He possessed a fair understanding of the surrounding territories. In this region, aside from the Radiant Sun Empire, there existed 2 other formidable empires, the Divine Wind Empire and the Azure Cloud Empire. These 3 empires stood in a delicate balance of power, each vying for dominance, while simultaneously forming temporary alliances. Wang Feng had not anticipated that Mu Yunfei, a member of the Divine Wind Empire, would dare to venture into the Radiant Sun Empire for training. Such audacity suggested that Mu Yunfei held a notable position within his empire, especially having achieved such cultivation at his age. Do you not fear for your life, daring to train in the Radiant Sun Empire? where its powerful figures might seek to eliminate you. Wang Feng teased, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Yunfei. If this is training, then risks are inherent. What is the point of training if one is to live in fear? Mu Yunfei asserted, and Wang Feng regarded him with a deeper gaze, acknowledging that given his temperament, it was reasonable for him to have attained the rank of nobility at such a young age. Could it be that several esteemed individuals are affiliated with the Immortal Sect? At that moment, Mu Yunfei's eyes were drawn to the towering stone tablet not far behind Wang Feng, along with the palace complex that flickered into view within the valley. He was taken aback to discover that within the outskirts of the Xingyao mountain range lay a sect unknown to him, one that boasted powerful figures at the Xianhuang realm. Though he was not a citizen of the Radiant Sun Empire, he had not ventured here without prior knowledge. He had meticulously gathered information about the Xingyao mountain range before his arrival. Yet, just as he thought he had uncovered all there was to know, the mysterious and formidable Immortal Sect emerged, leaving him astonished. Indeed, I am the sect leader of the Immortal Sect, and the two behind me are an elder and a disciple of our sect, Wang Feng confessed without reservation. At that moment, his mind raced with possibilities. Mu Yunfei's exceptional talent could prove advantageous if he could be persuaded to join their ranks. Upon hearing Wang Feng's declaration, Mu Yunfei was momentarily stunned, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. He glanced at Xianxiadrama, a figure at the Xianhuang realm, only to realize that he was merely a disciple of the Immortal Sect. Due to his early-stage nobility cultivation, Mu Yunfei could not fully sense Xianxiadrama's true power. The aura he emanated was akin to that of a Xianhuang expert, leading him to underestimate the peak nobility level of Xianxiadrama. However, Xianxiadrama could indeed be deemed a Xianhuang realm powerhouse. Should he unleash his full strength, his combat prowess would rival that of ordinary experts at the Xianhuang level. I surmise that your presence here is not merely for training, but rather that you have escaped due to certain circumstances, Wang Feng remarked, his eyes glimmering with certainty. Such a cultivation level and background indicated that Mu Yunfei was not merely a wanderer. If he truly sought training in the Xingyao mountain range, the forces behind him would not permit him to come alone, especially since he hailed from the Divine Wind Empire. Although the three empires appeared amicable on the surface, beneath lay an intense desire to obliterate each other. A prodigy like Mu Yunfei would be coveted by the higher echelons of the Radiant Sun Empire, whether to eliminate or capture him as leverage. Thus, it was certain that powerful figures would be dispatched to protect him in secret. Yet, Wang Feng had keenly sensed his surroundings and found no trace of such protectors. With his peak Xianhuang cultivation, he could easily detect any presence below that level. As for those beyond the Xianhuang realm, Wang Feng had not even entertained the thought. The most formidable figures among the three empires were merely at the peak of the Xianhuang realm. Even if there were hidden Xianzun experts within these empires, they would be ancient figures unlikely to be dispatched for the protection of a young disciple. Even if Mu Yunfei were the son of the Divine Wind Empire's emperor, such treatment would be inconceivable. Upon Wang Feng's words, Mu Yunfei's expression shifted, his heart racing with shock. He had not anticipated that Wang Feng could deduce his situation from such scant information. You truly are an expert of the Xianhuang realm. Your depth is indeed unfathomable. I am nowhere near your level. Mu Yunfei chuckled bitterly, realizing that there was no point in attempting to conceal the truth any longer. With your talent, you must be among the elite of the younger generation within the Divine Wind Empire. How could the Divine Wind Emperor fail to recognize your worth? Wang Feng remarked, casting a deep gaze at Mu Yunfei, his eyes flickering with astonishment. Wang Feng was unaware of the circumstances beyond the three empires, but within them, a youth of Mu Yunfei's caliber, boasting the rank of nobility, would undoubtedly be prized, someone to whom all would seek to curry favor, instantly commanding respect. To be honest, I was once a mere wastrel. It was only through serendipity during a moment of leisure that I encountered an opportunity, leading to my current cultivation, Mu Yunfei confessed, a shadow flickering behind his eyes as he spoke. Simultaneously, as he spoke, his gaze bore into Wang Feng and his companions, an enigmatic aura subtly rising from within him. Such fortuitous encounters indicate extraordinary destiny. Would you be willing to join our Immortal Sect? Wang Feng inquired, nodding initially before shifting his tone. A mere wastrel, fortunate enough to seize an opportunity during training, achieving greatness in an instant. Does that not align perfectly with the narrative of a protagonist? Wang Feng mused, envisioning the potential future. Mu Yunfei returning to the Divine Wind Empire in triumph, reveling in the glory of his newfound power, and exacting revenge on those who once scorned him. What? Mu Yunfei's expression faltered, taken aback by Wang Feng's words. He had presumed that Wang Feng and his companions would covet the opportunity he spoke of. For what magnitude of fortune could elevate a wastrel to the rank of nobility in such a brief span? Surely, any Xianhuang expert would envy such a fate. He had intended to leverage the advantage gained from his fortune to eliminate Wang Feng and his two companions, seizing their wealth and instantly enriching himself. But he was utterly unprepared for Wang Feng's unconventional response. Certainly, it is not out of the question that Wang Feng and his companions seek to recruit him into their sect, only to seize him later. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence is rather slim. After all, Wang Feng and his associates are all three formidable figures in the Xianhuang realm. To go through such elaborate measures to deal with someone at the initial stage of the Wangho realm would surely invite ridicule if word got out. Although you have encountered that opportunity, it stands to reason that, given your previous circumstances, you have not had the tutelage of any strong mentors, have you? By joining our divine Immortal Sect, you would receive one-on-one guidance from a Xianhuang realm master. With your innate talent, I dare say, achieving the Xianhuang realm is well within our grasp. Wang Feng cast a glance at Mu Yunfei and spoke again. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Mu Yunfei was indeed tempted. Even his elder brother, a figure who looked down upon all the youth of the Divine Wind Empire, had never had the privilege of receiving one-on-one instruction from a master in the Xianhuang realm. At most, he had only occasionally benefited from the teachings of a Xianhuang realm expert. Nonetheless, Mu Yunfei remained apprehensive. He did not doubt Wang Feng's sincerity. Simply the presence of these three individuals in the Xianhuang realm was enough for him to envision the immense power of the Divine Immortal Sect. This so-called Divine Immortal Sect might very well be the legendary ancient hidden sect of yore. If I were to join the Divine Immortal Sect, it would undoubtedly bring constant troubles to the sect. Are you certain you wish to recruit a junior like me? Mu Yunfei fixed his gaze on Wang Feng and spoke earnestly. Setting aside his sensitive identity, he feared that with his brother's domineering nature, should he learn of this opportunity, he might dispatch powerful individuals to eliminate him. Consequently, the Divine Immortal Sect would inevitably find itself embroiled in turmoil because of him. Mu Yunfei held a fondness for Wang Feng and the others. He did not wish for his presence to endanger the sect. The foundation of an empire cannot be rivaled by a mere sect. Even if the Divine Immortal Sect is indeed the fabled ancient hidden sect, it remains so. Here in our sect, no trouble is insurmountable. With a profound gaze, Wang Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, murmuring softly. Although his words were gentle, they resonated in Mu Yunfei's ears like thunder, especially given the enigmatic aura that enveloped Wang Feng, sending a shiver down Mu Yunfei's spine. Were it anyone else, he would have scoffed in disdain. Yet, for reasons unknown, Mu Yunfei felt an inexplicable conviction that Wang Feng spoke the truth. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me. Observing the inscrutable Wang Feng, Mu Yunfei's eyes flickered with determination as he resolved, I am willing to join the Divine Immortal Sect. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be an outer disciple of our Divine Immortal Sect. Above you, there will be a senior brother, a second sister, and a third brother. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction at Mu Yunfei's declaration and spoke solemnly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for recruiting a fated protagonist disciple. Receiving rewards, 50,000 sect points, and 2 random summoning opportunities. The cool voice echoing in his mind caused Wang Feng to tremble with excitement. He had not anticipated that Mu Yunfei was indeed a fated protagonist. The rewards he obtained surpassed those gained from Li He, the reincarnated being of the Xian Emperor realm. It was not in vain for all his efforts. However, gazing at the 3 amassed random summoning opportunities he had accumulated, he frowned. Due to the limitations imposed by the sect's rank, he could only summon one more powerful individual. Currently, counting the formidable xianxia demon, he had only 5 disciples, still short of 5 to elevate to a second-tier sect. How perplexing! As the esteemed leader of a sect, he had lowered his stature and endured considerable effort to recruit just 5 disciples, effectively rendering it 4, with the additional 5 still elusive. Xianxia. Summon them all to the outer sect. Shaking his head, Wang Feng chose to momentarily set aside the vexing matter of disciple recruitment and instructed the formidable xianxia demon beside him. Yes, sect master. Xianxia demon promptly replied and vanished in an instant. Wang Feng then led Yao Yu and Mu Yunfei towards the outer sect master hall, intending to establish their presence in the outer sect while the Divine Immortal Sect was still in its burgeoning phase. Although the sect's residence within the small world was advantageous, the thin aura of Xianqi was not conducive to the disciples' cultivation. Once the Xian veins were extracted, Wang Feng would gradually transition the sect into the small world. System. Utilized the random summoning opportunity. As they approached the outer sect master hall, Wang Feng took the opportunity to summon the final elder quota. Ding. Congratulations to the host for summoning the Yin Empress, Zhu Yuyan. Would you like to view her attribute panel? As the cool voice resonated in his mind, Wang Feng paused momentarily. He had anticipated summoning the Sword Emperor, Xiaofeng, yet to his surprise, it was the Yin Empress, Zhu Yuyan. How could Wang Feng be unaware of Zhu Yuyan? the leader of the foremost sect of the Demon Gate, the apex among the 8 formidable experts of the Demon Gate. Had she not been deceived by the evil king, Shi Zhishuan, preventing her from mastering the 18th layer of the heavenly demon great method, her power would be unfathomable. View. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Feng nodded without hesitation. Ding. The attribute panel of the Yin Empress, Zhu Yuyan, is as follows. Name: Zhu Yuyan Cultivation. Mid-stage Xianhuang Realm Xian Technique. Heavenly Demon Great Method. Jade and stone burned together Xian Weapon. Yin Empress Sword. Gazing at the attribute panel of the Yin Empress, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Truly befitting of the Yin Empress. While she may not possess the terrifying prowess of Yan Shisan, she remains exceedingly formidable. As Wang Feng summoned the Yin Empress, he and his companions arrived at the outer sect master hall. Upon their arrival, Shimin Shui Shui and others were already waiting within the hall. Shimin Shui Shui, Yi Gu Cheng, and Yan Shisan, the 3 elders of the divine Immortal Sect, were seated at the elder seats, while Xianxia Demon occupied a lower position. The disciples, including Ling Fei Wu, stood within the hall. Greetings, Sect Master. Upon seeing Wang Feng, everyone in the hall bowed in unison. Even the proud sword masters like Yan Shisan did not falter. No need for excessive formalities. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, sitting nonchalantly in the seat of the sect leader. This is our new disciple who has joined the divine Immortal Sect, Mu Yunfei. Wang Feng gestured towards Mu Yunfei and announced aloud. Yunfei pays respects to all the elders. Mu Yunfei cast a sweeping glance at Yi Gu Cheng and the others. His spirit stirred, and he hurriedly spoke respectfully, not daring to raise his gaze. With his cultivation in the Wangho realm, he could deeply sense the terrifying sword intent radiating from Yi Gu Cheng and the others, as though they were 3 unmatched divine swords, making it impossible to meet their eyes. Seeing Mu Yunfei's demeanor, Yi Gu Cheng and the others nodded slightly. While Mu Yunfei was greeting Yi Gu Cheng and the others, Wang Feng's gaze fell upon Li Qing, whom he had not seen in a long time. Noticing that Li Qing appeared noticeably thinner, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although Li Qing remained a mere mortal, his physique had evidently strengthened somewhat, and Wang Feng could sense a mysterious and powerful force slowly awakening deep within Li Qing's body. Wang Feng knew that this was undoubtedly due to Li Qing's body having been activated after enduring continuous beatings from Ling Fei Wu. Noticing Wang Feng's gaze, Li Qing wore a face of deep resentment, resembling a wronged little wife. Wang Feng chose to ignore the discontented Li Qing. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a ripple in the space around him. Raising his eyes, he noticed that Shimin Shui Shui and the others were emanating an aura of sharp intensity. Buzz, a graceful and alluring figure stepped forth from the void. As the visage of that enchanting figure was revealed, the entire grand hall seemed to dim, with only Yao Yu slightly eclipsing her beauty. A pair of elegantly arched brows gracefully intertwined with her hair, and her eyes, dark as polished ebony, brimmed with an enchanting brilliance that could render any man utterly entranced. In her presence, even her flawless, porcelain-like skin, sculpted as if by divine hands, left the disciples of Mu Yunfei utterly spellbound. They hastily averted their gazes, fearing that with just a few more glances, their very souls might be ensnared by this captivating woman. Even the once formidable Xianxia demon lowered his head, his heart fluttering at the sight of her unparalleled grace. Greetings, Empressine. A soft, beguiling voice emerged from Yin Ho, and upon uttering these words, the previously fierce and formidable presence of Shimin Shui and his companions subsided into a serene calm. Amidst this gathering, only Yao Yu, with her half-closed, beautiful eyes, cast a cold stare towards Yin Ho. Although Yin Ho's beauty might slightly overshadow hers, the former's charisma was nothing short of extraordinary, igniting within the typically proud Yao Yu a desire to compete with her. There is no need for excessive formalities. Wang Feng, gazing at the radiant Yin Ho, felt his heart quiver. He struggled to suppress his own emotions and spoke softly. At that moment, the disciples, upon realizing that this enchanting woman hailed from the Immortal Sect, were taken aback, particularly Mu Yunfei and Li He, who had only recently joined. The aura of depth and mystery exuded by Yin Ho led them to deduce that she must be a powerful figure at the Xian Emperor level. Just within this hall, there were already 5 such strong beings, leaving both Mu Yunfei and Li He profoundly shaken by the might and enigma of the Immortal Sect. Within the confines of the 3 great empires, locating a sect boasting 5 Xian Emperor-level experts was no easy feat. The 3 empires likely had no inkling that such a formidable sect lay hidden in the outskirts of the Xingyao Mountains. Beyond the disciples' astonishment, even the Xianxia demon felt a tremor in his heart, further affirming his belief that the Immortal Sect was an ancient, concealed powerhouse. For how else could it continuously produce Xian Emperor-level experts? It seemed the strong figures of the Immortal Sect were gradually awakening. This is our esteemed fifth elder of the Immortal Sect, Inho Zhu Yuyan, Wang Feng announced, scanning the gathered disciples before gesturing toward Inho with a solemn tone. Greetings, Elder Zhu. The disciples, including Li Qing, bowed respectfully, their expressions earnest. Upon witnessing their deference, Inho smiled charmingly. A smile so captivating that it rendered Li Qing and the others momentarily spellbound. Humph! A cold snort pierced the air, jolting Li Qing and the others back to reality. They turned to see that the source of the sound was none other than Yao Yu, who also evoked a sense of awe in them. Instantly silenced, they stood in quietude. Yao Yu's disdainful huff captured Inho's attention, who, upon observing Yao Yu's beauty and poise, was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixated on her rival. In the face of Inho's scrutiny, Yao Yu was not one to shy away, locking eyes with her. It felt as though sparks were igniting in the air, and an inexplicable chill swept through the hall, causing Li Qing and the others to involuntarily shiver. Cough. Observing the intense standoff between these two stunning women, a bittersweet expression crossed Wang Feng's face as he cleared his throat. If just these two were already at odds, he wondered how he could possibly introduce more breathtaking beauties without risking chaos within the Immortal Sect. Just as Wang Feng's cough resonated, Yao Yu and Inho simultaneously diverted their gazes, returning to their seats as if nothing had transpired, their demeanor unexpectedly docile, leaving Wang Feng momentarily surprised. Li Qing, Li He, Mu Yunfei, step forward. Wang Feng called out, surveying the disciples. At his command, Li Qing and the others did not hesitate, promptly stepping forward. Even the proud reincarnator Li He felt the pressure of the 5 Xian Emperor-level experts and dared not show any signs of arrogance. Esteemed elders, these 3 are our current outer disciples of the Immortal Sect. Please, choose one of them. As Li Qing and the others stood ready, Wang Feng addressed the 5 elders in an authoritative tone. By the heavens, if I don't assert my authority as the sect leader, I fear it may take an eternity for these aloof elders to recruit disciples, he mused. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Li Qing and Mu Yunfei's faces lit up with excitement, confirming that the sect leader had indeed spoken the truth about one-on-one guidance from Xian Emperor-level experts. I choose him. To Wang Feng's astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, Shiman Shuiyue pointed and declared, selecting Mu Yunfei. Yunfei, you shall follow Elder Shiman from this day forth. Despite his surprise, Wang Feng nodded towards Mu Yunfei. Yes. Mu Yunfei eagerly acknowledged and stepped to stand behind Shiman Shuiyue, his heart racing with exhilaration. After accepting Mu Yunfei, Shiman Shuiyue embraced his sword and closed his eyes, falling silent. I select him. Yao Yu pointed at Li Qing, her tone icy. Upon being singled out by Yao Yu, Li Qing trembled, nearly paralyzed with fear. Among the 5 elders of the Immortal Sect, Yao Yu was the one he dreaded the most. Her striking beauty was daunting, but her cold and proud demeanor left him utterly intimidated. He had not harbored any hopes, given his lack of cultivation compared to the other disciples, but to his shock, the elder he feared most chose him as her disciple. Very well, Li Qing, you shall follow Elder Yao Yu henceforth. Wang Feng pronounced with a nod. Hearing Wang Feng's decree, Li Qing felt a wave of despair wash over him, but dared not voice his objections, quietly moving to stand behind Yao Yu. After accepting Li Qing, Yao Yu raised an eyebrow and cast a triumphant glance at Inho, her eyes glinting with provocation. Then I will choose him. Noticing Yao Yu's challenging gaze, Inho chuckled and elegantly pointed at Li He. All right, Li He, you shall follow Elder Zhu from this day onward. Wang Feng confirmed with a nod. Li He remained silent, stepping behind Inho with satisfaction. After all, her breathtaking beauty was undeniably appealing, and being guided by an enchanting woman was far preferable to being mentored by a cold, aloof man. 10 days hence, our sect will take you all to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference. During these 10 days, focus on your training under your respective mentors, Wang Feng declared, surveying Li Qing and the others. Yes, sect leader, we will not disappoint you. The disciples responded promptly. Now, you may disperse. Xianxia, take them to select their accommodations. The 5 elders, please remain. Wang Feng instructed once more. Yes, sect leader. Xianxia demon and the disciples replied hastily, and soon, Xianxia led the disciples away from the sect leader's hall. Yao Yu, it is known that Li Qing possesses the tortoise spirit immortal body, an exceptionally powerful and unique physique in this world. However, it remains dormant at present, requiring external force to awaken the latent bloodline within. Our sect hopes that within these 10 days, you can activate a portion of Li Qing's tortoise spirit immortal body. Observing the departing figures of the formidable Xianxia demon and others, Wang Feng's eyes glimmered as he turned to Yao Yu and remarked, since they have all taken on their disciples, it is only natural for Wang Feng to convey the circumstances of these disciples to them, thereby enabling better guidance. Understood. Sect Master. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, a spark of brightness flickered in Yao Yu's beautiful eyes as she softly replied, not having anticipated that her casual gesture would inadvertently highlight an extraordinary genius. Wang Feng then addressed the Yin Empress, reiterating, Yin Empress, your disciple Li He is a reincarnation of a peak Xian Emperor realm powerhouse. You must pay close attention and, if necessary, instill a sense of deterrence. Yes, Sect Master. At this, the Yin Empress trembled slightly, clasping her hands in respect. She had not expected her chosen disciple to be a reincarnated powerhouse of the Xian Emperor realm, which made her task of teaching somewhat daunting. Nevertheless, she dismissed any lingering concerns, reminding herself that regardless of Li Hei's past, he presently possessed merely the cultivation of the manifestation realm and would still need to prostrate before her. Very well, you may proceed. Remember to teach diligently and do not bring disappointment to our sect. Wang Feng nodded, surveying Yao Yu and the other elders who had accepted disciples, emphasizing his words. Yes, Sect Master. In response, Yao Yu and the others clasped their hands in acknowledgement before vanishing from the Sect Master's hall. Though each harbored lofty ambitions, they dared not defy Wang Feng when he was in earnest. Watching them depart, a hint of helplessness crossed Wang Feng's face. If he had not exerted pressure, convincing these proud elders to take on disciples would have proven far more challenging. System, spend 10,000 sect points for a lottery. Sitting upon the Sect Master's throne, Wang Feng mused inwardly. He now possessed a substantial sum of 100,000 sect points, and thus, it was time for a lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Yin Empress's profound technique, the heavenly demon art. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1/10 of the Yin Empress's cultivation. A clear, cold voice echoed in Wang Feng's mind, filling him with satisfaction. Although the majority of the results were the cultivation levels drawn from the various elders, he was in dire need of such cultivation at this moment. System, first, bestow the heavenly demon art upon this host. Wang Feng silently commanded, the heavenly demon art. As the essence of the heavenly demon strategy was profoundly intricate, and Wang Feng was eager to practice it. Boom. A vast array of memories surged into Wang Feng's mind. The enigmatic heavenly demon art inducing a sensation of dizziness. Wang Feng couldn't help but marvel at the art's complexity. It truly lived up to its reputation as the quintessence of the heavenly demon strategy. Now, as a peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm, every enhancement in his cultivation not only increased his power and longevity, but also fortified the strength of his soul, coupled with the experience of 2 lifetimes. His soul's strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals. At this juncture, his soul strength was sufficient to rival that of experts in the Xian sovereign realm. Yet, even under the infusion of the heavenly demon art, he still experienced dizziness, which attested to the art's profound nature. Moments later, an aura emanated from Wang Feng, transforming his demeanor to appear somewhat demonic, further accentuated by his extraordinarily handsome visage, lending him an air of wicked charm. System. Is the cultivation drawn sufficient to elevate this host to the Xian sovereign realm? After assimilating the heavenly demon art, Wang Feng inwardly inquired. Once he attained the Xian sovereign realm, he would no longer fear anything, at least within the confines of the 3 great empires, where his immortal sect would reign supreme. Ding. Experts of the Xian sovereign realm have already begun to touch upon the principles of law. To reach the Xian sovereign realm solely through the infusion of cultivation from Xian Emperor realm experts is insufficient. Unless the host summons a Xian sovereign realm expert to extract their cultivation, elevating oneself to the Xian sovereign realm is unattainable. Of course, the host may also enhance the purity of their xianxia with the acquired cultivation, though it will not raise their cultivation level. Upon hearing the clear voice resonating in his mind, Wang Feng nodded, not surprised. If reaching the Xian sovereign realm were as facile as that, the 3 great empires would not merely showcase peak Xian Emperor realm experts. Furthermore, he did not wish to overly rely on the system. If it were achievable, splendid. But if not, he would not be disheartened, for his own training would ultimately prove to be more reliable. System. Then let the acquired cultivation be subtly imparted to Mu Yunfei, Li He, and Ling Feiwu over the course of these 10 days. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Feng voiced his decision. Currently, his disciples at the Immortal Sect exhibited a disparity in cultivation levels, and he wished to equalize Mu Yunfei and the others' cultivation before leading them to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference. Regarding Li Qing, the priority remained on activating his physique. Once fully awakened, he would undoubtedly surpass the others in a short span due to the terrifying nature of his physique. Subsequently, Wang Feng summoned the xianxia demon. With the Demon Sealing Conference approaching, he needed to gain a thorough understanding of the event, particularly the location of the seal set by the xianxia demon. Greetings, Sect Master. I am at your service. What matter do you require of your disciple? After a brief moment, the xianxia demon entered the sect master's hall, bowing respectfully to Wang Feng and inquiring. Witnessing the growing might of the Immortal Sect, the xianxia demon felt an increasing sense of reverence towards Wang Feng. To be able to command such a formidable ancient hidden sect, Wang Feng was undoubtedly far more formidable than he had initially perceived. Where did the Radiant Sun Emperor seal you? Wang Feng inquired, satisfied with the xianxia demon's respectful demeanor. In the ancient land of Divine Fall. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the xianxia demon did not dare to be negligent and spoke solemnly, his tone growing grave. The ancient land of Divine Fall. What sort of place is that? Noticing the xianxia demon's evident change, Wang Feng's eyes flickered with curiosity. Despite the xianxia demon's overt display of respect, Wang Feng understood that as a formidable figure from a millennium ago, capable of contending with the Radiant Sun Emperor, his pride was beyond that of ordinary individuals. The mere mention of a location could evoke such gravity from someone as proud as the xianxia demon, hinting at the mysteries surrounding the ancient land of Divine Fall. The ancient land of Divine Fall lies at the junction of the three great empires, situated in a region beyond their control. It is a place that none of the three empires dare to act upon. One could say that the apparent tranquility of the three empires is largely due to the existence of the ancient land of Divine Fall. The xianxia demon spoke earnestly. Oh, continue. As Wang Feng listened to the xianxia demon, his interest in the ancient land of Divine Fall intensified. His eyes narrowed slightly, signaling for the xianxia demon to elaborate further. Before the establishment of the three great empires, the ancient land of Divine Fall already existed. It is, in fact, a massive pit said to have formed from a divine fall. Within the entire ancient land of Divine Fall, a vast pressure permeates the air. Although this pressure is formidable, it does not lead to death, which is why many powerful beings and demon beasts venture into the ancient land of Divine Fall to experience this pressure and hone their skills. Moreover, no one has ever ventured into the depths of the ancient land of Divine Fall. Even the emperors of the three great empires do not dare to enter. It is rumored that in the depths of the ancient land of Divine Fall, a haunting melody echoes each night, capable of sending even Xian's sovereign realm experts into a state of utter terror. With Wang Feng's encouragement, the xianxia demon began to narrate the tale, his voice resonating throughout the grand hall. As Wang Feng listened to the great demon Xianxia recount the tale of the Godfall ancient land, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his intrigue towards this enigmatic place deepened. Regardless of whether the so-called legend was mere folklore or held a kernel of truth, it was evident that the Godfall ancient land was anything but ordinary. Perhaps it concealed remarkable opportunities within. Given the formidable pressure emanating from this land, one might ponder why the battlefield was chosen to be situated within such treacherous confines. Curiosity piqued, Wang Feng turned to Xianxia and inquired, what precisely is the nature of the pressure within the Godfall ancient land? That pressure, while perhaps insufficient to obliterate even the most powerful cultivators, could certainly hinder their combat prowess. It was that accursed Emperor of Radiance who claimed that a battle within the Godfall ancient land would be fairer. Should one meet their demise, they could die alongside the divine. Moreover, we were merely at the periphery at that time, and the pressure was not as daunting for those at the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor realm. Upon hearing Wang Feng's question, a flicker of crimson rage danced in Xuancha's eyes as he spoke vehemently against the Emperor of Radiance, harboring a deep-seated desire for vengeance. Wang Feng nodded, his expression turning solemn as he pressed further. What exactly does the pressure of the Godfall ancient land entail? Soon, he would lead the disciples of the Immortal Sect to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference, which would also be held within the Godfall ancient land. Thus, it was imperative for him to garner a comprehensive understanding. Furthermore, Wang Feng intended to delve deeper into the heart of the Godfall ancient land post-conference. For who knows what grand fortunes might lie in wait. Though he possessed a system, it did not imply that he could forego other fortuitous encounters. The pressure throughout the Godfall ancient land exhibited a gradient, increasing from the periphery towards the depths. The further one ventured inward, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Even the most formidable cultivators at the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor realm could only approach the mid-region, for beyond that, the terrifying pressure could easily crush them. Should one exceed their limits, the pressure of the Godfall ancient land was lethal. Xianxia elucidated, drawing from his extensive knowledge acquired over a millennium of being sealed within the Godfall ancient land. Wang Feng nodded in acknowledgement, a weighty concern settling in his heart. While he was eager to explore the depths of this ancient land, he understood the necessity of prudence. He did not entertain the notion that having a system made him a favored child of destiny, blessed with boundless fortune, free to traverse the vast world without caution. When confronted with such a mysterious and perilous realm, even with a system at his disposal, he recognized the need for caution. He was no foolhardy adventurer. In situations beyond his control, self-preservation was paramount. No matter how grand the opportunity, what use was it if one's life was forfeited? Rest assured, when the time is right, our sect will provide you with an opportunity for revenge, Wang Feng murmured to Xianxia. During this period, he had come to understand the great demon, finding him not as malevolent as the rumors suggested, but rather quite measured in his demeanor. Moreover, given the irreconcilable enmity between the Immortal Sect and the Empire of Radiance, whether stemming from the slaying of Lord Chanlin or the secrets of the Ling family, the Empire would not spare the Immortal Sect. Thank you, Sectmaster. Xuanxia's expression brightened upon hearing Wang Feng's words, and he hastily bowed in gratitude. For a millennium, he had been consumed by thoughts of revenge, contemplating how to break free from his seal while simultaneously devising strategies against the Emperor of Radiance. If he could restore himself to the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor realm, Xianxia felt confident in his ability to triumph over the Emperor. Very well, you may withdraw. Attend the Demon Sealing Conference, but keep your identity concealed for now. Do not let anyone discover who you are, Wang Feng commanded with a wave of his hand. Should Xuanxia's identity be revealed, it would necessitate an early confrontation with the Emperor of Radiance, rendering participation in the conference impossible. Wang Feng held the rewards of attending the conference in high regard and wished to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that could jeopardize his mission. In truth, preventing Xianxia from accompanying him was the most prudent course of action. However, considering Xuanxia's familiarity with the Godfall ancient land, Wang Feng ultimately decided it would be beneficial for him to join the expedition. With Xianxia concealing his presence, combined with Wang Feng's own ability to mask his identity, it was unlikely even the Emperor of Radiance would discern Xuanxia's true nature. Wang Feng was quite aware of his own capabilities. Although his cultivation had been enhanced solely through the system, his foundation remained solid, and his combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary cultivators at the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor realm. Chapter 30. The Arrival at Godly City. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in the plaza of the Immortal Sect, Mu Yunfei, Li He, and Ling Feiwu stood quietly, facing their instructor, Shimin Shuiyue, and others. On the other side, Xianxia stood silently as well. Creak. The sound of a door opening heralded Wang Feng's appearance before the gathered assembly. Greetings, Sectmaster. Upon sighting Wang Feng, Shimin Shuiyue and the others bowed respectfully in unison. There's no need for such formalities. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, his voice resonating with authority. He then surveyed Mu Yunfei and the others, noting the robust aura of their cultivation, a satisfied smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Thanks to the covert enhancement bestowed upon them by Wang Feng, the cultivations of Mu Yunfei and the others had surged dramatically over these 10 days. Mu Yunfei had reached the mid-stage of the Marquis realm, Li He had ascended to the early stage of the Marquis realm, and Ling Feiwu had attained the pinnacle of the Minister realm. Should outsiders learn of their remarkable progress in such a brief period, the Immortal Sect would undoubtedly gain renown across the 3 great empires. At this moment, both Mu Yunfei and Ling Feiwu regarded Wang Feng with awe, feeling immensely fortunate to have joined the Immortal Sect. Even Li He, a reincarnated Xian Emperor, had undergone a significant transformation in his perception of the sect. During these 10 days, under the tutelage of the enigmatic Yin Empress, Zhu Yuyan, Li He felt as though he had received divine assistance. Witnessing a meteoric rise in his cultivation, a pace that left even him, a reincarnated Xian Emperor, astounded. He understood that, despite being a reincarnated Xian Emperor with drastically improved aptitude due to a treasured artifact, it was impossible to elevate his cultivation from the early Minister realm to the early Marquis realm in a mere 10 days without any external treasures. Such an advancement represented a full realm. The only explanation could be that the Immortal Sect harbored secrets he remained unaware of. This speculation only fueled Li He's curiosity, compelling him to uncover the hidden mysteries of the Immortal Sect. Let us depart, Wang Feng proclaimed, his commanding voice echoing throughout the plaza. As soon as Wang Feng's words fell, Xianxia swiftly retrieved an object, revealing an exquisitely ornate dragon-headed flying vessel, which materialized above the plaza of the Immortal Sect, casting a shadow over the gathered crowd. Upon witnessing the magnificent vessel, Wang Feng's lips twitched, casting a sidelong glance at Xianxia, suspecting he was deliberately trying to vex him. During the past 10 days, he had instructed Xianxia to craft a flying contraption to facilitate their journey to the Demon Sealing Conference. However, he had merely desired a place to rest. Furthermore, Xianxia was not a specialized craftsman capable of producing high-quality flying tools. He had never anticipated that Xianxia would transform a simple resting vessel into such an extravagant creation. With its fearsome dragon head and sleek, elegant body, one might easily mistake it for a top-tier flying artifact. Well, I suppose I shall make do with this, Wang Feng sighed in resignation. Observing the pride etched on Xuanxia's face as he admired his own creation, he could hardly blame the great demon Xianxia for such a trivial matter. However, his desire for a discreet approach seemed destined to fail. Setting aside the lofty status of the dragon head flying vessel, its mere appearance was enough to command attention and admiration. The most striking feature was the grand flag, emblazoned with the 3 golden characters of the Immortal Sect, prominently displayed at the vessel's center. Such a posture was likely unmatched by even the mightiest sects within the 3 great empires. Shaking his head, Wang Feng dismissed the distracting thoughts in his mind and stepped aboard the flying vessel, closely followed by Shimin Chui Shui and the other elders, with the great demon Xianxia taking the helm. The overwhelming power at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm surged through the entire vessel, causing it to gently ascend into the air, and with a swift whoosh, it soared upward. Although this flying vessel boasted a flamboyant exterior, it was, in truth, rather ineffective. Lacking the autonomy of a true flying machine, it was akin to an ordinary treasure that required a strong individual to propel it skyward. In this expedition, Wang Feng was accompanied by the elders Shimin Chui Shui, Inho, and Yi Gucheng, leaving Yao Yu and Yin Shi San to guard the Immortal Sect. Standing atop the vessel, Wang Feng surveyed the rapidly passing mountains below, a wave of emotion washing over him. This was his inaugural departure from the Immortal Sect, and it was a moment when the sect's name would resound throughout the entire Radiant Sun Empire and the 3 great empires. As the saying goes, to emerge is to astonish the world. 1,000 meters beyond the ancient site of Divine Fall, there lay a grand city named Divine Arrival, a collaborative establishment of the 3 great empires, sprawling across nearly 1,000 miles. It served as a resting place for practitioners who ventured to the Divine Fall for training. With the upcoming Demon Sealing Conference drawing near, an increasing number of sects and practitioners flocked to Divine Arrival, transforming the once quiet city into a bustling hub. With streets teeming with people, the inns of Divine Arrival were bursting at the seams. Those without standing were deemed unworthy to lodge there. As a sensational event that captivated the entire Radiant Sun Empire, even practitioners unable to attend the Demon Sealing Conference thronged to the city to partake in the festivities, including those from the other 2 empires. In Divine Arrival, even the 3 great empires, which were traditionally at odds with one another, maintained an unspoken rule of restraint. It was rumored that several of the top sects had dispatched their prodigies to attend the conference. Within an inn, a powerful figure spoke with anticipation. Indeed, we eagerly await the display of those top sect prodigies. I wonder how far they have progressed. It was said that Yi Feng, a direct disciple of the Feiyu sect, had cultivated the Feiyu Cloud Dragon to the 9th level, his strength rivaling that of a Marquis realm expert. Gasp. To match a Marquis realm expert at merely 20 years of age? No wonder he is a direct disciple of the formidable Feiyu sect. Indeed, it is said that Li Tianxin, the fairy of the Tianxin sect, also possesses strength that rivals Marquis realm. What? Li Tianxin will also attend the Demon Sealing Conference? To behold one of the 5 most beautiful women of the Radiant Sun Empire is truly worth the journey. Rumor has it that the Imperial Prince is quite smitten with Li Tianxin. It would be wise not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. The inn was alive with the cacophony of discussions, all practitioners brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming Demon Sealing Conference. As the multitude of practitioners engaged in fervent discussions regarding the conference, within a secluded courtyard deep in Divine Arrival stood a woman in white. Her bright and clear eyes captivating, her skin as pale as snow, and her graceful figure enough to ensnare any onlooker. While the world admired her beauty, few understood that even flowers yearn to break free from their branches, to fall and be reborn, becoming towering trees in their own right. A gentle voice broke the silence, revealing a hint of sorrow upon the exquisite features of the woman. "Xianxianer, why do you not come inside?" A voice approached, belonging to a woman clad in a Taoist robe, her gaze directed at the white-clad woman imbued with an inexplicable meaning. Upon the appearance of this woman, the sorrow on the white-clad woman's face dissipated, her demeanor growing cold as she replied, "Xianxianer wishes to be alone for a while. There is no need for master to worry. What nonsense is this? As your master, it is only natural that I care for you." The Taoist-robed woman furrowed her brow and chided. In response, the woman remained silent, merely gazing at the azure sky above. "By the way, Xianxianer, it is said that the Imperial Prince will also attend the Demon Sealing Conference. You should closely accompany him and not neglect your duties to the prince." The Taoist-robed woman's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she smiled lightly. "Is this your suggestion, or does it come from the sect leader?" As the Taoist-robed woman's words fell, the expression of the white-clad woman turned frosty, her voice soft yet laced with an icy undertone. "This is the consensus of the entire Tianxin sect." The Taoist-robed woman's countenance darkened at the white-clad woman's inquiry, her tone growing serious. The esteemed Tianxin sect, one of the premier sects in the Radiant Sun Empire, must resort to sending its female disciples to curry favor with the prince. Upon hearing the Taoist-robed woman's words, a fleeting look of desolation crossed the white-clad woman's face as she retorted with sarcasm. How dare you speak to your master in such a manner? As a disciple of the Tianxin sect, raised by its teachings, you are obliged to contribute to the sect. The white-clad woman's sardonic tone ignited a flicker of anger in the Taoist-robed woman, prompting her to retort sharply. Upon hearing these words, the white-clad woman's eyes glimmered with disappointment, falling into a heavy silence. Xianxianer, you must understand. Although our Tianxin sect stands as a premier sect in the Radiant Sun Empire, the Emperor has always regarded us with suspicion. There are even whispers in the court that he intends to take action against the great sects of the Radiant Sun Empire. If our Tianxin sect does not seek a powerful ally, how can we withstand his might? And the prince, who has taken a liking to you, presents an excellent opportunity for our sect. Should you marry him, our sect would be truly unshakable, a fortune that other sects can only dream of. As if recalling certain concerns, the Taoist-robed woman suppressed her inner fury and earnestly addressed the white-clad woman. If you believe this is a good fortune, then you should go and win the prince's favor yourself. The disappointment in the white-clad woman's eyes deepened as she replied coldly. Preposterous. If the prince were to take a liking to me, it would not be your place to interfere. This matter is a decision made by the entire Tianxin sect. You must comply, whether you like it or not. The Taoist-robed woman could no longer contain her frustration, shouting furiously before storming away. The echo of her furious words lingered in the ears of the white-clad woman, causing her to tremble, a look of desolation overtaking her features. While the world knew her as Li Tianxin, the epitome of beauty and the foremost beauty of the Tianxin sect, few understood that she yearned to escape this prison, willing to become an ordinary woman if it meant freedom. To her, the Tianxin sect was merely an emotionless faction, willing to employ any means necessary to align itself with the powerful. Chapter 31. A grand entrance into the city. Xianxianer, I say, why not simply rebel against this wretched Tianxin sect? A worthless sect is unworthy of your presence. A bold voice resonated from within the white-clad woman. Master, with your strength, you indeed could assist me in rebelling against the Tianxin sect, but can you protect not just me, but my entire family? Upon hearing the bold voice, Li Tianxin managed a bitter smile, her tone laden with sorrow. Her family was not strong. They were merely an ordinary clan, and they resided within the Tianxin sect's domain. Should she rebel, she knew all too well what fate awaited her family. That family housed her parents and siblings. How could she bear to abandon them? Upon hearing Li Tianxin's words, the voice within her fell abruptly silent. Despite her formidable strength, she was now but a lingering soul, capable of protecting only Li Tianxin herself, exhausting all her power in the process. To safeguard the entire family was an insurmountable task unless she unleashed her full might, which would render her incapable of protecting Li Tianxin thereafter. Furthermore, could one truly protect a family for a lifetime, even if they could do so for a fleeting moment? If only there existed a sect unafraid of the Radiant Sun Empire and the Heavenly Heart sect, then Xianxianer, you could directly rebel against the Heavenly Heart sect and join them. With your innate talent, no sect would dare to refuse you, the voice remarked after a long pause. Hearing these words, Li Tianxin's expression dimmed, and she remained silent. How could such a thing ever come to pass? Within the three great empires, although there were numerous powerful sects, the mightiest were undoubtedly the empires themselves. Those so-called major sects fundamentally relied on the whims of the three great empires. Which sect would dare to oppose the empire, risking annihilation? The following day, the cultivators of Xinting City gathered in the inn as usual, discussing the various prodigies set to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment echoed through the street, drawing the attention of numerous conversing cultivators. Gasp! As they gazed into the distant sky, a massive flying vessel appeared. Its fearsome dragon head emanating an inexplicable aura of power that instilled a sense of dread among the onlookers. What sect is this? How could they possess such a magnificent flying vessel? I believe it is called the Immortal Sect. Does such a sect exist within the Radiant Sun Empire? Only the top sects within the empire could boast of such a vessel and the audacity to flaunt it so brazenly, yet among the premier sects, there was no Immortal Sect. Indeed, a sect bold enough to adopt the name Immortal is either extraordinarily powerful or woefully ignorant of their own limitations. After the initial shock, the cultivators began to whisper amongst themselves, their conversations rife with curiosity and skepticism. On the upper floors of the inn, opulent private rooms housed either top prodigies or influential sect leaders. In one such room, Li Tianxin sat facing a beautiful woman in a robe, who cast her gaze towards the flying vessel in the sky, her eyes flickering with disdain as she scoffed. Such garbage, adorned with an extravagant exterior. can cause these commoners to be so astonished, it is truly laughable. As a master of the royal realm, the robed woman discerned the vessel's true nature at a glance and regarded it with contempt. This immortal sect, lacking even a genuine flying vessel, was merely a mediocre sect attempting to attract attention through ostentation. In stark contrast to the robed woman's disdain, Li Tianxin's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the dragon-shaped vessel, a mysterious glimmer in her gaze. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt that this so-called immortal sect was somewhat extraordinary. Typically, weaker sects would tread carefully, remaining low profile to avoid provoking dangerous enemies that could lead to their demise, while stronger sects commanded respect without needing to display such fanfare. Yet this immortal sect, unheard of until now, dared to make such a grand entrance and adopt the name of immortality. Their actions were indeed perplexing. Xianxianer, this sect is not to be underestimated. A voice echoed within Li Tianxin, tinged with a hint of gravity. Master, have you discerned something? The voice resonated in her mind, causing Li Tianxin's delicate features to shift as she inwardly questioned. Not precisely. Within that vessel lies an extraordinary sharpness that prevents me from probing too deeply. Any entity possessing such brilliance likely possesses a terrifying perception. Excessive inquiry could expose my presence. Upon hearing this, Li Tianxin's body trembled slightly. Though she was unaware of the true nature of the lingering soul within her, she recognized that since its awakening, no one had escaped her perception. Even the sovereign of the Heavenly Heart sect could not evade her awareness. Yet now, she felt a trepidation that prevented her from approaching the so-called Immortal Sect's vessel. Casting a deep glance at the dragon-shaped vessel, an idea suddenly struck her. It turns out it is not a genuine flying vessel, but merely a facade of grandeur. I was deceived into thinking any sect would be so lavish as to utilize a flying vessel for the Demon Sealing Conference. As time passed, more powerful individuals began to discern the vessel's true nature, expressing their disdain with scoffs. What a sham! A mediocre sect daring to be so arrogant is simply courting death. Indeed, lacking strength while being so ostentatious, they must not fear being targeted by the larger sects. How utterly ridiculous! As an increasing number of cultivators recognized the vessel's true nature, their attitudes shifted, and they voiced their contempt for the Immortal Sect's audacity. Amidst their derision, the floating vessel suddenly vanished, soon followed by several figures appearing before the gates of Xinting City. At the forefront stood a handsome young man clad in a white robe with golden trim, his deep-set eyes forbidding to behold. However, what truly captivated the gathered cultivators was the enchanting figure beside him, her exquisite beauty rivaling that of the 5 renowned beauties of the Radiant Sun Empire. Her alluring figure exuding a mature charm that was impossible to ignore. Who would have thought that this so-called immortal sect would boast such a beauty? Indeed, upon seeing her, my heart races uncontrollably. How dare you gaze upon such a beauty? Just a glance leaves me feeling inadequate, too ashamed to look further. The cultivators present murmured among themselves, their words brimming with fervor, even the royal realm experts revealing a glint of admiration in their eyes, suddenly feeling a bit self-conscious, fearful of leaving a poor impression on such a captivating woman. I can't believe our immortal sect has received such a warm welcome upon arriving in Xinting City. I feel quite humbled. Wang Feng gazed at the throngs of people atop the city walls and the countless figures by the city gates, genuinely astonished. As he spoke, the faces of Yin Ho and Mu Yunfei behind him twitched, revealing an unnatural expression. Shaking his head, Wang Feng dismissed the thought and led Yin Ho and the others into Xinting City. This marked Wang Feng's first venture into a human-congregated city since arriving in this world, prompting him to curiously survey his surroundings. The city boasted an architectural style reminiscent of ancient cities from his past life. Upon entering through the city gate, a broad avenue unfolded before him, flanked by towering pavilions, with numerous vendors selling elixirs and weapons along the bustling street. After a brief contemplation, Wang Feng guided Yin Ho and the others to an inn. As they stepped inside, the inn fell silent. The previously boisterous cultivators sat up straight, their eyes occasionally darting toward the enchanting figure beside Wang Feng. Welcome to the Qin Yun Pavilion. May I inquire what services you esteemed guests require? A young attendant hastily approached, greeting them with a smile. As Wang Feng sensed the profound cultivation of the young attendant, his expression momentarily faltered. He then cast a penetrating gaze around the entire Qin Yun Pavilion, astonished that a mere inn could harbor such depth. Even an attendant possessed the cultivation level of the spirit communication realm. A room, please. Although surprised, Wang Feng did not delve deeper into the matter, resolutely stating that with only 3 days remaining until the Demon Sealing Conference, they must reside in this divine city. 1,000 low-grade shenstones for a room, esteemed guest. How many rooms do you require? The young attendant promptly inquired. The Qin Yun Pavilion, with its exorbitant prices, was frequented solely by the formidable members of major sections. Initially assuming that these guests were merely posturing, he was taken aback by their apparent wealth. 1,000 low-grade xian stones for a room? Goodness, could this be a scam? Wang Feng exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that he only possessed a few hundred xian stones, a gift from Mu Yunfei. Here he was, the esteemed leader of the Immortal Sect, unable to afford even a single room. Seeing the astonished expression on Wang Feng's face, the attendant chuckled again, his demeanor showing no sign of impatience. Though he harbored a suspicion that Wang Feng and his companions would not stay, he maintained his cordiality. The other cultivators in the hall, upon witnessing Wang Feng's surprise, exchanged disdainful glances, believing him to be a mere naif who could not afford a room priced at 1,000 low-grade xian stones. Chapter 32. You dare not. But our sect does. Damn it, what a blunder. Wang Feng's countenance grew increasingly grim. As the leader of the Immortal Sect, being unable to afford a room made him feel utterly impoverished. System, what of the wealth I acquired from slaying Lin Yun and Chong Linhao? At that moment, he suddenly recalled and inquired inwardly. Previously, he had overlooked this matter, prioritizing his sect's worth as his most significant asset. However, encountering such a situation made him realize the importance of currency in this world. Ding. Wealth has been entered into the host's system space. The host may explore it at will. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng hurriedly probed into the system space, his heart swelling with joy. Within the system space, low-grade xian stones had accumulated into a towering mountain, alongside a variety of weapons, treasures, and medicinal pills of various ranks, including numerous mid-grade xian stones. With his expression brightening, he felt a surge of confidence. Wealth in hand, he was no longer anxious. My lady, I shall procure a room for you. Just as Wang Feng prepared to generously book 7 rooms, a light-hearted laugh echoed through the hall, causing him to narrow his eyes and look toward the source. The gazes of the other cultivators also turned in that direction, their expressions tinged with indignation. Although they too coveted the beauty, none dared to jest with her. Who dares to treat her with such disrespect? Descending from the second floor of the pavilion was a young man clad in resplendent robes, fanning himself gracefully, his handsome visage captivating all. Hiss! It's him, the young master of the Four Directions Hall, Xiao Changfeng. Oh no, with his arrival, the beauty is likely doomed. Indeed, as the young master of the prestigious Four Directions Hall, Xiao Changfeng's status eclipsed that of other prodigies, leaving all wary of provoking him. His notorious reputation for lechery was well known, and despite his indulgent lifestyle, his cultivation had not faltered, now reaching the realm of a prince and standing among the elite. Rumors circulated that Xiao Changfeng secretly practiced a nefarious technique to swiftly enhance his cultivation while indulging in pleasures, though no definitive proof had yet emerged. Upon seeing the young man's visage, the gathered cultivators gasped in astonishment, whispering among themselves, their tones laced with fear. As Xiao Changfeng approached Zhu Yuyan, his eyes burned with desire, focusing solely on her, as if the presence of anyone else were an affront to his vision. His heart raced. He had prided himself on remaining unscathed amidst countless beauties, yet before the Empress of Shadows, he found himself ensnared. Observing Xiao Changfeng's advance, Wang Feng wore a bemused expression and softly inquired, "Oh, would you be willing to part with 7,000 low-grade xian stones for us? You dare to presume?" Xiao Changfeng glared at Wang Feng, his voice dripping with disdain, before turning his gaze back to the Empress of Shadows. As though even acknowledging Wang Feng further would tarnish his sight. Those present were unsurprised by Xiao Changfeng's response. The young master of the Four Directions Hall was known for his disdain toward anyone but beauties. The other cultivators watched Wang Feng with mocking expressions, eager to see if he could retain the attention of the beauty, though they estimated that he would likely succumb to Xiao Changfeng's influence. The authority represented by the young master of the Four Directions Hall was synonymous with the pinnacle of power in the Radiant Sun Empire. Our sect initially believed there was a fool to exploit, yet it seems you are but a pauper. Xiao Changfeng's rebuke darkened Wang Feng's expression. He cast a glance at Xiao Changfeng and retorted with a sneer. Wang Feng's mocking laughter echoed through the hall, causing the cultivators to widen their eyes in disbelief. Did he dare to ridicule the young master of the Four Directions Hall? Was he courting death? Had it not been for the sanctuary of Qingyun Pavilion, you would already be dead, but you best remain within these walls. The moment you step out, you shall meet your end. Xiao Changfeng's eyes narrowed, his gaze shifting from the Empress of Shadows to Wang Feng, his voice cold and laced with murderous intent, chilling the air of the entire hall. The palpable malice emanating from Xiao Changfeng made the assembled cultivators shudder, their gazes toward Wang Feng filled with pity. In the Radiant Sun Empire, who could survive if they offended the young master of the Four Directions Hall, aside from the Empire's high-ranking officials and the offspring of great sects? You mustn't act so foolishly. With your status, you should declare, to offend this young master is to invite doom upon yourself. Xiao Changfeng's threat did not frighten Wang Feng. Instead, He chuckled lightly, radiating a demeanor of ease, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Chongfeng's presence. Wang Feng had certainly overheard the prior discussions regarding Xiao Chongfeng's identity, yet he remained indifferent. If he did not regard the Radiant Sun Emperor, what was this so-called Xiao Chongfeng to him? Moreover, he had been on the verge of demonstrating his grandeur when Xiao Chongfeng's arrogance interrupted him, fixated on the Empress of Shadows. What if he was poor? Did poverty preclude him from companionship with a beauty? Besides, was he truly impoverished? From the outset, Xiao Chongfeng had displayed unabashed arrogance, openly coveting the Empress of Shadows. Could Wang Feng endure such insolence? He would retaliate until Xiao Chongfeng wept bitterly. Has he lost his mind? Surely he is foolish to utter such nonsense. How utterly laughable. This man must have emerged from some obscure corner. Indeed, Qinyun Pavilion spanned the three great empires, its influence immeasurable. Who would dare to act violently within its confines? As long as one possessed sufficient wealth to reside indefinitely within the Qinyun Pavilion, even offenses against the imperial family could be weathered with ease. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the cultivators present were not shaken. Instead, they regarded him with expressions akin to witnessing a doomed soul. In their eyes, Wang Feng was as good as dead for daring to provoke Xiao Chongfeng. Such arrogance was laughable, a clear indication of his ignorance. Xiao Chongfeng himself displayed no anger, merely casting a fleeting glance at Wang Feng before sneering. Although he held the title of Young Master of the Four Directions Hall, he was acutely aware of the necessity to refrain from violence within the confines of the Qinyun Pavilion. Even the three great empires treated this establishment with caution. What could be said of their sects? In the realm of the three empires, the Qinyun Pavilion stood as the sole entity audacious enough to disregard the imperial families. Fortunately, the pavilion merely operated an inn, showing no inclination to meddle in the political affairs of the empires. Otherwise, the three empires would surely find themselves in disarray. You dare not act here in the Qinyun Pavilion? Wang Feng, unfazed by the murmurs around him, regarded Xiao Chongfeng with a bemused smile and inquired with feigned surprise. Hearing this, Xiao Chongfeng shook his head, having lost interest in conversing with Wang Feng. He had never anticipated that he would harbor such a desire to eliminate someone, particularly a mere insect like Wang Feng. You may hesitate, but my sect will not. Just as Xiao Chongfeng turned to depart, a chilling voice erupted, followed by an overwhelming surge of terrifying power that caused Xiao Chongfeng's expression to shift dramatically. He had no time to muster his internal strength to counteract this formidable force. He was struck directly, spewing blood from his mouth as his complexion paled, and he was sent crashing backward. With a resounding crash, Xiao Chongfeng's body collided with the wall of the pavilion's hall, causing a tremor to reverberate throughout the Qinyun Pavilion. The pristine jade floor shattered into fragments. Silence reigned. The sudden attack by Wang Feng astonished everyone in the hall. Even those powerful figures observing from the upper floors were left in shock. All eyes in the hall were fixed incredulously upon Wang Feng. He had dared to strike within the Qinyun Pavilion. Moreover, Xiao Chongfeng was a formidable figure of the Marquis realm. Even when ambushed, it was inconceivable that he would fail to react in time. Yet here he lay, heavily injured by a mere slap. They had assumed Wang Feng was nothing more than a lowly insect, but it appeared he was a hidden powerhouse. To inflict such serious harm upon Xiao Chongfeng in an ambush, one would have to be at least a formidable figure of the Marquis realm, and not just any Marquis. After all, despite Xiao Chongfeng's indulgence in pleasure, his reflexes and combat ability as a top-tier genius were by no means lacking. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, a faint sound pulled them back from their astonishment. They turned to see Xiao Chongfeng, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, trembling as he rose to his feet. He was a pitiful sight, his robes drenched in blood, a stark contrast to his previous airs of nobility. At this moment, Xiao Chongfeng's eyes were fixed on Wang Feng, filled with a torrent of rage. He had lost track of how long it had been since he had been injured, and to be ambushed by this frog at the bottom of the well had left him grievously wounded. He must die? He must die? Presumptuous. A furious roar echoed through the hall, and several figures materialized beside Xiao Chongfeng. At their forefront stood a rugged middle-aged man, his physique resembling iron, exuding an explosive force. To dare strike at the young master of the Four Directions Hall, you are doomed. The middle-aged man's fierce gaze bore into Wang Feng, his overwhelming killing intent causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. The oppressive aura of a Xianhuang realm expert weighing heavily upon the hearts of the many strong cultivators present, nearly suffocating them. The cultivators in the hall dared not breathe, their expressions filled with disbelief as they regarded the middle-aged man. They had initially thought this commotion was merely a farce, only to find themselves witnessing such a dramatic turn of events, even drawing out a Xianhuang realm powerhouse. Chapter 33, A Sword Shocking the World. The Qinyun Pavilion boasted 7 floors, and the numerous powerful figures from various sects gathered in this divine city occupied the 5th floor. With the Xian sect also situated on this level, this boy truly seeks death. Not only has he acted within the Qin Pavilion, but he has also dared to strike at the young master of the Four Directions Hall. Once Elder Xiong appears, this child will surely meet his end. A woman clad in a Taoist robe shook her head with a cold smile, disdain evident in her eyes. Arrogance must be tempered with awareness of one's audience. Within the 3 great empires, many powerful sects have refrained from violence in the Qin Pavilion. This boy truly is a naive calf unafraid of the tiger. Yet this reckless act may cost him his life. In contrast to the Taoist woman's scornful laughter, Li Tianxin beside her displayed a glimmer of admiration in her beautiful eyes. Wang Feng's audacity and the mysterious power backing him captivated her interest. Perhaps the other powerful figures on the 5th floor shared a similar disdainful amusement, anticipating Wang Feng's downfall. Oh, then by all means, try to act. Upon hearing Elder Xiong's frosty words, Wang Feng felt no trepidation, remaining composed with a subtle smile, and replied nonchalantly, "You are courting death." Wang Feng's provocation ignited the fury of Elder Xiong, a Xianhuang realm expert, his eyes igniting with rage as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Feng. The overwhelming pressure radiating from him intensified, enveloping the hall in a stifling atmosphere. Yet, despite his seething anger, Elder Xiong hesitated to strike. In any other circumstance, he would have already crushed Wang Feng with a single blow, but within the confines of the Qin Pavilion, even he, a Xianhuang realm powerhouse, must tread carefully. My dear guest, you are surely aware of the rules of the Qin Pavilion? At this tense impasse, a gentle, graceful voice resonated through the hall, prompting everyone to turn their attention, including Wang Feng, who lifted his gaze. The voice was soft and elegant, akin to a spring breeze, inciting an irresistible desire to meet its owner. As all eyes turned, a woman clad in a flowing white gown and crystal shoes gracefully emerged from the back of the hall. Her enchanting figure was captivating, and as she moved, her fair skin, partially revealing itself, drew the attention of all. The moment she appeared, this woman commanded the attention of the entire hall, her beauty rivaling that of the previous enchanting figure, differing only in their respective auras. If the previous woman embodied mature allure, this one exuded elegance and nobility. Greetings, Elder Zhuqin. Upon sighting the woman, Elder Xiong's spirit jolted, suppressing his fury toward Wang Feng as he offered a slight bow in greeting. Who would have thought that even Elder Zhuqin has been stirred? Murmured the audience. Indeed, Elder Zhuqin was the head of the Qin Pavilion in this divine city, a Xianhuang realm expert. The fact that she had been drawn into this matter made Wang Feng's fate all too clear. To encounter 2 such breathtaking beauties in one day truly makes this journey worthwhile. Indeed. Yet, I am most eager to witness this boy's fate. Following Elder Xiong's words, the gathered cultivators began to whisper among themselves. One glance can captivate a city, another can enthrall a nation. It is a privilege to encounter such a lady today. I beg your pardon for any offense. Wang Feng, with a gentle smile, displayed a demeanor of elegance and sophistication, truly remarkable. By heavens, this boy has lost his senses. Daring to provoke Elder Zhuqin? Goodness, if I hadn't been in the hall just now, I might have thought he was a paragon of virtue. Indeed, it is laughable. One ought to consider their current predicament. Merely refraining from kneeling in supplication is not enough, yet they dare to tease Elder Qinshan? As Wang Feng's words echoed through the hall, the assembled cultivators were left utterly astounded, gazing at him with expressions of sheer disbelief. It was their first encounter with someone so recklessly fearless. Within the realms of the 3 great empires, who does not recognize the illustrious name of Qinshan? Yet, never has anyone dared to provoke Elder Qinshan. Given her beauty and noble demeanor, she would have been pursued by countless suitors had she belonged to any other faction. Yet to this day, even those of considerable background dare not utter a single teasing word in her presence. Why? Simply out of respect for the Qin Pavilion. Who could have anticipated that Wang Feng would be so utterly ignorant of the gravity of his situation, daring to jest with Elder Qinshan? Meanwhile, Elder Xiong wore a cold smile, gazing at Wang Feng as though he were already a corpse, indicating that the youth would soon meet his demise within the Qin Pavilion without him needing to lift a finger. To be honest, even with Elder Xiong's vast experience at the Xinhuang realm, he had never before encountered someone so eager for death as Wang Feng. Such audacity indeed. Surprisingly, instead of expressing anger at Wang Feng's jest, Elder Qinshan merely chuckled softly. It's not that grand, merely a tad so. Wang Feng replied with a slight smile. You have disrupted the rules of my Qin Pavilion. How do you intend to address this? Elder Qinshan inquired, her tone gentle yet laced with an undeniable authority. The moment her words fell, the countenance of many powerful figures in attendance shifted, their anticipation of Wang Feng's tragic fate palpable. In that instant, nearly all present wished for Wang Feng's demise, for he, a nameless nobody, had undertaken what none among them dared to do. Most of them lacked the qualifications to speak with Elder Qinshan, while Wang Feng, by disrupting the rules of the Qingyun Pavilion, had not only spoken to her, but also dared to tease her. Such a person could only find peace in death, restoring the balance of their hearts. Our sect bears no intention of offending the Qingyun Pavilion, yet we abide by the principle that if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Anyone who dares to offend our sect must die. The fact that this youth is still alive is merely our sect showing leniency for the sake of the Qingyun Pavilion. Hearing Elder Qinshuan's words, Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, unwaveringly meeting her gaze, his demeanor calm and composed, which sent a shiver through those present. What audacity! Not only do you dare to act against the young master of the Sifang Hall, but you also have the gall to utter such words within the Qingyun Pavilion. As Wang Feng concluded, before Elder Qinshan could respond, Elder Gui Xiong could no longer contain himself and erupted in fury. The overwhelming force of the Xianhuang realm surged from him, a tremendous wave of power emanating from his broad palm, distorting the very fabric of the air around him. Elder Gui Xiong refrained from attacking immediately. He glanced at Elder Qinshan and, seeing her lack of opposition, felt a surge of joy, shedding any last remnants of hesitation. His body surged forward like a ghost, his palm brimming with astonishing power, hurtling towards Wang Feng. The fierce gust of wind from his strike made all the powerful figures in the hall change color in alarm. In that moment, the gathered crowd held their breath, fixated on the rare sight of a Xianhuang realm expert making a move. They certainly did not wish to miss it. Meanwhile, Xiao Changfeng, surrounded by several elders of the Sifang Hall as he recovered, fixed his gaze intently on Wang Feng, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. With Elder Gui Xiong about to strike, he could already foresee Wang Feng's fate. A wicked thought surged within him. Not only did he wish to witness Wang Feng's demise, but he also desired to see the woman beside him endure unimaginable torment, thus alleviating his own resentment. As the young master of the Sifang Hall, he had never before suffered such public humiliation. His hatred would never dissipate, while Wang Feng still drew breath. After Elder Gui Xiong made his move, Elder Qinshuan's beautiful eyes remained locked on Wang Feng. From the moment she arrived, Wang Feng's extraordinary courage and demeanor had convinced her that he was no ordinary individual. Thus, she refrained from intervening when Elder Gui Xiong attacked, wishing to see the true nature of Wang Feng, whether he had genuine backing or was merely a fool filled with arrogance. The Qingyun Pavilion indeed had rules against taking action, but do such rules truly exist in this world? To genuine powerhouses, such so-called rules are mere jokes. However, among the three great empires, no one had yet emerged who could compel the Qingyun Pavilion to break its own rules. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, a light tremor akin to a soul-stirring sound echoed in the ears of all present. Among them, those who practiced the way of the sword felt their very souls quiver, an overwhelming urge to worship overwhelming them as their swords trembled violently in their hands. Just as they sought to discern the source of this inexplicable phenomenon, a dazzling brilliance flashed by, causing them to instinctively shut their eyes. In that fleeting moment of closed eyes, a piercing scream resonated within the hall, causing the cultivators to shudder and hurriedly open their eyes, seeking the source of the sound. Upon witnessing the scene in the hall, they were left dumbfounded, their minds rendered blank. At this moment, the entire Qingyun Pavilion Hall fell into a deathly silence, even the sound of breathing nearly absent. All the cultivators, overwhelmed by sheer shock, instinctively held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Even Elder Qinshan trembled, a look of astonishment gracing her delicate features. She had envisioned countless outcomes, yet never anticipated this result. The powerful figures from the fifth floor of the Qingyun Pavilion rose in unison, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief, their bodies involuntarily trembling. How could this be? In the chamber, the Taoist-robed beauty from the Tianqin sect gasped in shock, her mind racing. The arrogant youth she had looked down upon had an ally of such terrifying caliber by his side. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Tianqin's eyes sparkled with excitement, her entire being trembling with uncontainable joy, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Chapter 34. The Divine Presence of the Vice Master of the Qingyun Pavilion. How could this be? Who on earth are you? At this moment, within the hall of the Qingyun Pavilion, Elder Gui Xiong clutched his bleeding arm, his face pale as he exclaimed in horror, his body shaking with fear. Not far from him lay a severed, bloodied arm. Elder Gui Xiong's gaze was fixated on the figure standing beside Wang Feng, Shimin Shui Shui, whose cold and indifferent gaze sent tremors through Elder Gui Xiong's very soul. As Elder Gui Xiong's cry of shock rang out, it jolted the assembled crowd from their stupor, A collective gasp rising in unison. How could this be? A Xianhuang realm expert, Elder Gui Xiong, had his arm severed by a single sword strike? What manner of being is this? I could scarcely perceive how he drew his sword. Moreover, as a sword cultivator, I felt an overwhelming urge to worship him. He must be a true master of the sword. Terrifying. I initially thought this youth merely a clown. Yet I did not expect such a formidable protector to stand by his side. Indeed, to sever the arm of a Xianhuang realm expert with a single sword strike signifies a presence of unparalleled caliber, one of the utmost distinction within the three great empires. The assembled crowd fell into a hushed murmur, their voices interwoven with sheer astonishment. The sight of Elder Gui Xiong's severed arm profoundly stirred their souls. Meanwhile, at the rear, Xiao Chongfeng's sinister grin abruptly faded, his eyes betraying a flicker of terror as his body trembled uneasily. Elder Gui Xiong was his greatest support at that moment, and witnessing such a decisive defeat left him genuinely fearful. In that instant, Xiao Chongfeng and the several elders of the Four Directions Hall beside him felt an unspoken threat of death looming silently. With the strength of the formidable figure beside Wang Feng, coupled with Wang Feng's audacious demeanor, if he truly intended to eliminate them, even Elder Zhu Qin might not be able to safeguard them. Our sect does not instigate trouble, yet it does not mean we fear it. Throughout this ordeal, the lady should comprehend the essence of the matter. She ought to discern right from wrong. Should she insist on opposing our sect for the sake of so-called rules, then today, we shall dismantle your Qinyan pavilion. Wang Feng, ignoring Elder Gui Xiong's exclamations, turned his gaze towards Elder Zhu Qin. His eyes filled with indifference as he coldly declared, given Elder Zhu Qin's own cultivation at the mystic sovereign realm, she could have intervened and halted Elder Gui Xiong's actions before they escalated, yet she chose not to, which displeased Wang Feng greatly. The cultivation world thrives on the principle of the strong preying on the weak, a chilling reality indeed. Had he lacked such formidable strength, he would have likely perished under Elder Gui Xiong's palm long ago. This strikingly beautiful woman, too, exhibited such callousness, and it was a folly for Wang Feng to harbor even a flicker of affection for her. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more at Wang Feng's words. It was the first time they had heard someone audaciously claim they would dismantle the Qinyan pavilion. Even the emperors of the three great empires would not dare utter such statements. Although Shimin Shui's display of power left them in awe, they still deemed Wang Feng excessively arrogant. You wish to dismantle my Qinyan pavilion? On what grounds? Elder Zhu Qin's beautiful eyes flashed as she glanced at Shimin Shui before fixing her gaze on Wang Feng, responding with a disdainful huff. Indeed, Shimin Shui's strength was enough to make her tremble, but the Qinyan pavilion was not solely comprised of her as a mystic sovereign realm powerhouse. The lady may certainly attempt it. Wang Feng chuckled lightly, his demeanor exuding an air of confidence that was truly captivating. Upon witnessing Wang Feng's unwavering confidence, Elder Zhu Qin fell silent, her lovely face flickering with conflicting emotions. Wang Feng was shrouded in mystery, and the mere strike from Shimin Shui had left her, a mid-stage mystic sovereign, shaken to her core. Elder Zhu Qin understood all too well that she was no match for Shimin Shui should a stalemate arise. It would only be their Qinyan pavilion that would suffer. Reflecting on this, she shot a fierce glare at Xiao Chongfeng. Were it not for him, her pavilion would not find itself in such a precarious position. This incident, instigated by you, has its reasons. Our Qinyan pavilion shall make an exception this once. However, you must also punish Xiao Chongfeng, and Elder Gui Xiong has already suffered the loss of his arm. Shall we consider this matter settled? Just as Elder Zhu Qin hesitated, an ancient voice resonated from the rear of the hall. Following that, a stooped elder emerged, exuding no discernible aura, yet his mere presence instilled an inexplicable fear. Good heavens! Even the vice master of the Qinyan pavilion, Elder Qin Sheng, has been stirred? Xiao Chongfeng likely never anticipated that his lascivious intentions would not only jeopardize his own elder, but also attract such a significant figure. Indeed, Elder Qin Sheng commanded respect even from the imperial family. Upon the elder's arrival, all present cultivators trembled, their voices hushed as they expressed their reverence for him. Even the sect's powerful figures on the 5th floor of the Qinyan pavilion subtly acknowledged him from afar. No one dared to exhibit disrespect in Elder Qin Sheng's presence. Elder Qin Sheng. Upon seeing the elder, Elder Zhu Qin's face revealed a hint of respect as she spoke softly. Elder Qin Sheng waved his hand, signaling her not to be overly formal, his weathered eyes fixed on Wang Feng. Meeting Elder Qin Sheng's gaze, Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, equally holding Elder Qin Sheng's stare. He had not expected that within the Qinyan pavilion, there existed a peak late-stage mystic sovereign, a force indeed worthy of the apprehension felt by the three great empires. If even a branch pavilion of a single city possesses such depth and strength, the Qinyan pavilion is likely more formidable than Wang Feng had imagined. Certainly, We must accord respect to Elder Qin Sheng. A smile crept onto Wang Feng's lips as he addressed Elder Qin Sheng. This Qin Yun Pavilion, shrouded in mystery and power, is not worth clashing with over a few individuals like Xiao Changfeng. Furthermore, once they leave this place, he can dispose of them as he pleases. His previous actions were merely to instill awe, to announce the principles of his immortal sect to the world. With his objectives met and the other party showing him respect, there was no need to prolong the standoff. Thank you, esteemed sir. This time, all expenses within my Qin Yun Pavilion shall be waived for you, and you shall become a distinguished guest of our Qin Yun Pavilion, entitled to an 80 discount at any branch of Qin Yun Pavilion within the empire. As Elder Qin Sheng's words resonated, the attendees were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. They had never expected such a significant event to be resolved so easily, and moreover, with the Qin Yun Pavilion conceding. What astonished them most was that Wang Feng, despite having violated the rules of the Qin Yun Pavilion, was not only spared any repercussions, but was also gifted a platinum VIP card. That card was a symbol of prestige throughout the entire Radiant Sun Empire. Few could attain such a privilege, and even ordinary mystic sovereigns were seldom granted one. Elder. Beside Elder Qin Sheng, Elder Zhu Qin's mouth fell agape, her face displaying confusion. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Elder Qin Sheng silenced her with a glance. Then, I am most grateful. Wang Feng accepted the platinum VIP card, clasping his hands in gratitude, and smiled. Respect begets respect. Elder Qin Sheng's approach was genuinely pleasing, and in light of his series of actions, Wang Feng could no longer harbor any anger. Please, esteemed sir. Elder Qin Sheng's smile deepened as he gestured for Wang Feng to proceed. In response, Wang Feng did not immediately ascend the staircase leading to the second floor of the Qin Yun Pavilion. Instead, he turned to the trembling Xiao Changfeng and coldly remarked, I hope you do not step outside the Qin Yun Pavilion, or your demise is assured. As his words fell, Wang Feng flicked his fingers, and a cold glimmer erupted forth, instantly obliterating Elder Gui Xiong's severed arm, scattering blood and flesh in all directions. Witnessing the destruction of his severed arm, Elder Gui Xiong's face contorted with rage, yearning to curse aloud, but he was stifled by the cold gaze of Shimen Shueishui. Nevertheless, his eyes brimmed with an astonishing hatred. Had that severed arm not been destroyed, with his cultivation at the mystic sovereign realm, he could have reattached it. And after some time, it could have healed completely. But now, with the arm's destruction, he was doomed to remain one-armed, and even as a mystic sovereign, he found himself powerless to reverse the situation, unless he could procure a rebirth pill, a rare and invaluable elixir beyond his reach. Elder Gui Xiong had not anticipated Wang Feng's ruthlessness in severing any hope of reattachment. As the numerous cultivators present beheld the destruction of Elder Gui Xiong's arm, a shiver ran down their spines. The gory spectacle deeply unsettled them, leaving a profound impression of Wang Feng's ruthless and unrestrained demeanor. It even cast a shadow of fear over their perceptions of him. Elder Qin Sheng looked up to the heavens, feigning ignorance, while Elder Zhu Qin also opted to ignore Wang Feng's actions. Please. Elder Qin Sheng smiled, and Wang Feng's face broke into a gentle smile as he addressed him, his expression now devoid of the earlier ferocity. Please. Elder Qin Sheng chuckled, leading Wang Feng and the others to ascend to the upper levels of the Qin Yun Pavilion. Even after their departure, the remaining cultivators remained in a state of agitation, unable to shake off the shock. Meanwhile, Xiao Changfeng, upon hearing Wang Feng's final words, felt his very soul tremble, despair washing over his face. He had never anticipated such a swift turn of events. Previously, he had been the one threatening Wang Feng, and now he found himself on the receiving end of Wang Feng's threats. The crux of the matter lay in Wang Feng's display of terrifying strength, which truly possessed the power to eliminate him. Chapter 35. Overpowered by destiny, what should we do about Elder Gui Xiong? After Wang Feng and his companions ascended the staircase, Xiao Changfeng approached Elder Gui Xiong with a look of horror, whispering his inquiry. At that moment, Xiao Changfeng's entire body quaked, particularly in response to Wang Feng's final threat, which left him trembling. The elders from the Four Directions Hall also wore expressions of terror, recognizing that even a formidable figure like Elder Gui Xiong, at the initial stage of the Xianhuang realm, had been incapacitated by a single strike. How could they, mere peak Wang Ho realm cultivators, withstand the might of the terrifying swordsman beside Wang Feng? Observing Xiao Changfeng's abject fear, the other cultivators displayed a glimmer of schadenfreude. After all, Xiao Changfeng was the submaster of the Four Directions Hall, a figure of significant stature, second only to the royal offspring within the Radiant Sun Empire. To see such a powerful individual reduced to a state of helplessness was indeed satisfying for those who had previously looked up to him, especially considering Xiao Changfeng's already tarnished reputation. They completely forgot that not long ago, they had held Wang Feng in contempt. but now they regarded him with a mix of reverence and dread. You must possess the transmission talisman from the Hall Master, correct? Noticing Xiao Chongfeng's terrified demeanor, Elder Gui Xiong suppressed his fury and spoke softly. Were it not for this incompetent submaster, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. As he harbored resentment towards Wang Feng, he also directed his ire at Xiao Chongfeng. However, despite his inner contempt, he dared not lay a hand on Xiao Chongfeng, as the latter's status still wielded a degree of intimidation over Elder Gui Xiong. Even in his darkest thoughts, he could not ignore the necessity of relying on Xiao Chongfeng and the entire Four Directions Hall to confront Wang Feng. Yes, my father gave me a transmission talisman before I departed. Upon hearing Elder Gui Xiong's words, Xiao Chongfeng nodded, seemingly grasping the elder's intent. Contact the Hall Master immediately. He must lead the strong from the Four Directions Hall to eliminate this scoundrel in this divine city. Otherwise, we shall all perish. The glint of overwhelming hatred flashed in Elder Gui Xiong's eyes as he spoke in a grave tone. Only Xiao Chongfeng could compel the Hall Master to take such drastic action. After all, he was the Hall Master's only son. While Xiao Chongfeng might have a poor reputation, his progress in cultivation was remarkable. He was among the most outstanding talents in the Radiant Sun Empire, hailed as the future hope of the Four Directions Hall. In such a scenario, if anything were to befall Xiao Chongfeng, Elder Gui Xiong could only imagine the frenzy that would ensue from the fiercely protective Hall Master. Yes, I will contact my father right away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chongfeng felt a surge of determination and quickly replied. Then plunged his consciousness into his spatial ring to activate the ancient transmission talisman. What shall we do next? After sending the message to the Hall Master, Xiao Chongfeng turned to Elder Gui Xiong once more and asked. Although Elder Gui Xiong had been rendered nearly defenseless against Wang Feng's swordsman, he remained a powerful figure in the Xianhuang realm. Even without one arm, his strength still surpassed that of an average peak Wang Ho realm cultivator. Wait. Elder Gui Xiong exhaled sharply and fell silent, concentrating on suppressing the terrifying sword intent that had invaded his body. The sword strike from Shi Min Shui had not only severed his arm, but also allowed a fearsome sword intent to wreak havoc within him. If he did not promptly subdue it, he feared he might not even retain his Xianhuang realm cultivation. The thought of this only intensified Elder Gui Xiong's murderous intent towards Wang Feng. Are we to forego participating in the Demon Sealing Conference? Xiao Chongfeng inquired. The Demon Sealing Conference was a grand event within the Radiant Sun Empire. Missing it would mean that future participation would be far from guaranteed, especially since the rules of each conference varied. If you wish to die, then go ahead and participate. Elder Gui Xiong shot a look at Xiao Chongfeng as if he were a fool and barked in a low voice. Elder Gui Xiong knew all too well that Wang Feng and his companions were likely there to attend the conference. While he was uncertain of the strength of Wang Feng's sect members, he could surmise their capabilities based on the prowess of the swordsmen accompanying Wang Feng. Moreover, Xiao Chongfeng had been gravely injured by Wang Feng's attack. Even if it had been a sneak attack, it was sufficient evidence of Wang Feng's superiority. If Xiao Chongfeng were to attend the Demon Sealing Conference, Elder Gui Xiong could almost envision the grim outcome. Xiao Chongfeng would not survive. After making his point, Elder Gui Xiong lost interest in further conversation with Xiao Chongfeng and turned to leave. He was loath to endure further scrutiny from these cultivators. Today he, as an elder of the Four Directions Hall and a figure of the Xianhuang realm, had utterly lost face. Hearing Elder Gui Xiong's words, Xiao Chongfeng trembled, fear flashing across his face as he hurried to follow the elder. Observing the departure of Elder Gui Xiong and his companions, the remaining cultivators sighed in disbelief. Never had they imagined that the submaster of the Four Directions Hall and a master of the Xianhuang realm would find themselves in such a humiliating position. As Wang Feng and his companions ascended to the 5th level of the Qingyun Pavilion, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him lay a grand hall surrounded by private chambers. The hall was filled with people, each leader emanating a formidable aura, accompanied by a throng of strikingly handsome men and women. Greetings, Elder Qin Sheng, esteemed friends, and Elder Zhu Qin. Upon their arrival, these individuals greeted Wang Feng and his companions with warm smiles. Witnessing this scene, a slight smirk played on Wang Feng's lips. As he followed Elder Qin Sheng onto this 5th level, he had gleaned from his earlier conversation that only the most powerful figures from top sects were permitted entry. Indeed, a well-timed display of intimidation proved effective. Otherwise, such cordial treatment would not have been accorded. Greetings to all esteemed friends. Wang Feng, devoid of any pretentiousness, reciprocated with a courteous smile and clasped hands. Though he was destined to be at odds with the Radiant Sun Empire, and these individuals were likely to become his adversaries in the future, the rift had yet to be exposed. Thus, gentility remained paramount. Esteemed guests, allow me to introduce this distinguished friend, Wang Feng, the esteemed leader of the Immortal Sect. Elder Qin Sheng, his aged visage lighting up with a glimmer of amusement, gestured towards Wang Feng. It is truly remarkable that such a young man has attained the mantle of a sect leader. Indeed, his exceptional demeanor and remarkable achievements among the younger generation are truly enviable. May I inquire about the location of the Immortal Sect? We would be honored to pay a visit at our earliest convenience. As Elder Qin Sheng concluded his words, the formidable figures from various sects present immediately turned to Wang Feng, their faces adorned with smiles that would undoubtedly astonish any onlooker. The high-ranking cultivators of the prestigious Radiant Sun Empire were bestowing such courtesy upon a mere youth, a sight that would leave anyone astounded. The Immortal Sect resides in a valley situated on the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range. You are almost welcome to visit at any time, Wang Feng proclaimed, his tone unguarded. He recognized their desire to uncover the secrets of his sect, and he too longed for the name of the Immortal Sect to be disseminated through their discourse. Sect leader Wang, to my knowledge, there is no sect as powerful as the Immortal Sect on the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range. Are you perhaps reluctant to disclose your sect's true location for fear of disturbance? A cultivator from the Xian Emperor realm interjected upon hearing Wang Feng's words. Indeed, sect leader Wang, while it has been some time since we ventured to the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range, we are well acquainted with the prevailing powers in that region, chimed in another elder. To possess a formidable entity capable of severing the arm of a Xian Emperor realm cultivator with a single strike. Such a sect must undoubtedly be immensely powerful. How could it possibly exist unnoticed? The murmurs of skepticism resonated among the gathered cultivators. In response to the inquiries of the powerful sect members, Elder Qin Sheng and Elder Zhu Qin turned their keen eyes towards Wang Feng, curiosity dancing in their gazes. They too sought to unravel the mysteries surrounding Wang Feng and the Immortal Sect. The sect's enigma and formidable strength rendered them wary, especially considering that even the likes of Shimin Chui Shui could instill trepidation in these top-tier sections. Without clarity on the Immortal Sect's nature, they would be unable to find rest. Wang Feng, sensing their curiosity, smirked, swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I must confess. The Immortal Sect is an ancient hidden sect that has only recently resurfaced. We have come to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference, eager to provide our disciples with an opportunity for growth. I am the 5th-generation leader of the Immortal Sect, known as the Celestial Teacher. My cultivation level is celestial, and in my battles against the heavens, I was cursed after suffering a minor defeat. Thus, we were compelled to conceal ourselves to evade the divine curse. Although we have remained hidden, we have tirelessly sought ways to break this curse throughout generations. Fortunately, the 9th-generation leader, the great sage Qi Tian, emerged and ultimately dispelled the curse, allowing the Immortal Sect to once again see the light of day. Alas, the great sage perished in the process, passing the mantle of leadership to me. As we step into the world for the first time, I humbly seek your guidance." As Wang Feng's words reverberated throughout the grand hall on the 5th floor, a profound silence enveloped the space. All present were momentarily stunned, gazing at Wang Feng in disbelief, including Elder Qin Sheng, an ancient hidden sect. Such a lineage had only been encountered in dusty tomes until this moment. If the Immortal Sect was indeed as sect leader Wang described, it would be nothing short of extraordinary, even warranting respect from the 3 imperial families. The depth of an ancient hidden sect's legacy was unfathomable, and its heritage was a formidable concept beyond their wildest imaginings. Moreover, the so-called 5th-generation leader, the Celestial Teacher, had battled against the heavens and only narrowly lost. What a terrifying prospect! Every cultivator understood that the greatest adversary on the path of cultivation was oneself, followed closely by the so-called heavens. To contend with fate or fortune, one must confront the heavens, though their current prowess had yet to reach such heights. They could hardly fathom the magnitude of terror possessed by one who could truly challenge the heavens. Yet, despite their astonishment, the powerful figures remained skeptical of Wang Feng's declarations. After all, his claims were exceedingly astonishing. Though the Immortal Sect was indeed mysterious and formidable, it had not yet reached that level of renown. Nonetheless, there was no doubt that Wang Feng had sown the seeds of curiosity in the minds of all present, suggesting that the Immortal Sect could indeed be an ancient hidden sect. Even if its legacy did not align with Wang Feng's grandiose portrayal, its significance was undeniable. Observing the astonished expressions of the gathered cultivators, Wang Feng could not help but smirk inwardly, thinking to himself, "Watch as I bewilder you all." In his previous life, during an era of information explosion, he had effortlessly spun tales of myth, and fabricating a legacy for the Immortal Sect was a trivial task. However, he had not anticipated that his words would not only deceive the powerful figures before him, but also captivate his own 3 disciples. At this moment, Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei trembled with excitement, fully aware of the Immortal Sect's long-standing heritage as an ancient hidden sect. Yet they never imagined it bore such a terrifying legacy. In an instant, they felt an overwhelming sense of fortune for having joined the Immortal Sect. With such a powerful sect as their backing, what did they have to fear in this world? Even Li He, a reincarnated Xian Emperor realm cultivator, was profoundly shaken. Having once been a Xian Emperor, he understood the terror of beings capable of contending with the heavens. Such individuals were formidable enough to strike him down, even at his peak. Most importantly, during this time, having witnessed the mysteries surrounding the Immortal Sect, Li He found himself begrudgingly inclined to believe Wang Feng's claims. Only such an explanation could account for the inexplicable resurgence of powerful figures within the Immortal Sect. Who would have thought the Immortal Sect possessed such an extraordinary background? We at the Qingyun Pavilion have truly underestimated this. Please do not take offense, Sect Leader Wang. Elder Qin Sheng remarked, bowing respectfully, his tone imbued with warmth. Elder, please do not say such things. It is my sect that has been remiss. I hope you will not hold it against us. Wang Feng quickly replied, returning the gesture with a bow. In that moment, Wang Feng and Elder Qin Sheng exchanged smiles, embodying the spirit of reconciliation. We have yet to witness a true ancient hidden sect in our lifetimes. If we should ever be bothersome, we trust Sect Leader Wang will be forgiving. Other powerful sect members echoed, their hands clasped in salutation towards Wang Feng. Regardless of the truth behind Wang Feng's assertions, the strength currently exhibited by the Immortal Sect was undoubtedly worthy of their camaraderie. Certainly, I warmly welcome all of you to engage with my Immortal Sect. We have secluded ourselves for too long and have fallen behind the times. Wang Feng's smile widened as he spoke. Indeed, indeed. In that case, we shall not intrude upon Sect Leader Wang's rest. If we encounter your disciples during the Demon Sealing Conference, we kindly ask that you extend your leniency. With that, the powerful sect members voiced their sentiments, not out of genuine fear of the Immortal Sect, but rather to cultivate goodwill. Certainly, Wang Feng nodded with a smile, then led Shimin Chue Shui and the others into their private box. As they watched Wang Feng and his companions depart, the many formidable figures present exchanged glances and returned to their own boxes, evidently needing to devise a strategy in light of the unexpected emergence of the Immortal Sect. Meanwhile, Elder Qin Sheng, accompanied by Elder Zhu Qin, made their way deeper into the Qingyun Pavilion. Elder, how credible do you find the words of that sect master Wang? Elder Zhu Qin inquired as they walked. If the Immortal Sect truly possesses the terrifying capabilities Wang Feng described, we at Qingyun Pavilion might need to tread carefully. Time will reveal all. Elder Qin Sheng's wrinkled visage broke into an enigmatic smile as he murmured, are you suggesting that the Four Directions Hall is not to be trifled with? If they can withstand the pressure, I would consider it 5 parts credible. If not, mere clowns. Elder Qin Sheng shook his head, speaking softly. At these words, Elder Zhu Qin trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes glinting with anticipation. She was eager to see if the Immortal Sect was indeed as formidable as Wang Feng claimed. What nonsense is this Immortal Sect? I've never heard of it. And fighting against the heavens? Utterly ridiculous. If they truly possessed such might, this world would already belong to their Immortal Sect. In the box of the Tianxin sect, a woman clad in a Taoist robe spoke with anger, her expression twisted with displeasure at Wang Feng's recent adulation from the powerful sections. As a distinguished elder of the Tianxin sect and a master in the Xinhuang realm, she had never received such treatment from the great sects. So she resented this young man's apparent favor. Though the Taoist-robed woman had indeed been taken aback by Shimin Chue Shui's sword, she dismissed it with a wave. He is merely a single strong individual. What can he accomplish? Humph, this insolent child. I shall see how your so-called ancient hidden sect withstands the wrath of the Four Directions Hall. In contrast to the Taoist-robed woman's fury and jealousy, Li Tianxin maintained a serene and elegant demeanor. Yet, within her heart, she silently questioned, Master, do you believe what that sect master Wang said is true? It is highly probable. A grave yet gentle voice resonated in Li Tianxin's mind, causing her entire being to shudder. Why? Have you discovered something? Li Tianxin promptly pressed for answers, realizing that if true, her innermost desire might be attainable, allowing her to escape this merciless abyss. While observing Sect Master Wang from a close distance, although he was shrouded in a mysterious power, there was a moment when I could detect his cultivation level. What is his cultivation level? Li Tianxin's beautiful eyes sparkled with urgency. Peak Xinhuang realm. Upon hearing this, Li Tianxin felt both shaken and perplexed. Are you wondering why the leader of a grand ancient hidden sect, possessing such a formidable legacy, only reaches the peak of the Xinhuang realm? Indeed, Li Tianxin nodded, acknowledging the strangeness of the situation. The peak Xinhuang realm was indeed formidable, but it seemed unworthy of the title of leader of an ancient hidden sect. What if I told you he is only in his early 20s? What? Li Tianxin's pupils constricted, waves of astonishment crashing within her. Although Wang Feng appeared youthful and exceptionally handsome, she had always assumed he was an ancient being, preserved by some secret to maintain his looks. It is true, though I only had a fleeting moment of observation, I employed secret techniques to ascertain not only his cultivation level, but also his bone age. It is precisely for this reason that I speculate that Sect Master Wang's words may indeed hold truth. To reach the peak of the Xianhuang realm by 20. Is there any such prodigy within the three major empires? As Li Tianxin absorbed this revelation, her beautiful eyes glazed over in disbelief. She had utmost faith in her true master, yet the implications of her master's words were staggering. Not only is there no such prodigy within the three major empires, but even beyond their borders, the wider world may not harbor such a terrifying talent. To achieve the peak of the Xianhuang realm at such a tender age is a concept beyond imagination, hinting at future accomplishments that could far surpass ordinary expectations. Moreover, what else? Li Tianxin instinctively asked, her mind reeling, yet her heart raced with excitement, as this meant her innermost desire might be realized. The 2 men and 1 woman accompanying that sect master are all at least Xianhuang realm experts, and not just ordinary ones. One strike would suffice to eliminate you. The elder of the Tianxin sect. Although I could not determine their exact cultivation levels, I sensed the terrifying power within them, vastly exceeding that of ordinary Xianhuang realm experts. Master, if I were to join this immortal sect, could I escape from the Tianxin sect and protect my family? Li Tianxin could no longer contain herself, secretly inquiring. To casually deploy 4 Xianhuang realm experts for mere travel, and each being extraordinary in their own right, is a display of might that even the royal families of the 3 major empires could scarcely afford. My judgment is uncertain, as that sect master Wang is no ordinary character, but it is worth a try. The immortal sect might just offer you a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this voice echo in her mind, Li Tianxin's resolve solidified, her beautiful eyes shimmering with determination. Were it not for her family, she would have long since departed from the cold Tianxin sect. This sect regarded her merely as a tool, not as a disciple. Chapter 37. The conference commences. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the plaza of the divine arrival city, a multitude of figures stood densely packed, with all sects gathered in anticipation. The only spacious area was occupied by the elevated platform erected in the center of the square. At this moment, the platform was graced by many powerful figures from the Radiant Sun Empire, with Wang Feng and his companions prominently included. Originally, the Immortal Sect had no right to occupy such a position, but after Wang Feng's impressive display, they were temporarily granted a place. Elder Qin Sheng and Elder Zhu Qin sat beside Wang Feng. Although Qin Yun Pavilion did not participate in the Demon Sealing Conference, its esteemed status warranted an invitation from the imperial family to observe the event. Elder Qin Sheng, who was presiding over this Demon Sealing Conference. Wang Feng casually scanned the crowded plaza and inquired softly. This time, it is said to be presided over by General Chun Lai of the Empire. Elder Qin Sheng's eyes flickered with insight as she replied. And who is that? General Chun Lai is known as the war god of the Empire. Having reached the peak of the Xianhuang realm and commanding the entire imperial army, he is regarded as the pillar of the Radiant Sun Empire, second only to the Radiant Sun Emperor in terms of strength. At these words, Wang Feng felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that the Radiant Sun Emperor would place such importance on the Demon Sealing Conference, sending a peak Xianhuang realm expert merely to preside over it. Contemplating this, Wang Feng cast a glance at the formidable figure of the demon of Xianxia beside him, noticing the cold smile gracing his face. The demon seemed to be quite apprehensive about Wang Feng's potential to break through his seal. Boom. Just then, a thunderous sound reverberated across the skies of divine arrival city, causing everyone to tremble. Following the sound, they looked up to see a colossal entity obscuring the clouds, casting a shadow over the entire city. It was a colossal flying vessel, akin to the one utilized by Wang Feng, also a dragon-head airship. However, while Wang Feng's was merely a facade of opulence, this one was a genuine flying ship. The entire vessel bore the shape of a dragon, soaring through the heavens like a divine dragon, its hull adorned with an intricate array of scales reminiscent of an authentic celestial beast. Upon its arrival, a profound and overwhelming aura swept across the entire square, causing all present to feel a shiver of reverence ripple through their souls, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of awe. In this moment of collective attention, several figures flickered out from the airship, gracefully descending onto the plaza. At the forefront stood a formidable man clad in dark crimson armor, his imposing figure shrouded in an aura of terrifying lethality. A mere glance at him evoked visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, sending chills down one's spine. Beside this man was a striking youth dressed in a jade dragon robe, radiating an air of noble authority. Following them was a contingent of armored guards, each one exuding a palpable sense of menace. Upon spotting the Crown Prince and General Chun Lai, the numerous grandmasters on the high platform rose in unison, offering respectful bows and exclaiming in unison. At this moment, these grandmasters, who often displayed arrogance before ordinary cultivators, exhibited profound humility. Only the two elders from the Qin Yun Pavilion and Wang Feng maintained their composure. There is no need for such formalities. A gentle voice resonated throughout the plaza. It was the handsome youth in the jade dragon robe, the crown prince of the Radiant Sun Empire, Yu Fei. Subsequently, amidst the warm welcome from the grandmasters, Yu Fei and General Chun Lai ascended to the highest throne on the platform, taking their seats side by side. Observing the dignified Yu Fei, Wang Feng's gaze flickered slightly. He had not anticipated that this imperial prince had attained the latter stages of the Marquis realm. Over the past 3 days, Wang Feng had encountered many of the Radiant Sun Empire's top prodigies, most of whom were at the initial stages of the Marquis realm, with only a few reaching the mid-stage. The prominence of these grand sects under the shadow of the Radiant Sun Empire was not without reason. The disparity among the younger generation was evident. The rules of this demon sealing conference were straightforward. There were no restrictions. Within 3 days, the one who slays the most demonic creatures shall emerge victorious. Once seated, General Chun Lai did not hesitate to scan the crowd and declared in a voice that resonated like a thunderclap across the Divine Summit Plaza. Alas, with such rules, this demon sealing conference is bound to be a bloodbath. Indeed, in the race for the top of the demon sealing rankings, these young disciples will undoubtedly fight to the death. Encounters will be a matter of life and death, and some may even resort to deliberately hunting down young prodigies. As General Chun Lai's words echoed, the crowd erupted in a clamor. Even the grandmasters on the high platform frowned. While the rules were indeed simple, the more straightforward the rules, the more brutal they tended to be. All disciples participating in the demon sealing conference, please proceed to the high platform to collect your demon sealing tokens. General Chun Lai continued, unperturbed by the uproar. As his words fell, several armored guards emerged behind him, each carrying a chest filled with dark tokens as they approached the high platform. With the demon sealing tokens in hand, should any of you slay a demonic creature, the tokens will automatically absorb the creature's essence, converting it into points. The value of the points will correspond to the cultivation level of the demonic creature. The higher the level, the more points awarded, and vice versa. Furthermore, the tokens are subject to plunder. This time, only points matter, and the one with the most points will claim the top spot on the demon sealing rankings, thus winning the conference. General Chun Lai surveyed the array of formidable figures in the plaza and reiterated. Following his declaration, the elite prodigy's eyes ignited with fierce determination, while those with slightly lesser cultivation levels displayed visible trepidation. This demon sealing conference imposed no restrictions on plundering, nor did it prohibit killing. The grandmasters present wore grim expressions, their eyes flickering with shadowy concerns as they exchanged glances, recalling the whispers that had circulated within their sections. It seemed that His Majesty might indeed take action against them. Otherwise, why orchestrate such a merciless demon sealing conference? Historically, the rules had mandated that only plundering was permitted, forbidding any harm to life, especially in a conference designated for the young prodigies. For every grand sect, the top prodigies represented the future pillars of their sects. The loss of even one could cripple them significantly. Of course, if any feel uncertain about their strength, they may choose not to participate. General Chun Lai proclaimed once more. Yet, as his words resonated, the prodigies who had initially harbored fears solidified their resolve to participate. As the younger generation, how could they lack the spirit to strive? Although the demon sealing conference posed dangers, it simultaneously represented an unparalleled opportunity. Those determined to participate, please ascend the high platform to collect your demon sealing tokens. As General Chun Lai's voice rang out, countless prodigies surged towards the high platform to obtain their tokens, and Wang Feng instructed Mu Yunfei and the others to do the same. This time, Wang Feng intended to partake in the demon sealing conference. After all, his age qualified him for participation, and amidst such brutal rules, he was not entirely at ease about his fellow sect members, despite their exceptional capabilities. Moreover, he sought to seize this opportunity to potentially recruit a few talents. As for Shimen Shui Shui and the others, they unfortunately did not meet the age requirements to participate and would remain outside. After a period of time, all the prodigies confirmed to participate in the demon sealing conference had gathered their tokens and stood silently in the plaza, awaiting the commencement of the event. Observing this, General Chun Lai turned to the Imperial Prince Yu Fei. Although he was the one overseeing the conference, he had to show respect to the prince's esteemed position. Noticing General Chun Lai's gaze, Yu Fei nodded slightly. I hereby declare the commencement of the demon sealing conference. All participants, under the guidance of the Imperial soldiers, proceed to the demon sealing site at the ancient ruins of the fallen gods. With Yu Fei's signal, General Chun Lai's eyes gleamed, and he bellowed, his resonant voice reverberating across the plaza. Simultaneously, several Imperial soldiers sprang into action, swiftly darting out, prompting the assembled prodigies to follow suit without hesitation. In an instant, the once crowded plaza became spacious, and witnessing this, Wang Feng did not delay, instructing Shimin Chue Shui and the others to remain in the Divine Summit City while he accompanied Mu Yunfei and the others to the ancient ruins of the fallen gods. Not long after Wang Feng's departure, the Imperial Prince also made his way to the ancient ruins, accompanied by numerous Grand Sect disciples, with Li Tianxin notably among them. Elder, what is Master Wang Zong up to? When Elder Zhu Qin observed Wang Feng and the others departing, a perplexed expression crossed her face as she inquired. In her eyes, although Wang Feng held the esteemed title of Sect Master, he appeared youthful, leading her to suspect he was merely a master of preserving youth. In such a scenario, what purpose would it serve to follow? Though the Empire does not specifically test for age, entering recklessly without sufficient strength is undoubtedly akin to courting death. Conversely, if one possesses adequate strength yet exceeds the age limit, it is acceptable to remain unranked. However, should one attain a position, scrutiny will ensue, leading the Empire to conduct a thorough investigation. If the investigation reveals truth in the suspicions, the only fate awaiting such an individual is death. Thus, it is exceedingly rare for anyone not meeting the qualifications for participating in the Demon Sealing Conference to dare to attend. He may be intending to escort the disciples of the sect to the ancient abyss of divine descent, speculated Elder Qin Sheng, who wore a puzzled expression before shaking his head. Elder Qin Sheng's thoughts mirrored those of Elder Qin Zhu, both believing that Wang Feng is an enigmatic elder with the art of preserving youth. After all, at this moment, no young prodigy from any major sect possesses the qualifications to become the master of a sect. Chapter 38. Tianxin seeks to enter the divine Immortal Sect. The ancient abyss of divine descent is an immense chasm, resembling a colossal pit formed by some cataclysmic impact. At this moment, Wang Feng and his companions stood beside this vast pit, gazing into its unfathomable depths. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, merely standing beside the ancient abyss. He could feel an ancient and profound aura enveloping him. Even around this chasm, an oppressive atmosphere lingered, such that any ordinary cultivator arriving here would feel as if a monumental stone pressed upon their heart, rendering them immensely uncomfortable. While Wang Feng was lost in thought, the talented individuals participating in the Demon Sealing Conference gradually stepped into the ancient abyss, making their way to the sealing grounds. In less than a moment, even those prodigies had ventured within. The entire conference would last 3 days, and every second was precious. Naturally, they wished to avoid wasting time. By the chasm, the only ones remaining were Wang Feng, his companions, and the Crown Prince Yu Fei of the Radiant Sun Empire, accompanied by several other outstanding disciples from major sects, all of whom had been instructed by their sects to align with the Crown Prince. Your Highness, shall we also enter? One of the major sect's prodigies inquired, glancing toward Yu Fei. Although it was certain that the top rank in this Demon Sealing Conference would belong to Crown Prince Yu Fei, they still wished to compete with the other prodigies from major sections. If they could not surpass the prince, they certainly aimed to contend with the elite talents from other sections. Tianxin, this time, you shall accompany this prince. Crown Prince Yu Fei nodded, then turned to the ethereal figure beside him, his eyes softening as he spoke gently. No need. Upon hearing the gentle voice, Li Tianxin replied indifferently. For other women, being treated so kindly by the Crown Prince of the Empire would be akin to a stroke of extraordinary fortune. However, for Li Tianxin, it evoked nothing but profound disdain. She was acutely aware of the madness lurking beneath the seemingly gentle exterior of this prince. While he appeared virtuous, he was, in reality, a demon. Had she not witnessed that harrowing scene with her own eyes, she would never have believed that this prince, who had always treated her with such kindness, harbored such insanity. Since that day, Li Tianxin understood that the prince's apparent affection was merely a reflection of his twisted desires, longing to fulfill his perverse whims. Li Tianxin, how dare you refuse the prince's invitation? Before Crown Prince Yu Fei could respond, one of the major sect's prodigies glared and admonished her. Other prodigies prepared to join in the rebuke, but were halted by Crown Prince Yu Fei, who, despite the provocation, maintained his gentle smile and softly remarked, "This Demon Sealing Conference is fraught with peril, Tianxin. Do not be willful. Following this prince will ensure your safety." "No need. I already have companions," Li Tianxin replied indifferently, then turned away, making her way towards Wang Feng and his group. "Stop." Li Tianxin's demeanor incited outrage among the other young disciples, who were about to voice their indignation, only to be restrained by Yu Fei. Following Li Tianxin's departing figure, Yu Fei's eyes narrowed, a chill radiating from him. Without uttering a word, He turned and entered the ancient abyss. Observing Yu Fei's reaction, the major sect's prodigies hastened to follow, but not before casting a glance in Wang Feng's direction. Their gazes akin to those reserved for the deceased. Master, shall we also enter the ancient abyss? The demon sealing conference lasts only 3 days. And soon these prodigies will have slain all the demons. Mu Yunfei exclaimed, noting Wang Feng's continued stillness, his face betraying urgency. They were oblivious to the number of demons lurking within the sealing grounds of the ancient abyss. This time, hundreds, if not 1,000, prodigies were participating, each formidable in their own right. How many demons must exist within those sealing grounds to be vanquished? Ling Feiwu's lovely visage also reflected a sense of urgency. While only Li He remained composed, to him, this so-called demon sealing conference was merely a trivial affair. What is the hurry? Once the demons are slain, we can seize the spoils from those prodigies. Why expend effort battling demons? Wang Feng chided, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Yunfei. Upon hearing this, both Mu Yunfei and Ling Feiwu's eyes brightened. Of course, we can seize from those prodigies. Master truly is master. You've clearly devised a plan. No wonder you remain so unfazed. Greetings, Master Wang, and esteemed friends of the Tianxin sect. At that moment, a melodious voice, as sweet as a yellow oriole, resonated, prompting Mu Yunfei and the others to turn towards the source. Upon seeing the enchanting figure, Mu Yunfei trembled in awe. While he had encountered the aloof beauty Yao Yu and the mature enchantress Yin Ho within the divine Immortal Sect, he had never before laid eyes on a woman as serene and elegant as Li Tianxin. Moreover, in terms of appearance, Li Tianxin was hardly inferior to Yin Ho, with only Yao Yu surpassing her. Ling Feiwu, though exquisite in her own right, paled in comparison to the likes of Yin Ho and Li Tianxin. What brings you, Miss Li, to our sect? Wang Feng was not surprised by Li Tianxin's arrival. He had sensed her approach long before she reached them. It was precisely his curiosity about her intentions that had delayed him from heading to the sealing grounds. Wang Feng was somewhat immune to the beauty and grace of Li Tianxin, having grown accustomed to the stunning presence of Yao Yu and Yin Ho. Tianxin wishes to enter the sealing grounds alongside Master Wang and esteemed friends. May I? Li Tianxin's beautiful eyes were fixed on Wang Feng as she spoke softly. Upon learning Wang Feng's true age and cultivation level, Li Tianxin realized he was very likely to enter the sealing grounds as well. Consequently, upon spotting him at the ancient abyss, her suspicions were confirmed. Thus, she understood that in the demon sealing conference, staying close to Wang Feng would be her safest course. For he was a peak-level expert of the Xianyuan realm, capable of withstanding even the great demon that ravaged the Radiant Sun Empire a millennium ago. Moreover, only by remaining near Wang Feng could she hope to realize the aspirations she harbored in her heart. However, Li Tianxin did not anticipate that her eagerness would arouse Wang Feng's suspicions. How did you know that our sect intends to venture into the sealing grounds? Wang Feng's brow furrowed as he spoke sternly, his gaze upon Li Tianxin growing sharp. He had only disclosed his intentions to his sect. No one else was privy to this information, and yet this woman seemed to know. The sudden shout that echoed in her ears caused Li Tianxin's delicate body to tremble, a hint of panic flickering in her beautiful eyes. Noticing that the sect master Wang was present, she contemplated testing her luck, hoping to embark on a journey alongside him for training. Suppressing the turmoil within her heart, Li Tianxin spoke up. However, the moment her anxiety became apparent, it was already perceived by Wang Feng, who revealed a cold smirk. He intoned, "Does Miss Li truly believe my sect is easily deceived? If you do not disclose your intentions, do not blame my sect for its ruthless measures." Despite Li Tianxin's breathtaking beauty, if she harbored ulterior motives towards him or his disciples, he would not hesitate to take drastic action. Wang Feng was not foolish enough to think that his overwhelming aura could render a woman as extraordinary as Li Tianxin incapable of maintaining her composure, leading her to willingly cast herself into his arms. Furthermore, until now, he had only acted in conflict with Xiao Changfeng, the young master of the Four Directions Hall. And yet that led Li Tianxin, a beauty of her caliber, to desire following him? It was utterly preposterous. With a discerning gaze, Wang Feng noted that Li Tianxin had already attained the peak of the early stage of the Wangho realm. It was evident that her beauty was not her sole virtue. Her innate talent was likely among the finest within the entire Radiant Sun Empire. Such a figure wishing to accompany him, if she claimed to have no ulterior motives, he would not believe it. Upon witnessing the increasingly sharp gaze of Wang Feng, Li Tianxin's entire being quivered. She had not anticipated that her urgency would expose such a significant flaw. Foolish child, since this individual has already discerned the truth, it is better to speak plainly. If it succeeds, well and good. If not, then so be it. As her heart raced, a gentle voice echoed in her mind, gradually soothing her panic. To be honest, I wish to join the Immortal Sect, and I hope that Sect Master Wang can take me in. Li Tianxin bit her lip and stated directly. Upon hearing her words, Mu Yunfei and Ling Fei Wu exchanged astonished glances, unable to believe that such a stunning beauty as Li Tianxin desired to join their immortal sect. Wang Feng, however, grew even more skeptical. His gaze intensified as he solemnly remarked, Miss Li, leaving behind the esteemed Tianxin sect to join my immortal sect. Do you believe I would take you at your word? Although Wang Feng had once boasted before many great sects that his immortal sect was a hidden powerhouse, those were merely empty claims. How could those great sects believe him? He understood that they would never accept his words at face value. He was merely sowing seeds of doubt. And now, Li Tianxin sought to join his immortal sect based on his boastful declarations? Such a notion was laughable. While Wang Feng was eager to recruit disciples for the immortal sect, he would never accept those with impure intentions, no matter how exceptional their talents. The Tianxin sect? It was merely a heartless den of demons. Although it appeared resplendent, in reality, it had reached a point of no return. If it were not so, Li Tianxin would not be the kind of person to rebel against her own sect so readily. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Li Tianxin smiled sadly, her voice tinged with melancholy. Chapter 39, Li Tianxin's Hidden Cards. Seeing the pitiable expression on Li Tianxin's face, which seemed genuine, Wang Feng felt a stir in his heart and inquired, What do you mean by that? Mu Yunfei and Ling Fei Wu also turned their attention to Li Tianxin, their hearts softening at the sight of her sorrowful smile. In the past, Tianxin believed that the Tianxin sect would be her sanctuary, only to discover that what seemed like a prestigious sect within the Radiant Sun Empire was in fact a faction of shameless opportunists. Over the years, as her talents continued to shine, the Tianxin sect grew increasingly fond of her. Yet their affections were merely a means to exploit her beauty and abilities to curry favor with the empire's prince, Yu Fei. Li Tianxin's eyes glimmered with a trace of despair as she gradually explained. Had she not harbored a glimmer of hope for Wang Feng and the Immortal Sect, she would never have shared her plight in front of strangers. The Tianxin sect, as a top-tier sect within the Radiant Sun Empire, had no need to cling to a mere prince. Wang Feng, perplexed, responded, Though the status of the prince of the Radiant Sun Empire is indeed noble, he is merely a prince. The Tianxin sect, being a formidable sect with exceptional strength and profound heritage, has no need to lower itself to seek favor from an imperial prince. As long as one does not ascend to the throne, a prince remains a prince, and can be replaced at any moment by a stronger heir. In the cultivation world, imperial affairs differ vastly from those in the mundane realm. Replacing a prince involves extensive deliberation and the fear of causing turmoil within the empire. In the cultivation realm, strength reigns supreme. Only power holds true significance. Meanwhile, the top-tier sects within the empire have remained steadfast. While there may appear to be a disparity in status, every top-tier sect within an empire possesses extraordinary standing. Rumors have circulated that the Radiant Sun Emperor intends to take action against these premier sects, aiming to transform the empire into a unified stronghold. Consequently, many top-tier sects have been quietly seeking potential royal allies. The Tianxin sect, in particular, has set its sights on the imperial Prince Yu Fei. Especially after this upcoming Demon Sealing Conference, numerous sects are likely to openly align themselves with the royal heirs they favor. Only by doing so can they safeguard their sect's foundation while simultaneously ingratiating themselves with the Radiant Sun Emperor, dissuading him from his ambitions. Upon hearing Li Tianxin's words, Wang Feng's understanding deepened. If the empire truly intended to act, it was indeed beyond the capacity of those sects to resist. However, Wang Feng leaned towards the belief that this rumor might have originated from the Radiant Sun Emperor himself, as that emperor likely did not genuinely wish to strike against these premier sections. Instead, he might be using this rumor to compel them to align themselves with the empire. After all, should the empire truly choose to act, it could indeed annihilate these top-tier sects, yet it would incur significant losses. Though the empire is powerful, the combined strength of numerous sects is not to be underestimated. If his suspicions held any truth, the tactics of the Radiant Sun Emperor were indeed remarkable. With just a rumor, he could effortlessly rid himself of these parasites clinging to the empire while simultaneously bolstering its might. A twofold victory. Should these sects truly side with the princes, it would signify their transformation into the prince's advisors or hidden forces. If they fail to act for the empire or the princes, the empire would have the justification to deal with them, eliminating them without a second thought, leaving no one to protest. Although the Tianxin sect sought to exploit you, the identity of the imperial prince is still worthy of your consideration, is it not? Putting aside these idle thoughts, Wang Feng turned to Li Tianxin and inquired. The identity of the imperial prince is undoubtedly the most prestigious among the younger generation of the Radiant Sun Empire, without exception. Furthermore, should this prince ascend to the throne, the prince consort would become the ruler of a nation. Such an opportunity is one that countless women would search for with lanterns in hand. Indeed, Tianqin once considered the noble status of the imperial prince, believing that if she could align herself with him, even being used by her sect would be acceptable. Alas, she never anticipated that the seemingly refined prince was, in fact, a beast in human guise. Once, when Tianqin went to the prince's residence searching for him, she witnessed with her own eyes the prince, whose demeanor was gentle and cultured, brutally tormenting a beautiful maid to death. Li Tianqin clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes turning crimson as she spoke coldly, a trace of murderous intent flickering across her delicate face. Though she had no acquaintance with the maid, witnessing her suffer such torment was enough to plunge Li Tianqin into despair. It was precisely during that occasion that Li Tianqin completely abandoned any thoughts of uniting with the imperial prince. Then why did you not directly betray the Tianqin sect? Wang Feng inquired, his eyes flickering with a cold glint. He had previously perceived the imperial prince Yu Fei as refined and cultured, truly worthy of his noble title, only to discover that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances. Wang Feng couldn't help but recall a saying from his past life: if you do not love, please do not harm. The prince of the empire was not merely inflicting harm. He was a harbinger of death, subjecting others to torment until they perished. Even Wang Feng, at this moment, felt a surge of murderous intent towards that imperial prince. When he eventually confronted the Radiant Sun Empire, he would use that beastly prince as a sacrificial blade. My family resides within the Tianqin sect. Li Tianqin lamented, her expression darkening. Moreover, that imperial prince has set his sights on me. If I were to betray the Tianqin sect, I might manage to escape, but my family would undoubtedly be slaughtered without mercy. Although she was unwilling to align with that nefarious creature, she was even less inclined to see her family annihilated because of her actions. With a trace of sorrow etched upon her lovely face, she continued, if given the choice, I would have preferred never to have joined the Tianqin sect, even desiring to lead the life of an ordinary woman. Then why do you wish to join my immortal sect? Are you hoping to use our sect to resist this fate? Wang Feng's eyes narrowed as he regarded Li Tianqin, his voice low and serious. At this juncture, how could Wang Feng not react? It baffled him that such an extraordinary beauty, blessed with remarkable talent, would seek to join his immortal sect. Though he knew that his sect was destined to become a dominant force in the world, others remained unaware of this. In this moment, Wang Feng was acutely aware of his sect's standing. While it was indeed powerful, its reputation was yet insufficient. Indeed, within the entire empire, no major sect dares to oppose the imperial authority. Only you and the Immortal Sect have provided Tianqin with a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Li Tianqin felt compelled to speak candidly, without any pretense. At such a time, any attempt at concealment would only breed disdain from Wang Feng. Only through honesty could there be a chance. Hope, are you certain that my Immortal Sect would oppose the Empire for your sake? Are you certain that my Immortal Sect possesses the strength to stand against the Empire? Wang Feng regarded Li Tianqin with keen interest, his voice grave. Tianqin was uncertain, but even if there existed but a thread of hope, she would strive with all her might to seize it. She refused to bow to fate, nor to those demons. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Li Tianqin's face took on a serious demeanor as she locked her gaze with his, responding earnestly. Wang Feng nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration as he regarded her. Though Li Tianqin harbored intentions of utilizing his immortal sect, he could not deny that her unwillingness to succumb to destiny, even in the face of potential destruction, was a quality he deeply respected. Most importantly, Wang Feng could see that throughout their interaction, Li Tianqin had been entirely sincere, without any semblance of concealment. Otherwise, his feelings would have been quite different. What qualifications do you possess that would compel my sect to accept you? Or rather, what value do you offer that would lead my sect to risk enmity with the Radiant Sun Empire to take you in? Although the notion of accepting Li Tianqin had already begun to form in his mind, Wang Feng chose to remain patient and instead directed his inquiry toward her. The Tianqin sect only perceives me as a top-tier prodigy, unaware that I am, in fact, a pill alchemist. My true talent lies in alchemy, not in martial prowess. The only reason I have attained my current level of cultivation is through the medicinal pills I have crafted, Li Tianqin declared. Her teeth clenched as she met Wang Feng's gaze, her voice resolute. In essence, aside from the remnant soul within her, she had revealed all her cards to Wang Feng. She had concealed her alchemical talents for the purpose of one day finding a sect capable of truly protecting her. And the emergence of the Immortal Sect had ignited a flicker of hope within her. Of course, had she not previously learned of Wang Feng and the Immortal Sect through her true Master S investigations, she would not have approached him so recklessly. Oh. Upon hearing Li Tianqin's words, a look of surprise crossed Wang Feng's face as he scrutinized her from head to toe. He had not anticipated that she had been concealing her talents all along, and that her true gift was in alchemy. The longer Wang Feng remained in this world, the more he comprehended its intricacies, particularly the significance of being an alchemist in this realm. It was said that in the distant past, due to unknown reasons, the legacies of alchemists, formation masters, and other unconventional paths of cultivation had been severed, leaving only a scant few traditions. Among these, alchemists held the highest esteem. Each alchemist's status was exceedingly noble. Within the Radiant Sun Empire, the number of alchemists barely reached 10, each one a revered guest of the Radiant Sun Emperor. Only the elite and powerful of the Radiant Sun Empire had the privilege to purchase pills from these alchemists. For instance, the Longlin Marquis had procured pills from Wang Feng's system space, unwittingly benefiting Wang Feng in the process. Chapter 40. You, Li Tianxin, shall be protected by my sect. Having contemplated this, Wang Feng turned his gaze to Li Tianxin and inquired, "What level have you attained as an alchemist?" If she were merely a low-tier alchemist, Wang Feng would hardly regard her as noteworthy. What kind of existence was his Immortal Sect? With the system at his disposal, even in the absence of an alchemist, he could still elevate the cultivation of his disciples exponentially. To other major sects, an alchemist might be an invaluable asset, but to the Immortal Sect, they were merely supplementary. Though the inheritance of alchemists was indeed scarce, they still possessed ranks, ranging from low to high: alchemy apprentice, alchemy master, alchemy grandmaster, alchemy venerable, and so forth. Each rank further divided into 9 tiers. In fact, there were still many alchemy apprentices throughout the Radiant Sun Empire, but they could not be considered true alchemists. At best, they served as assistants. Only alchemy masters could be deemed genuine alchemists. Within the Radiant Sun Empire, there existed 8 alchemy masters, each holding an extraordinarily elevated status within the empire. 8th tier alchemy master. Without hesitation, Li Tianxin responded to Wang Feng's inquiry, a proud smile gracing her exquisite features, for she held great confidence in her alchemical prowess. Upon hearing her declaration, both Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei were taken aback, their expressions betraying disbelief as they stared at Li Tianxin, dumbfounded. Regardless of the empire they belonged to, both were acutely aware of the significance of an alchemist. Among the 3 great empires, each possessed 8 or 9 alchemy masters, totaling over 20 across the board. However, among these, those who achieved an 8th tier or above were exceedingly rare, not exceeding 5 fingers worth. Yet here was Li Tianxin, merely in her teens, having reached the level of an 8th tier alchemy master. How formidable was that? Just how powerful must her alchemical talent be? The realization that such an extraordinarily gifted alchemist, so young yet already an 8th tier master, was now seeking to join their Immortal Sect filled Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei with a sense of pride. Which sect among the 3 great empires could attract an 8th tier alchemy master to plead for acceptance? Such an occurrence was unparalleled, exclusive to their Immortal Sect. Wang Feng nodded in silent agreement. In this age of scarce alchemical heritage, Li Tianxin's achievement of becoming an 8th tier alchemy master at such a tender age was truly remarkable. However, although Wang Feng held a profound appreciation for Li Tianxin's remarkable alchemical talent, he maintained a facade of calmness, betraying no emotion whatsoever. Such an expression, seen through Li Tianxin's eyes, sparked an inexplicable sense of panic within her. She had anticipated that revealing her identity as an 8th tier alchemist would astonish Wang Feng, perhaps even fill him with joy. To her surprise, he remained as serene as a placid lake, as if her status as an 8th tier alchemist was nothing extraordinary. It is worth noting that had she disclosed her identity at this moment, she would have been revered as a distinguished guest in any sect, and her desire to join even the most prestigious sects would have been met with unrestrained exuberance. Even the 3 great empires would extend an olive branch to her. For within the realms of the 3 empires, no alchemist had achieved such a status at the tender age of 20. Most were elderly, their potential far inferior to that of Li Tianxin. Why not reveal your identity directly? Wang Feng inquired, his gaze flickering with intensity. With such a title, I suspect the other 2 empires would go so far as to risk conflict with the Radiant Empire to protect you and your family. Li Tianxin's status as an 8th tier alchemist might not be of particular significance to him or the Immortal Sect, but the 3 great empires undoubtedly coveted her. Should she choose to join, the other 2 empires would certainly welcome her with open arms, acceding to her every reasonable request. An individual who could reach the status of an 8th tier alchemist at the age of 20 held an uncertain future. Yet one thing was certain: possessing Li Tianxin would bring immense advantages to any faction. I do not wish to become a mere tool for the empires. Furthermore, even if I were to ally with the 2 great empires, the Radiant Empire would never allow me to leave its borders. As the leader of a sect, you should be well aware of the mindset of those in power. If they cannot possess you, they will destroy you, Li Tianxin declared, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Wang Feng. And how can you be so certain that our sect would treat you as a mere tool? Wang Feng responded. amusement flickering across his face as he teased her. If Tianxin were to speak of intuition, would sect leader believe her? Let us depart. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Sect leader. Upon hearing his words, Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with urgency. They had not anticipated that someone as extraordinary as Li Tianxin would not be welcomed into the Immortal Sect. Furthermore, both Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei felt a deep sympathy for Li Tianxin's plight, hoping that the sect leader would extend his assistance to her. I apologize for the intrusion. Tianxin takes her leave. I kindly ask sect leader and esteemed friends to keep what I have said to yourselves. I offer my heartfelt thanks. Li Tianxin, feeling somewhat disheartened, bowed deeply to Wang Feng and the others, her voice tinged with melancholy, before turning and walking away slowly. Her graceful silhouette, illuminated by the sunlight, cast a long shadow. Where do you think you are going? Our sect's intention is for you to attend the sealing of the demon event. Your request has been granted. From this moment forth, you, Li Tianxin, shall be a disciple of the Immortal Sect. I shall protect you and your family. Any who dare to harm you shall face annihilation. Even the Radiant Empire. Just as Li Tianxin had taken a few steps, a commanding voice resonated from behind her, causing her to freeze, her body trembling with overwhelming emotion. Thank you, sect leader. I, disciple Li Tianxin, shall henceforth devote myself entirely to the Immortal Sect. Li Tianxin quickly turned around, bowing deeply to Wang Feng, her exquisite face reflecting utmost seriousness. Li Tianxin harbored no doubts about Wang Feng's words, the strength he emanated, the mystery of the Immortal Sect, and the lingering spirit within her that had a keen judgment of the sect all assured her that the Immortal Sect was far more complex than it appeared. Enough. Go and partake in the sealing of the demon event. Wang Feng gestured with his hand and turned towards the ancient land of the Divine Fall, while Li He cast a glance at Li Tianxin, saying nothing, and followed closely behind Wang Feng. Welcome to our sect, junior sister. Do not mind it. The sect leader is truly benevolent towards us. Ling Feiwu quickly approached Li Tianxin, a smile gracing her lips. Welcome, junior sister. Mu Yunfei chimed in, equally cheerful. Neither had anticipated such a turn of events, and they were sincerely delighted by Li Tianxin's inclusion. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Tianxin appreciates it. Li Tianxin replied with a slight bow and a smile, feeling a rare moment of joy amidst her recent tribulations. There is no need to worry that the sect leader would abandon you due to the Radiant Empire. Even without you, our Immortal Sect is destined to be an adversary of the Radiant Empire, or rather, the Radiant Empire is fated to be our enemy. Ling Feiwu stated softly, her compassion for Li Tianxin evident, as she, too, bore a tragic past with her entire clan having been annihilated, experiencing hardships that surpassed even Li Tianxin's. Why? Upon hearing Ling Feiwu's words, both Li Tianxin and Mu Yunfei looked at her in astonishment. Before you joined the Immortal Sect, the sect leader had just slain the Radiant Empire's Marquis Changlin and annihilated the entire Changlin army, Ling Feiwu revealed with an air of mystery. What? Both Mu Yunfei and Li Tianxin were taken aback, their expressions flashing with disbelief. Even Mu Yunfei, residing within the confines of the Divine Wind Empire, had heard of the Changlin army's infamous reputation, while for Li Tianxin, it was a name that resonated deeply. Though the Changlin army might not be the most elite force within the Radiant Empire, it was undoubtedly the sharpest blade wielded by the Radiant Emperor. Many sects had suffered destruction at the hands of the Changlin army for offending the empire. Hence, while the Marquis Changlin and his army might not have been the pinnacle of strength, they were deeply trusted by the Radiant Emperor. Neither had anticipated that both the Marquis and the Changlin army had been eradicated by Wang Feng, and that no news of this had yet surfaced. Had the news of the Changlin army's destruction broken earlier, it would have undoubtedly halted the sealing of the demon event, inciting the Radiant Emperor's wrath and prompting him to dispatch legions to hunt down the Immortal Sect. Li Tianxin, however, had not realized that she had inadvertently aligned herself with a sect that had already sealed its fate as an enemy of the Radiant Empire. Fear not. Our Immortal Sect is formidable, filled with countless powerful beings, though they lie in slumber. Once awakened, they shall shake the very foundations of the world. The Radiant Empire is but a trifling matter. Ling Feiwu narrowed her eyes confidently. How do you know that our sect's powerful beings are in slumber? Did the sect leader inform you? Mu Yunfei eagerly inquired, while Li Tianxin's beautiful eyes remained fixated on Ling Feiwu, even the spirit within her leaning in to listen. Of course, it is merely my conjecture, but I believe it to be quite accurate. When I joined the Immortal Sect, the Elder Yin and Elder Yao were not yet awake. They have only recently returned to consciousness. Ling Feiwu replied with a playful wink. Come now, keep up. Before Mu Yunfei and the others could delve deeper into their inquiries, Wang Feng's voice rang out, prompting Ling Feiwu to stick out her tongue playfully, wave at Mu Yunfei and Li Tianxin, and scamper to catch up with Wang Feng. Seeing Ling Feiwu's endearing demeanor, Mu Yunfei shook his head in amusement, suppressing his curiosity and astonishment as he followed suit. Li Tianxin, too, felt compelled to keep pace, her intrigue about the Immortal Sect growing, as her confidence in overcoming her predicament blossomed. Chapter 41, The Cloud Demon Ape. Upon stepping into the ancient realm of the Divine Fall, Wang Feng immediately felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, as a gravitational force several times stronger than that of the outside world suddenly pressed down upon his body. Even as a peak expert of the profound Emperor realm, this was the first time he had encountered such an intense level of gravity, and for a moment, he found it somewhat difficult to adapt. Behind him, Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei experienced similar discomfort, with even Li Tianxin feeling the strain. Although she had once been a top disciple of the Tianxin sect, this was her first experience training in the Divine Fall. The only one in the vicinity who remained unfazed was Li He, a reborn powerhouse of the profound Emperor realm. Having witnessed countless scenes, he was hardly troubled by this relatively minor increase in gravity. He had encountered forces much greater than this before. However, Li He was not entirely at ease. A serious expression crossed his face as he sensed an intangible pressure enveloping the entire Divine Fall. This pressure was not overtly strong, incapable of intimidating even those in the spirit connection realm. Yet the ancient and noble will it contained stirred a profound reaction within Li He, a reborn figure of the profound Emperor realm. Moreover, as they ventured deeper into the Divine Fall, he felt the pressure intensifying. Unaware of Li Hei's unease, Wang Feng led the group towards the demon sealing land. Although he had never been to this place before, the sealing order provided a guiding light, ensuring they would not lose their way in the vast expanse of the Divine Fall. After nearly an hour of travel, they arrived at the outskirts of the demon sealing land, where an endless, majestic forest unfolded before them. However, the trees within this forest were strikingly different from the lush greenery of the outside world. These trees were a deep, ominous black, and peculiarly, they grew inverted, with roots protruding into the void while branches and leaves were buried beneath the ground of the Divine Fall. The eerie atmosphere of this forest weighed heavily on Wang Feng's mind, prompting him to whisper, "Be cautious, everyone. Do not stray from my side." As a peak expert of the profound Emperor realm, he could sense a mysterious aura permeating the strange forest, evoking a sense of trepidation that left him vigilant. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Ling Feiwu and the others wore solemn expressions, their internal energies stirring as they circled protectively around him. Without hesitation, they stepped into the peculiar forest. Though aware of its extraordinary nature, Wang Feng, as a peak expert of the profound Emperor realm, felt no fear. The forest was devoid of any other entities, not even a single pebble, with only the eerie trees standing silently. Yet, upon entering, Wang Feng perceived a marked difference. The energy of the heavens and earth seemed to vibrate with heightened activity within mere moments. He felt more energy flowing into him than he typically absorbed during an hour of cultivation. This revelation caused his eyes to narrow in astonishment. Logically, the Divine Fall should not harbor such vibrant energy. It resembled the paradisiacal realms of the outside world. What secrets lay hidden within this ancient land? Behind Wang Feng, Ling Feiwu and the others were similarly startled, their faces lighting up with excitement as they greedily absorbed the surging energy around them. Just as they indulged in this exhilarating sensation, a tremendous roar erupted from ahead, sending ripples through the air and startling them into taut readiness, their energies surging within. The ground beneath them trembled slightly, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing to the ground, mingled with the resounding roar of a formidable beast, causing their hearts to race. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, fixating on the source of the approaching presence. He could sense a powerful aura drawing near, that of a peak sovereign realm beast. It must be an infected beast, likely at the peak of the sovereign realm. Who among you will take the lead? Wang Feng inquired, turning to Ling Feiwu and the others. From the deafening roar, he discerned that this creature's cry was unlike that of ordinary beasts. It was a primal, instinctual howl devoid of any intelligence. Although the infected beast had reached the peak of the sovereign realm, he believed in the exceptional capabilities of his disciples and intended to let them test their mettle. Should they find themselves at a disadvantage, he would intervene. If he were to intervene in every encounter, it would not only hinder their growth but also diminish his own stature as their leader. Wang Feng was acutely aware of the importance of maintaining his composure. Li Tianxin, who had only recently joined the Immortal Sect, was taken aback by Wang Feng's words, staring at him in disbelief. That is a peak sovereign realm beast. How can the sect master be so trusting of my senior brothers and sisters? She knew that within the entire Radiant Sun Empire, no top prodigy she was aware of could feasibly contend with a peak sovereign realm beast. After all, the beasts of the Divine Fall were fundamentally different from those in the outside world. They lacked any sense of self-preservation. driven solely by brutality and an insatiable instinct to kill. I'll take it on. Mu Yunfei stepped forward, brimming with enthusiasm, his entire being radiating a formidable battle spirit. Had he not joined the Immortal Sect, he would never have dared to challenge a peak sovereign realm beast, but now, he was confident in his abilities. His cultivation had recently advanced to the mid-sovereign realm, and under the guidance of his mentor, Shui, his swordsmanship had seen significant improvement, enabling him to easily surpass his former self. Wang Feng nodded, his eyes narrowing in anticipation. He was eager to witness how much Mu Yunfei had grown under Shui's tutelage over the past 10 days. Meanwhile, Li Tianxin rolled her eyes, her delicate face reflecting exasperation. To her, the peak sovereign realm beast seemed to be regarded as merely a trivial creature by both the sect master and her senior brother. Boom. At that moment, the source of the roar revealed itself, its colossal form casting a shadow that darkened the area where Wang Feng and the others stood. They felt a ruthless gaze devoid of any emotion lock onto them, and as they looked up, they beheld the fearsome visage of the beast. It was a towering, vicious ape, its body covered in a dense coat of black fur, resembling steel needles glinting ominously in the light. Its massive frame was muscular and robust, exuding an explosive power that was palpable at first glance. This was a transcendent cloud ape, infected by demonic energy and possessing the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the sky-soaring ape. Unfortunately, it had been reduced to a mindless beast devoid of any intelligence. With a thunderous crash, the ferocious transcendent cloud ape charged forward, delivering a massive punch that reverberated throughout the area, creating a sound akin to an explosion in the air, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Bring it on. Facing the onslaught of the transcendent cloud ape, Mu Yunfei laughed heartily, unafraid, his battle intent surging as a slender sword appeared in his hand. His expression turned solemn, and a torrent of power surged within him. The long sword in his hand trembled gently, its tip glimmering with a stunning cold light, while a fierce sword intent emanated from his very being. In the eyes of Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin, Mu Yunfei appeared to have transformed into an unparalleled divine sword, radiating an endless brilliance. However, Wang Feng, who had enhanced several extraordinary sword techniques, merely shook his head. Although Mu Yunfei seemed formidable at this moment, Wang Feng perceived too many flaws. He could have executed a decisive thrust, swiftly unleashing an offensive, yet he chose to prolong the encounter. He still needed more refinement. Wang Feng mused inwardly. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm since his arrival in this world, Wang Feng had engaged in relatively few battles. Nevertheless, he possessed his own strategies for combat. If a situation could be resolved without unnecessary verbosity, he would do so, opting for a single strike if possible. No matter how elaborate the techniques, they were of little value if they did not lead to victory. Like Shui and others, their battles were always direct and efficient. Unaware that his sect leader was secretly critiquing him, Mu Yunfei focused intently on the punch from the Tongyun demon ape. As the massive fist was about to strike him, he swiftly moved, appearing like a shadow at the side of the Tongyun demon ape. He then thrust his sword fiercely, its blade shining with a chilling radiance, enveloped in a massive sword aura. As Mu Yunfei thrust, the sharpness of his blade created minute fissures in the air. Boom. Despite Mu Yunfei's quick reflexes and immediate counterattack, the Tongyun demon ape was not to be underestimated. Although it lacked intelligence, it was a fierce combatant, its instinctual fighting prowess surpassing that of ordinary demonic beasts. Mu Yunfei's fierce sword strike was blocked by the Tongyun demon ape's incredibly hard claws. Although the sharp sword light grazed its palm, the injury was insignificant for a creature devoid of intellect. Roar. Nonetheless, this provoked the Tongyun demon ape, its enormous eyes flashing crimson as it let out a furious roar. Chapter 42. A lesson for this kid. Infuriated, the Tongyun demon ape exuded an even more ferocious aura than before, a violent force emanating from its massive fist as it charged towards Mu Yunfei. Sensing the terrifying power radiating from the colossal fist, Mu Yunfei dared not be negligent. His expression sharpened with focus. The long sword in his hand gleamed with a fierce light, positioned before him to withstand the ape's formidable blow. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted throughout the expanse, and a tremendous force struck him, sending Mu Yunfei tumbling through the air before he barely managed to regain his footing. Wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, a fierce grin spread across his face, and his aura became even more imposing. Though he found himself at a disadvantage in this clash, he felt no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit was ignited, and he surged forward, channeling his power. He radiated a sharp brilliance, as if he and his sword had become one, thrusting forward in a flash. The Tongyun demon ape, oblivious to the concept of fear, swung its massive fist, charging forward with reckless abandon. Though its size was colossal, it remained remarkably agile, dodging Mu Yunfei's sword strikes while launching a barrage of punches. The deafening sound of their collisions resonated through the dark forest, sending ripples of force spiraling outward, causing many ominous black trees to collapse. The exchanges of sword light and fist strikes obliterated the fallen trees, sending a storm of darkwood splinters scattering through the air. In this void, a fierce clash unfolded between man and beast, causing Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin to widen their eyes in astonishment, their expressions momentarily adorably dazed. Ling Feiwu was taken aback by the immense power of this junior, who had joined the Xianxian sect later than she had. A sense of urgency welled up within her. As the senior sister, she could not allow herself to be outdone by her junior. Clearly, she needed to enhance her training. As the leading female disciple of the Xianxian sect, she must exhibit the commanding presence of a leader. Li Tianxin, on the other hand, was even more bewildered. As a novice in the Wangho realm, she could clearly sense that the power Mu Yunfei was unleashing was merely that of the mid-Wangho realm. Yet, his combat prowess was sufficient to contend with the peak Wangho realm Tongyun demon ape, engaging in a fierce exchange without yielding. Such a prospect was truly terrifying. Were all disciples of the Xianxian sect this formidable? This was a battle spanning two minor realms, especially within the Wangho realm. Were it in the Tongling or Xinjiang realms, she would not have been surprised, as any top prodigy in those realms could fight across two minor realms. However, the higher one ascends, the more challenging it becomes to battle beyond one's realm, particularly above the Ruxiang realm, where being able to combat even a minor realm above was a mark of extraordinary talent. Yet, this fourth senior brother could still fight across two minor realms within the Wangho realm. Such strength was likely unparalleled throughout the entire Daybreak Empire. In that instant, Li Tianxin felt immense gratitude for her decision to join the Xianxian sect, a mysterious and powerful sect worthy of her pursuit. Only Li He looked disdainfully at Mu Yunfei, who was fiercely battling the Tongyun demon ape. In the eyes of this peak Xiandi realm reincarnator, Mu Yunfei had several opportunities to injure the Tongyun demon ape. Yet he had managed to evade them. Simply unacceptable. Were he to intervene, a single strike could make the Tongyun demon ape howl, 2 strikes would severely wound it, and 3 strikes would surely slay it. As a reincarnated peak Xiandi realm expert, even with his current cultivation at the initial Wangho realm, he still held such confidence. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Mu Yunfei and the Tongyun demon ape briefly separated, standing opposite each other, wiping the blood from his mouth. Mu Yunfei grinned savagely at the Tongyun demon ape. Despite his tattered robes and numerous injuries, he remained spirited and ready for battle. The Tongyun demon ape, on the other hand, was engulfed in a more overwhelming rage, its massive form marred by sword wounds, blood seeping from its many gashes, staining its body crimson. Although Mu Yunfei's sword light had not fully penetrated its defenses, merely breaking its skin, the sheer number of cuts made it appear more wretched than Mu Yunfei. While the Tongyun demon ape was incredibly agile, Mu Yunfei was no slouch either, and the beast's enormous size made it akin to a target for him. No matter how swift the Tongyun demon ape's movements, it could not possibly outpace his sword. This was still due to Mu Yunfei's lack of combat experience. Otherwise, given his displayed strength, the Tongyun demon ape would have surely been gravely injured, if not slain. Roar. Infuriated by its plight, the Tongyun demon ape let out a thunderous roar, its colossal form radiating an even more ferocious might. It pounded its chest, the sound echoing like a drumbeat. As a formidable wave of power surged from its body, it suddenly extended its colossal arm, a formidable strength converging wildly upon it. The hard claws glimmered with a striking cold brilliance, darting forth like a dragon probing with its talons, and the sharp glint radiating from the claws tore through the void, leaving behind 5 fissures in its wake. The lethal edge of the Tongyun demon ape's strike even rent apart distant trees, severing them in half with a fierce force that sent tremors through Li Tianxin and Ling Feiwu, their delicate forms shuddering, a hint of concern flickering in their beautiful eyes. With such a powerful assault from the Tongyun demon ape, they genuinely feared whether senior brother Mu Yunfei could withstand it. Buzz. In the face of the Tongyun demon ape's frenzied onslaught, Mu Yunfei's expression turned unexpectedly calm. He gripped his sword, holding it upright before his chest, while his other hand, fingers poised together, gently rested upon the sword's body, his gaze shimmering with a glint of brilliance. In that moment, an imposing sword intent surged forth from Mu Yunfei, exuding a grandeur that felt both majestic and ethereal, like clouds and mist. He shouted, "Heaven's rainbow sword." The immense force within him surged through his joined fingers and into the long sword, causing it to tremble violently. Following this, an extraordinary sword light erupted from the blade like a soaring rainbow, instantly tearing apart the fabric of the void, creating a narrow fissure in the sky above. As the Tongyun demon ape's fierce claw descended, Mu Yunfei showed no sign of retreat. He lunged forward, sword and body intertwined in a bold thrust. At that moment, both the man and the beast captured the attention of Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin, their beautiful eyes fixated on the battlefield, their hands instinctively clenching tightly. Although Li He expressed disdain towards Mu Yunfei's combat experience, he too cast his gaze upon the battlefield, the power within him quietly stirring, ready to take action. Having preliminarily recognized the Xianxian sect, Li He, proud as he was, could not bear to see his junior brother in peril. Similarly observing the battlefield, Wang Feng suddenly furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards a particular direction, as if piercing through layers of obstruction to glimpse something significant. Very well, it's time to teach this lad a lesson. Wang Feng relaxed his clenched fist, glancing at the imminent clash between the man and the beast, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, several figures concealed beneath a dark tree, hundreds of meters from the battlefield, bore witness to the impending clash with astonishment. Senior brother Feng, who is this person? Such terrifying combat prowess. To contend with the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, the Tongyun demon ape, to such an extent? One figure gasped, looking at the striking young man leading the group. Indeed, senior brother Feng, we are aware of the top disciples from the Empire's leading sects. Yet we have never encountered this individual. With such cultivation and combat strength, he may even surpass the Empire's prince. Another figure chimed in, equally astounded. At that moment, the hidden figures were overwhelmed with shock, their hearts racing at the sight of the distant battle between the man and the beast. This person must either be a prodigious genius hidden by a major sect, or one who has encountered some extraordinary opportunity. The handsome young man, referred to as senior brother Feng, analyzed, his eyes glinting with insight. Which of these two possibilities do you think is more likely? A disciple interjected eagerly. As the disciple posed the question, the other figures turned their gazes towards senior brother Feng, a revered genius within their sect. Renowned among the young elite of the entire Yaori Empire, his judgment held considerable authority for those who looked up to him. I firmly believe that this individual has acquired some fortuitous opportunity, granting him such unparalleled combat strength. Senior brother Feng asserted decisively, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Oh, why so? The previously questioning disciple pressed eagerly. Do you think a prominent sect would conceal a genius of such caliber? As disciples of a top sect, we should know that whenever an extraordinary talent emerges, the sect would want the world to know, to instill fear in others. Thus, we can eliminate the first possibility, leaving only the second. Senior brother Feng analyzed with conviction. Upon hearing his reasoning, the others nodded in realization, acknowledging his insight. Senior brother, if that is the case, why don't we? A disciple with a sharp face spoke, his eyes flashing with a ruthless glint, whispering. Though he did not articulate his intentions, both senior brother Feng and the other disciples understood his meaning. Chapter 43. The most lethal enemies lurking in the shadows. The act of killing for treasure is a commonplace occurrence in this brutal realm of cultivation. It depends on the situation, senior brother Feng murmured, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the impending clash. Despite reaching the initial stage of the Marquis realm and being among the top talents in the sect, witnessing Mu Yunfei's strength left even the proud senior brother Feng profoundly solemn. He questioned whether he would flee if faced with the Tongyun demon ape at its pinnacle, while Mu Yunfei dared to confront it with his mid-Marquis cultivation. Such prowess undoubtedly placed him among the elite of the young generation within the entire Yaori Empire. This also illuminated the terrifying nature of the opportunity Mu Yunfei had encountered, stirring a longing within senior brother Feng for that opportunity. Even if the sharp-faced disciple had not voiced it. Yet, for him to contemplate seizing it, Mu Yunfei must be gravely injured in the clash with the Tongyun demon ape. Otherwise, he would simply turn and depart. While treasures certainly entice the heart, one must possess the means to claim them. Upon hearing senior brother Feng's words, the sharp-faced disciple and the others nodded in agreement. Were it not for senior brother Feng's presence, even if Mu Yunfei were gravely wounded, they would never dare entertain such thoughts. However, neither senior brother Feng nor these disciples realized that their discussion had fallen upon Wang Feng's ears. At that moment, hundreds of meters away, Wang Feng's eyes narrowed, a chill spreading across his face. How dare they harbor ill intentions towards a disciple of his Xianxian sect? Had it not been for the desire to teach this young man a lesson, he would have swiftly eliminated these individuals. Boom. Simultaneously, the much-anticipated clash between the man and the beast erupted, a deafening explosion resonating throughout the heavens and earth. The violent pulse of power swept outwards in all directions, uprooting the ground and reducing the surrounding dark trees to mere splinters that scattered into the air. The overwhelming force sent Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin trembling, instinctively seeking shelter behind Wang Feng, as if that were their only source of security. The palpable wave of energy rushing towards them made their hearts race. However, As this force approached Wang Feng and the others, it was intercepted by a mysterious power, diverting the energy away from them and allowing it to continue its expansion. This revelation brought a quiet sigh of relief to Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin. They understood that Wang Feng had intervened. As they relaxed, their gazes remained fixed on the battlefield obscured by splinters, worry etched in their beautiful eyes. The sheer force of the impact was so terrifying that it was difficult for them to imagine the immense pressure that Mu Yunfei must be enduring in the face of such power. Not only Ling Feiwu and her companion were fixated on the center of the battlefield. Hundreds of meters away, senior brother Feng and his peers were equally engrossed. For Mu Yunfei's fate would determine whether they could seize the extraordinary opportunity that lay in his grasp. This lad, though lacking in experience, nonetheless exhibited commendable combat prowess, truly a worthy disciple of our Immortal Sect. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured, with his cultivation level, he could easily penetrate the layers of obstruction to discern Mu Yunfei's condition. As Wang Feng's words fell, the swirling wood chips gradually settled, revealing the scene on the battlefield. Upon gaining clarity of the situation, joy illuminated the delicate features of both Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin. At that moment, Mu Yunfei stood amidst the chaos. His tattered robes soaked in blood, resembling a figure of carnage. Yet, his sword was firmly embedded in the heart of the Tongyun demon ape. The colossal beast now knelt before him, its massive arms hanging limply, eyes dimmed and devoid of life. Even in defeat, the sheer size of the Tongyun demon ape rendered Mu Yunfei a mere ant in comparison. However, to Li Tianxin and Ling Feiwu, he appeared remarkably majestic. With a mid-level royal cultivation, he had vanquished a peak royal beast. Such formidable strength was unparalleled among the prodigies known to them in the entire Radiant Sun Empire. This young man is impressive. Though inexperienced, his combat capabilities are commendable. Tianxin, your decision to join the Immortal Sect was undoubtedly wise. As Li Tianxin felt a surge of excitement over Mu Yunfei's prowess, a voice, laced with affirmation, echoed in her mind. Master, Mu Shixiang's combat strength is already considered top tier within the Radiant Sun Empire, and this is merely commendable? Startled by the voice in her head, Li Tianxin's body jolted. Indignation etched across her features. In her view, Mu Yunfei's strength was nothing short of terrifying. If the major sects of the Radiant Sun Empire learned of his prowess, they would surely vie for him, and even the empire itself might take action. No force could possibly resist such a formidable prodigy. Tianxin, do not confine your perspective merely to the three great empires. There exist realms beyond your imagination. While this young man may be among the finest within the three empires, in a broader context, his strength is merely average. The remnant soul within her sensed her discontent and spoke with a knowing tone. Out there, indeed, within the three great empires, Mu Shixiang is the strongest. Li Tianxin pouted in defiance, retorting with pride. Yes, you are correct, Tianxin. The remnant soul replied with a hint of exasperation, but its tone carried a note of satisfaction. Since its awakening, it was the first time witnessing Li Tianxin display such demeanor. Evidently, the Immortal Sect had allowed her to relax significantly. Clear's throat. As Li Tianxin conversed with the remnant soul within her, Mu Yunfei's complexion paled, blood spilling from his lips as he leaned heavily on his sword, struggling to rise. Although he had successfully slain the Tongyun demon ape, he had sustained grave injuries. At that moment, he was even weaker than an ordinary entry-level royal cultivator. Junior brother. Seeing Mu Yunfei in such a pitiful state, Ling Feiwu hurried over, supporting him as they made their way back to the group. Sectmaster, I have fulfilled my mission. Despite the pain coursing through him, Mu Yunfei forced a smile as he addressed Wang Feng upon reaching him. Sectmaster, Mu Shidi has already proven himself remarkably strong. You must attend to his injuries. Ling Feiwu implored Wang Feng, believing Mu Yunfei's performance to be exceptional. Mu Shixiang, here is the Ningxi Yuqiong pill. An 8th grade master-level healing elixir. It will aid in your recovery. Li Tianxin chimed in, presenting a jade vial to Mu Yunfei with a gentle voice. The concern from Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin stirred warmth within Mu Yunfei's heart. It was rare, indeed, for someone who had just joined the Immortal Sect to offer him an 8th grade healing elixir in this brutal cultivation realm. Yet, despite his gratitude for their kindness, Mu Yunfei remained steadfast, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Feng, yearning for his validation more than the comfort offered by his companions. Your crisis is not yet averted. This is your own trial, and our sect hopes you can confront it alone. Sometimes, it is not merely the visible enemies you must watch for. The hidden adversaries pose the true threat. Wang Feng's penetrating gaze bore into Mu Yunfei as he spoke solemnly. The weight of his words caused Mu Yunfei's countenance to shift, a glimmer of coldness flashing across his face. He understood Wang Feng's implication all too well. Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin also sensed the shift, their expressions darkening as they scanned their surroundings, Li Tianxin's eyes narrowing dangerously, exuding an ominous aura. It was my oversight. I shall heed the sect master's warning. Mu Yunfei bowed slightly to Wang Feng, murmuring, "Slap, slap." Just as Mu Yunfei's words fell, the sound of clapping echoed, accompanied by the cadence of approaching footsteps and a mocking voice. Who would have thought to encounter a powerhouse of your caliber? I, Feng Mo, am indeed fortunate. But I wonder, how much strength can you still muster at this moment? As the mocking voice rang out, Feng Mo and his companions, who had been hundreds of meters away, now stood before Wang Feng and the others, the former wearing a sardonic grin, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Given Mu Yunfei's current state, he could not possibly withstand Feng Mo at his peak. Not only would he seize Mu Yunfei's extraordinary opportunity, but he would also relish in overpowering such a prodigy far superior to him, bringing him immense satisfaction. Feng Mo, it's you. Upon hearing Feng Mo's words, Li Tianxin's expression hardened, her voice sharp with indignation. Oh, I didn't expect to find the celestial maiden of the Tianxin sect, Li Tianxin, here as well. What is this? Is this person your friend? Upon hearing Li Tianxin's outcry, Feng Mo's eyelids twitched, and upon recognizing her, he relaxed somewhat, responding with derision. Though Li Tianxin was also at the initial stage of royal cultivation, her lack of significant achievements had reinforced Feng Mo's lack of trepidation towards her, as her notoriety stemmed merely from her beauty. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the fact that both Li He and Ling Feiwu's cultivation levels were concealed by Wang Feng, unaware that another formidable royal cultivator stood among them. Feng Mo, as a top prodigy of the Xianxia sect in the Radiant Sun Empire. How dare you take advantage of another's misfortune? I advise you not to bring shame upon your sect. Li Tianxin retorted vehemently, her entire being radiating a murderous intent as she spoke fiercely. Chapter 44, Li He's Killing Sword. Li Tianxin, you truly are a sheltered flower, naive to the core. Do you not understand the rule that strength reigns supreme? Feng Mo scoffed at her words. He then scrutinized Li Tianxin, and upon observing her alluring figure and exquisitely beautiful face, his heart raced, a wave of wicked thoughts surfacing. In this place, aside from you, a sheltered initial stage royal cultivator, there are only these few worthless individuals. Do you truly believe you can withstand my might? However, if you are able to serve me diligently, I might consider sparing these worthless fools. Feng Mo grinned mischievously at Li Tianxin, his sinister intentions laid bare, mocking her. In his perception, Wang Feng and his companions were nothing more than worthless individuals at the Xinjiang realm. He thought nothing of them. Even the disciples behind him could easily subdue Wang Feng and his group. As for Li Tianxin, despite possessing the cultivation of an early-stage Wang Ho, he dismissed her entirely. How could a mere early-stage Wang Ho without any accomplishments compare to him, who had honed his skills through countless battles? Indeed, there were rumors that the prince of the empire had taken a liking to Li Tianxin, but this was a land of sealing demons, and with no one around. He could eliminate Li Tianxin and her companions without a trace. Imagining that the woman favored by the imperial prince was first claimed by himself, filled Feng Mo with a perverse delight. Ha, Li Tianxin. To be noticed by senior brother Feng is your fortune. Indeed, senior brother Feng is the pinnacle prodigy of our Xianxia sect. It is hardly a disgrace to your identity. I advise you to obediently serve senior brother Feng, lest you suffer bodily harm. After Feng Mo's words fell, the disciples of the Xianxia sect behind him chuckled sinisterly, their eyes glinting with covetousness towards Li Tianxin. A beauty as extraordinary as her would be irresistible to any man. You seek death. Unable to endure Feng Mo's unabashed insults any longer, Li Tianxin's delicate face turned frosty, and a surge of immense power erupted from her slender form. She extended her delicate hand and struck out fiercely. Boom! A palm imprint, entirely composed of surging mysterious energy, shot forth in an instant, shaking the void. Humph! A feeble blow. Seeing Li Tianxin make her move, Feng Mo sneered, his face full of disdain. He too extended his hand, unleashing a force even more formidable than Li Tianxin's, and struck back fiercely. Bang! The two palm imprints collided instantly, and the powerful shockwave radiated in all directions. A tremendous force crashing toward Li Tianxin, causing her pretty face to change as she was forced back several steps, her jade hand trembling slightly. Although she had reached the early Wang Ho realm, her cultivation had been elevated through her own concocted pills, and in terms of combat prowess, how could she compete with a prodigy like Feng Mo? With just one strike, she found herself at a disadvantage. I warned you. You are merely a flower in a greenhouse. Do not struggle. Obey me, and perhaps I will spare your life. Feng Mo's face was adorned with a sinister smile, his eyes leering at Li Tianxin as he spoke in a low voice. Remember this lesson today? Just as Li Tianxin was about to retort, a calm voice interrupted. causing her to swallow her words and quietly return to Wang Feng's side. Upon hearing this voice, Feng Mo's smile faltered, and turning to look, he saw a handsome young man with an ethereal demeanor addressing the mysterious prodigy he greatly feared. The disciple will remember this and will never forget. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Mu Yunfei's face flickered with seriousness as he spoke. Our sect intended for you to face this alone, to ensure you remember today's lesson well. However, this clown has become tiresome, and I do not wish to see him continue to live for even a moment. Wang Feng nodded indifferently. He then turned to Li He and commanded, Li He, it's your turn. Eliminate these clowns. A fool like Feng Mo is not worthy of me getting my hands dirty. And even letting Li He handle it would sully his hands. But since Feng Mo is eager to seek his own demise by insulting a disciple of our Xianxian sect, even the gods cannot save him. Yes, Li He responded, stepping forward to stand before Wang Feng and the others, his eyes devoid of emotion as he gazed at Feng Mo and his group. Humph. I never expected you worthless fools to possess such audacity. If you wish to die, then I shall grant your wish. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Feng Mo's fury turned to laughter, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he spoke harshly. As his words fell, a violent aura erupted from his entire body. Resembling a ferocious beast, the overwhelming killing intent causing the temperature in the area to plummet. He extended his hand, clenched his fist, and the power within him surged violently into his fist, which erupted with dazzling light, akin to a miniature sun. The overwhelming force radiating from it was enough to instill fear in any early-stage Wang Ho. With a powerful push-off from his heel, the ground erupted into a crater, and he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, his fist swinging, shaking the void as he unleashed a storm of power toward Li He. Even before reaching Li He, both Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin, standing behind him, felt the terrifying force of the punch, a stinging sensation coursing through their skin. In the face of Feng Mo's punch, Li He remained utterly unfazed, still exuding an air of calmness, even turning to Mu Yunfei and casually saying, Sword, prepare yourself. Witnessing Li He's composure in such a perilous moment, Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin felt a wave of anxiety for him. They admired his tranquility, realizing it was akin to the legendary calmness in the face of impending doom. Taken aback by Li He's words, Mu Yunfei quickly tossed the sword in his hand to Li He. As soon as Li He grasped the sword, his entire aura transformed. Where he had previously appeared nonchalant, he now radiated the sharpness of a blade ready to be drawn. Upon sensing this shift in Li He's aura, Mu Yunfei's eyes sparkled with brilliance. His gaze firmly fixed on Li He. Since joining the Xianxian sect, he had maintained a respectful distance from the seemingly aloof Li He, who often exuded an unapproachable air. However, at this moment, Mu Yunfei realized that senior brother Li He was deliberately guiding him. Buzz. Just as Feng Mo was about to unleash his punch upon Li He, the sword held by Li He trembled violently, then a brilliant flash of light surged forth, prompting Ling Feiwu and the others to instinctively shut their eyes. When they opened them again, they beheld Li He slowly sheathing his sword. Meanwhile, Feng Mo remained frozen in the act of striking, his fist mere centimeters from Li He's cheek. Just as Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin were filled with confusion, they witnessed a shocking scene. As soon as Feng Mo spoke the first word, a crack appeared across his neck, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain, and he fell rigidly to the ground. Bang! After Feng Mo collapsed, his head, mingled with scarlet blood, rolled several times on the ground before coming to rest before the Xianxia sect disciples, his wide, staring eyes fixated directly upon them. Such a horrifying spectacle left the disciples of the Xianxia sect utterly dumbfounded, collapsing to their knees with pale faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably from fear. This scene transpired with such swiftness that they barely comprehended how Feng Mo's head was severed. Just a moment prior, they had been sneering, even contemplating whether they might share a moment with senior brother Feng Mo after he had indulged in Li Tianxin. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they found themselves plunged into the abyss of despair, an overwhelming chill and dread permeating their very beings. Li Tianxin and Ling Feiwu stood agape, their exquisite eyes fixed in astonishment upon Li He. Particularly for Li Tianxin, she was taken aback by the sheer terror of Li He's prowess. Feng Mo, a top prodigy of the Xianxia sect, though loathsome in character, was formidable in strength, ranking among the elite within the numerous top talents of the Yari Empire. Yet now, he had been effortlessly slain by senior brother Li He with a single stroke, so swift that even Feng Mo himself had not registered the moment of his demise. The sword, striking in its return to simplicity and utmost conciseness, radiated an unparalleled brilliance. This youth, it seemed, was the true paragon of the Immortal Sect. The remnant soul within Li Tianxin's body murmured in profound astonishment. Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction. Among the current disciples of the Immortal Sect, Li He was undoubtedly the most reliable in his eyes. Did you comprehend? Li He paid no heed to the shock of Ling Feiwu and the others, nor did he regard the stupefied disciples of the Xianxia sect. He turned to Mu Yunfei and remarked with indifference. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunfei shook his head. The sword strike Li He had unleashed was too rapid and elusive. Despite his earnest efforts to keep his eyes open, his eyelids betrayed him. And by the time he regained his sight, Li He had already sheathed his sword. The sword is the king of weapons, a lethal instrument. A sword capable of taking lives is a worthy sword. No amount of embellishment can redeem a blade that cannot kill, Li He stated coolly. Subsequently, he drew his sword once more. This time, the thrust was not as swift as when he had slain Feng Yemo. Rather, it was a gentle thrust. Yet, it bore forth a piercing edge that the disciples of the Xianxia sect could feel with utmost clarity. Chapter 45. Only in death does one lose their name. Though it appeared as but a single strike, it ensnared the disciples of the Xianxia sect in an icy grip, rendering their bodies immobile, their will to struggle utterly drained. Buzz. Under the horrified gazes of the Xianxia sect disciples, this strike inevitably ushered them into the depths of hell, their bodies collapsing with muted thuds. This time, do you understand? Li He did not glance at the fallen corpses, but turned once more to Mu Yunfei, inquiring. Mu Yunfei nodded, having grasped the essence of the moment. His spirit was profoundly shaken. In contrast to his own ornate swordplay, Li He's strike was unremarkable, stripped to its essentials. Yet the force it unleashed far surpassed his flamboyant techniques. Within that strike, he discerned a deeper principle. Li He had concentrated all his power at the tip of the sword, allowing all its brilliance to coalesce into a singular point, seemingly mundane, yet immensely powerful. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Mu Yunfei promptly bowed respectfully to Li He, his voice earnest. Li He remained silent, tossing the sword to Mu Yunfei, and continued to stand quietly, an air of aloofness enveloping him. However, in that moment, Mu Yunfei felt a newfound sense of closeness to Li He. Though he appeared haughty, he was, in truth, a warm-hearted individual. The kindness of his guidance would remain etched in Mu Yunfei's memory for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin gazed at Li He with admiration, both astonished that the usually taciturn and aloof Li He harbored such formidable strength. Feiwu, go and transfer the points from their demon sealing orders, Wang Feng instructed, tossing a demon sealing order to Ling Feiwu. At this juncture, aside from Mu Yunfei, who had accrued points, the others possessed none. And with Feng Yemo and his companions now deceased, their wealth and points were ripe for the taking. All right, Ling Feiwu replied cheerfully, sprinting towards the corpses of Feng Yemo and the others. Notably, Mu Yunfei had slain a peak-level demon king, the Tongyun demon ape, earning a whopping 10,000 points. Sectmaster here. In no time, Ling Feiwu returned with Wang Feng's demon sealing order, beaming as she presented it to him. Upon glancing at the over 5,000 points displayed on the token, Wang Feng nodded, affirming that seizing was indeed the swiftest method to accumulate points. This sum of over 5,000 points was likely accrued by Feng Yemo and his companions through their relentless hunting of demons since entering this demon-sealed realm. They could hardly have anticipated that their hard-earned points would benefit Wang Feng while costing them their lives. Focus your mind and calm your spirit, Wang Feng commanded, swiftly appearing behind Mu Yunfei and placing a hand upon his shoulder. Mu Yunfei, not daring to delay, quickly centered himself, channeling his energy, and soon felt a tremendous and fearsome force surge into his body in a gentle manner, continuously mending his damaged meridians. Moments later, Wang Feng withdrew his hand, nodding in approval. Although Mu Yunfei bore substantial injuries, he had not sustained any lasting damage, resulting in minimal effort required for recovery. Thank you, Sectmaster. Now restored to peak condition, Mu Yunfei felt rejuvenated, even sensing a subtle enhancement in his cultivation, and he promptly bowed in gratitude to Wang Feng. Let us proceed deeper. Wang Feng gestured, prompting the group to continue their journey into the heart of the demon-sealed land. Meanwhile, at the plaza of the Divine City, General Chun Lai and numerous powerful figures from major sects remained seated atop the elevated platform, undeterred by the influx of prodigies venturing into the demon-sealed realm. Shimin Shui and others were also present, though compared to the other prominent sect leaders, they were engrossed in meditation, seemingly indifferent to their surroundings. The major sect leaders, likewise, paid little attention to Shimin Shui and his companions, their focus fixed upon the grand, shimmering golden leaderboard that hung in the air above the platform, murmurs of conversation circulating among them. Before the high platform, a colossal leaderboard glimmered with golden light, displaying names that flickered incessantly. As they beheld the name that steadfastly held the top position, a sense of awe washed over the faces of the major sect leaders. Prince Yufei truly deserved his title as the leader of the younger generation within the empire, in a mere span of time. He had amassed 30,000 points. Such an achievement would surely rank among the best in prior demon sealing tournaments. One major sect leader remarked with heartfelt admiration. Though these leaders held great confidence in the top talents of their own sects, they found themselves overshadowed by the brilliance of Prince Yufei. Indeed, among the younger generation of the three great empires, Prince Yufei stands unparalleled. Another major sect leader concurred. Without a doubt, he will be the one to claim the top spot in this demon sealing tournament. What surprised me was that Gu Longji, the young master of the Xianxia sect, managed to secure second place with 20,000 points. Elder Feiyu remarked, casting his gaze toward a figure sitting placidly nearby. Elder Lin, your young master Yu Tai is not to be underestimated. He is already closing in on our young master of the Xianxia sect. The figure being observed by Elder Feiyu chuckled heartily. Yet, he cannot compare to your Xianxia sect. You have several top disciples ranked within the top 20, while my Feiyu sect has but 3. Elder Feiyu responded with a smile and a shake of his head. The demon sealing tournament has only just begun. These current standings mean little. Elder Lin, do not overpraise those youngsters. Another elder from the Xianxia sect interjected, his words seemingly dismissive, yet imbued with a sense of pride. In the present day, among the numerous esteemed sects, it is the disciples of the Xianxia sect who occupy the most positions on the demon sealing list, much to the delight of the elders of Xianxia sect. However, a sharp-eyed powerhouse from another sect suddenly inquired, Elder Chun, why has Feng Mo from your Xianxia sect vanished? Upon hearing this, Elder Chun of Xianxia sect cast an annoyed glance at the speaker, retorting, vanished? What nonsense. Surely Feng Mo's scores have simply improved, causing a rise in his ranking. There's no need for such alarm. Though he harbored disdain internally, Elder Chun nonetheless turned his gaze to the demon sealing list. His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he squinted and scanned the entire list, only to find Feng Mo's name conspicuously absent. What on earth is happening? Elder Chun exclaimed in disbelief, not anticipating any calamity befalling Feng Mo. He merely assumed there was a glitch with the list. Feng Mo, as a premier prodigy of the Xianxia sect, boasted strength at the initial stage of the Marquis realm, ranking among the finest of the younger generation in the Radiant Sun Empire. Among the talented participants of the Demon Sealing Conference, few could rival Feng Mo, and those who could were well aware of the Xianxia sect's might, thus refraining from challenging him. Even the Imperial Prince, Yu Fei, would not dare to provoke the Xianxia sect over a mere few thousand points. General Chun Lai, the name of our sect's prodigy Feng Mo has suddenly disappeared from the demon sealing list. Might there be an issue with the list? Elder Chun, perplexed, directed his inquiry toward General Chun Lai with deference. Following his words, many powerful figures from various sects turned their attention to General Chun Lai, sharing the same sentiment as Elder Chun, believing that the list must have encountered an error. Among the many sects within the Radiant Sun Empire, the Xianxia sect undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of strength. While the rules of this demon sealing conference were exceedingly ruthless, certain individuals remained untouchable. Figures like the Imperial Prince Yu Fei and prodigies from top-tier sects like Xianxia sect were generally beyond the reach of other talents. After all, although they were all prodigies of significant sects, the disparity in strength and status between top-tier sect prodigies and those from lesser sects was considerable. The demon sealing list is a creation of His Majesty himself. It cannot possibly be flawed. The only conceivable explanation is that Feng Mo has been slain, resulting in his name's removal from the list. Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, General Chun Lai glanced at him dismissively, his voice cold as ice. Were it not for the fact that Elder Chun was a mid-stage Xianhuang realm powerhouse and an elder of the prestigious Xianxia sect, General Chun would have long since dispatched him with a single blow for daring to disparage the Emperor's creation. Who dares to lay a hand on the prodigy of my Xianxia sect? Upon hearing General Chun Lai's words, Elder Chun erupted like an enraged lion, emanating a fierce aura as he growled, his eyes scanning the powerful figures around him. Elder Chun harbored no doubt about General Chun Lai's words. He was convinced that General Chun would not deceive him on such a matter. Hence, the likelihood of Feng Mo being killed filled him with unparalleled fury. Witnessing Elder Chen's rage, the powerful figures from various sects fell silent, each unwilling to provoke his ire at that moment. Simultaneously, they were filled with confusion. Who would dare to slay the top prodigy of the Xianxia sect in the demon sealing grounds? Even Imperial Prince Yu Fei would not engage in such reckless behavior. The only two individuals shaken by the events were the Elder Qin Sheng and Elder Zhu Qin, who sat beside Shimen Shueishui. Compared to the other sects present, they were more focused on the Xianxian sect. This was due to the fact that the Xianxian sect had eluded their attempts to ascertain any substantial information, while they had a grasp on the intricacies of the other sections. Thus, they were keen to observe the performance of the Xianxian sect's disciples. Following the disappearance of Xianxia sect's prodigy Feng Mo, both Qin Sheng and Zhu Qin noticed a name they were intimately familiar with. rocketing from obscurity to the top 20 in an instant. That name belonged to the leader of the Xianxian sect, Wang Feng. Chapter 46, A Grand Performance. Elder, what is this? Zhu Qin exclaimed, her delicate face registering shock as she turned to Qin Sheng. Just as she was about to speak, she caught sight of the fierce gleam in Qin Sheng's eyes and promptly silenced herself. Having restrained Zhu Qin's words, Qin Sheng gazed at the name within the top 20, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. She had initially thought that Wang Feng was merely sending the disciples of the Xianxian sect to the Godfall ancient land for the Demon Sealing Conference. However, she was taken aback to learn that Wang Feng himself was participating. What did this imply? It suggested that Wang Feng, who appeared so youthful, was indeed the head of a reclusive sect, and his unfathomable cultivation level only deepened her wariness of him and the Xianxian sect. As the adage goes, better to avoid trouble than to invite it. To an ordinary person, that Songhai Hall might seem a formidable imperial sect, yet to Qin Sheng and her Qin Yun Pavilion, it was not so fearsome. Rather, the enigmatic Xianxian sect instilled a greater sense of trepidation in her. She did not wish to betray Wang Feng, lest it invite his wrath. She preferred to cultivate goodwill with Wang Feng and the Xianxian sect over securing favors from the Songhai sect. From Wang Feng and the Xianxian sect's previous displays, it was clear that even if the Xianxian sect was not a reclusive sect, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary one. Such a mysterious sect was one that her Qin Yun Pavilion should strive to befriend, and if that was not possible, at the very least, they must avoid incurring their enmity. However, little did Qin Sheng know that while she remained silent, another would voice her thoughts. Elder Chun, look. The points of the Xianxian sect's leader Wang Feng are identical to those of Feng Mo. Perhaps he is the one who killed him. Otherwise, what a coincidence it is. A melodious voice rang out from the high platform, causing the furious Elder Chun of Songhai sect to turn his attention toward the speaker at once. The other powerful figures also turned their gazes to the source of the voice, realizing it belonged to the enchanting elder from the Tianxin sect. Upon recognizing her, Elder Chen wasted no time. His eyes shot back to the demon sealing list, scanning it fervently. When he finally laid eyes on Wang Feng's name and the sequence of points trailing behind it, his countenance darkened with fury. Wang Feng, you have audacity. How dare you slay the prodigy of my Songhai sect? His words echoed throughout the high platform, unmistakably laced with rage and a chilling intent to kill. Elder Chun was well aware of Wang Feng's reputation. He had previously exchanged a few words with him on the 5th floor of the Qin Yun Pavilion. Initially, Elder Chun sought to draw Wang Feng, the mysterious leader of the Xianxian sect, into an alliance. But he now found himself astonished by Wang Feng's audacity in killing a prodigy of Songhai sect. Upon seeing Wang Feng's points, Elder Chun was nearly certain that Wang Feng was responsible for Feng Mo's death. Otherwise, how could it be so fortuitous? After the disappearance of Feng Mo's name, Wang Feng had surged from obscurity straight into the top 20, his points mirroring those of Feng Mo. Wang Feng dares to harm my Songhai sect's prodigy, and I shall not hesitate to unleash my wrath upon you. Elder Chen's gaze shifted to Shimin Shui Shui and the others, his eyes ablaze with fury as a cold, murderous intent radiated from him, chilling the very air around them. Though Elder Chun harbored some trepidation regarding Shimin Shui Shui's formidable prowess, having witnessed him sever the arm of the ghostly elder of the Four Directions Hall, his reasoning had been drowned by the tides of fury. Although Feng Mo may not be the most exceptional prodigy of the Songhai sect, he undoubtedly ranks among the top-tier talents, poised to become a pillar of their future. The demise of such a prodigy would represent a tremendous loss for any major sect. The Taoist-robed beauty from the Tianxin sect, who had previously alerted Elder Chun, now wore a cold smile upon witnessing the fury and chilling murderous intent emanating from him. For reasons unknown, she harbored a distinct aversion towards the divine Immortal Sect. Perhaps it was jealousy towards Shimin Shui Shui, or perhaps dissatisfaction with Wang Feng's boastful claims about the sect. But she found herself yearning to see the divine Immortal Sect brought to disgrace. Now, with Elder Chen's palpable animosity directed towards the divine Immortal Sect, it seemed inevitable that they would suffer humiliation in front of the other major sections. Despite Shimin Shui Shui's formidable prowess, Elder Chun of the Songhai sect was a mid-level Xian Huang realm expert, renowned throughout the empire. Boom! A tremendous aura erupted from Elder Chun, causing the entire platform to tremble as a tempest surged. The overwhelming force startled the powerful observers below, who turned their gazes to the high platform. What had transpired? Why was Elder Chun of the Songhai sect so enraged? Could it be related to the disappearance of Feng Mo's name? Perhaps there was an issue with the demon sealing list, or worse, Feng Mo had been slain, leading to the vanishing of his name. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, engaging in hushed speculation. Although Elder Chen's earlier outburst had been significant, these formidable beings were unaware of the specifics, nor could they hear the sounds from the high platform, as it had been enveloped in a protective barrier set by General Chun Lai, rendering the internal commotion inaudible from the outside. On the high platform, many powerful figures from various sects focused intently on Elder Chun and Xianxiaaudiobooks, equally surprised by the unfolding events. Yet, they showed no intention of intervening. With Elder Chun poised to act, they were eager to witness the true capabilities of the so-called divine Immortal Sect. Elder Chun, this matter is not yet settled. Whether your disciple Feng Mo was slain by Sect Master Wang remains to be debated. Perhaps you should temper your fury for now and investigate thoroughly after the Demon Sealing Conference to avoid unnecessary casualties. Elder Qin Sheng interjected, rising to address Elder Chun. Elder Qin Sheng had not anticipated such a dramatic shift, but out of goodwill towards the divine Immortal Sect, he chose to advocate on their behalf. Although I respect you, Elder Qin Sheng, it does not imply that the Xianxia sect fears you. The divine Immortal Sect dares to slay my disciple, and this matter shall not be resolved amicably. I kindly ask you to refrain from meddling, lest, as Elder Qin Sheng's words faded, Elder Qin's crimson eyes fixed upon him, a fierce snarl escaping his lips. Despite the profound strength of the Qin Yun Pavilion, it did not grant them the liberty to interfere in the affairs of the Xianxia sect. If you intervene, you shall meet your demise. Just as Elder Qin Sheng contemplated further words, a voice devoid of emotion echoed across the high platform, startling him. It was Xianxiaaudiobooks. Even Elder Qin Sheng, known for his temperance, found himself mentally cursing. He had endeavored to mitigate Elder Qin's wrath, yet Xianxiaaudiobooks' single statement had ignited it entirely. Enough of this. Do as you please. Elder Qin Sheng's face darkened, and he chose silence, settling back down. An arrogant fool indeed. I shall see how you bring about my end. Elder Qin's fury exploded, a surge of profound xianxia emanating from him, distorting the surrounding space visibly. He extended his hand, enveloped in a radiant glow of xianxia, his countenance icy and brimming with murderous intent. He struck downwards with tremendous force, a colossal palm imprint forming instantaneously, descending upon Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions as if to reduce them to mere pulp. Witnessing such a terrifying display from Elder Chun, the assembled sect leaders were taken aback. Indeed, a mid-level Xianhuang realm expert was not to be underestimated. The Taoist-robed beauty from the Tianxin sect wore a cruel smile, envisioning the moment Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions would be obliterated. General, should we intervene? Whispered a red-robed soldier beside General Chun Lai. No need. This is a rare spectacle to behold, a fitting diversion from the monotony. General Chun Lai waved dismissively, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, as Elder Qin's formidable strike approached. Elder Qin Sheng's expression shifted, and he instinctively pulled back alongside Elder Zhu Qin, distancing themselves from Xianxiaaudiobooks. He had no intention of intervening. Merely advocating for the divine Immortal Sect was already a considerable effort, and it was not yet time for him to take action based solely on his goodwill. While retreating, Elder Qin Sheng's gaze remained fixed on Xianxiaaudiobooks. He refrained from intervening partly to observe the true capabilities of the divine Immortal Sect. Upon seeing Xianxiaaudiobooks' calm demeanor, he felt a disquieting sense that Elder Qin might be the one to falter. Not only was Elder Qin Sheng struck by Xianxiaaudiobooks' composure, but the other sect leaders also felt a shiver of trepidation. They knew that if they were in Xianxiaaudiobooks' position, they would be far from unshaken. It must be said that this newly emerged divine Immortal Sect, represented by both Sect Master Wang Feng and Xianxiaaudiobooks, exuded an extraordinary presence. Their unflappable poise and noble elegance earned them respect even from these seasoned sect leaders. Buzz. Just as Elder Qin's formidable palm was about to crash into Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions, Xianxiaaudiobooks sprang into action, lifting his gaze to meet the colossal palm imprint with an emotionless stare. His thumb rested against the hilt of the sword cradled at his chest, and with a gentle nudge, the blade slid forth from its sheath, unleashing a blinding radiance that cleaved directly towards the massive palm imprint. Chapter 47. Purple Spirit Mysterious Flower. Initially, the gathered sect leaders had laughed at what appeared to be an unorthodox move from Xianxiaaudiobooks, deeming him arrogant and foolish for challenging a mid-level Xianhuang realm expert like Elder Chun. However, when the dazzling sword light erupted, their smirks froze in place. As Xianhuang realm experts, they could not help but recognize the lethal sharpness contained within that radiant sword beam. The sheer intensity of the blade, seemingly capable of rending the heavens, sent shivers through their very souls. The fact that such a remarkable display could be summoned by a mere flick of Xianxiaaudiobooks' thumb astounded them, leaving even the normally composed General Chun Lai with widened pupils. This sword strike evoked unease even in the pinnacle Xianhuang realm expert, as the realization dawned upon him that such a terrifying brilliance could emerge from such an unassuming gesture. What had begun as a spectacle of amusement transformed into a serious confrontation before General Chun Lai's eyes. He cast a deep, contemplative glance at Shimin Shueishui, who had turned what was anticipated to be a farce into a demonstration of profound swordsmanship. Boom! Beneath the watchful eyes of the multitude, the exquisite sword light clashed with the overwhelming palm print that descended from the heavens, unleashing a formidable surge of power that reverberated through the entire platform. Had it not been for the swift reactions of the numerous experts present in the Xinhuang realm, who simultaneously harnessed their energies to shield themselves and the high platform, it would have undoubtedly been crushed by the sheer ferocity of that force. Impossible. At that moment, a gasp of astonishment drew the attention of all, uttered by Elder Chun of the Xianxia sect, whose eyes now reflected a mixture of fear and disbelief as he gazed skyward. His reaction prompted the prominent figures of various sects to follow his gaze, and when they beheld the scene above, they too were taken aback, their faces etched with shock. The sword light effortlessly cleaved through Elder Chen's formidable palm, a hand that had instilled dread even among the Xinhuang realm powerhouses, reducing it to mere fragments as if it were naught but a bubble. Following this, the sword light surged forth with an unstoppable might, ruthlessly aiming at Elder Chun. Even before its arrival, the blade's piercing sharpness elicited a stinging sensation upon his skin. This very pain jolted Elder Chun from his stupor, compelling him to frantically channel his inner energy, summoning layers of protective shields forged from powerful xianxia, enveloping his form entirely. Westgate's blowing snow's strike quelled all of Elder Chen's wrath, leaving only terror within his heart. The palm he had just unleashed bore no restraint. He had poured forth all his strength, intent on annihilating Westgate's blowing snow and his companions. Yet, despite his utmost effort, his hand failed to withstand even a moment against the sword, which sliced through it effortlessly. Had Westgate's blowing snow employed a more ornate sword technique, it might have been somewhat bearable. At least it would have appeared that he had exerted himself fully. Instead, it seemed as though he merely flicked his thumb to unleash such a fearsome strike, a thought that sent shivers down the spine. As the blade emerged, even slightly, it unleashed such astonishing power. What dreadful spectacle would it yield if fully drawn? In the midst of Elder Chen's tumultuous thoughts, Westgate's blowing snow's sword struck heavily against the protective shield before him. The razor-sharp light of the blade pierced through several layers of defenses in an instant, the immense force propelling Elder Chen away, crashing him violently onto the platform. The ground trembled beneath them, the spot where he landed fracturing into pieces, debris scattering in all directions. The assembled powerhouses of various sects paid no heed to the flying rubble, their eyes fixated on the cloud of dust where Elder Chun had fallen. They had envisioned numerous outcomes, yet none had anticipated that Westgate's blowing snow would defeat Elder Chun of the Xianxia sect with a single strike. You dare! When the great sect leaders discerned Elder Chen's plight, their expressions turned to shock. At that moment, Elder Chun was half kneeling on the ground, blood pooling at his knee, the earth beneath him having exploded into a massive crater. He looked incredulously at Westgate's blowing snow, fragmented words escaping his lips. Suddenly, a crimson line split open on Elder Chen's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, and he collapsed, losing consciousness entirely. A collective gasp echoed throughout the platform as the scene unfolded. Even General Chun Lai's countenance shifted dramatically, rising abruptly to gaze at Elder Chen's lifeless body. His expression, one of bewilderment. To have slain a mid-Xinhuang realm elder with a single sword was a result General Chun Lai had never anticipated, especially considering Westgate's blowing snow's unique method of striking, which further stirred his inner turmoil. As a pinnacle Xinhuang realm expert, he might have been capable of vanquishing a mid-Xinhuang realm elder, yet he could never achieve it with such ease. Westgate's blowing snow's feat was akin to slaughtering a mere chicken. After the initial shock, General Chun Lai furrowed his brows, casting a long, contemplative glance at Westgate's blowing snow, who had calmly returned to his seat. A glint of wariness flickered in his eyes. This divine immortal sect, of which he had never heard, harbored such a terrifying figure as Westgate's blowing snow. Just based on that one strike, even he, Chun Lai, could not afford to underestimate him. Investigate the origins of this divine immortal sect, he instructed a soldier clad in red beside him. The general's command roused the stunned soldier from his reverie, and he hastily nodded before departing. What manner of sect was this divine immortal sect? Meanwhile, Elder Qinshi's wrinkled visage bore a look of shock as he murmured softly. He had never envisioned such an outcome. And recalling Westgate's blowing snow's earlier words to Elder Chun, that to act would mean death, sent tremors of astonishment through him. Had Westgate's blowing snow already possessed the confidence to kill Elder Chun before even making a move? Beside Elder Qianxia, Elder Zhuqin's mouth fell slightly agape, her delicate features frozen in astonishment. Westgate's blowing snow's prowess continually reshaped her worldview, as if no one could stand against his blade, severing the arm of the Ghost King Elder with a single strike, and now slaying Elder Chun of the Xianxia sect with the same ease. It seemed there was nothing that Westgate's blowing snow could not resolve with one sword. Meanwhile, the Taoist-clad beauty of the Tianxin sect trembled all over, hidden among the multitude of astonished sect leaders, fearful of being noticed by Westgate's blowing snow. She had not anticipated that his strength would be so terrifying, that one strike had utterly shattered her courage. After a lengthy silence, the great sect leaders emerged from their shock, their gazes heavy as they observed Westgate's blowing snow, who remained in deep contemplation. Silently, they returned to their seats, refraining from uttering a word. Even General Chun Lai fell into silence, and the platform was engulfed in a profound stillness. In that moment, the name of the divine Immortal Sect was indelibly etched in the minds of General Chun Lai and the many powerful figures present, and even as time passed, they would find it impossible to forget Westgate's blowing snow's stunning strike. This was a blow that could astonish the world. Meanwhile, in the demon sealing land, Wang Feng remained blissfully unaware of the commotion stirred by Westgate's blowing snow. Even if he had known, he would only have felt joy and admiration for Westgate's blowing snow, who had elevated the reputation of the divine Immortal Sect. At that moment, Wang Feng was concealed beneath a towering black tree, observing the standoff between two groups not far ahead. One group consisted of monks clad in xianxias, while the other comprised cultivators donned in robes adorned with feathers. Master, these two groups consist of disciples from the prestigious Feiyu sect, led by the top prodigy Yi Feng, and the disciples of the Wuxiang sect, led by the top talent Wen Yan. Li Tianxin whispered to Wang Feng as she glanced at the two factions. The warmth of their breath brushed against his ears, the fragrant scent stirring his senses. If not for his strong will, he might have transformed into a ferocious beast at this moment. Did Li Tianxin find him, the exceptionally handsome leader, so enticing? Wuxiang sect comprises Buddhist and Taoist practitioners. Wang Feng dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind and inquired about the two factions. In this world, Xuanxi cultivation was the mainstream, yet various ancient traditions persisted, with Buddhism and Taoism among them. Indeed, Master, the Wuxiang sect stands as the sole Buddhist Taoist sect within the territory of the three great empires. While its strength may not rival that of the foremost sects, it is not to be underestimated, particularly due to its enigmatic and unpredictable methods of attack that can catch one off guard. Li Tianxin nodded in acknowledgement, her tone laced with a hint of trepidation towards the Wuxiang sect. In response, Wang Feng nodded in understanding, falling silent as his gaze shifted towards the two factions, pondering whether they would grant him the opportunity to act as an unassuming observer. Amidst the standoff between the two factions stood a purple flower, poised to bloom, exuding an ethereal beauty. This flower, known as the xianxiaaudiobooks, was the root cause of the confrontation. A pinnacle treasure of the marquis level, its consumption offers a 20% chance of enlightenment to the practitioner, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Moreover, when combined with other rare materials to concoct the xianxiadan, it could potentially elevate a marquis-level expert's chances of breaking through to the Xian Huang realm to 50%. However, as of now, within the three great empires, no alchemist had yet succeeded in crafting the xianxiadan. Such a feat requires at least a master-level alchemist. Nevertheless, this rare treasure remained immensely enticing to the prodigies of the marquis realm, as possessing the xianxiaaudiobooks would afford them a year's worth of advantage over their peers. This seemingly brief year could yield significant advancements for top-tier prodigies. Yet, Wang Feng was not particularly intrigued by the xianxiaaudiobooks. His true interest lay with the two factions. Naturally, he would be exceedingly pleased if he could effortlessly acquire the flower. Brother Wenyan, this xianxiaaudiobooks is of utmost importance to me. Might I implore you to part with it? Should you do so, I would owe you a favor, and in the future, you need only speak a word, and I shall be at your service. Yi Feng of the Feiyu sect said, his eyes glimmering with a hint of fervor. He was eager to obtain the flower amicably, being of similar cultivation level to Wenyan, though he held a modicum of caution towards him. As the only Buddhist sect within the three great empires, the Wuxiang sect, despite not being on par with the top sects, possessed profound and ancient traditions, evoking a sense of dread even among the most prestigious sections. Ah, ye benefactor, wealth is but an external possession. It would be best if I, a humble monk, were to bring the xianxiaaudiobooks back to the Wuxiang sect for the sake of guiding it away from worldly temptation, Wenyan replied, a gentle smile gracing his handsome face. Do not overstep, you insufferable monk. My brother Yi is already extending a great favor. Do not be so ungrateful. A disciple of the Feiyu sect standing beside, Yi Feng retorted angrily upon hearing Wenyan's words. Unfazed by the disciple's outburst, Wenyan merely cast a calm glance at him before turning his attention back to Yi Feng. Wealth belongs to the capable. If you refuse to relinquish it, then we shall have no choice but to engage in battle. Yi Feng's eyes hardened as he regarded Wen Yin, his demeanor turning cold and resolute. Very well. I shall then seek to learn from your esteemed skills, ye benefactor. Wen Yin proclaimed with his palms pressed together, his voice soft yet earnest. The Wuxiang sect, rooted in ancient Buddhist Taoism, did not adhere to the mortal realm's admonitions against taking life. In the realm of cultivation, one cannot avoid such actions. Rather, both the ancient Buddhist teachings and the current Wuxiang sect espouse the belief that a Buddha may save or slay, with all truths determined by the heart, unbound by worldly entanglements. Let the battle commence. Upon hearing Wen Yin's declaration, Yi Feng wasted no time, letting out a fierce roar as an overwhelming wave of mystical energy surged forth, transforming him into a veritable god of war. The air around them trembled under the weight of his presence. Feiyu Thousand Swords. Suddenly, the mystical energy emanating from Yi Feng coalesced into countless feathers behind him, each glimmering with a chilling brilliance. As these myriad feathers materialized, an astonishing sharpness emanated, causing the disciples of both sects to pale in shock and retreat, their eyes fixed on the impending clash between Yi Feng and Wen Yin. In response, Wen Yin initially smiled before his expression turned serious, a radiant aura of Buddhist light enveloping him as if a Buddha had descended to the mortal realm. As the disciples of the Feiyu sect felt this divine presence, they were struck by an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves in reverence. Go! Yi Feng commanded fiercely, and the multitude of feathers shot forth like a torrential rain of blades, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The disciples of the Feiyu sect, momentarily startled, retreated yet again, their expressions filled with dread as they realized the formidable power of this monk. Wuxiang Buddhist flame. Facing Yi Feng's onslaught, Wen Yin called out, a surge of Buddhist power enveloping him. A golden flame erupted from his being, its ethereal nature belied by the intense heat that radiated throughout the surrounding area. With a swift motion, Wen Yin unleashed a palm strike, condensing the Wuxiang flame into a formidable imprint, which expanded into a massive handprint, hurtling towards the onslaught of feathers. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the trembling disciples from both sects, the two forces collided with tremendous force, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The ground beneath them cracked open, forming a massive pit as the very earth seemed to upheave. As the force spread, fissures tore through the terrain, with the disciples of the Wuxiang and Feiyu sects retreating to a safe distance of 200 meters, their gazes fixed intently on the duel between Yi Feng and Wen Yin. Curiously, amidst their fierce clash, the Xiling Xianhua remained untouched, seemingly thriving as it absorbed the energy released from their confrontation. Truly, a treasure of the marquee level. It was ripe for the taking. While the two combatants were oblivious to the flower's peculiar behavior, Wang Feng, hidden at a distance, noticed it with narrowed eyes. Murmuring softly to himself, he had no need for the Xiling Xianhua, yet it would not hinder him from claiming it for the benefit of his disciples. Moreover, his ambitions extended beyond merely this flower. Should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to tempt the Wuxiang sect's disciples, for such individuals were a rarity indeed. Wang Feng held no biases against any sect. His own immortal sect was destined to embrace all, even those of darker natures, as long as they maintained their integrity and adhered to their principles. In his eyes, the world knew no true path or true evil, only those who faltered from their true selves. As Wang Feng contemplated, Yi Feng and Wen Yin continued their fierce confrontation, exchanging blows with fists and feet, their surroundings reverberating with explosive sounds as their battle reduced the 100-meter radius around them to ruins. The two individuals are indeed the epitome of excellence within the royal realm, and their clashes resonate throughout the void, instilling a sense of dread among the disciples of the two sects in the distance. Boom! After yet another collision, Wen Yin and Yi Feng momentarily separate, standing face to face, both slightly breathless, their gazes locked onto one another. Brother Wen Yin, you truly embody the pinnacle of excellence from the Wuxiang sect. It is evident that you possess remarkable skills. Yi Feng remarked solemnly, his eyes fixated on Wen Yin. He recognized Wen Yin's formidable strength, yet he had not anticipated it to reach such heights, where he not only matched him in combat, but even held a slight advantage. And you, Yi Shizhu, are no slouch yourself, truly deserving of the title bestowed upon the top talents of the Feiyu sect. Wen Yin replied with a smile, his hands pressed together. However, mere prowess such as this is insufficient to compel my retreat. Yi Feng declared once more, a fierce glint emerging upon his countenance. Feiyu Yunlong. Ninth layer, Yunlong Tianbua. He bellowed, and in an instant, a tremendous pressure surged forth from his being, a terrifying wave of profound energy crashing forth like a torrent, accompanied by a faint echo of a dragon's roar emanating from within him. Subsequently, the overwhelming profound energy enveloped his form, manifesting as a dragon silhouette that coiled around him. radiating an immense authority that could instill fear with a mere glance. To force Brother Yi to unleash the 9th layer of Feiyu Yunlong. This monk is indeed worthy of pride. Indeed, since Brother Yi mastered the 9th layer of Feiyu Yunlong, he has never unleashed it. At last, we witnessed the might of this technique. Upon seeing the dragon silhouette spiraling around Yi Feng, the 4 disciples of the Feiyu sect gazed upon it with awe. Their voices hushed with confidence in Yi Feng's impending strike. The Feiyu Yunlong is the most formidable heritage technique of the Feiyu sect, comprising 13 layers. And it is precisely this technique that has elevated the Feiyu sect to the status of a premier sect within the empire, underscoring its terrifying potential. Wuxiang Prajna, Great Might Celestial Dragon. Wu Nian roared as well, his voice resonating like a celestial chant, shaking the very heavens. A radiant aura enveloped him, transforming him into a figure akin to a golden deity, as colossal energy surged forth, coalescing into a golden dragon silhouette that too spiraled around him. Unlike Yi Feng's dragon, Wu Nian's golden dragon, though also illusory, flickered with an ethereal flame in its eyes, contrasting with the hollow void of Yi Feng's. Battle. At the simultaneous roar of Wu Nian and Yi Feng, the white and golden dragon silhouettes erupted forth, clashing with the ferocity of 2 divine dragons. Their subtle draconic might permeating the entirety of the heavens and earth, causing the disciples of both sects to tremble in their souls. Yet, their gazes remained steadfastly fixed upon the 2 dragon silhouettes, unwilling to miss a single detail. Boom. In an instant, the white and golden dragons collided, sending visible ripples of force cascading outward, uprooting the ground beneath them, as thick clouds of dust enveloped the battlefield, sending shattered stones flying and creating small craters upon the distant dark trees. The very fabric of the void twisted under the weight of this cataclysmic spectacle, and the disciples of both sects, witnessing the scene akin to the end of the world, paled in horror, retreating frantically to avoid the residual shockwaves of power. Chapter 49. The Incompatibility of Buddha and Demon. Within the void, a terrifying turbulence surged as the 2 dragon silhouettes intertwined like divine beasts, desperately striving to rend each other apart. In this moment, both Wu Nian and Yi Feng wore grave expressions, their immense power continuing to coalesce from their bodies, feeding into the 2 dragon forms. Sect leader, in your esteemed opinion, which of these 2 shall emerge victorious? Mu Yunfei inquired solemnly, observing the entwined dragon silhouettes in the void. The strength exhibited by these 2 prodigies of the premier sects is indeed formidable, even causing him some trepidation. Yi Feng. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, murmuring the name. Oh, why is that? Mu Yunfei questioned, his expression tinged with surprise. At this moment, Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin also turned their gazes toward Wang Feng, their eyes filled with curiosity. In Mu Yunfei's assessment, while the confrontation appeared evenly matched, he sensed that the dragon silhouette emanating from Wu Nian was slightly stronger. Wang Feng smiled, not providing a response, his gaze directed at Yi Feng imbued with an inscrutable depth. Though puzzled, Mu Yunfei and the others refrained from further inquiry, their attention riveted upon the 2 dragon silhouettes in the arena. Buzz, Prajna of the Buddhas, formless and shapeless. In that fleeting moment, Wu Nian's eyes narrowed, and he let out a roar as a series of mystical Buddhist patterns erupted from his form. Upon their emergence, the golden dragon silhouette within the void seemed to receive some form of enhancement, igniting a searing flame upon its very being. As this flame erupted, the might of the golden dragon intensified, the flames surging forth towards the point where it intertwined with the white dragon silhouette. Roar. Within moments, the white dragon silhouette became engulfed in ethereal, searing flames. Sensing a looming crisis, it let out a piercing wail, striving to break free, yet found itself ensnared by the golden dragon. Bang! At a certain moment, the white dragon silhouette was utterly shattered by the golden dragon, dissolving into myriad points of white light that dispersed throughout the cosmos. As the white dragon was vanquished, Yi Feng's complexion flushed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, turning pale as his entire being quivered at that instant. How is this possible? Brother Yi has actually been defeated? Hiss! How could Brother Yi lose? This insufferable monk possesses such overwhelming strength. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's injury, the 4 disciples of the Feiyu sect displayed expressions of disbelief, exclaiming in shock. For those who had followed Yi Feng, he had been akin to a deity, an invincible presence, yet now he had fallen. In that moment, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed within their hearts, leaving them in a state of utter desolation. Brother Wu Nian truly lives up to his title as the pinnacle genius of our Wuxiang sect. Indeed, this battle has showcased the might of the Wuxiang sect. After this confrontation, Brother Wu Nian's renown shall echo throughout the entire Radiant Sun Empire. in stark contrast to the despondence of the disciples of the Feiyu sect. The members of the Wuxiang sect were exhilarated, their expressions brimming with excitement. It appears that Yi Shizhu has lost, and the Xiling Xianxia shall be taken by Wu Nian. In the void, Wu Nian glanced at Yi Feng, his hands pressed together, bowing lightly as he spoke softly. He did not display any elation at having triumphed over Yi Feng, maintaining his earlier demeanor of serene indifference. Hearing Wu Nian's words, Yi Feng wiped his mouth and squinted his eyes, fixating intently on Wu Nian, a flicker of unspoken brilliance illuminating his gaze, yet he remained silent. Meanwhile, as Wu Nian and Yi Feng exchanged words, the concealed Mu Yunfei and the others regarded Wang Feng's silhouette, their expressions shifting. The sect leader has misjudged. Should I caution him not to judge by appearances? They pondered, but just as this thought crossed their minds, they shook their heads, dismissing it, deciding it was better not to court danger. Wang Feng, oblivious to the thoughts of Mu Yunfei and the others, kept his gaze locked onto Yi Feng, as if peering through layers of obstacles to discern the anomalies within Yi Feng's being. As if sensing something amiss, Li Hei's gaze sharpened and fell upon Yi Feng, his eyes glimmering with an entrancing brilliance. In the void, Master Wu Nian met Yi Feng's gaze for a brief moment before pressing his palms together in a gesture of respect, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "Thank you, Benefactor Yi, for your generosity. I shall not be impolite." Upon hearing Wu Nian's words, Yi Feng gritted his teeth, as if having made a momentous decision, and his demeanor underwent a sudden transformation, growing distant as he coldly replied, "When have I ever offered the purple spirit mysterious flower to you? This battle is far from over." "Oh, does Benefactor Yi possess further tricks?" Wu Nian inquired, his expression shifting as he abruptly focused on Yi Feng. In that instant, Wu Nian became vigilant, sensing the surge of power within him. Although he had just managed to gain the upper hand over Yi Feng, he dared not underestimate him in the slightest. "This is the trump card I have concealed for so long. I had no intention of unleashing it against Brother Wu Nian. But I never anticipated your strength to surpass my expectations." Forcing my hand, Yi Feng asserted with an unwavering calm, his eyes locking onto Wu Nian's with deliberate steadiness. "This purple spirit mysterious flower is of utmost importance to me. I must contend for it." Upon hearing Yi Feng's declaration, Wu Nian's countenance shifted dramatically, tension gripping his entire being. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling welled up within him. Suddenly, Wu Nian felt the source of this unease. He gazed into Yi Feng's eyes, which widened in shock. At that moment, Yi Feng exuded an aura of unfathomable terror, its chill so penetrating that even the slightest contact felt like plunging into an icy abyss. Yi Feng, now devoid of his previous handsome visage, was covered in a multitude of demonic patterns resembling tadpoles, their intricate designs enveloping him entirely, rendering him a grotesque sight. "Is this magic? Yi Feng, you, the illustrious prodigy of the Feiyu sect, have secretly dabbled in dark sorcery." Wu Nian exclaimed in disbelief, horror etched across his once handsome face. He could not fathom that Yi Feng had descended into such madness, practicing the dark arts in secrecy. Not only Wu Nian, but even the disciples of the Feiyu sect were equally astonished, their expressions shifting to disbelief as they gazed upon the grotesque transformation of Yi Feng. They never imagined that their idol had been secretly practicing dark sorcery. Dark magic, with its penchant for aggression and warfare, leaves devastation in its wake. It is the enemy of all practitioners, and any cultivator with strength is compelled to eradicate it. Legend has it that dark magic originates from extraterrestrial demons, who, in ancient times, invaded the entire Xianlan continent, seeking to conquer it and enslave its practitioners. The cultivators of Xianlan, however, would not yield. Whether to preserve their land or for their own survival, they united to wage a cataclysmic battle against the invading demons. Ultimately, the cultivators triumphed, albeit at a great cost, leading to the gradual disappearance of alchemical traditions such as pill refining. Yet, remnants of those demons still linger on this continent, albeit unable to inflict harm, merely surviving in a weakened state. Thus, the powerful factions of the continent refrained from annihilating them, instead regarding them as a rite of passage for practitioners. The so-called demon clans on this continent are not true demons, but rather cultivators who have adopted the legacy of the demons. Evolving into demon clans, the fearsome Xianxia demon that ravaged the Daylight Empire a millennium ago was merely a cultivator who had harnessed the demon's teachings. However, achieving such mastery allows one to wield the demonic techniques without succumbing to their malevolent influences. Yet, it was clear that Yi Feng had not reached that level. As the demonic patterns crawled over his body, Yi Feng's earlier composure vanished, his expression twisted into a grimace, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, emanating an aura of brutality akin to a savage beast. What alarmed Wu Nian even more was not solely the ferocious energy radiating from Yi Feng, but also the cultivation level he displayed, which had reached the apex of the Marquis realm. Such prowess instilled a sense of despair within Wunyan. Even when Yifeng was at the mid-stage of the Marquis realm, he had struggled significantly, exerting his full strength just to barely gain the upper hand. Yet now, at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, Wunyan knew he could not withstand it, but he had no choice but to confront him. Perhaps others could flee, but Wunyan could not, for he was a Buddhist. Since time immemorial, Buddhism and demonic forces have been irreconcilable. Where there is Buddhism, demons cannot exist, and where there are demons, Buddhism cannot prevail. Even if he knew death awaited him, to affirm his Buddhist heart, Master Wunyan was resolute in battling the demon, as Wunyan held steadfastly to his conviction. The hidden figures of Mu Yunfei and Ling Feiwu, who watched from afar, were equally astonished, their faces reflecting terror as they beheld Yifeng, now adorned with demonic patterns. Both Mu Yunfei and Ling Feiwu, having held significant positions prior to joining the Immortal Sect, were well aware of the origins of dark magic. Indeed, any practitioner worth their salt understood the horror it represented. They had not anticipated that Yifeng, as a distinguished prodigy of the Feiyu sect, had secretly engaged in dark sorcery. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock the entire Daylight Empire. And even the Feiyu sect could find themselves embroiled in the aftermath, with Yifeng's fate destined to be tragically grim. Practitioners maintain a zero-tolerance policy towards dark sorcery. The only outcome is one of life or death. How could they comprehend Yifeng's audacity to delve into such dark arts? Chapter 50. Our sect offers you the opportunity to attain Buddhahood. As Mu Yunfei and others were astonished by Yifeng's dark sorcery, they looked upon Wang Feng with admiration. Could it be that the sect master had foreseen Yifeng's descent into darkness? Was this why he confidently predicted Yifeng's victory? The sect master truly was the leader of the Immortal Sect. His insight was indeed remarkable. If Wang Feng were to learn of Mu Yunfei and the others' thoughts, he might well chuckle, for even as a peak expert in the Xinhuang realm, he could not have discerned Yifeng's hidden depths before the latter revealed his true power. In truth, he had determined Yifeng's potential for victory due to the extraordinary energy resonating within him. Though he remained unaware that this power stemmed from Yifeng's dark sorcery, those who practice dark magic must be eradicated. Wunyan intoned, his gaze fixed intently on Yifeng, his voice booming as radiant Buddhist light enveloped him, his aura even more formidable than before. What of darkness? If it grants me strength, I would willingly become a malevolent spirit. Do you know how many lives I have taken, how many hearts I have consumed to barely master this earth-devouring demon technique? Yifeng retorted with manic laughter, his crimson eyes glinting with cruelty. His deranged demeanor instilled fear in the disciples of the Feiyu sect. For the first time, they felt a profound strangeness in the once revered prodigy, Yifeng. Wunyan's fury ignited, for he had not anticipated that Yifeng, the seemingly refined prodigy of the sect, would commit such heinous acts in secret. Truly, the nature of dark magic was devoid of humanity. With a derisive snicker, Yifeng remarked, though I've lingered for a moment. It matters not. Such exquisite flavors deserve to be savored slowly. However, before we indulge, observing the furious countenance of the monk Wunyan, Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smile. In an instant, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, appearing beside the 4 disciples of Feiyu sect. As disbelief etched their faces, he struck down with a single palm. Boom. No. The dreadful imprint of his hand descended upon the disciples of Feiyu sect, the overwhelming pressure rendering them immobile. Their desperate screams echoed as they were instantaneously reduced to a pulp. They could scarcely fathom that Yifeng would take their lives. Yifeng, you are utterly deranged, Wunyan exclaimed, his expression one of shock and fury. He too had not anticipated Yifeng would act against the disciples of Feiyu sect. The speed at which Yifeng moved had left him no time to react, and the disciples were dead before he could comprehend the situation. Transformed by demonic energy, Yifeng was truly terrifying. Patience, this is far from over. Hearing Wunyan's furious roar, Yifeng grinned malevolently, his crimson eyes shifting toward the disciples of Wuxiang sect. The murderous intent in his gaze caused their faces to blanch, prompting them to retreat in terror. Boom. Wunyan's countenance shifted as he unleashed a formidable aura, enveloped in radiant light, akin to a Buddha descending upon the scene, standing resolutely before the disciples of Wuxiang sect. Master, shall we intervene? Mu Yunfei and others, concealed at a distance, were taken aback by Yifeng's slaughter of the Feiyu sect disciples and hastily inquired. Even Mu Yunfei, after Yifeng's transformation, felt trepidation, uncertain of his ability to triumph over the current Yifeng. Wunyan, despite his strength, could not protect the disciples of Wuxiang sect before Yifeng. This is their calamity. Those who survive shall live, and those who do not shall perish. Not everyone warrants our intervention. In response to Mu Yunfei's inquiry, Wang Feng shook his head. his tone indifferent. His words sent a shiver down the spines of Mu Yunfei and the others. They realized they still did not fully understand their leader. His temperament was capricious, oscillating between kindness and cold indifference, utterly inscrutable. Huh, you think you can thwart me at this moment? Do you truly believe my demonic prowess was honed in vain? Amidst the conversation among Wang Feng and his companions, Yi Feng regarded the erupting Wu Nian with a derisive laugh. Buzz. He moved, shadows flitting around him, conjuring multiple phantoms of himself in the void, leaving Wu Nian unable to discern reality from illusion. While he hesitated, anguished cries erupted from behind him. Turning, his eyes widened in horror, his entire being flooded with murderous intent. The chests of several Wuxiang sect disciples revealed gaping wounds, their garments soaked in crimson, while Yi Feng reveled in holding a still-beating heart, his demeanor reminiscent of a demon. Witnessing from afar, Wang Feng and his companions furrowed their brows. The two women, Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin, were so terrified they dared not look further, retreating behind Wang Feng. May Buddha be merciful. Wu Nian clasped his hands in prayer, bowing to the fallen disciples of Wuxiang sect, lamenting as he unleashed an overwhelming force that warped the very air around him, visible to the naked eye. Though the Buddha is compassionate, he too can become wrathful. And at this moment, Wu Nian was seething with rage. Boom. Wu Nian's expression grew grave, a layer of Buddhist patterns enveloping his form, an aura of divine power cascading forth, shaking the very heavens and earth. Behind him loomed a colossal, ethereal figure, shimmering with radiant golden light, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The Buddha's wrath brings forth life and death. Wu Nian bellowed, the power within him surging like a tidal wave. The immense figure behind him extended its hand, drawing in the energies of the cosmos, manifesting a colossal palm print that obscured the sky. As this palm print materialized, a terrifying pressure pervaded the atmosphere, distorting the void itself. The might of Wu Nian's eruption was comparable to a late-stage monarch, but such strength was evidently insufficient to contend with Yi Feng. Boom. The titanic palm print descended upon Yi Feng, as if the very heavens were intent on crushing him. In the face of this formidable strike, a flicker of disdain crossed Yi Feng's crimson eyes. He too extended his hand, slapping outwards, the demonic patterns on his palms seemingly coming to life, writhing with agility. Each twist of these patterns intensified the horrifying power coalescing in his palm. Boom. As the massive palm print was about to descend upon him, Yi Feng acted without hesitation, striking out with his own hand. The collision of the grand and the smaller palm prints sent shockwaves through the realm. A surge of energy akin to a tempest sweeping forth, obliterating everything in its path, transforming a radius of 300 meters around Wu Nian and Yi Feng into a desolate wasteland. This terrifying reverberation even alerted the numerous prodigies present in the demonic sealing land, compelling them to glance toward Yi Feng's direction. In a valley 10,000 miles distant from Yi Feng, the Imperial Prince Yu Fei and several disciples of major sects were taking respite when they suddenly stood, their gazes drawn toward the source of the disturbance, expressions turning grave. Your Highness, such a fluctuation of power is surely extraordinary. Should we investigate? Inquired one disciple, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Such intensity could signify a fierce clash among formidable prodigies or the emergence of rare treasures. Either scenario warrants our attention. Very well. Prince Yu Fei narrowed his eyes and nodded. In an instant, they soared into the sky, racing towards the source of the disturbance. Throughout the demonic sealing land, streams of light ascended, all converging upon the location of Yi Feng and others. Cough. Wu Nian crashed into the massive pit, his handsome visage marred by blood. Despair filled his eyes as he gazed upon Yi Feng, who approached him slowly. In the recent confrontation, even with his full power unleashed, he had been unable to withstand Yi Feng's strike, which not only shattered his assault, but also left him gravely wounded. At this moment, Wu Nian felt a deep-seated resentment toward his own impotence, lamenting his inability to avenge the fallen disciples of Wuxiang sect. Their tragic demise lingered vividly in his mind, causing his spirit to tremble. If only he could exact revenge, he would willingly pay any price, even his life, for the chance to find peace in reuniting with the fallen disciples. Yet now, he could do nothing. For the first time in his life, Wu Nian felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I warned you, you are no match for me. Since cultivating this demonic art, I have endured, never revealing my true self. That you have compelled me to unveil my powers is already a source of pride. As he approached Wu Nian, Yi Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile, his voice echoing with a demonic resonance. To honor you, I shall savor your heart slowly. Fear not, it will be swift and painless. Evil shall not triumph over righteousness. Even if I cannot witness that day, it shall not be long before you meet a fate akin to mine. Only do I lament my inability to personally vanquish you. This malevolent demon, Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the monk Wunyan cast a frigid glance at him and bellowed, "If you desire to slay him with your own hands, this sect can grant you that opportunity. However, after you have dispatched him, you must accompany this sect. We can offer you the chance to attain Buddhahood, and this shall be the sole opportunity of your lifetime." Chapter 51. If you attain Buddhahood, the Formless will take pride in you. Upon hearing Wunyan's furious roar, Yi Feng wore a derisive smile, yet the sudden emergence of a voice caused his grin to falter momentarily as he spun around. Wunyan, too, was momentarily taken aback, directing his gaze at the source of the sound. Under their watchful eyes, Wang Feng, along with Mu Yunfei and others, gradually emerged from their concealed position and approached the two monks. When Yi Feng beheld the figures of Wang Feng and his companions, a flicker of astonishment crossed his ghastly visage. Evidently, the movements of Wang Feng's party indicated they had been hiding for quite some time. Yet he had not sensed their presence at all. Even after his transformation into a demonic form, rivaling the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, he remained oblivious to their auras. However, despite the tumult in his heart, Yi Feng attributed it to the presence of some concealed treasure on Wang Feng and the others. For within the territories of the three great empires, there was not a single peerless genius who had reached the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. Since Wang Feng and his companions had come to participate in this sealing of the demon's assembly, they must belong to a certain sect of prodigies, and thus would not surpass the cultivation level of the Marquis realm. Therefore, Yi Feng felt no fear of Wang Feng and his companions, instead sneering. "I never expected there were still a few grasshoppers hiding away, displaying quite an audacity to emerge in the presence of my magnificence. Tianxin of the Tianxin sect? How is it that you are not with Yu Fei, but rather among these insignificant ants? Do you wish to oppose me as well?" Upon uttering these words, Yi Feng's attention was drawn to the graceful figure standing beside Wang Feng. He licked his lips, a peculiar smile gracing his face. The name Li Tianxin was well known throughout the empire, and among the younger generation, almost no one was unaware of her. Nearly every young individual admired her, including himself. However, due to the imperial prince's influence, he had refrained from acting recklessly until now. Now, having revealed his demonic powers, he felt no trepidation. He had not anticipated that today would be so fortuitous, as he could not only devour the monk Wunyan, but also acquire an unparalleled beauty. Ignoring Yi Feng's remarks, Li Tianxin stood silently beside Wang Feng. This scene caused Yi Feng's expression to shift, his crimson eyes fixating intensely on Wang Feng. Who was this person that could command such treatment from Li Tianxin? "Who are you, young man?" Yi Feng inquired without hesitation, his face alight with arrogance. Disregarding Wang Feng and his companions entirely, now transformed into a demon, his strength was sufficient to rival the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. And even the imperial prince Yu Fei would not intimidate him, let alone Wang Feng and these nameless mortals. "What do you think of my proposition?" Wang Feng did not acknowledge Yi Feng, but turned to Wunyan, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Upon hearing Wang Feng's inquiry, Wunyan was taken aback, initially believing Wang Feng to be jesting, but now it appeared he was serious. "You wish for me to betray the Wuxiang sect and follow you?" Wunyan's gaze sharpened as he spoke solemnly. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, witnessing Wang Feng disregard him and engage Wunyan instead, felt no anger. Instead, he wore a strange smile. In his eyes, Wang Feng and his companions were already as good as dead, and allowing them a moment to reminisce was a display of his immense benevolence. Yi Feng did not consider Wang Feng and his companions a threat at all. Absurdly, after his transformation, he believed he could withstand even the might of Xianhuang realm experts, let alone Wang Feng and these insignificant beings. Wang Feng remained oblivious to Yi Feng's dismissal of them as dead men. He regarded Wunyan earnestly, nodding slightly. "On what basis?" Wunyan retorted. "Under ordinary circumstances, had someone dared to suggest he forsake the Wuxiang sect, he would have undoubtedly struck them down. However, with Yi Feng posing a threat, he was less incensed. In fact, he found Wang Feng and his companions somewhat laughable for not fleeing in the face of such a formidable adversary, yet still attempting to recruit him. Just on the basis that this sect can offer you the opportunity for vengeance. Just on the basis that this sect can grant you the chance to attain Buddhahood. Just on the basis that this sect can ensure you will never again experience powerlessness in this lifetime." Wang Feng's expression remained calm, his eyes as profound as a vast starry sky, fixed upon Wunyan as he spoke softly. Though his words were gentle, they resonated like thunder in Wunyan's ears. "Huh, you are quite amusing. This is perhaps the finest jest I have ever heard. For sharing such a joke, I might grant you a brief reprieve." As Wang Feng's words fell, before Wunyan could respond, Yi Feng erupted into laughter, his expression mocking. "The chance for Buddhahood? Do you even comprehend what it means to be a Buddha?" Wunyan shook his head, responding. Though he did not mock, the skepticism in his tone was unmistakable. Within the three great empires, Only his Wuxiang sect belonged to the Buddhist lineage, possessing the unique inheritance of the path to Buddhahood. Now, an inexplicable individual had appeared, claiming he could provide him with the opportunity to attain Buddhahood. Surely, no one would believe such a claim. They would merely deem him mad. Attaining Buddhahood was akin to an immortal ascension for practitioners of the Tao. It was merely a dream, and dreams were called such because they were far from reach, requiring a lifetime of pursuit. Yet now, Wang Feng boldly proclaimed he could offer him the chance to achieve Buddhahood, which struck Wunyan as absurd. How had he engaged in such a lengthy discourse with someone so delusional? The Buddha is me, and I am the Buddha? At these words, Wunyan trembled, abruptly gazing at Wang Feng, his eyes flickering with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Wang Feng would comprehend the highest essence of his Buddhist teachings. The world believed that in their Buddhist practice, they revered the Buddha, yet only those who truly cultivated Buddhism understood that they revered the Buddha, but also themselves. Their true nature was the essence of all sentient beings. However, such profound insight was beyond the reach of even the most common inheritors of the Buddhist path. And Wang Feng, devoid of any Buddhist aura, how could he possibly know this ultimate truth? Nevertheless, despite his astonishment at Wang Feng's understanding of the highest tenet of Buddhism, it was still implausible for him to simply trust him based on that alone. Wang Feng was aware of this as well. Thus he continued, the Bodhi tree is inherently without a tree. The bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is nothing. Where can dust settle? As Wang Feng's words echoed, Wunyan was left in a state of bewilderment, completely immobilized. The phrase reverberated in his mind as if a Buddha were intoning the true words of the Dharma, enveloping him entirely and rendering him unable to extricate himself. Beside Wang Feng, Mu Yunfei and the others, though unaware of the meaning behind Wang Feng's words, felt their spirits quieted upon hearing them. Wang Feng's statement possessed an enchanting quality, emptying their minds of all worries. After a considerable time, Wunyan finally regained his senses, staring at Wang Feng in astonishment. He wished to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Within him, a stirring began to awaken. A person capable of articulating such profound Zen words must possess a remarkable understanding of Buddhism, one that even the leader of his Wuxiang sect could not rival. Only a true master of the Buddhist path could perceive such an inscrutable essence of Zen. The sect permits you to follow me not as a means to betray your original teachings, but rather to transition to a more conducive environment for your cultivation. Only through enlightenment and the realization of one's true nature can one attain authenticity. Once you achieve Buddhahood, the Wuxiang sect shall take pride in your accomplishments. Wang Feng cast a glance at the monk Wunyan and spoke softly. This statement sent a shiver through Wunyan, solidifying his resolve. He regarded Wang Feng earnestly and declared, I am willing to accompany you. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be a disciple of my divine Immortal Sect. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction at Wunyan's words. Thinking to himself, finally, I have managed to persuade this monk. It was indeed a challenging endeavor. Wunyan, I once held you in high esteem, especially since you had previously made me suffer a minor loss. Yet, I never anticipated you to be so foolish. Upon witnessing Wunyan's intention to follow Wang Feng, Yi Feng could not help but mock him. And who says you are free to leave? Yi Feng continued to taunt, his eyes narrowing as a chilling aura of malice surged from him. Since you have joined my divine Immortal Sect, I shall grant you the opportunity for vengeance. Wang Feng ignored Yi Feng's derision and turned his attention to Wunyan, speaking gently. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Wunyan was momentarily taken aback, eager to respond. But as he opened his mouth, he found himself utterly immobilized. Wang Feng reached out, casually gesturing towards Yi Feng, the motion reminiscent of grasping at the air. Yi Feng's expression shifted from amusement to horror as a terrifying force enveloped him, rendering him completely motionless. It felt as though ethereal hands had seized him entirely. And in an instant, he found himself appearing before Wang Feng and the others, crashing to his knees before Wunyan with a resounding thud. Both Wunyan and Yi Feng were stunned. Yi Feng, bewildered, knelt before Wunyan without fully comprehending what had transpired. It felt as though the power within him had ceased to function, and no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the grip of those unseen hands, devoid of any strength to resist. How is this possible? After a moment of shock, Yi Feng exclaimed in disbelief. He was a transformed entity, a formidable force rivaling the pinnacle of royal cultivation. How could he find himself in such a bizarre predicament? Not only did the power within him respond not at all, but even his dark arts lay dormant. Those unseen hands not only restrained his body, but also quelled his cultivation and strength. What sorcery is this? Yi Feng's crimson eyes blazed with fear as he glared at Wang Feng, his voice rising in fury. He yearned to struggle, yet found himself bereft of any power. Reduced to the state of a mere mortal, forgetting even how to resist, consumed instead by impotent rage. Wen Yan, on the other hand, had regained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Feng, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Truth be told, after agreeing to Wang Feng's proposition, he had felt a tinge of regret, considering his impulsiveness. Yet in this moment, all traces of regret vanished. The sect has decreed, you shall slay. Once vengeance is exacted, grievances dissipate. Letting go signifies an end, and also a new beginning. Wang Feng disregarded Yi Feng's madness, focusing instead on Wen Yan as he spoke softly. Wen Yan nodded, stepping forward to face Yi Feng. With hands clasped together, he intoned, Ba, my fellow disciples, Wen Yan has avenged you. Do not dwell on this once you reach the Pure Land. As his words fell, Wen Yan brought his palm down, and Yi Feng's head exploded in an instant, blood-staining Wen Yan and rendering him a macabre sight. Yet within, Wen Yan's heart found tranquility. Yunfei, collect their sealing talismans. Each of you shall allocate their points into your respective talismans. Wang Feng instructed, nodding at the sight of Yi Feng's demise. Yes, Sect Master. Without hesitation, Yunfei gathered the sealing talismans from Yi Feng and his disciples from the Feiyu sect. After a glance at Wen Yan, he awaited a nod from him before collecting the sealing talismans from the Wuxiang sect disciples as well. This time, they amassed a total of 60,000 points, which Wang Feng did not claim, nor did Yunfei. Instead, they divided the points equally among Ling Feiwu, Li Tianxin, and Li He, granting each of them 20,000 points. Besides Wen Yan, who possessed 23,000 points, Yunfei and Wang Feng found themselves at the bottom of the rankings. However, Wang Feng paid no heed to this, gesturing for Yunfei and the others to assist Wen Yan in burying the Wuxiang sect disciples before departing, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Wang Feng and his companions departed, a cacophony of rushing air filled the area as several figures descended from the sky, their expressions shifting to astonishment upon witnessing the devastation. Your Highness, we have arrived too late. The battle has concluded. The newcomers were none other than Prince Yufei and his entourage, with one of the prominent disciples speaking up. Prince Yufei remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the ruins, his demeanor grave. From the devastation alone, he could sense the ferocity of the battle, undoubtedly one between formidable forces, possibly exceeding the mid-level of royal cultivation. Your Highness, look. At that moment, one of the disciples pointed in astonishment, drawing the attention of Prince Yufei and the others, who were equally taken aback as they beheld several lifeless bodies. A distinguished disciple hurriedly approached the corpses, examining them closely. After a moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he rushed back to Prince Yufei, exclaiming, Your Highness, the deceased are disciples of the Feiyu sect. Based on the residual energy, they appear to have perished at the hands of demonic entities. And, what? One of the top prodigies of the Feiyu sect, Yi Feng, has also met his end here, and in a most tragic manner. Though his head is missing, his sealing talisman remains intact, yet it bears not a single point. Upon hearing this, Prince Yufei and the other prodigies exchanged astonished glances, a gravity settling upon their faces. They recognized Yi Feng, a figure of considerable renown, and while the prince remained unfazed, the others regarded him with trepidation. Yet, they had not anticipated that such a formidable prodigy, one who inspired fear, would meet such a gruesome fate here. Who could possess such cruelty? Who would dare lay hands on the elite of the Feiyu sect with such terrifying power? From the disappearance of Yi Feng's sealing talisman points, Prince Yufei and his companions concluded that he had been murdered rather than falling victim to a beast. To slaughter a top prodigy in such a manner indicated extraordinary strength. Henceforth, they must tread carefully, Prince Yufei declared, for even he did not dare underestimate such a formidable foe. Indeed, Wang Feng remained blissfully unaware that the imperial prince had arrived shortly after their departure. Otherwise, he might have chosen to linger and reminisce with the prince. At this moment, Wang Feng, accompanied by Mu Yunfei and others, continued to delve deeper into the forbidden magic land. Behind him, the monk Wen Yan's gaze was filled with gratitude towards Wang Feng. Not only had Wang Feng aided him in avenging his past, but he had also bestowed upon him the purple spirit mysterious flower, an item that could entice even the strongest of the Xianhuang realm. It was a gesture that Wen Yan, on his own, would find nearly impossible to replicate. Thus, although Wen Yan still harbored some uncertainty about joining the Immortal Sect, it did not diminish his reverence for Wang Feng. A mere day had passed, with 2 days remaining until the conclusion of the magic banquet. During this time, you shall train independently. Wang Feng suddenly halted, turning to survey Mu Yunfei and the others, and spoke. What about you, Sect Master? Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Mu Yunfei and the others were taken aback, quickly inquiring. I intend to explore the depths of the Godfall ancient land. As for the path ahead, you shall tread it alone. I have but one request of you. Dominate the top 5 of the magic band. Wang Feng's tone was solemn as he regarded Mu Yunfei and the others. His curiosity about the Godfall ancient land was piqued, and since the magic banquet imposed no restrictions on leaving the forbidden magic land, he seized the opportunity to investigate its depths. Moreover, fledgling eagles must learn to soar alone to truly mature. If they remained by his side, Mu Yunfei and the others would lose the very purpose of their training, given their abilities. There was no one in the forbidden magic land capable of posing a threat to them. Even the peak beasts of the Marquis realm could not withstand their combined might. Provided they exercised caution, they would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Furthermore, Wang Feng found himself unable to gauge Li Hei's true capabilities if peril arose. He believed Li Hei would manage to handle it, even with his own prowess at the pinnacle of the Xinhuang realm. Wang Feng could not fathom the extent of Li Hei's strength. Upon hearing Wang Feng's declaration, Mu Yunfei and the others fell silent, realizing they could neither dissuade him nor accompany him into the depths of the Godfall ancient land, where their fragile forms would surely succumb to the overwhelming pressure. Do not worry, Sectmaster. We shall not disappoint your expectations. We will seize the top 5 on the magic band and uphold the prestige of the Immortal Sect. After a brief silence, Mu Yunfei and the others hastily responded respectfully. Even Wunyan, albeit somewhat unaccustomed, echoed their sentiments. Only Li Hei remained aloof, nodding slightly without uttering a word. You 5 must remain united. I hope you can regard the Immortal Sect as your true home, treating every disciple as a reliable support. A flicker of reluctance flashed deep within Wang Feng's eyes as he spoke earnestly. Yes, Sectmaster. Mu Yunfei and the others, though reluctant, nodded in agreement, unwilling to burden Wang Feng further. If I have not returned within 2 days, you shall exit first and seek Elder Shiman and the others. Remember, our Immortal Sect fears no challenge. Anyone who dares provoke us shall face death, even the Imperial Prince. If you cannot prevail, do not hesitate to flee. It is not a shameful act. Life is paramount. Wang Feng reiterated, uncertain of the dangers that awaited him in the Godfall ancient land. And thus he felt compelled to arrange everything in advance for peace of mind. Since arriving at the Godfall ancient land, a persistent voice within Wang Feng had been urging him deeper into its recesses. It was this compulsion that led him to seek the source of his attraction. Had it merely been curiosity, he would have waited until the magic banquet concluded before venturing forth. But the intensity of this inner voice grew increasingly urgent, compelling him to act. Sectmaster, rest assured. We understand. Mu Yunfei declared with conviction. Wang Feng cast a dispassionate glance at him, remaining silent before effortlessly taking his leave. Brother, the Sectmaster has taken note of you. Li Tianxin teased with a playful smile as she addressed Mu Yunfei upon Wang Feng's departure. I hope the Sectmaster returns safely. The depths of the Godfall ancient land have yet to witness any intruders. Mu Yunfei did not respond to Li Tianxin, but instead gazed in the direction Wang Feng had departed, murmuring with a hint of concern. Although he held unwavering trust in Wang Feng's inscrutable abilities, the mysteries surrounding the depths of the Godfall ancient land, which had deterred even the 3 great empires from entering, weighed heavily on his mind. Now, Wang Feng was preparing to step into a forbidden domain that none had ventured into before, inciting Mu Yunfei's anxiety. Upon hearing Mu Yunfei's words, Li Tianxin fell silent, and even Wunyan's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that his recent induction into the Immortal Sect would coincide with Wang Feng's departure to such an uncharted territory. Fear not. The Sect Master's prowess is beyond our comprehension. Do not view him through the lens of ordinary mortals. Our focus should be on how to dominate the top 5 of the magic band. Should we fail, the Sect Master shall return to find us in a precarious situation. Ling Feiwu interjected, dismissively waving her hand with a smile. Then let us proceed and accumulate points. Upon hearing Mu Yunfei's words, Ling Feiwu raised an eyebrow and declared, taking charge in the absence of their Sect Master. Under her leadership, the group commenced their efforts to earn points within the forbidden magic land. Meanwhile, Wang Feng raced through the void, opting not to head directly into the depths of the forbidden magic land. Instead, he flew out of the Godfall ancient land before re-entering from another approach. Though this route was somewhat circuitous, it proved to be swifter. The forbidden magic land was teeming with beasts, and even with Wang Feng's prowess at the pinnacle of the Xinhuang realm, crossing it directly would consume considerable time. Wang Feng, uncertain if he could return before the conclusion of the magic banquet, sought to conserve time in hopes of making it back. Before long, Wang Feng found himself back at the pit where it all began. He surveyed the entire chasm, peering into its unfathomable depths, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting the monk Wunyan as a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Reward, 30,000 sect points, and 1 special lottery opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host. on successfully recruiting the exceptional talent Li Tianxin. Reward, 30,000 sec points, and one special lottery opportunity. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Wang Feng's mind, startling him from his reverie. Damn it, this lazy system is lagging behind. He had taken in Li Tianxin and Wunyan for quite some time now. Yet the system only now chose to dispense rewards? System, what is going on? Are you attempting to cheat me out of my rewards? Wang Feng thought, feeling quite dissatisfied. Yet, his words elicited no response from the system. What on earth is a special lottery opportunity? Wang Feng curled his lips and inquired once more. The special lottery opportunity would yield unique techniques or exceptional skills. This time, the system responded, and its reply caused a flicker of excitement to dance in Wang Feng's eyes. Special skills? Could they perhaps be related to the monk Wunyan, a practitioner of Buddhist and Taoist arts, and Li Tianxin, a master alchemist? System. I shall utilize both special lottery chances. Without hesitation, Wang Feng declared, all the while communicating with the system as he soared deeper into the ancient lands of the Divine Fall. Freed from the restraints of the demon-slaying territory, he unleashed his full speed, darting through the air like a streak of light. With his peak cultivation at the Xinhuang realm, the pressure surrounding the periphery of the ancient lands posed no challenge for Wang Feng. It did not hinder his velocity in the slightest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Buddhist technique, Arhut's demon suppression art. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the compendium of alchemical treasures. The two crisp voices resonating in his mind sent a jolt of exhilaration through Wang Feng. Indeed, as he had surmised, it was a result of the peculiarities associated with Wunyan and Li Tianxin. These two acquisitions would prove immensely beneficial to both Wunyan and Li Tianxin. The Arhut's demon suppression art, reputed as the foremost technique of the Buddhist sect, was profoundly mysterious and an invaluable treasure for practitioners of Buddhist and Taoist arts. Meanwhile, the compendium of alchemical treasures was a tome rich with myriad alchemical formulas, collating recipes from master-level to grandmaster-level alchemists. While it may not encompass every formula in existence, it offered hundreds of recipes across each grade, presenting an irresistible temptation for any alchemist. Given Li Tianxin's innate talent for alchemy, acquiring the compendium would likely enable her to ascend to the level of a grandmaster alchemist in no time. A grandmaster alchemist corresponds directly with the Xinhuang and Xuanzun realms, and Wang Feng was certain that should Li Tianxin achieve this status, even if she were to slay the imperial prince, the illustrious emperor of Radiant Sun would not dare to lay a finger on her. Indeed, it appeared that Wang Feng would need to recruit more exceptional talents in the future. Satisfied, he nodded to himself. Boom. Just as Wang Feng reveled in his good fortune, a terrifying pressure surged from ahead, causing his expression to sharpen. This formidable force sent a tremor through his body, prompting him to descend and land on solid ground, where he felt somewhat relieved. Enduring that overwhelming pressure while flying through the void had depleted a tenth of his xianxia in mere moments. It was no wonder that even the leaders of the three great empires dared not venture into the depths of the ancient lands. This was merely the midsection. Yet such a dreadful pressure emanated from it, let alone the depths. Wang Feng refrained from allowing his thoughts to wander, his demeanor growing increasingly grave as he cautiously advanced deeper into the ancient lands. Upon reaching the midsection, the voice within him became more insistent, drawing him further into the abyss. This provoked a sense of bewilderment within Wang Feng. He could not comprehend the origin of this voice, or rather, this sensation that compelled him toward the depths. The deeper he ventured, the more he could sense the ancient aura permeating the surroundings. And combined with the desolation of the ancient lands, it resembled a vast, forlorn expanse from a bygone era, bleak and barren. Hiss! At that moment, a faint sound made Wang Feng tense up, his xianxia surging forth in an instant, coalescing into a thick armor of energy that enveloped him. Bang! Just as the armor of xianxia formed, Wang Feng found himself propelled backward, as though struck by an unseen force. He tumbled through the air several times before managing to stabilize himself, scanning his surroundings with a profoundly serious expression. He was uncertain what lay hidden in the shadows, but the force he had just encountered was undoubtedly at the Xinhuang realm level. What alarmed him further was that despite his peak cultivation, he could not sense the presence of this entity. Buzz! As Wang Feng pondered this unsettling reality, the faint sound echoed once more, causing his expression to shift. He discerned that the sound emanated from behind him, but just as he attempted to evade, he was once again struck by that overwhelming force. He rolled through the air, and though he remained unscathed, this passive assault left him feeling quite irked. It was his first encounter in this foreign realm where he found himself so thoroughly overwhelmed. Utterly unable to retaliate, he felt as though he possessed strength without a means to wield it. This entity was exceedingly enigmatic, moving with such swiftness that even his senses could not keep pace. Had it not been for its formidable power, he might have already been slain. Wang Feng's heart grew heavy. Even without perceiving this mysterious foe, he could not resign himself to be a mere target. Taking the initiative to strike was quintessential to his character. Hua Wang's sword art. He bellowed, aligning his fingers to form a blade. Unleashing a meter-long sword of xianxia from his fingertips, a vast aura of sword intent erupted around him. Rather than attacking the elusive entity, he focused intently, channeling his energy as he gestured, summoning a dense array of sword energy that surrounded him like a protective domain. Each shard of sword energy shimmered with lethal brilliance, capable of effortlessly slaying even the peak of the Marquis realm, and even those in the early stages of the Xianhuang realm would hesitate to confront them directly. Flash! Wang Feng shouted, his entire being trembling as the sword energy surrounding him erupted, transforming the space within a kilometer radius into a veritable tempest of assault. Striking from all directions, even above, such a fearsome onslaught carved fissures through the void, and the ground beneath him bore the scars of his wrath. Yet rather than feeling elated, Wang Feng's expression grew even graver. These sword energies were not merely for attack. Each one bore a fragment of his perception. Should they collide with the hidden entity, he would instantly become aware. However, he felt no confirmation that his seemingly powerful strike had found its mark. Reluctantly, he had to admit that his display of strength had been futile. Buzz! As the sword energies dissipated, the faint sound echoed again. This time, Wang Feng remained composed. He summoned his xianxia, unleashing it like a tidal wave from his being. At that moment, he appeared to be recklessly expending his energy, and to an outsider, it might seem as though he were embracing self-destruction. In the midsection of the ancient lands, such a display of xianxia was tantamount to courting death. The ancient lands did not possess the abundant xianxia of the outside world. Instead, it was thin and sparse. Each ounce spent was a loss. And replenishing it was no simple task, particularly for a Xianhuang realm expert who required substantial amounts. Wang Feng alone understood that his explosive display was not solely for self-preservation, but also to impede the speed of that lurking, enigmatic entity. Chapter 54, Fireflies of the Other Shore. The speed of that mysterious entity was alarmingly swift. Unless he devised a strategy to diminish its velocity, Wang Feng would be unable to even glimpse its shadow, let alone mount a counterattack. Although the bizarre entity's attacks were incapable of inflicting any substantial harm upon Wang Feng, the incessant battering proved to be quite irksome. Furthermore, should this torment persist, even if Wang Feng were to reach the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor realm, he would eventually be worn down to his demise, particularly in this midsection of the Divine Fall ancient land, where replenishing his xianxia was a formidable challenge. Thus, Wang Feng resorted to this rudimentary method. At that moment, a majestic aura of xianxia enveloped a 10-meter radius around him, causing the very space to solidify. It was akin to a swamp. Once ensnared, escape became impossible. Should an ordinary cultivator at the initial stage of the Xian Emperor realm venture into this vicinity, they would find themselves utterly immobilized. Buzz! At that instant, the eerie sound resonated once more, and Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. His formidable soul consciousness surged forth, enveloping his entire being. He refused to believe that he could not discern the shadow of that peculiar entity. Crash! Just as Wang Feng disseminated his soul consciousness, an immense force struck him again, sending him hurtling backward and causing him to tumble several times in the void before regaining his balance. However, this time, he caught a glimpse of the eerie figure's form, albeit fleetingly, which revealed the entity's true identity to him. To be honest, Wang Feng was profoundly shaken by the revelation. He had not anticipated encountering such a creature within the Divine Fall ancient land. The Bian Luiying, life and death, a fleeting rush to the spirit, Xianing extinguishing countless realms. Legends tell of a demon residing beyond the yellow springs of hell, known as the Bian Luiying, its body a dark yellow, measuring merely an inch in size, yet moving with a speed as ethereal as the Bian flower. Unlike other demons, this one lacks a soul, life, or heart, yet exists within this world, its essence akin to the elusive shores of the yellow springs, imperceptible and intangible, seemingly a figment of imagination. It is said that this demon is born with Xian Emperor realm cultivation, and once matured, the Bian Luiying becomes terrifyingly powerful. Even legendary divine beasts cannot withstand its single strike. Moreover, upon reaching adulthood, the Bian Luiying develops a unique divine ability, immensely formidable. It is not a divine beast, but a demon, yet more fearsome than any divine beast. In a single epoch of heaven and earth, only one Bian Luiying shall come into existence. Wang Feng was astounded to encounter this Bian Luiying in its juvenile form within the Divine Fall ancient land, causing a cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Fortunately, it was merely a juvenile. Otherwise, had he been struck by its initial attack, he might have met a death so sudden he wouldn't even comprehend it. Previously, When he had heard tales of such a demon, he had scoffed, dismissing it as a mere myth. Yet here he was, face to face with the very creature he had doubted. However, Wang Feng was perplexed. Why had the Bayan Luing manifested in the divine fall ancient land? Shouldn't such a demon dwell in the legendary yellow springs of hell? Buzz. As Wang Feng pondered, that eerie sound reverberated once again, and he found himself propelled through the air, this time catching a clearer glimpse of the Bayan Luing. Yet, he had not fortified himself with xianxia for protection. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The Bayan Luing likely regarded him as a mere plaything, toying with him. For had it truly wished to harm him, given its terrifying nature, he would not have survived this many encounters unscathed. Why not test it? Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself. In the tome Immortal Conversations gifted to him by Mu Yunfei, he had learned of this peculiar demon and noted a single line inscribed within. When encountering the Luing, only death awaits. The sole possibility lies in tempting it with one's own blood. If it delights in the offering, it may present an opportunity. If not, death is assured. Upon reading this, Wang Feng had chuckled, thinking, isn't this just another path to death? How much blood would suffice to entice it? Little did he know that fate would soon turn the tables, and he himself would resort to this very method to probe the creature. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Feng resolved to give it a try, for he wished to avoid further punishment. Even though he could sense the Bayan Luing now, he felt utterly incapable of combating it. Its speed was astonishing, and at merely an inch in size, how could he contend with it? It was fortunate that it was in its juvenile stage, indulging in a playful demeanor. Otherwise, Wang Feng, lacking any means of defense, would have been left incapacitated by now. Wang Feng extended a finger, channeling his xianxia to form a blade of energy, and gently sliced his other hand. Instantly, his palm was stained with crimson blood, the faint metallic scent permeating the air. Then, Wang Feng beheld a diminutive, pale yellow, fluffy creature materializing before him, floating in the void, its tiny head tilting as if sniffing the air. He remained still, observing quietly, though he extended his bloodied hand forward. He understood that despite the creature's adorable appearance, it harbored the potential for lethal danger. One moment of carelessness could spell disaster. He could not fathom how such a small form concealed such immense power. Any ordinary person would likely mistake it for a mere caterpillar. Indeed, the vastness of the world is filled with wonders beyond comprehension. Wang Feng steeled his resolve. Although he possessed a system, the extraordinary phenomena of this realm warranted utmost caution. Suddenly, he heard a sound akin to a dreamlike chime, and in that moment, it seemed as if he beheld a torrent of the yellow springs spanning countless worlds, alongside a vision of an ethereal shore where bizarre, enchanting flowers blossomed. When he regained his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his palm and looked down to find the small creature nestled in his hand, gradually siphoning his blood. Initially, a twinge of discomfort arose, but soon a refreshing sensation enveloped him. As the creature drained his blood, he found it strangely soothing. Its appendages were exceptionally soft, lending Wang Feng the impression that he could easily crush it. Yet, he dared not move. If he were to squeeze it, the creature might emerge unscathed while his own hand would suffer catastrophic damage. Such celestial beings were inscrutable in their power, and having successfully enticed it, Wang Feng was reluctant to provoke any further conflict. Should the creature become irate, he would find himself in dire peril. Suddenly, Wang Feng froze, his expression shifting dramatically as the xianxia within him surged chaotically toward his crimson-stained arm. The diminutive entity, having consumed his blood, seemed unsatisfied and began to crawl into the minute wound, traversing up his hand toward his arm. Wang Feng was horrified. The xianxia within him erupted in a frenzy, attempting to expel this creature. Good heavens! This was the Bayan Luing, the most extraordinary demon from the shores of the Yellow Springs. Allowing it to infiltrate his body could spell his doom. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous force radiated from Wang Feng's entire being. The overwhelming might of the peak Xian Emperor realm unfurling without restraint, distorting the very fabric of the void around him. The energy within surged violently as it coalesced around his arm, forming a torrent of power aimed at expelling the Bayan Luing. As Wang Feng unleashed his peak cultivation of the Xianhuang realm, on the opposite side of the ancient land of divine descent, a middle-aged man clad in a simple robe, bearing a broad sword upon his back, was traversing the sacred ground, seemingly in search of something. The moment Wang Feng's aura erupted, the man halted, glanced towards Wang Feng's direction, hesitated briefly, then turned and began to stride towards him. Initially moving at a languid pace, he gradually quickened his steps until he transformed into a fleeting shadow. Damn it, this is bad. Wang Feng despaired. His fervent turmoil not only failed to expel the ethereal creature known as the Bayan Luing, but instead invigorated it further. He sensed that the little creature must think it was playing a game with him. Delving into his soul consciousness, he observed the diminutive being resting upon his heart. And he felt as though his very essence was about to explode, a chill coursing through his entire being. He believed himself to be audacious. Yet it was indeed terrifying to have such a monstrous entity treating his heart as a nest. Anyone would be petrified in his situation. With the creature's initial cultivation at the Xianhuang realm, a mere tremor from it could shatter his heart into mere fragments. Cold sweat streamed down Wang Feng's brow as he pondered how to compel this little being to reveal itself, yet he dared not act rashly. It was perched on his heart, after all. Presently, the creature lay comfortably upon his heart, and if he attempted to force it out, mistaking his intentions for a game, it could potentially lead to the catastrophic explosion of his own heart. Legends speak of a stage in cultivation where, even if one's physical form were to burst, as long as the soul remains, life continues, and one can even reconstruct their body. However, Wang Feng felt that despite his apparent strength at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, he had yet to reach such a level. If he were to explode, it would be genuine obliteration. System, is there a way to expel the Bian Luiying? Wang Feng inquired hastily, feeling that with the creature present, even his heart hesitated to beat. Recognize its master. A cool voice resonated in his mind, igniting excitement in Wang Feng. Truly, the system was remarkable. How does one achieve recognition? By nurturing with blood. How does one nurture? By feeding it. Wang Feng felt perturbed. It suddenly struck him that this system might possess a soul of its own. Otherwise, how could it be so mischievous? A fool's torment. It is not just any blood that the Bian Luiying will consume. It only drinks blood once in its lifetime. What does that mean? Wang Feng was taken aback by the chilling voice in his mind and asked. Yet this time, the system offered no reply. Chapter 55, Celestial Beings from Beyond. Wang Feng contemplated. Since he could not force the Bian Luiying out, he would have to accept the situation for now. Of course, the true reason behind his decision to await developments was the system's words. As the master of the system, he believed that if danger were imminent, the system would undoubtedly intervene. Shaking his head, Wang Feng prepared to continue deeper into the ancient land of divine descent when suddenly, his brow furrowed and he turned to look behind him. A figure was slowly approaching, a middle-aged man clad in unassuming robes, carrying a grand sword upon his back. The sword was immense, towering over the man himself. What truly weighed on Wang Feng's mind was that the man had approached within 10 miles of him. And only then did he become aware. Even though his attention had been captivated by the Bian Luiying moments ago, it should not have rendered him this oblivious. The only explanation was that this middle-aged man was exceptionally powerful, far beyond the ordinary. Your sword is quite grand, Wang Feng remarked with a smile as he regarded the middle-aged man. You are formidable, the man replied, his voice hoarse, reminiscent of someone who had not spoken in quite some time. You are not lacking either. Wang Feng responded with a non-committal smile. My sword desires a duel with you, but I am preoccupied. My sword yearns for a battle. Your sword is not yet sharpened. I am its edge. Wang Feng fell silent. This was the first time he had encountered someone so utterly devoted to the sword, aside from Yi Guqing and others. This was a true swordsman, akin to Yan 13, for whom nothing existed save for the sword. To battle me, it comes at a steep price, Wang Feng remarked with a smile, eyeing the middle-aged man. The man said nothing, merely fixed his gaze upon Wang Feng, his eyes clouded, devoid of color. If I win, you will accompany me, Wang Feng proposed. Considering the implications of losing, confident that the middle-aged man understood the unspoken stakes. They bore no enmity towards one another, nor did they know each other. Yet Wang Feng was acutely aware that should he lose, death would be the only outcome. A sword is a killer's instrument. This phrase is not merely a saying. The middle-aged man nodded, then slowly unsheathed the grand sword from his back, caressing it gently. Though he emitted no aura, a chilling presence enveloped Wang Feng from all sides. Wang Feng shrugged, glancing around before moving to a massive, ebony tree, retrieving a dark branch and gripping it in his hand. Upon witnessing Wang Feng's demeanor, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with confusion as he stared at him. This is my sword, Wang Feng explained with a smile. With that, he sprang into action, wielding the branch as a torrent of power surged within him. The seemingly harmless branch suddenly burst forth with an unparalleled sharpness, causing the very air to tremble. A vast sword intent rose from Wang Feng, alternating between icy coldness and fiery intensity. With this sword intent, he lunged forward, appearing ordinary yet unleashing an unparalleled sharpness that surged towards the middle-aged man. The space surrounding the man felt as though it were a quagmire, rendering him immobile. As Wang Feng's strike approached, the middle-aged man halted the gentle caress of his grand sword. A glimmer flickered in his murky eyes, and then he swung the sword with a mighty arc. With that swing, a terrifying sword radiance tore through the fabric of reality, striking out like a rainbow, its extreme sharpness leading the surrounding dark trees to shatter into fragments. Boom! The two sword energies collided violently, unleashing a tempest of sword chi that erupted in all directions. Centered around Wang Feng and the middle-aged man, the ground fissured, and the once dense forest transformed into a vast clearing of 100 meters in an instant. Neither Wang Feng nor the middle-aged man paid heed to the chaotic forces surrounding them. Their gazes remained locked onto one another as they moved in unison. One wielding a branch, the other a grand sword. What appeared to be an uneven battle ignited with ferocity. The branch remained unbroken, and the sword's edge was yet unsharpened. Yet they exchanged blows relentlessly, the clearing expanding from 10 meters to 100. This was the most exhilarating battle Wang Feng had experienced since arriving in this world. Suddenly, he began to comprehend the camaraderie shared between Yi Guqing and Shimen Shui Shui, Yin 13 and Xie Xiaofeng. For it echoed the saying, to find a confidant in life is enough. Boom. After a clash, Wang Feng and the middle-aged man stood facing each other, both slightly breathless. Their battle intent surging, and the formidable power coursing through them warped the surrounding space visibly. At that moment, Wang Feng's heart was profoundly stirred. It was not the strength of the middle-aged man that shook him, but the bizarre state within himself. During the recent confrontation with the middle-aged man, Wang Feng distinctly sensed a remarkable fluidity in the operation of his profound energy, accompanied by an increase in speed. Even within the ancient realm of Shenzue, he was able to swiftly absorb the faint, errant profound energy surrounding him. Most notably, as his profound energy circulated through his body and passed through his heart, he felt a qualitative enhancement in the energy emanating from his heart, not in quantity, but in essence. It was unmistakable that this was due to the ethereal firefly resting upon his heart. Your sword bears a striking resemblance to that of one of our elders in the sect. Should you meet him, you would likely find a kindred spirit. Wang Feng remarked with a light chuckle, glancing at the middle-aged man. Who is he? The middle-aged man rasped, a flicker of light igniting in his murky eyes. He is a person of purity. In comparison, your sword pales. Not only him, but several elders in our sect. Your sword cannot compare, Wang Feng replied candidly. Rather than displaying anger, the middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he fixed his gaze on Wang Feng. What do you mean? Their swords possess a soul. Yours does not yet, Wang Feng stated unabashedly, though internally he mused. This posturing is truly exasperating. The middle-aged man's sword was formidable, beyond ordinary strength. Had it not been for Wang Feng's training in the sword techniques of Yi Guqing and others, along with the memories of their practices residing in his mind, he would have had little confidence in withstanding a strike from this middle-aged man. Your sword, too, lacks a soul, the middle-aged man retorted, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Wang Feng. Because I do not practice the sword, I cultivate the heart. Wang Feng responded with a smile. I possess a sword. Should you withstand it, I shall accompany you, the middle-aged man declared, fixing a penetrating gaze on Wang Feng. Please, Wang Feng replied, and as soon as his words fell, the middle-aged man closed his eyes. He positioned his great sword before him, his hands turning crimson as they grasped the blade, which began to tremble violently. A resonant, thunderous hum of the sword echoed throughout the area. At that moment, Wang Feng perceived an array of countless swords manifesting behind the middle-aged man. Small swords converging to form a massive blade. The heavy sword bore no edge. At this instant, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing through them. With a fierce roar, he plunged the sword into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. This strike was not aimed at Wang Feng, but rather seemed to be a demonstration, as if the middle-aged man were performing for him. Just as confusion washed over Wang Feng, he was suddenly startled, glancing upward to witness an immense sword descending toward him from the void above. Akin to the grand sword from his past life's games. For a fleeting moment, he pondered whether this middle-aged man had inherited the legacy of Demacia and the legendary great sword that echoed through the valley. The colossal sword descended slowly, but with each inch, Wang Feng felt an oppressive weight, as if the very heavens bore down upon him. The unparalleled pressure caused his heart to race. The heavy sword truly lacked an edge, yet it was immensely burdensome. With no time for contemplation, Wang Feng sensed that his entire being was on the verge of being crushed by this great sword. His eyes narrowed as he recalled the process through which Yi Guqing had created the heavenly flying immortal technique. In that moment, his entire essence transformed, devoid of joy or sorrow. His heart became as tranquil as a still lake, no ripples disturbing its surface. In this state, the middle-aged man's gaze sharpened, his attention fixed unwaveringly upon Wang Feng. He could sense an extraordinarily terrifying sword intent burgeoning within Wang Feng. Heavenly flying immortal. As the colossal sword hovered just a meter above Wang Feng's head, he let out a fierce roar. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing above the great sword. A streak of sword light sliced forth from the ebony branch he wielded. This sword was as swift as a shooting star, akin to a radiant rainbow cleaving the heavens. Its brilliance was blindingly rapid. Imbued with an icy chill that penetrated to the marrow, its unmatched sharpness rendered it utterly unstoppable. As the sword fell, it shattered upon impact. Wang Feng descended slowly from the void, observing the stunned middle-aged man with quiet intensity. At that moment, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted, his expression vacant as he gazed at the twinkling stars in the void, clearly astonished by Wang Feng's strike. This sword, flawless and unblemished, shattering the unshatterable. Is this the heavenly flying immortal? After a long silence, the middle-aged man turned to Wang Feng, inquiring. Wang Feng nodded, feeling somewhat drained. This strike had consumed at least 80% of his profound energy, were it not for the peculiar state induced by the ethereal firefly. Allowing him to rapidly absorb the profound energy of the ancient realm, he would have likely been rendered exhausted by now. Did you create it? The middle-aged man asked. No. It was crafted by our elder Yi Guqing. In our divine Immortal Sect, we currently have 3 sword masters, each of whom has developed their own unique sword technique, all of which rival this one. Wang Feng shook his head, regarding the middle-aged man earnestly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man trembled slightly, fixing his gaze on Wang Feng. May I join your sect? Chapter 56, The Bronze Hall and the Crystal Coffin. At his words, Wang Feng smiled. Certainly, but you may only serve as a disciple. If this declaration were to reach others' ears, they would be utterly astonished that a pinnacle expert of the profound emperor realm could only be a disciple. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the middle-aged man's eyes brightened a shade, and he nodded silently. What is your name? Wang Feng inquired, his gaze glinting. Zhong Feng. A splendid name. Ding. Congratulations to the host for recruiting a sword prodigy, earning a random summoning opportunity and 50,000 sect points. Wang Feng paid no heed to the cold voice echoing in his mind. He continued onward with Zhong Feng deeper into the ancient realm of Shenzhue. Each step they took covered dozens of yards, though the pace gradually slowed as they ventured further in. How long have you been in this ancient realm? Wang Feng asked as they walked. 10 years. Wang Feng was taken aback. To remain alone in the ancient realm of Shenzhue for a decade was a testament to remarkable fortitude. For the purpose of sword cultivation? Zhong Feng nodded, responding. This place is exceptionally suited for me. Indeed it is. Wang Feng refrained from probing into Zhong Feng's origins, or why he had attained the pinnacle of the profound emperor realm, yet remained obscure within the 3 great empires. Wang Feng only needed to know that Zhong Feng was now a disciple of the divine Immortal Sect, which sufficed. Have you ventured into the depths of the ancient realm? Wang Feng asked, his eyes flashing with a spark of curiosity. 10 years. Surely no one knows the ancient realm better than Zhong Feng. Although the great demon Xianxia has remained sealed here for a millennium, his confinement cannot compare to Zhong Feng's active presence for a decade, Wang Feng mused. Indeed, many formidable individuals from the 3 great empires had come to the ancient realm for training, yet who else could claim to have spent 10 years within its depths? As far as Wang Feng knew, only Zhong Feng held that distinction. Upon hearing Wang Feng's inquiry, Zhong Feng shook his head solemnly. I once considered entering, but the pressure within was too overwhelming. After advancing merely 100 miles, I retreated. Wang Feng's expression grew serious. Though he was already aware of the terrifying nature of the ancient realm, hearing Zhong Feng's account still left him profoundly shaken. Wang Feng possessed an acute understanding of the formidable prowess wielded by Zhong Feng. Within the entire celestial sect, apart from himself, only Yin Shisan could possibly contend with Zhong Feng. The others, even the likes of Shimin Chui Shui, would struggle to overcome Zhong Feng. Although Shimin Chui Shui comprehended the sword path at a higher level, he remained merely at the mid-stage of the Xianhuang realm. Such strength could only allow one to traverse a mere 100 miles into the depths of the ancient land of divine fall, thus underscoring the terrors that lay within. It was no wonder that even the sovereigns of the 3 great empires regarded it as a forbidden zone. Lost in contemplation, Wang Feng suddenly paused, his gaze fixed forward with an unprecedented seriousness. Unbeknownst to him, he and Zhong Feng had reached the very edge of the ancient land of divine fall. Before him lay not the dark woods he had anticipated, but rather colossal white stones, haphazardly strewn about, reminiscent of valiant guards clad in white armor, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. During your initial venture into the depths of this ancient land of divine fall, did you encounter any peril? Wang Feng refrained from stepping forward immediately, instead turning to Zhong Feng with his inquiry. Zhong Feng shook his head and replied, only a terrifying pressure that sends shivers through the very soul. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's gravity intensified. Such weighty words from someone of Zhong Feng's stature spoke volumes about the horrors that awaited within the depths of the ancient land. Nevertheless, a sliver of reassurance lingered in Wang Feng's mind. It seemed that only the dreadful gravity resided in that abyss. Had there been other sinister entities lurking, he would have to ponder his course of action more carefully. If even a powerhouse like Chong Feng could scarcely bear that overwhelming force, any ambush from a strange entity would spell certain doom. Despite his eagerness to delve deeper into the ancient land, Wang Feng understood the necessity of prudence in the face of mortality. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to venture further. Having arrived at the precipice of the ancient land, returning without exploration was simply unacceptable to him. If at any point you feel unable to proceed, halt and wait for me. Should circumstances prove insurmountable, we shall retreat, he instructed. Chong Feng, taken aback by Wang Feng's words, nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from any display of bravado. With that, Wang Feng strode into the depths of the ancient land of divine fall. The moment he crossed the threshold, an oppressive weight enveloped him, as though his feet were ensnared in a quagmire, rendering them too heavy to lift. A terrifying pressure surged from all directions, reminiscent of the overwhelming might Chong Feng had once unleashed upon him with his heavy sword, perhaps even more formidable. Wang Feng chose to pause, allowing his body to acclimatize to this dreadful gravity before continuing onward. Meanwhile, Chong Feng remained at the edge, silently observing Wang Feng, fully aware that he could only traverse 100 miles. Should Wang Feng exceed that limit, he would undoubtedly be unable to follow, and if Wang Feng did not surpass it, he too would retreat. Thus, it was wiser to remain behind. Neither had inquired about the other's motives. They shared an unspoken understanding. After approximately 10 miles, Wang Feng gradually adapted to the oppressive gravity. Although beads of sweat poured from his brow and his body trembled incessantly, he persevered. During this arduous journey, Wang Feng made a startling discovery. The gravity was indeed formidable, as if immense boulders were compressing him from all sides. Yet, as he bore this weight, he also sensed the flow of his internal energy accelerating. Particularly after passing his heart, not only did the speed increase, but the energy became more refined. At that moment, the rate at which his internal energy circulated exceeded even his usual full-throttle cultivation pace. While this could not elevate his cultivation level, it inadvertently fortified his foundation, a development that brought him greater joy than a mere breakthrough in cultivation. His attainment of the pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm had been facilitated by the system, which, despite having no adverse effects and a solid foundation, lacked the terrifying depth of innate talent found in true prodigies. Now, Wang Feng felt that his internal energy had, over the course of just these few miles, become at least 50% more refined than before, a staggering improvement for any practitioner. Thus, despite the surrounding pressure causing his body to shudder and his muscles to ache, he resolutely pressed onward. Wang Feng lost track of time, his awareness growing increasingly hazy. The once white giants around him faded, transforming into blood-red pillars, then into golden columns, resembling divine needles piercing the very ground. At this juncture, his internal energy had become exceptionally dense, and his physical form had been tempered to a state significantly superior to before. However, a thick layer of blood scabs had formed on his exterior. The horrifying gravity had cracked his flesh, leaving fissures across his skin, rendering him a veritable figure of blood. Were it not for the continuous purification of his internal energy and the regenerative force emanating from the ethereal flickering at his heart, he might have long since succumbed to the oppressive weight. At that moment, Wang Feng's nearly closed eyes widened dramatically. He bit his lip, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, sharpening his awareness. He gazed ahead, his pupils constricting sharply as his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him, less than 10 miles away, stood a bronze hall, rusted and aged. Though modest in size, it emanated an ancient aura that struck Wang Feng profoundly. Upon beholding this hall, the voice within him surged with intensity, instinctively revealing that this bronze structure was the very source of his allure to the depths of the ancient land of divine fall. He approached the bronze hall cautiously, his internal strength beginning to stir quietly, uncertain of the dangers that might lurk nearby or within the hall itself. He could only take measures to shield himself. Under the influence of that terrifying gravity, Wang Feng's consciousness could no longer perceive his surroundings. Even the area within a meter radius became imperceptible. At this moment, he was left to rely solely on the naked eye. If it was not visible, then it was beyond his reach. Upon reaching the threshold of the bronze hall, Wang Feng's spirit trembled. As he beheld the hall's rusted exterior, an inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over him. He shook his head, feeling a jolt throughout his body. His internal energy surged forth, forming a thick armor that enveloped him entirely. Only after establishing this layer of protection did he place his hands upon the great door of the bronze hall. The instant his hands made contact, he felt as though a symphony of clashing swords and galloping steeds resonated in his ears. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure, yet it remained shrouded in obscurity, elusive to his sight. As Wang Feng widened his eyes, attempting to discern the shape, clarity returned, revealing the bronze door before him. which he had managed to pry open just enough for one to enter. He dismissed the ephemeral vision that had just flashed before him, gritting his teeth as he stepped through the narrow opening into the bronze hall. Upon entering, an immediate lightness enveloped him, as the oppressive pressure that had previously weighed him down vanished entirely, leaving Wang Feng momentarily disoriented. He shook his shoulders and gazed forward, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A resplendent crystal coffin nestled at the center of the grand hall. Chapter 57, A Fateful Encounter. Surrounding the crystal coffin stood four weathered bronze pillars, their rusted surfaces telling tales of time long past. Aside from these four imposing pillars and the crystal coffin, the hall held no other objects of interest. Wang Feng's expression shifted subtly. He refrained from immediately inspecting the crystal coffin and instead approached the four bronze pillars. As he drew nearer, he discerned that beneath the layers of rust, intricate and mysterious inscriptions adorned the surface of the pillars. The moment he laid eyes on these inscriptions, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing his very soul to tremble. Just as he felt the urge to avert his gaze, that sensation vanished as abruptly as it had come, leaving the inscriptions appearing mundane, as if the earlier dizziness had been a mere illusion. Wang Feng cast a penetrating glance at the bronze pillars, recognizing that they, along with the hall itself, concealed extraordinary secrets that he could not yet fathom. He then turned his attention toward the crystal coffin, his steps deliberate and slow. With each stride, the power within him surged, until, upon reaching the coffin, a layer of ethereal armor coalesced around his body. Faced with the enigmatic bronze hall and the crystal coffin, he dared not be careless, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Humans are innately curious about the mysterious and inherently fearful of the unknown, such is their nature. As he gazed at the crystal coffin, he was rendered speechless, his entire being stiffened as if frozen in time, captivated by the sight within. Inside the crystal coffin lay a woman, and it was her presence that left him in awe, as though his world had come to a standstill. The woman lay serenely within the coffin, enveloped in a veil of pure white mist. Her lustrous black hair cascaded chaotically around the base of the coffin, while her oval face bore features so exquisitely crafted they resembled a work of art. Her eyes were gently closed, reminiscent of a slumbering beauty. Clad in a flowing white gown, her slender waist appeared delicate, yet she exuded an undeniable allure. Her fair skin glowed with a luster akin to fine jade, soft and inviting. Although Wang Feng had encountered many beautiful women, even among the celestial sect he hailed from, none had captivated him like this ethereal being. She seemed like a celestial fairy, untouched by the mundane world, her skin radiating a luminous sheen reminiscent of precious pearls and gems. In her presence, the once ominous hall transformed into a realm of light and purity. Wang Feng found himself perplexed, questioning how this sleeping beauty could possess such enchanting allure and why her skin shimmered with such exquisite brilliance. At that moment, his mind was a blank slate. The woman stirred feelings within him that were ineffable. It was as if he had known her in a past life, as if his venture into this ancient, sacred place was destined for her, a serendipitous encounter written in fate. He once believed that the beauty of Xiaoyu could lead one to despair, yet in this moment, he realized there existed a beauty so profound that it could ensnare the hearts of mortals and divine beings alike. His heart raced wildly, as if it might leap from his chest. Unable to contain his excitement, he reached out to touch the crystal coffin, its surface cool and smooth, tempering the heat of his fervent heart. Through the crystal, he could not sense her breath nor her heartbeat. He merely wished to ascertain if she still lived. He averted his thoughts from the questions of her presence in the coffin and her origins, focusing solely on whether she was alive. Thus, he gently pushed against the crystal coffin, uncertain of the dangers that might lie ahead, yet compelled to act. With a gentle nudge, the lid of the coffin slid open effortlessly. As the coffin revealed its contents, Wang Feng was enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance. In the stillness of the hall, where even the faintest sound could be heard, he discerned neither a heartbeat nor a breath. At that moment, his gaze dimmed. Could it truly be that this otherworldly maiden lay lifeless? If she were not dead, she would not reside within this coffin. This must be her tomb. Wang Feng shook his head, acknowledging that this encounter would forever remain etched in his memory as the most beautiful moment of his life. He cast one final glance at the woman, preparing to replace the lid of the coffin. Despite having found no treasures in this ancient sacred ground, he felt that this fleeting glimpse was a precious memory worth the journey. Just as he was about to close the coffin, he froze, suddenly at a loss. For at that moment, the woman's previously closed eyes fluttered open, revealing bright orbs that sparkled like stars in the night sky, captivating him at first glance. As their eyes met, Wang Feng instinctively turned away, his body stiffening, unsure of how to confront this awakened beauty. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. "Darling." At that moment, a soft and melodious voice reached his ears. Upon hearing this enchanting sound, Wang Feng recognized it belonged to the woman. Yet the words left him momentarily stunned. He turned back to her, observing her smile. When she smiled, a dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her bright eyes crinkled into crescent shapes, radiating satisfaction and a playful charm. What did you call me? Wang Feng stuttered, his mind awash with bewilderment. It was the first time since his arrival in this world, no, since his existence, that he felt so disoriented and chaotic. Darling, the girl giggled, her voice laced with laughter, her dimple adorably pronounced, her eyes squinting like the crescent moon, utterly enchanting. Do you know what darling means? Although he felt a surge of joy within, the presence of this lively girl compelled him to voice his question. She was like a spirit of the earth, so captivating that he could not bear to utter a word that would disrupt the harmony of the moment. I do. Darling means darling. There can only be one for a lifetime. She replied with a beaming smile, her laughter bright and sincere. Wang Feng found himself drawn to her joy, appreciating the simplicity and purity of her happiness. Indeed, there can only be one for a lifetime. Then, I shall be your darling from now on. Wang Feng nodded, a sudden wave of mischief rising within him as he pondered whether this could be considered deception. Perhaps it was not, for she had called him darling, and he had consented, thus binding their fate. Upon hearing his words, the girl laughed again and asked, I am Yi Muqing. What is your name, darling? Wang Feng. Her laughter was truly a sight to behold. The more he gazed at her smile, the lighter his heart felt, as if the burden of guilt had diminished. Muqing, how did you come to be here? Wang Feng inquired, his face betraying a boldness that sought intimacy through familiarity. I do not know, Yi Muqing replied, sitting up slightly, tilting her head playfully and smiling once more. Wang Feng refrained from further inquiries, gazing at the girl before him, a smile gracing his lips. He could not fathom why. But the more he conversed with her, inhaling the familiar fragrance that emanated from her, a sense of comfort enveloped him, as though they had known each other for ages. Yet, he was certain he had never encountered someone like Yi Muqing before. A girl of her caliber would be unforgettable to anyone who laid eyes upon her. The most perplexing aspect was that he felt no trace of spiritual energy emanating from her, as if she were an ordinary mortal. However, how could a mere mortal find themselves in the depths of this ancient site, lying within the crystal coffin of the bronze hall? Everything surrounding her exuded an air of mystery, yet Wang Feng chose not to dwell on it, nor did he wish to investigate further. For now, she was his wife, and he was her husband, and that was sufficient. As the saying goes, to die under the peony is to be a ghost of elegance. In the past, he had not comprehended this phrase, but now it resonated with him. He firmly believed that the girl would not bring him harm. This feeling was inexplicably profound, yet rooted deep within his heart. Husband, take me outside. During Wang Feng's contemplation, Yi Muqing playfully glanced at him, extending her delicate, snow-white hand and giving it a gentle shake. Wang Feng took her hand, pulling her gently towards him. The sensation was soft and warm, a delightful experience. The girl's cheeks suddenly flushed, the rosy hue remarkably beautiful, her youthful shyness particularly enchanting. As she withdrew her hand, Wang Feng's gaze sharpened. He noticed a symbol etched into the back of both her hands. With just a glance, he felt as though his mind might explode, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He hastily averted his eyes, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him. Do not look, husband. Observing Wang Feng's reaction, the girl gently wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Her demeanor serious, devoid of laughter this time. Do you know what this is, Xianxia? Wang Feng, emboldened, changed his address. His heart heavy, yet his face adorned with a smile. These are two paths. The left path is complete, while the right one has only just begun. Yi Muqing waved her snow-white hand, her voice soft. Paths? Wang Feng inquired, perplexed. Could it be akin to the sword path, or perhaps the path of cultivation? Indeed, it is quite formidable. In the future, Xianxia will protect her husband, Yi Muqing declared with pride, puffing her chest in a bold manner that momentarily took Wang Feng's breath away. Very well. Wang Feng nodded with a smile, feeling immensely satisfied. In this venture into the ancient site, he had acquired the most precious treasure of his life, one he could never forsake. He glanced at the girl beside him and softly said, From now on, wherever I go, you shall accompany me, all right? Of course, I understand. The husband leads, and the wife follows. Chapter 58, a personal showcase of the Immortal Sect. Wang Feng did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, nor was he someone who would lose his composure in the presence of beauty. He recognized that Yi Muqing undoubtedly had an extraordinary background, yet he could not suppress the feeling that seemed predestined. It echoed the adage, fate is unknown, yet love runs deep. He did not wish to harbor any malice towards this ethereal girl. He simply needed to know that he was the husband and she was the wife, and that sufficed. Husband, let us go. As Wang Feng pondered, a melodious voice called to him. Turning, he saw Yi Muqing looking at him playfully. her smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, bringing him immense joy. "All right," Wang Feng responded with a smile, his eyes reflecting a tender warmth, nodding gently. The two walked side by side out of the bronze hall, inhaling the fragrance wafting from her presence. Wang Feng mused that the bond within his heart had likely deepened further. Upon exiting the bronze hall, he initially expected to feel the oppressive weight of fear. Yet to his astonishment, there was none. "What is happening?" Wang Feng wondered, taking a few steps forward. Boom. As he ventured approximately 10 meters away from Yi Muqing, the terrifying pressure re-emerged, causing him to shudder involuntarily, cold sweat breaking forth on his brow. He hurriedly returned to her side, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over him. This peculiar phenomenon furrowed Wang Feng's brow. He cast a deep gaze at the enchanting girl beside him, choosing silence to bury his perplexity deep within his heart. Subsequently, Wang Feng led Yi Muqing towards the periphery of the ancient site. Within the depths of this ancient realm, he sensed no passage of time, leaving him unaware of whether the sealing magic tournament had concluded. Remaining close to Yi Muqing, free from the oppressive pressure, their speed increased significantly. Holding Yi Muqing's hand, he soared through the air, the sound of her delightful laughter ringing in his ears, a gentle smile gracing his face. "How fortunate am I, Wang Feng? Anyone who dares to harm her shall meet their demise," he vowed, glancing at the ethereal girl beside him, his heart resolute. Moments later, the two beheld the solitary figure of Chong Feng, who had been waiting for Wang Feng while harnessing the fearful pressure to cultivate. Upon spotting Wang Feng and Yi Muqing together, Chong Feng's entire body trembled. A single glance at Yi Muqing compelled him to lower his head, unwilling to meet her gaze. Is there truly such a person in this world? One glance nearly shattered my sword heart. "Qing'er, this is Chong Feng, a disciple of the Immortal Sect." Wang Feng smiled lightly, introducing her to the bowed figure. "Immortal Sect?" Yi Muqing asked, her expression one of surprise. "Indeed, the Immortal Sect is a sect I established." Wang Feng replied with a grin at her astonished face. "Then does that mean Qing'er is the lady of the sect?" "Absolutely." She giggled, her laughter enchanting despite its simplicity. "Greetings, lady of the sect." Upon hearing their exchange, Chong Feng's expression shifted, and he hurriedly bowed, his demeanor respectful, even more so than towards Wang Feng. "Ah." Yi Muqing was taken aback by Chong Feng's actions, retreating behind Wang Feng, puzzled as to why he behaved in such a manner. Wang Feng gently patted her hand, then turned to Chong Feng, shaking his head. The girl was like a blank canvas, and it was precisely this innocence that made her akin to a spirit of nature, deserving of affection. Chong Feng nodded, refraining from bowing further to Yi Muqing, standing quietly to the side, though his mind was rife with questions. For instance, why had the sect leader entered the depths of the ancient site alone, yet emerged with two? And why did the sect leader's wife appear to be an ordinary person, yet manage to maintain her footing in such a perilous place? Although he had many queries, Chong Feng chose silence, understanding the boundaries of what should and should not be asked. "Let us proceed." Wang Feng regarded Chong Feng with a firm expression. As the words left his lips, he took Yi Muqing's hand, leading her forward toward the periphery of the ancient site, with Chong Feng following closely behind without hesitation. At that moment, within the plaza of Shunlin City, silence, an eerie stillness enveloped the area. One could hear a pin drop. All the powerful figures from the major sects stared in astonishment at the 5 golden names that shimmered on the ceiling magic leaderboard. Even General Chun Lai felt a tremor within his heart at that moment. What had initially been a personal showcase for the Imperial Prince Yu Fei had transformed into a personal display for the Immortal Sect. What manner of sect was this Immortal Sect? General Chun Lai cast a deep glance at the meditative figures of Shimin Shui Shui and the others, his heart a tumult of confusion and trepidation. Just as His Majesty intended to take action against the powerful sects within the Empire, an unfathomable Immortal Sect had emerged. He could only imagine the wrath that would ensue upon the Emperor's discovery. At this moment, the 5 illustrious names displayed upon the demon sealing list are as follows. First, Li He of the Immortal Sect. Second, Mu Yunfei of the Immortal Sect. Third, Ling Feiwu of the Immortal Sect. Fourth, Li Tianxin of the Heavenly Heart Sect. Fifth, Wu Nian of the Formless Sect. Alas, how astonishing that the top 3 positions on the demon sealing list are entirely monopolized by the Immortal Sect. What could possibly be the origin of this formidable sect? Indeed, even the Crown Prince has been eclipsed by their prowess. Fortunately, our Imperial Sect has managed to secure a place among the top 5, thus preserving a modicum of dignity for our empire. It is unexpected that Li Tianxin and Wu Nian are so remarkably powerful, surpassing even the Crown Prince. The many formidable figures from the great sects present are murmuring in shock, unaware that both Li Tianxin and Wu Nian have already joined the Immortal Sect. Had they known, their astonishment would have intensified. The elegant matron of the Heavenly Heart Sect, clad in a Taoist robe, felt a surge of joy upon seeing Li Tianxin ranked among the top 5, but her expression darkened upon observing the names of the top 3. Although her sect has had no direct conflict with the Immortal Sect, she harbors a profound disdain for them, suspecting that their rise is the result of some insidious machination. Meanwhile, the elders of the Qin Yun Pavilion, Elder Qin Sheng and Elder Zhu Qin, exchanged glances, their hearts equally shaken. They had anticipated that the Immortal Sect would gain notoriety, but never imagined that even their disciples would be so formidable. While grappling with their astonishment, Elder Qin Sheng sighed quietly, sensing that turbulent tides were about to sweep through the empire. Sometimes, an overabundance of brilliance can be a double-edged sword. Elder Qin Sheng cast a glance at the meditative figures of Shimin Chui Shui and his companions, realizing that they must already be aware of their sect's disciple strength, which ensures their victory at the Demon Sealing Conference. Otherwise, how could they remain so composed? Even the great sects would be inclined to flaunt their achievements if their disciples were to attain such honors, so their calm demeanor is indeed perplexing. General, Ling Feiwu of the Immortal Sect is the sole remnant of the Ling family of Yaofeng City. A soldier whispered into General Chun Lai's ear. Upon hearing this, Chun Lai was suddenly jolted, his brow furrowing deeply. How audacious of the Immortal Sect to accept the remnants of the Ling family. As the Grand General of the Radiant Sun Empire, Chun Lai is well aware of the Ling family's history. Those who are knowledgeable about the Ling family dare not provoke them, not even the most esteemed of sects, who fear them like venomous serpents. Yet, how does the Immortal Sect presume to do so? Moreover, Chun Lai is aware that the son of the Longlin Marquis was slain while pursuing the remnants of the Ling family, and the Marquis has yet to return from seeking vengeance. Yet here stands the remnant of the Ling family, bold enough to appear at the Demon Sealing Conference. What in the world is transpiring? Chun Lai's heart is heavy with an overwhelming sense of unease, as a thick fog seems to be descending upon the Radiant Sun Empire. Is there any news regarding the Immortal Sect? Chun Lai inquired in a hushed tone. Just received word. The Immortal Sect has recently emerged from the Starry Mountain Range, annihilating the first sect, Lingyun Sect, on the outskirts, and subsequently participating in the Demon Sealing Conference, during which their elder, Shimin Chui Shui, severed the arm of the ghost hero elder from the Four Directions Hall. The soldier promptly replied. Is there more detailed information? Chun Lai's expression grew graver upon hearing the soldier's words. He felt disheartened that the entire empire's efforts could yield such scant information. The soldier shook his head. This action only deepened Chun Lai's apprehension towards the Immortal Sect. He comprehends the extent of the empire's capabilities, and if they are unable to uncover any substantial details, it speaks volumes of the Immortal Sect's terrifying nature. Moreover, he harbors a more sinister suspicion. The deaths of Ling Feiwu and the Longlin Marquis' son are likely interconnected. How could the Marquis allow Ling Feiwu to attend the Demon Sealing Conference unscathed? Yet, here is Ling Feiwu, indeed unharmed and present. Either Ling Feiwu has eluded the Marquis' pursuit, or, were it any ordinary sect, Chun Lai would not be so troubled. With a mere wave of his hand, the Imperial Army could easily obliterate a great sect, but the Immortal Sect's enigmatic nature renders them a perilous opponent, making any offensive ill-advised. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds reverberated through the skies above Shinlin City, causing the powerful figures atop the platform to turn their gazes. Those returning from the Demon Sealing grounds, led by the Crown Prince Yu Fei, are now visible. Ling Feiwu and her companions are among them, albeit trailing behind the other paragons, not standing alongside them. As these prodigies made their appearance in the plaza of Shinlin City, they were greeted by the sight of a colossal floating list. The 5 brilliant names nearly blinding them with their luminosity. Upon seeing the list, the Crown Prince Yu Fei's countenance darkened, a chill radiating from him that caused those nearby to tremble involuntarily. However, they understood the Crown Prince's reaction. At that moment, they too were incredulous. They had assumed the Crown Prince would undoubtedly secure the first position, but they never anticipated that the Immortal Sect would completely dominate the top 3 spots on the Demon Sealing list. Chapter 59, The Arrival of 2 Sects. After the initial shock, the several great sect paragons exchanged glances, a hint of mockery flashing in their eyes. Having accompanied the Crown Prince for so long, they were well aware of his temperament. To eclipse the Crown Prince's brilliance is to court death. How astonishing that the Immortal Sect has seized the top 3 positions on the Demon Sealing list, overshadowing even the Crown Prince's luster. What on earth is this Immortal Sect? And how do their disciples possess such formidable strength? Ling Feiwu. This name resonates with familiarity. Those returning from the Demon Sealing grounds, upon seeing the names on the list, were equally astounded. They glanced at the Crown Prince, then at Ling Feiwu and her companions, whispering amongst themselves. Hearing the murmurs, the Crown Prince Yu Fei's expression darkened further. He said nothing, merely leading the other great sect paragons back to the elevated platform in silence. Meanwhile, the great sect leaders, initially oblivious, were now struck with fear upon hearing the discussions surrounding Ling Feiwu. The Immortal Sect dares to accept a remnant of the Ling family? In an instant, those who had intended to cultivate closer ties with the Immortal Sect post-conference withdrew their intentions. If they dare to accept a remnant of the Ling family, the Immortal Sect is likely to be a fleeting comet, a mere flash in the pan. The matron of the Heavenly Heart Sect, upon noticing that Li Tianxin did not remain with Crown Prince Yufei but instead aligned with the Immortal Sect, felt her expression darken. To defy the will of the Heavenly Heart Sect, to disregard my authority, are you courting death? The matron seethed inwardly, furious that Li Tianxin would dare to disobey her commands. How could she? Li Tianxin sensed the matron's furious gaze but chose to ignore it, calmly following Ling Feiwu back to Shimin Shueishue's side. As Ling Feiwu and her companions returned to Shimin Shueishue, he opened his eyes, surveying them before turning his gaze to Mu Yunfei, the meaning of his expression unmistakable. The sect leader has descended into the depths of the Godfall ancient land. Understanding the implication of Shimin Shueishue's look, Mu Yunfei replied softly. Shimin Shueishue nodded, falling silent once more as he closed his eyes to meditate. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Shimin Shueishue and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a sense of helplessness. They had anticipated that securing the first position on the demon suppression list would earn them accolades from the elders of their sect. However, it appeared their hopes were misplaced. Wu Yin stood behind Mu Yunfei, his gaze sweeping over the powerful figures of the various sections. As he fixated on a particular silhouette, a tremor coursed through him, and a flicker of hesitation danced in his eyes. Yet, before long, his resolve solidified. That figure was none other than the middle-aged monk clad in a xianxia, the Grand Elder of the Wuxiang Sect, Wuxiang. Elder, I have resolved to join the Immortal Sect, he conveyed through a mental transmission, his eyes fixed on the Grand Elder Wuxiang. As Wu Yin's thoughts traversed the air, Inho's ears perked up, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Shimin Shueishue and Yi Guqing also stirred slightly, though they refrained from any overt actions. In response to Wu Yin's transmission, Wuxiang turned his gaze towards him, devoid of any anger. His eyes were as tranquil as an ancient well, and he replied mentally, have you made your decision? Indeed, if one's heart harbors the Buddha, then everywhere is the Buddha. I seek your blessing, Elder. Good. If that is your choice, then go forth. At the sound of this transmission, Wu Yin felt a jolt throughout his being, his eyes moistening. The Wuxiang Sect was his first home, and now, the Immortal Sect would be his second. For this lifetime, he would live for these two homes. Li Tianxin, come here at once. A sharp voice, laced with fury, pierced the air, drawing the attention of the heavy-hearted sect leaders. It was the enchanting matron of the Tianxin sect, donned in a Taoist robe. I have joined the Immortal Sect. Henceforth, I sever all ties with the Tianxin sect. Li Tianxin's demeanor remained calm as she glanced at the matron, her voice soft yet resonant upon the high platform, startling the assembly of formidable sect leaders. The first beauty of the Tianxin sect, renowned throughout the Daylight Empire, had betrayed her sect for the Immortal Sect? The audacity! The sect leaders were momentarily shaken, their expressions shifting to inscrutable smiles as they observed the Taoist matron and the Immortal Sect. They perceived the Immortal Sect as a harbinger of trouble. In recounting the events leading to the Demon Suppression Conference, the Immortal Sect had already stirred considerable unrest, first with the Sifang Hall, then the Zhanghai Sect, and now the Tianxin Sect, not to mention their bold acceptance of the remnants of the Ling family. You are courting death. Upon hearing Li Tianxin's proclamation, the Taoist matron's beautiful visage contorted into a mask of rage, her body radiating a fierce, murderous intent. Li Tianxin dared to betray her sect. Moreover, she chose to join the Immortal Sect, one the matron held in disdain. This was nothing short of suicidal. The matron's eyes fixed on Li Tianxin, knowing full well how furious the sect leader would be upon learning this news. Not only would this wretched girl face death, but her entire family would too. At that moment, Shimin Shueishue's eyes opened, casting a detached glance at the Taoist matron. It was as if a cascade of icy water washed over her, causing her to tremble and stifle her fury. She couldn't forget the sword strike from Shimin Shueishue, nor the grim fate of the elder from the Zhanghai sect. Watching this unfold, General Chun Lai maintained a calm exterior while feeling a tumult of emotions within. Logically, he ought to have acted immediately to suppress the Immortal Sect for daring to harbor Ling Feiwu, a remnant of the Ling family. Yet, Shimin Shueishue's sword instilled a profound dread within him. He was uncertain whether he could successfully subdue Shimin Shueishue. Failure would unleash a calamity upon the empire, as he was a force rivaling the peak of the Xianyuan realm. This hesitation was why he had yet to declare the conclusion of the Demon Suppression Conference and the victory of the Immortal Sect's disciples. After some contemplation, General Chun Lai resolved to wait for word from the emperor. He had already relayed the news back when the Immortal Sect claimed victory. He believed the message would soon reach its destination. Surveying the expressions of the powerful sect leaders, he understood their sentiments. The Immortal Sect had risen to prominence with astonishing speed, transitioning from obscurity to notoriety. Such a phenomenon was rarely uncomplicated. The Emperor would likely be displeased, and the sect leaders would not be pleased either, especially considering that the Immortal Sect had offended several major sections. This realization alleviated some of the weight on his heart. He was adept at using others' blades to achieve his ends. General, the Emperor's decree. At that moment, a soldier standing beside Chun Li trembled, hastily whispering in his ear. Upon hearing this, Chun Li's expression hardened, straightening his posture as he replied softly, "Speak. If it can be killed, then kill it. If not, we shall proceed with caution." With the receipt of this command, Chun Li grasped the implications, casting a meaningful glance at the individuals from the Immortal Sect. A shooting star is beautiful, yet it is but a fleeting moment. He then prepared to announce the conclusion of the Demon Suppression Conference. However, suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he gazed into the distant void. The assembled sect leaders seemed to sense something as well, turning their attention toward that direction. Boom! A wave of terrifying power surged forth, sweeping across the entire plaza like a tempest, causing the powerful sect leaders to change their expressions as they hastily shielded their disciples. Chun Li's eyes narrowed. He was all too familiar with the coming figures and felt an inkling of foreboding. The Lord of the Sifang Hall. That is the sect leader of the Xianxia sect. As dozens of formidable figures descended upon the plaza of Shunlin City, the expressions of the sect leaders shifted, whispers of astonishment escaping their lips as they turned their gazes toward Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions. The only individuals capable of provoking such a grand assembly from the Sifang Hall and the Xianxia sect were those from the Immortal Sect, who had previously offended both sections. With this realization, the sect leaders relaxed, smiles gracing their faces. The question now was whether the Immortal Sect could withstand this onslaught. It seemed unlikely. The Taoist matron of the Tianxin sect wore a similarly gleeful expression, as if she could already foresee the downfall of Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions. Should I collect Li Tianxin's remains? Perhaps I should, so that she may rest alongside her family. After all, we share a master-apprentice bond. As the Taoist matron savored her dark thoughts, the powerful figures of the Sifang Hall and the Xianxia sect began to descend upon the elevated platform of the plaza. Leading the Sifang Hall was a burly middle-aged man clad in a brown robe, his fierce eyes sparkling with a sharp intensity that conveyed authority without the need for anger. This man was Xiao Chun, the lord of the Sifang Hall. At the forefront of the Xianxia sect was a rotund man in a blue Taoist robe, his narrowed eyes betraying a glint of cold light, revealing a man who concealed a dagger behind his smile. Behind them stood numerous powerful figures from both the Sifang Hall and the Xianxia sect, marking a significant event in decades for both sections. This grand assembly was all due to one sect, the Immortal Sect. Previously shrouded in obscurity, it had suddenly made a resounding impact, startling both sections. "Dad, please make a decision for me." After the Lord of the Sifang Hall and his cohort descended, two figures soared from a distant part of Shunlin City, Xiao Changfeng and the ghost hero elder of the Sifang Hall. Xiao Changfeng appeared before Xiao Chun, his face contorted with grievance, yet his eyes glinted with a sinister intent, as a chilling laugh echoed within his heart. Now, his father has brought forth the formidable warriors from the Four Directions Hall, along with the Xianxia sect and the Divine Immortal Sect, and they must be utterly exterminated. No, we must spare a few of the women from the Divine Immortal Sect for our amusement. Chapter 60, The Dog-Eat-Dog Drama. The Feiyu sect stands as the pinnacle of the Radiant Sun Empire, located within the northern city of Yaoshua, occupying a significant portion of it. At this moment, the current sect master, Lin Tiancheng, is engaged in a discussion with the Grand Elder, Feng Luan, within the hall, where only the two of them are present. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoes from outside the hall, causing both Lin Tiancheng and Feng Luan to furrow their brows. When did the disciples of the Feiyu sect become so reckless? Amidst their discontent, a figure rushes into the grand hall. It is Elder Chen Gong, who oversees the Soul Tablet Temple of the Feiyu sect. Upon recognizing Chen Gong, both Lin Tiancheng and Feng Luan are momentarily taken aback. After all, the elder is responsible for the Soul Tablet Temple and would not leave unless a grave matter arose. Instantly, the gravity of the situation weighs heavily on their faces, for they understand the significance of the Soul Tablet Temple. Should anything occur there, it would imply a serious crisis for the Feiyu sect. Sect Master, Grand Elder, Yifeng's Soul Tablet has shattered. Elder Chen Gong declares as he steps into the hall, his face etched with fury. What? The moment Chen Gong's words resonate, Lin Tiancheng and Feng Luan spring to their feet, their expressions drastically altered, with Feng Luan exclaiming in shock. As the sect master and grand elder of the Feiyu sect, They comprehend all too well what the shattering of a soul tablet signifies. The shattering of a soul tablet denotes death. A soul tablet is an artifact capable of containing a fragment of one's soul, serving the singular purpose of allowing one to ascertain the life or death of the individual whose soul is imprinted upon it. Although the soul tablet's function may seem trivial, it is exceedingly rare. Even within the esteemed Feiyu sect, only the sect master, numerous elders, and a few direct disciples are permitted to imprint their souls onto a tablet. In the Radiant Sun Empire, only royal offspring or individuals of significant authority, such as Chunlai, are granted the privilege to imprint an imperial soul tablet. Grand Elder, summon the Xianhuang realm experts of the Feiyu sect to accompany me to Shenlin City. Lin Tiancheng's eyes narrow, a bone-chilling aura emanating from him as he gazes at Feng Luan and speaks in a grave tone. The Feiyu sect has but 5 direct disciples, each of whom is regarded as a future pillar of the sect, earmarked for positions of elder and sect master. Now, someone dares to kill his direct disciple, Yi Feng. As the sect master, if he does not seek vengeance, what face would the Feiyu sect have? Even disregarding the sect's reputation, how could he expect his disciples to remain loyal? Sect master, rumors have already spread within the empire that someone intends to strike against our esteemed sect. If, upon hearing Lin Tiancheng's words, Feng Luan's expression shifts, and he voices his concerns. No, he wouldn't dare to act so brazenly. Even if he does, how could Yi Feng's grievances remain unavenged? Regardless of his position as the ruler of this vast land, we must make him understand that there are consequences for harming the direct disciples of the Feiyu sect. If provoked, we shall make him regret it. Without instilling fear, does the Feiyu sect appear to be at his mercy? Lin Tiancheng glares at Feng Luan, roaring with a voice that reverberates throughout the grand hall, an overwhelming presence surging forth and causing the very hall to tremble. Yes, sect master, I shall summon the powerful members of our sect at once. Lin Tiancheng's thunderous command sends a shiver through Feng Luan, who promptly agrees and hastens to depart. Feng Luan harbors the same fury over Yi Feng's demise. For Yi Feng is one of the 5 key direct disciples of the Feiyu sect, a blow aimed at the very foundation of their sect. If this vendetta is not avenged, how could the Feiyu sect maintain its status? As the sect master has stated, even if that individual strikes, the Feiyu sect is no mere clay figure. On the high platform of Shenlin City, Xiao Chun gazes fondly at Xiao Chongfeng before him, affection flickering in his eyes. He touzles Xiao Chongfeng's hair and assures him, "Do not worry, your father will ensure justice for you. With me around, no one shall dare to bully you." "Thank you, father." Xiao Chongfeng's face lights up with joy as he hastily expresses his gratitude, then respectfully positions himself behind Xiao Chun, his gaze directed towards Shimin Chui Shui and the others, brimming with a fierce intent. The humiliation he endured days prior is soon to be avenged, and he intends to repay it 100-fold. Xiao Chongfeng casts a lingering gaze upon the exquisite figure of Yin Ho, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he contemplates how best to torment her. "Master, I failed to protect the young master. Please punish me." Elder Gue Xiong addresses respectfully, his empty sleeves igniting the ire of the powerful members behind Xiao Chun. The elder of the Four Directions Hall has had his arms severed? Such disgrace must be repaid in kind. This battle is not your fault. Just watch as our sect avenges you. Xiao Chun observes the empty sleeves of Elder Gue Xiong, his voice low and laced with an icy chill. Elder Gue Xiong bows once more and subsequently joins the ranks of the Four Directions Hall, his eyes shimmering with an eerie smile as he casts a cold, penetrating gaze at Shimin Chui Shui and the others. This time, the divine Immortal Sect must perish. "Master Tian, what do you say?" Xiao Qin glances at the grinning figure of the plump man not far away and speaks softly. Tian sang, "The sect master of the Zhonghai sect is indeed a scheming individual. Let us divide the spoils. Such delicacies should be savored slowly." Hearing Xiao Qin's words, Tian Sang looks at him and smiles. Even in the face of the elder from his sect being slain by the divine Immortal Sect, he continues to smile, albeit with an even more pronounced demeanor. "General Chun, we have no intention of disrupting the Demon Sealing Conference. However, we must avenge our sect's great grievance. We hope General Chun can understand." Xiao Qin nods respectfully to Tian Sang before turning to Chun Lai and offering a greeting. At this moment, Tian Sang also gazes at Chun Lai, the esteemed general of the empire, whose high status makes him a formidable obstacle if he chooses to intervene. Under normal circumstances, given the prevailing rumors, they would not dare to act so brazenly. However, they can no longer afford to delay. The divine Immortal Sect must be eradicated, for their hearts remain unsettled and their hatred unresolved. Chun Lai remains silent, merely casting a glance at Xiao Chun before closing his eyes to meditate. The spectacle of dog-eat-dog drama is one the emperor has always enjoyed, and he too shares an interest in witnessing it. As Xiao Chun and Tian Sang observe Chun Lai's attitude, They exchange knowing smiles. He has not intervened, thus sparing them considerable trouble as they ponder the best means to eliminate the divine Immortal Sect. Having arrived in haste, they have yet to determine whether to dismember the bodies or feed them to dogs. Oh, what a hassle. Perhaps they shall do both. Xiao Chun and Tian Sang simultaneously turn their attention to Shimen Chui Shui and the others. This marks the first time they have truly regarded the divine Immortal Sect since their arrival in Shunlin City. Upon their first glance, both Xiao Chun and Tian Sang are momentarily taken aback. Such audacity? Still in a meditative state? That young beauty still dares to smile? Exchanging glances, Xiao Chun and Tian Sang ponder whether dismembering and feeding them to dogs might be too lenient. Rather than following the typical path of vengeance by first unleashing a furious roar before striking, they proceed directly, leading their respective sex warriors towards Shimen Chui Shui and the others. As they advance, the warriors from both sects gradually spread out, subtly forming a siege that encircles the members of the divine Immortal Sect. Witnessing this scene, the other prominent sect leaders on the high platform change their expressions, hastily retreating with their disciples to the edge of the platform. They do not leave, for such a grand spectacle, if missed, would surely be regretted. They cast a glance at the square hall and the formidable figures of the Songhai sect, then turn their gaze towards Shimen Chui Shui. Even now, they could not forget that singular sword he wielded, a blade of unparalleled brilliance. Yet, at this juncture, how many more times could he unleash such radiance? The Immortal Sect is but a fleeting apparition. Such overwhelming brilliance is prone to injure others, and more perilously, oneself. How long has it been since the Empire has witnessed such grand spectacle? Today, indeed, is a feast for the eyes. The great sect leaders who had retreated to the periphery murmured in hushed tones, none harboring any optimism for the Immortal Sect. Even the disciples of the major sects wore expressions of cold derision, their gazes toward Ling Fei Wu and her companions laced with a hint of schadenfreude. What of claiming the top spot on the demon suppression list? Is he not still destined for demise? They had anticipated a fierce tiger, only to discover a weakened beast on the brink of death. So be it. It spares the emperor further worry. Chen Lai, seated in the foremost position, mused thus. Meanwhile, the imperial prince Yu Fei cast a glance at Li Tianxia, a flicker of regret illuminating his eyes. For it appeared this splendid cauldron would not be enjoyed after all. His countenance no longer bore the previous gloom. Instead, it blossomed into a warm smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, striking a somewhat eerie note amidst the tense atmosphere. Elder? The bamboo lute elder at the edge of the high platform inquired softly. Initially displeased with the Immortal Sect, the elder had grown increasingly intrigued by Wang Feng and the sect itself. Now, encircled by two major sects, could the Immortal Sect still astonish the world? Could it still wield a sword to stun the masses? This tribulation they must navigate on their own, with neither assistance nor the ability to assist. The Qinshi elder glanced around the arena, whispering, boom. At that very moment, a terrifying aura descended from the heavens, astonishing Chen Lai, as well as Xiao Chun and Tian Sang, who were approaching Shimen Chui Shui and the others. They halted and turned back, gazing intently. Dozens of figures suddenly materialized, descending from the void and landing upon the high platform of the square. As these figures appeared, the elder Lin of the Fei Yu sect and the young master Yu Tai, who had been watching from the edge of the platform, were taken aback, their forms moving swiftly to stand before the newly arrived figures. Master, what brings you here? Elder Lin of the Fei Yu sect bowed respectfully towards the foremost figure. Astonishment etched upon his face. Master. Yu Tai, the young master of the Fei Yu sect, also addressed the leading figure with reverence, his eyes mirroring a flicker of confusion. The sudden appearance of these figures was none other than Lin Tianchong, the master of the Fei Yu sect, along with numerous formidable beings from the sect. Yaoshui City is not far from Shunlin City, with the cultivation levels of Lin Tianchong and his companions. They required but a brief moment to arrive at full force. Yi Feng is dead. Who is responsible for his demise?